Qin Tian, dispatch a few aircraft to search for Xia Chun. He's still alive. Lin Shi spoke to Qin Tian through his light brain. Qin Tian seriously replied, "Rest assured, as long as Xia Chun is alive, I will definitely bring him back." With that, the call ended. Qin Tian immediately contacted his men to get it done. Lulu lay limply on the sofa, lost in thought. Baiju looked at Lulu, then turned to Lin Shi. "Boss, do you need my help? I can ask my dad to dispatch more aircraft from District 6 for the search." "I'd appreciate that," Lin Shi replied. "The wilderness is currently covered in thick fog, and visibility is severely limited. It'd be great if we had more aircraft searching for Xia Chun." "No trouble at all. It's just a small matter. By the way, who is this?" Baiju asked about Lulu. "This is Lulu, Xia Chun's friend," Lin Shi introduced. Baiju glanced at Lulu a few times, but seeing her keep her head down, he didn't dare stare for long. "All right, then I'll head back and contact my dad first. Boss, I'll take my leave. I'll come visit another day. Make yourself at home." Baiju bid Lin Shi farewell and left the villa. Lin Shi tried contacting Xia Chun again. "Xia Chun, what's the situation on your end? Do you need me to come find you?" "No need to pick me up. I just broke through and reached level 8 in spiritual power. I found a very unique, desolate beast here, and I want to study it first. Don't worry, I'll definitely return safely. Don't tell the others about my situation. I'm afraid she'll worry. Just say I'm on another mission and can't come back for now." Lin Shi smiled bitterly. Everyone here already knew everything. Lin Shi simply replied, "Don't worry about things on this end." In a wilderness shrouded in thick fog at this moment, Xia Chun was carefully hiding behind a large tree trunk, afraid of being discovered. He was covered in mud and leaves, exposing only his eyes and nose to camouflage himself better. His bright eyes stared unblinkingly ahead. More than 10 meters away, a pack of desolate beasts was gathering. These desolate beasts moved back and forth in the fog, looking quite busy. Some were carrying saplings, while others used their pincers to dig up mud, tossing it aside to create holes. Among that pack of desolate beasts, there was one with a normal build, but it was different. It constantly waved its limbs, seemingly conveying some sort of information to the other desolate beasts. Xia Chun's presence in this wilderness was due to an incident that occurred when he left the military armory. At that time, he was flying an aircraft when he was attacked by a level 7 desolate beast. The pilot was killed in action. Xia Chun used every last drop of his spiritual power to kill that level 7 desolate beast, but he himself fell into a state of exhaustion. Fortunately, holding on to his last shred of consciousness, Xia Chun managed to return to the military armory. To his surprise, that battle helped him break through to level 8 spiritual power. Xia Chun released his spiritual power, beginning to scan the surroundings of the military armory. Not long after, he discovered something bizarre. It was those strange beasts that caught his attention. They were actually planting trees in groups. This was unbelievable. Xia Chun decided to go see for himself. He carefully camouflaged himself, then used the perfect stealth ability of his vessel to quietly approach. Upon getting closer, he witnessed a shocking scene. Those beasts were actually planting trees. Furthermore, they weren't acting randomly, but were highly organized and disciplined. Each beast had a clear task. Some dug the soil, some placed the saplings into the holes, and some filled them with dirt. The scene was neat and orderly, just like a well-trained army executing a mission. Commanding them was a normal-sized beast, constantly gesturing and directing the others to work. It occasionally let out strange sounds, as if giving orders. Xia Chun was astonished. It was widely known on the Sanlian continent that no matter how massive and ferocious desolate beasts were, they were just mindless monsters. Or rather, in common perception, desolate beasts were merely brutal creatures that only knew how to attack blindly. But now, the truth was otherwise. These beasts clearly possessed intelligence and organizational skills, capable of cooperating in complex activities. If desolate beasts had intelligence, how difficult would it be for humanity to deal with them? Thinking of this, Xia Chun realized the severity of the problem. If desolate beasts truly possessed intelligence, the city areas would no longer be as safe as before. They could find ways to breach the walls, or even learn to use tools and tactics. In that case, The soldiers and warriors who relied on spiritual power to fight the desolate beasts would face an even greater challenge. Xia Chun narrowed his eyes, trying to peer through the thick fog to get a clear look at these special beasts. But the distance was obscured by the fog. He could only see blurry silhouettes and couldn't make out the details. Just as Xia Chun was about to get closer, his heart suddenly tightened. An inexplicable sense of danger washed over him. Xia Chun was startled. He stopped in his tracks and warily looked around. He noticed that the beast commanding the tree planting had disappeared. Xia Chun immediately went on high alert, slowly backing away while carefully observing his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Xia Chun's expression turned grave. Crap! Xia Chun scanned the area with his spiritual power and found that several directions around him were empty, which meant he was surrounded. With no time to think, Xia Chun reacted swiftly. He turned and ran with all his might, hoping to escape the desolate beast's encirclement before it completely closed. At the same time, Xia Chun quickly unlocked his gene lock, boosting his speed with its power. But it was still too slow. The moment Xia Chun ran, the desolate beasts that were slowly surrounding him seemed to notice and moved faster. A few desolate beasts were even faster than Xia Chun after he unlocked his gene lock. Wondering when he was discovered was pointless now. Xia Chun ran while trying to figure out a way to deal with them, simultaneously avoiding the direction where the high-level desolate beasts appeared. Very quickly, a desolate beast appeared in his line of sight. From its size, Xia Chun recognized it as a level 6 desolate beast. Without hesitation, Xia Chun condensed his spiritual power into a sharp blade and thrust it toward the desolate beast in front of him. The beast's body stiffened, and it collapsed to the ground. Mud and dirt flew everywhere. A gap finally appeared in the encirclement. Xia Chun quickly dashed out, running forward like a madman. But right at that moment, another desolate beast appeared ahead, blocking his path. This desolate beast looked much stronger than the last one. Its aura was terrifying, a rank 7 desolate beast. Xia Chun didn't dare to be careless. He immediately channeled his mental power, condensing it into a sharp blade, and slashed at the beast. After killing it, Xia Chun instantly sped up to escape. But he quickly realized that there were still desolate beasts surrounding him up ahead. Moreover, the beasts closing in from other directions seemed to have pinpointed his location and were changing course to box him in. These desolate beasts actually knew how to coordinate their attacks. Seeing the encirclement about to close, Xia Chun stopped conserving his mental power. Going all out, he transformed his mental power into sharp blades, slashing at the beasts blocking his way. Sharp sword gleams flashed, and desolate beasts fell one after another. He had to break out before the trap completely snapped shut. Otherwise, he didn't have Lin Shi's ability to single-handedly take on 10,000 enemies. Right now, Xia Chun felt incredibly lucky that his mental power had broken through to the rank 8 level. If he were still at rank 7, he'd be dead by now. He shaped his mental power into a sharp longsword, slashing wildly to carve out a path. Seeing that he was about to break through, Xia Chun didn't dare let his guard down, because even now, he still hadn't spotted that special desolate beast. Could all of this be commanded by that special desolate beast? The moment this thought popped up, he couldn't suppress it anymore. Given everything happening right now, Xia Chun had every reason to suspect that the special desolate beast was orchestrating this. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying a beast horde would be if it had a leader commanding it. I have to warn Lin Shi, so he can come and kill that special desolate beast. While breaking through the encirclement, Xia Chun kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings and desperately tried to contact Lin Shi using his communicator. Right at that moment, Xia Chun noticed there were no more desolate beasts blocking his way ahead. At the same time, the signal to Lin Shi finally connected. Xia Chun was about to speak when a small desolate beast lunged at him from the side. Fortunately, Xia Chun had kept his guard up. His body flashed as he quickly dodged the attack. Xia Chun stared intently at the desolate beast. There was a unique pattern on its head. Lin Shi, Xia Chun called out. Lin Shi, I found a special desolate beast that can control the others. Just as Xia Chun finished speaking, the desolate beast in front of him opened its mouth. Xia Chun thought it was about to signal its kind and immediately launched a mental power attack. But it had no effect. The desolate beast didn't stop its action. It opened its mouth and spoke. You are not from this world. Xia Chun was stunned. This desolate beast could actually talk. Lin Shi, the desolate beast can talk. It said, I'm not from this world. I'm currently at. Inside the villa in District 7, Lin Shi received Xia Chun's message and suddenly shot up from his seat, his eyes wide open. He was shocked. A desolate beast that can talk? How could a desolate beast talk? If desolate beasts could speak, the intelligence he gathered from Ji Shui and Qin Zhou definitely wouldn't have missed such a crucial piece of the puzzle. If anyone else had told Lin Shi that a desolate beast could talk, he would have thought they were joking. But this was Xia Chun. Moreover, Xia Chun wasn't the type to report his location to Lin Shi unless it was an absolute emergency or he was completely helpless. Xia Chun, what's your situation? Lin Shi tried to contact Xia Chun again, but there was no response. A second later, the connection was cut. Without hesitation, Lin Shi immediately sprinted toward the city gates at top speed. He moved so fast that ordinary people could only see a blur. Seeing the city gates tightly shut, Lin Shi didn't say a word. He leaped right out of the city and ran for a distance. Lin Shi switched from running to flying. Without the support of telekinesis, his flight speed wasn't as fast as it was on Blue Star. But under the control of his powerful mental power, his speed was still faster than a standard aircraft. With no desolate beasts to harass him, it took Lin Shi over 4 hours to reach the coordinates Xia Chun had provided. But when he got there was no sign of Xia Chun. Not only was Xia Chun missing, but there wasn't a single desolate beast around either. He only found Xia Chun's glass case sitting in one spot. Lin Shi landed and picked it up. Inside the case sat the high-energy explosive bomb and a large-caliber gun that Xia Chun had insisted on retrieving himself. Lin Shi knew these were the weapons Xia Chun had taken from the District 7 military armory. Lin Shi gripped the glass case tightly, a golden light flashing in his eyes. His rank 9 mental power surged out like a raging storm. Centered around him, it spread out in all directions. He conducted a comprehensive sweep of the area, not missing a single corner. But even with such immense mental power, Lin Shi still couldn't find any trace of Xia Chun. In just a few short hours, what exactly happened to Xia Chun? It was hard to imagine. In those few hours, was Xia Chun eaten by desolate beasts, taken out of his sensory range, or perhaps concealed by a mental power even stronger than his own? Lin Shi's mental power was already at rank 9. What could possibly hide from his senses? Even the fastest desolate beast couldn't have carried Xia Chun out of his sensory range in less than 4 hours. Therefore, among the 3 hypotheses, only the first one was the most realistic. Xia Chun had completely vanished from Lin Shi's sensory range. That was why Lin Shi couldn't find him. Is Xia Chun dead? No. Impossible. Lin Shi refused to believe that Xia Chun would die just like that. Xia Chun still hadn't achieved his resolute goal of entering the Sanlian continent. He still hadn't protected the people he wanted to protect. He hadn't even confessed his feelings to that girl named Lulu. Xia Chun absolutely couldn't die like this. Lin Shi roared into the distance. Xia Chun! Xia Chun! Lin Shi's roar echoed like thunder, reverberating in all directions. But the only response he got was the steady patter of the rain. He clenched his fists tightly, the killing intent in his eyes gradually boiling over. This was the first time since the apocalypse began that Lin Shi felt such intense killing intent. This murderous aura made him want to instantly slaughter every single desolate beast on the Sanlian continent. Even though he hadn't ordered Xia Chun to get the high-energy bomb, and it was Xia Chun who insisted on going himself, a wave of guilt still swelled in Lin Shi's heart. He should have stopped Xia Chun and let Qin Tian get it, even if it took a little longer. Or he could have just gone himself. But he understood Xia Chun. Xia Chun insisted on going himself because he felt he had done too little since entering the Sanlian continent. Xia Chun didn't want to rely on Lin Shi's protection forever. He came here to save the humanity of Blue Star and to fulfill his own mission. Xia Chun had his own resolve, which was why Lin Shi hadn't stopped him. But upon discovering Xia Chun missing, Lin Shi felt a heavy lump in his chest. Maybe he should have saved a few more healing pills for Xia Chun to increase his chances of survival. But boosting Lin Shi's strength was something Xia Chun had discussed with him before entering the Sanlian continent. Lin Shi was in charge of combat, and Xia Chun was in charge of support. With Xia Chun's mental power and gene lock level, He was more than capable of handling most situations on his own. Even if he encountered a rank 8 desolate beast, he still had a chance to escape. He never expected such a mistake to happen. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and punched the giant tree next to him. The massive trunk was instantly pierced through by his fist. Right at that moment, Lin Shi's optical computer suddenly vibrated. On the screen, Qin Tian looked grave. Sir, a massive number of desolate beasts are attacking District 6. The district chief of District 6, Bai Qian, wishes to trade 2 blazing sun bombs for your assistance. The explosive yield of these bombs is on par with that high-energy bomb. Lin Shi remained silent. Qin Tian sensed that the atmosphere around Lin Shi was off, and his surroundings didn't look normal either. Sir? Qin Tian asked tentatively. Lin Shi closed his eyes, the killing intent in them surging violently. Which direction is District 6 from where I am right now? I'm currently in the wilderness. Seeing Lin Shi's surroundings and startled by his sky-high killing intent, Qin Tian suddenly thought of Xia Chun's disappearance. Didn't he just say the guy was alive? Could it be? Qin Tian didn't dare to ask. After checking Lin Shi's location relative to District 6, he directly sent the regional map to Lin Shi. You are currently about 400 kilometers southwest of District 6. We just dispatched an aircraft near that area. Do you need me to send it to pick you up? No need. Lin Shi hung up the call and opened the map. A figure shot into the sky, flying straight toward District 6. District 6. At this moment, Bai Qian was sitting in an aircraft a kilometer away from the city wall, observing the battlefield below with a grim expression. Below the wall, countless wild beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, continuously slamming into the city wall, leaving craters of various sizes. Facing the ferocious assault of the wild beasts, Bai Qian had mobilized all combat-capable personnel and mental power users in the city to the front lines. But unlike the previous 2 beast waves, the situation this time was incredibly bizarre. On the city wall, the soldiers and fighters weren't lined up in neat formations, unleashing their mental power attacks with all their might like usual. Instead, they were scattered, looking a bit disorganized, but everyone was highly focused and on high alert, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a piercing screech rang out. Immediately after, a massive boulder hurtled through the air like an artillery shell, smashing straight into the city wall. The mental power users on the wall instantly retracted their powers and maneuvered their bodies to dodge. But due to the boulder's overwhelming momentum, many lower-ranked or slower-reacting individuals couldn't dodge in time. Instantly, a massive explosion echoed. The unfortunate souls struck by the boulder were crushed to pieces. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before plummeting off the wall, reduced to a mangled mess of flesh. Right at that moment, several dark shadows lunged out from the fog, howling through the wind as they viciously assaulted the city wall. A few boulders flew even further, smashing into residential buildings near the wall, causing massive explosions. The sturdy structures instantly collapsed into clouds of dust. If it weren't for the thick fog obscuring the view, one could clearly see that behind the beast vanguard, countless other wild beasts were carrying boulders, steadily advancing toward the wall. They moved in an orderly, disciplined manner, like a well-trained army. Damn it, how do these beasts know how to use tools? Despite his long combat experience, Bai Qian still couldn't accept what was happening right before his eyes. He couldn't understand why these wild beasts, which used to only attack blindly, suddenly knew how to use tools and coordinate tactics. If wild beasts had possessed such high intelligence from the start, human cities would have been wiped out 10,000 years ago. Sir, what do we do now? We've already lost a fifth of our soldiers. An officer asked anxiously. At this rate, the city will fall sooner or later. Have the soldiers lock onto the beasts carrying boulders with laser cannons. Try to destroy those boulders. Bai Qian ordered, his expression grim, his eyes revealing deep anxiety. Is District 6 really going to fall? I've already ordered the soldiers to target them, but these beasts seem to have suddenly gotten smarter. They're using their kin's bodies to block the laser cannons. And you know laser cannons don't deal much damage to wild beasts. If anything, it might even strengthen their protective shells. The adjutant explained helplessly. Bai Qian furrowed his brows. What about explosive rounds? How many do we have left? Throw them all out. You already had the soldiers use the explosive rounds earlier, which successfully delayed the beast's assault. But now the armory is depleted. We don't have many explosives left. They had tried everything, but still couldn't stop the beast's advance. Worse yet, the once disorganized beast attacks now seemed to be guided by an invisible hand. Every wave was precise and highly effective, completely different from their past assaults. On top of that, the beasts were taking turns attacking, doubling the defensive pressure. Sir, what if we use the energy from the 3 blazing sun bombs in the armory? Maybe that can stop them, a deputy cautiously suggested. Hearing this, Bai Qian flew into a rage. You fool! Do you have any idea how dangerous those things are? Are you trying to kill us all? That kind of energy has massive destructive power, but it won't do much against desolate beasts. At best, it'll just slow them down a bit. Besides, at this distance, if we detonate that energy, not only will it fail to wipe out the beasts, but it'll also inflict heavy casualties on our own defense line. If we do that, we're basically handing them the opportunity to swarm us. Bai Qian scolded angrily, his heart filled with helplessness and anxiety. He knew his deputy only made the suggestion because there were no better options left. After all, at this rate, the city wall would be breached in less than half a day. When that happened, they might just have to fight to the bitter end and perish alongside the desolate beasts. No, even if we die together, we might not be able to destroy them. These desolate beasts have outer shells that can absorb massive amounts of energy. The shockwave from the explosion will only cause minor damage to them. Bai Qian felt a sense of despair. Right at that moment, the optical computer on his wrist suddenly lit up. When he saw the message on it, Bai Qian's despondent face instantly lit up with joy. Qin Tian sent a message. The war god is on his way to reinforce us. He told us to hold the line. Excellent. Tell the soldiers to hold on. Reinforcements are coming, Bai Qian said excitedly to his deputy. The deputy immediately relayed the good news to all the soldiers. However, as every second and minute ticked by, the casualty rate among the soldiers continued to climb. The already crumbling city wall inevitably began to show breaches. Pushed to the brink, Bai Qian had no choice but to personally charge into the battlefield, using his own strength to defend the line. Sir, how much longer until reinforcements arrive? We can't hold on much longer. Cough, cough. The deputy, his face pale and covered in blood, struggled to reach Bai Qian's side. Just moments ago, due to overusing his mental power, his brain's reaction time had slowed. His arm was grazed by a massive boulder. In an instant, his entire arm was shattered, flesh mangled, bone exposed. Despite such a severe injury, the deputy only applied basic first aid before throwing himself back into the fight. Soon. It has to be soon. It wasn't that Bai Qian couldn't run away, but if he lost this city, he would never be able to hold his head high again for the rest of his life. Bai Qian gritted his teeth, a look of absolute resolve flashing in his eyes. He stared out at the fog-shrouded wasteland, his heart filled with despair, yet his face remained resolute and fierce. Listen up. As long as we breathe, the city stands. If the city falls, we fall. Use every last ounce of your strength. I will defend this city to the end. The soldiers and fighters roared in unison, their voices echoing across the city wall. Even though they were exhausted beyond measure, their eyes remained steadfast, because they had no way out. Spurred on by Bai Qian, the brutal battle raged on. The desolate beast's assault didn't pause for a second. The fighters were giving it their all to deflect attacks and block the desolate beasts charging at the wall. They all knew that in the very next second, a massive boulder could come crashing down and crush them. Just as everyone's mental and physical strength was nearing its absolute limit, another giant boulder was hurled from the distance by a desolate beast. Get out of the way. Everyone on the wall immediately scattered to minimize the risk of being crushed. But a few still couldn't dodge in time. They were smashed by the boulder. Bai Qian's deputy was also desperately dodging those brutal rocks. Suddenly, he felt a massive dark shadow loom over his head. He looked up, and in that instant, his eyes widened in sheer terror. A monster, using the thick fog as cover, had been violently hurled onto the city wall by another beast. And with no one to stop it, it plummeted straight into the inner city. First one, then a second, then a third. Very quickly, all the soldiers and fighters fighting to the death on the wall realized that they couldn't hold it. The first rank 6 monster landed right on the city wall, and began a frenzied slaughter. The monsters that fell into the inner city also began their massacre. The entirety of District 6 was plunged into a sea of blood. When Lin Shi flew in, this was the scene he witnessed. Lin Shi landed next to Bai Qian, who had just taken a hit from an injured monster. "Are you the highest authority here?" Bai Qian clutched his injured arm and smiled bitterly. "You must be Lord War God. I am Bai Qian, the district chief of District 6. It is an honor to meet you, Lord War God." Bai Qian dropped to his knees, pleading, "I beg you, Lord War God, please save the people of District 6. Bai Qian's deputy also knelt down, begging, "Please, Lord War God, save us." The soldiers around Bai Qian also fell to their knees. "Lord War God." Lin Shi raised his sword high, the sharp golden aura overflowing with killing intent. "You guys kill the monsters inside the city. Leave the ones outside to me." With that, he leaped off the city wall. The monsters inside the city were too scattered, which would slow down his killing speed. But outside the city, the massive horde of monsters was exactly what he needed to satisfy his bloodlust. The deputy kneeling next to Bai Qian was startled by Lin Shi's jump off the wall. Bai Qian waved his hand. "Don't worry. The war god's power isn't something mortals like us can comprehend. Gather our forces. Focus on eliminating the monsters inside the city and save the civilians." "Yes, sir." After speaking, the deputy couldn't help but look down. But the fog was so thick today that aside from the faint silhouettes of the monsters, he couldn't see the tiny figure of a human at all. The deputy couldn't help but worry. What if that man couldn't stop this horde of monsters? What would they do then? But looking at the devastation on the wall and the heavy casualties among the soldiers, he buried that thought deep in his heart. If that man couldn't stop the monsters, then they could only be buried alongside this city. Lin Shi leaped from the city wall, plummeting like a meteor straight into the middle of the monster horde. His eyes were ice cold, brimming with killing intent, and the sword in his hand radiated a blinding light. As he closed in on the first monster, the sword in his hand instantly pierced through it like a hot knife through butter. A split second later, the sword's glow vanished. When the blade reappeared, it had already pierced through the skull of another monster. Just like that, moving at terrifying speeds, Lin Shi continuously pierced through the skulls of the monsters one by one, slaughtering them effortlessly. This was a technique Lin Shi had learned in his previous battles. As long as he mastered the manipulation of the light sword, he could effortlessly pierce through every single monster. Lin Shi needed to conserve his strength, because this massacre had only just begun. As time passed, Lin Shi grew more and more proficient, his body darting nimbly like lightning through the horde of desolate beasts. Every thrust found its mark. Desolate beasts fell one after another. These ordinary beasts couldn't pose any threat to Lin Shi whatsoever. Amidst the frenzied slaughter, Lin Shi gradually calmed down, and the killing intent in his eyes faded by half. He thought it through. Xia Chun definitely wasn't dead. If Xia Chun had been eaten by desolate beasts, there would at least be some torn clothes or scraps of flesh left behind. But his mental power skin hadn't found a single trace of Xia Chun. This further proved that Xia Chun was still alive. Going back to the original three possibilities, if Xia Chun wasn't dead, and he wasn't carried out of Lin Shi's sensory range by a desolate beast, then there was only one answer left. An entity with even stronger mental power was concealing Xia Chun. A drop of rain fell onto Xia Chun's dirt-streaked face. He furrowed his brows and groaned in pain. Soon after, the rain grew heavier, pouring down in buckets. Raindrops the size of beans smashed into the ground, splashing water everywhere. Xia Chun, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. "I'm not dead." After regaining his senses, Xia Chun realized he was in a bizarre situation. He was being carried on the back of a desolate beast. This beast was massive, with dark gray skin, covered entirely in a hard shell and sharp spikes. Xia Chun felt the sharp spikes poking into his stomach, sending waves of sharp pain through him. Luckily, they hadn't pierced any vital organs, so his life wasn't in danger. Rain kept falling on Xia Chun's face, slightly blurring his vision. He blinked hard a few times, trying to get a clear look at his surroundings. But just as he was about to observe carefully, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Human, do you know that person?" This voice didn't echo in his ears, but rang directly inside his head. Xia Chun was startled and quickly turned his head, only to see the desolate beast with the unique pattern on its head looking at him. Are you the one talking to me? Xia Chun didn't see the special beast's mouth move. So this is telepathic communication? Xia Chun's pupils suddenly shrank. Desolate beasts don't have mental power. This was an accepted common sense on the Sanlian continent. How could this be? Why was this desolate beast so special? Xia Chun followed the beast's gaze and saw countless desolate beasts carrying boulders marching forward. He even heard the familiar sound of rocks smashing against a city wall. But because of the thick fog, he couldn't see anything further away. To his horror, Xia Chun realized that his mental power couldn't extend outward at all. It was as if a mysterious force had locked it tightly inside his body. Who are you talking about? Suppressing his shock, Xia Chun asked suspiciously. A second later, a vivid image suddenly appeared in his mind. In that image, the desolate beasts that previously couldn't be detected by mental power were now clearly visible before his eyes. What's more, he saw Linshur. Where exactly is this place? Why is Linshur here? Xia Chun quickly realized that the scenery here was vastly different from District 7. Xia Chun desperately wanted to warn Linshur that he was here, but he suddenly realized something and held back. You're very smart. Even if you called out, your voice wouldn't reach the outside. And he hasn't noticed you. The desolate beast's voice echoed in Xia Chun's head again. What do you want with me? Xia Chun struggled, trying to get off the beast's back. Being carried like this was incredibly uncomfortable. But the moment the beast beneath him slightly tightened its grip on him, Xia Chun didn't dare to move anymore. Because he realized that this beast's strength far exceeded the limits of what he could struggle against. If the other party applied even a little more force, he would likely be crushed by those pincers. You see, humans are clearly weak in the face of desolate beasts, yet they still use the weapons and cities they built to block the desolate beast army. The intelligence of humans is their greatest strength. Xia Chun didn't dare to move. He just turned his head to look at this special desolate beast, focusing entirely on communicating with it. Maybe this approach would help him find a chance to escape. At this moment, Xia Chun was still engrossed in recalling the image of Lin Shur slaughtering the beast horde. The image in his mind was crystal clear, capturing Lin Shur's every move. He had to admit, Lin Shur wielding that light sword and tearing through the beast horde looked absolutely badass. Even Xia Chun had to admit that Lin Shur was truly awesome. But now wasn't the time to admire Lin Shur's decisiveness. A desolate beast, no matter its unique traits, that commanded a beast horde to attack a human city was undoubtedly standing on the opposing side of humanity. Xia Chun didn't understand why this beast had captured him, nor how it knew he wasn't from the Sanlian continent. Could it be? Xia Chun's pupils suddenly contracted. A terrifying answer flashed through his mind. The desolate beast continued, but your companion is also very strong. For humans in your world to possess such terrifying power, you are truly blessed by the heavens. Xia Chun pursed his lips and stayed silent, because his companion was currently slaughtering the beast horde. Moreover, a massive number of ferocious beasts were dying under that light sword. Xia Chun felt that a highly intelligent beast definitely wouldn't enjoy the sight before it. He had no choice but to change the subject. You can talk. Do you have a name? Name? The desolate beast tilted its head, looking at Xia Chun with its ferocious appearance, as if deep in thought. Everyone has a name. Even your pets have names. Then I'll be called Huang Kong. Huang Kong. Xia Chun muttered, repeating the name. He became even more certain that this desolate beast possessed intelligence no less than a human's. Because that name was something it had just come up with on the spot, not a pre-existing one. Your name is Xia Chun. What is the purpose of you and your companion coming to this world? The desolate beast suddenly asked. Us. Xia Chun suppressed the terror in his heart. He had already guessed the true identity of this desolate beast. He didn't know if he should say it, but if Huang Kong was exactly what he thought it was, the other party likely already knew his purpose. Xia Chun paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, We came here to destroy the space tunnel and protect the humans of Blue Star. The existence of the space tunnel has made the humans of this world boundlessly greedy. They constantly use every possible method to plunder the resources of the other world, threatening Blue Star. That's right. Human greed is endless. Xia Chun didn't expect to see an expression on the desolate beast's face. It seemed to be loneliness, understanding, and yet also resentment. The desolate beast turned its head to look at Xia Chun. But do you know how the space tunnel appeared? The desolate beast used its mental power to simulate a rough, terrifying voice, carrying a pressure that could shake one's very soul. Xia Chun fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly looked at the desolate beast, as if he had guessed some horrifying answer. In response to Xia Chun's utterly terrified expression, the desolate beast nodded, its tone sounding much more human. Yes, I made it. Therefore, even if you destroy that space tunnel, I can still create a second one. The space tunnel was actually created by it. Xia Chun had never felt such a bone-chilling cold. It was the coldness of absolute despair. It was the coldness of guessing the true identity of the desolate beast before him. It was the coldness of utter powerlessness. That chilling sensation made his entire body tremble. He and Lin Shi could fight against nature, against ferocious beasts, against desolate beasts. But how could they fight against a beast that could create space tunnels? Fight against the will of a planet. They were pushed to the Sanlian continent by the will of Blue Star, and now they had to fight against the planetary will of the Sanlian continent. How was he supposed to deliver this despairing news to Lin Shi? Was everything they had done up until now completely pointless? No. Right now, what he needed to think about was how to survive under the watchful eye of a planetary will that could manifest into a physical entity. After Lin Shi slaughtered about a third of the desolate beasts, the rest began to flee. This time, no high-level desolate beasts like rank 8s appeared like last time, but the sheer number of beasts was double, if not more, than the attack on District 7. As the desolate beasts retreated, the soldiers on the city wall finally erupted into cheers. Fear gave way to the joy of victory. Just like in District 7, the title of War God echoed across half the city. The soldiers held immense respect and gratitude for Lin Shi, the man who had single-handedly fought and defeated the entire desolate beast army. The city gates opened. Bai Qian approached Lin Shi, covered in blood and rain. Many of his wounds hadn't healed, and he looked exhausted. But despite that, he insisted on coming out personally to meet Lin Shi. Supported by an officer, Bai Qian stood before Lin Shi and bowed deeply, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you, Lord War God, for coming to the aid of District 6 and helping us repel the desolate beasts. On behalf of the people of District 6, I thank you. Bai Qian's voice was filled with sincerity and reverence. If Lin Shi hadn't arrived in time, District 6 would have been reduced to ruins. He intended to remember this debt of gratitude for the rest of his life. The soldiers behind Bai Qian shouted in unison, "Thank you, War God." Lin Shi slightly raised his hand, looking exhausted. No need for formalities. I've expended quite a bit of stamina in that battle. Could you help me gather some desolate crystals? Since this world lacked source matter, depleted source energy couldn't regenerate on its own. Lin Shi had to rely solely on his physical strength and the energy from desolate crystals to fight. That was why he hadn't used the giant wheel in his previous 2 battles. The number of recovery items in his spatial storage was limited, so he had to conserve them. Besides, the sharpness of the light sword didn't disappoint him. It was more than enough to handle his enemies. Lin Shi was now highly proficient in combat and wielding the light sword. But if anyone knew that he had burned through dozens of low-level desolate crystals in this battle, they would definitely beat their chests in heartache. Desolate crystals were precious strategic resources on the Sanlian continent, used to exchange for contribution points to buy rare items. But Lin Shi wasn't greedy for wealth, and he had enough desolate crystals to spare, which was why he could afford such consumption. Hearing this, Bai Qian was stunned, but immediately turned and ordered his soldiers. Everyone listen up. Immediately harvest the desolate crystals from the beast corpses. Anyone caught hiding them will be severely punished. Even though the soldiers were exhausted, their spirits soared upon hearing this order. Their war god had single-handedly fought tens of thousands of desolate beasts to help them defeat this invasion. Scavenging the battlefield was absolutely nothing to them now. The soldiers, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly got to work. They rapidly harvested all the desolate crystals from the beast corpses, gathered them up, and handed them over to Lin Shi. Receiving the crystals, Lin Shi didn't bother counting them. He just hung the heavy bag of crystals directly from his waist. Bai Qian was so exhausted he could barely stand, but he forced himself to stay by Lin Shi's side until the crystal harvesting was complete. Lord War God, you must be tired. Please come rest at my place for a while. Once I've treated my wounds, I'd like to treat you to a few drinks. Lin Shi declined. No need. The matter here is settled. I have other business to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. He still wanted to continue searching for Xiaochun. Even if he couldn't find him, he had to return to District 7 first. Xiaochun was very smart. As long as he wasn't dead, he might just find a way back on his own. Seeing that Lin Shi had made up his mind, Bai Qian didn't insist. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring the 2 energy bombs he had promised to Lin Shi. Before long, the 2 energy bombs Lin Shi needed were placed before him. Along with them came the launchers. With a mere thought, Lin Shi stored the 2 energy bombs into his spatial storage. Then, Bai Qian handed Lin Shi a card engraved with a metal insignia. This is a small token of my appreciation. Thank you for your help. The officers nearby widened their eyes in shock. That was the district chief's honorary authority card. Not only did it grant free access to the core area of District 6, but it could even open the military armory. Furthermore, just possessing this card granted level 8 authority. If Bai Qian had given it to anyone else, the officers would have thought he'd gone mad. It was practically handing over the entire inner city. But since Bai Qian was entrusting this honorary authority card to the war god who had just helped them defend the inner city, everyone remained silent, their eyes glued to the card in Lin Shi's hand. Lin Shi took it, glanced at it, and seeing that it wasn't of much use to him, tossed it into his spatial storage. No need to be polite. Farewell. After speaking, Lin Shi prepared to leave. Bai Qian immediately ordered a subordinate to escort Lin Shi away in an aircraft. Lin Shi accepted the offer. On the way back, Lin Shi slowly recovered the energy he had expended today. At the same time, he continuously used his mental power to scan the surrounding areas, searching for any clues related to Xiaochun. But he still didn't find anything. Instead, he noticed that the desolate beast horde that had just retreated from District 6 not long ago was moving rapidly. Seeing these beasts moving in an organized, disciplined manner toward a valley, Lin Shi suddenly felt the urge to get closer and observe, to see if someone was commanding them. But considering his current condition, Lin Shi abandoned the idea. He now had 4 different types of energy bombs. If he couldn't find Xiaochun, his next step would be to fulfill Xiaochun's goal, find the location of the space tunnel, and destroy it. Lin Shi rode the aircraft back to District 7. Qin Tian happened to receive the news and came over to check on Lin Shi's situation. Actually, he had already learned from Bai Qian that Lin Shi had driven away the desolate beasts in District 6. But Qin Tian still wanted to ask just to be sure. Now that beasts with intelligence and the ability to follow orders had appeared, they would need Lin Shi's help even more in the upcoming battles. Qin Tian didn't dare to show the slightest bit of neglect toward Lin Shi. The aircraft landed in the central district. Qin Tian ordered someone to let the pilot rest for a day before leaving, while Lin Shi didn't linger and immediately left the central district. Back at the villa, Lu, Qing Yi, and Qing Er had been waiting in the main hall ever since Lin Shi left, waiting for his return. Hearing the villa door open, Lu was the first to run to the door. Xiaochun. But the person who walked in was Lin Shi. The hopeful light in Lu's eyes instantly extinguished. She looked behind Lin Shi, but didn't see the figure she was longing for. Lin Shi didn't know how to explain where Xiaochun had gone. He knew Xiaochun cared a lot about this girl, so he made up an excuse. Xiaochun has some business to attend to. He won't be back for a while. Lu nodded understandingly, as if accepting Lin Shi's words, and took a few steps back to make way for him. Qing Yi and Qing Er immediately asked Lin Shi if he needed anything, like food. Lin Shi told Qing Yi to prepare some food while he went upstairs to take a shower. When he came back down, Lu was no longer in the main hall. Lin Shi sighed inwardly. He ate to replenish his depleted energy, then returned to his room, lay on the bed, and began to plan his next move. Right now, Xiaochun was missing, but their mission in this world still had to continue. Now that he had the energy bombs, the next step was to find the location of the space tunnel. According to the available information, The space tunnel had been under the control of the federal headquarters ever since it appeared. Since the district chiefs had controlled their respective districts for so long, they definitely had some information about the space tunnel. The only reason they couldn't control it was most likely because it wasn't located within their jurisdiction. Therefore, the space tunnel had to be in District 1, District 2, or District 3. Back then, when Lin Shi used Qing Zhou's perspective to view her memories, he clearly remembered the space tunnel being underwater. So, he just needed to check which of these 3 districts had a coastal area, and the space tunnel would be located there. Lin Shi immediately sat up and used his optical computer to search for a map of the Sanlian continent. Due to strict information control, almost no one got to see a complete map of the Sanlian continent in their lifetime. Maps weren't circulated on the regular market either. What surprised Lin Shi was that something so easily obtainable on Blue Star cost money on the Sanlian continent, and the price was exorbitant. Lin Shi had to pay 3 million Federation credits just to buy a rather undetailed map of the Sanlian continent. This map only marked the general terrain of the continent and the locations of each district. It was much cruder than the partial regional map Qin Tian had sent him before. However, for Lin Shi's purpose of understanding the geography, this map was sufficient. Lin Shi only needed a few glances to pinpoint the areas where the space tunnel was most likely located. District 3 and District 1. Both had coastal areas. District 1, in particular, was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Given the importance the federal headquarters placed on the space tunnel, Lin Shi was certain it was highly likely located in District 1, which was also where the federal headquarters was stationed. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Next, he needed to go to District 1. But currently, District 1 was on lockdown, prohibiting any aircraft from entering or leaving. Furthermore, with the tense situation between the various districts and the federal headquarters, there was absolutely no way they would allow an aircraft from another district to enter District 1 right now. Not long ago, when Lin Shi returned on the aircraft from District 6, he noticed that District 7 was heavily fortified with anti-air defense systems and weaponry. In this world, high-tech weapons weren't very effective against desolate beasts, but they were incredibly terrifying when used against their own kind. It could be said that the people of the Sanlian continent armed themselves to the teeth to guard against their own kind. And you couldn't really blame them. The last time a desolate beast wave ravaged human cities was 10,000 years ago. And in the entire history of the Sanlian continent, there had only been one outbreak of a desolate beast wave. Naturally, they lost their awe and fear of desolate beasts, and instead became highly vigilant against their fellow humans. District 1's defenses were undoubtedly formidable. Before finding the exact location of the space tunnel, it was best not to recklessly charge in. Thinking it over, the only option left was to enter District 1 openly. This path seemed impossible, but it wasn't entirely without a way. Lin Shi slept soundly. The next day, he woke up feeling refreshed. Before he could even eat breakfast, guests arrived at the villa. It was Bao Lai and the scar-faced man coming to visit. Lord War God, it's been a few days. How have you been since we last parted? This time, Bao Lai was much more polite, and the scar-faced man behind him acted significantly more humble in front of Lin Shi. Clearly, Lin Shi's strength, having single-handedly repelled a desolate beast wave, had deeply etched itself into people's minds. The strong were respected and revered everywhere. Lin Shi told Bao Lai to take a seat. Did you come to see me for a reason? Lin Shi and Bao Lai had spoken quite a few times. Previously, Bao Lai's main goal was to recruit Lin Shi into their alliance, and to get his hands on that high-level storage item. Bao Lai took a sip of the tea Qing he had carefully brewed, and said, Lord War God is a busy man, so I won't beat around the bush. I'm here regarding the conditions you laid out last time. Last time, Lin Shi had laid out 3 conditions. Half of the federal headquarters materials, first pick of 3 items, and no massive civilian casualties. Back then, Bao Lai's group said they needed to discuss it with their allies in other districts. But then, due to the sudden outbreak of the desolate beast wave, they hadn't been able to give Lin Shi a definitive answer. Now that Bao Lai was here, it meant they had thought it through. We agree to the 3 conditions you proposed, and we hope you can join our alliance, Bao Lai said solemnly. Lin Shi nodded. So when do you plan to launch the all-out attack? And what is the specific plan? Bao Lai thought for a moment and said, originally, We plan to attack District 3 in 3 months, but this desolate beast wave disrupted our plans. Currently, all our allied districts have suffered losses, so we need to discuss this further. As for starting the war, we still have to see if the federal headquarters survives this beast wave. Bao Lai had heard about what happened in District 6. Now that beasts with intelligence and the ability to follow orders had appeared, Bao Lai didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. After all, if they wanted to start a war, they absolutely had to be fully prepared. But Lin Shi couldn't wait that long. He had a premonition that this war to wipe out all the desolate beasts on the Sanlian continent would drag on and wouldn't end anytime soon. Can you start the war in 1 month? Bao Lai was slightly taken aback by Lin Shi's question. Are you being serious or joking with me? Bao Lai hoped Lin Shi was joking. But looking at Lin Shi's calm eyes, he knew Lin Shi was asking seriously. In a flash, several thoughts crossed Bao Lai's mind, but he still couldn't understand why Lin Shi was in more of a hurry than they were. This might be. If you can't, then I'll need to reconsider joining your alliance. Lin Shi's eyes were calm, his demeanor relaxed. He already had what he needed now, so there was no absolute need to join this alliance. This desolate beast war had given Lin Shi the initiative. Bao Lai needed to borrow his strength. But for Lin Shi, if Bao Lai couldn't get him into District 1, joining this alliance held no real meaning. He might as well use his current title as War God to infiltrate District 1 through other means. He believed that his massive actions in these 2 districts had already caught the attention of the people at the federal headquarters. The federal headquarters had been operating on the Sanlian continent for a long time. It was impossible for them not to have agents in every district. Someone would definitely contact him soon. When that time came, he just needed to play along with them. That was Lin Shi's current line of thought. That's right. The conditions he had previously discussed with Bao Lai, Lin Shi no longer intended to use them. Bao Lai's face was filled with bitterness. Starting a civil war right now? It wasn't that they hadn't considered such a crazy idea, but it was simply too insane. Never mind that the inner cities had depleted their weapons. If they fought for control of the inner cities now, and the desolate beasts attacked again, what would each city use to defend itself? Were they going to go on the offensive just to let the desolate beasts take over their homes? Wasn't that just cutting off their own escape route? Although he didn't know the reason, Bao Lai clearly felt that Lin Shi was tactfully declining to join their alliance. Bao Lai frowned, thought for a moment, and said then, I'll go back and discuss it with them. I'll give you an answer in a few days. Lin Shi nodded. Qing Yi and Qing Er had retreated since Bao Lai and Lin Shi started talking. But being in another building, and with Lin Shi making no effort to hide anything, Qing Yi's sharp ears couldn't help but catch a few snippets. Federal Civil War? Joining an alliance? When they first started following Lin Shi, the 2 never imagined they would be serving such a powerful master. Qing Yun had strictly instructed them to absolutely obey Lin Shi's orders and not to report his affairs back to her. At the time, the 2 didn't understand why Qing Yun had handed them over to Lin Shi without any further instructions. As time passed, they gradually understood the reason. While serving by Lin Shi's side, they had witnessed the people who came into contact with him, people that even their former master, Qing Yun, could never get close to. Even though they only guarded the villa and didn't witness Lin Shi bravely fighting the desolate beasts on the front lines with their own eyes, right now, in every street and alley of the inner city, everyone was talking about the war god. Who would have thought? Their master could now dictate the fate of the entire federation. Qing Yi and Qing Er exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock and awe in each other's eyes. Qing Yi said to Qing Er, from now on, we must be even more careful with our work. We absolutely cannot cause any more trouble for master. The stronger Lin Shi became, the more inevitable it was that people would secretly try to approach him. Those who couldn't get to Lin Shi directly would very likely target the people around him. Qing Yi was subtly hinting that no matter what, they must not leak any information related to Lin Shi. Qing Er nodded solemnly. Loyalty. Both of them understood its importance for subordinates like them, so it didn't need to be spelled out. After Bao Lai left, Lin Shi rested for a few more days. During these days, District 7 wasn't attacked by desolate beasts. But Qing Yi, through some outside information and the movement of aircraft in the central district over the past few days, guessed that District 8 was under heavy attack by desolate beasts, and the situation wasn't looking good. Sure enough, a day later, Qin Tian sought out Lin Shi again, asking him to help District 8 repel the desolate beasts. Qin Tian relayed the current situation in District 8, then said, Lord War God, District 8 is in peril this time. We've sent many people to help, but the desolate beasts still won't retreat. They're on the verge of collapse over there. Qin Feng said that if you lend a hand, you can have whatever you want. Qin Feng explicitly said that even if it's her own body, she's willing to offer it. But seeing Lin Shi's expression, Qin Tian didn't dare to say that out loud. The dignified district chief of District 7 now had to watch Lin Shi's mood before speaking. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, This time, I won't clear out the low-level desolate beasts. I'll only help you eliminate the ones at rank 7 and above. And I still need wide-area destructive weapons. Lin Shi didn't mind making the trip, but he didn't want to expend too much energy. The situation in District 8 was different from District 6. They weren't facing a commanded beast army, but rather a sheer numbers problem and high-level beasts that were hard to deal with. Qin Tian pondered. If Lin Shi could eliminate those rank 7 desolate beasts, the pressure on their side would drop significantly. But he secretly worried. Why did Lin Shi need so many wide-area destructive weapons? Having such weapons concentrated on one person looked incredibly dangerous, no matter how you sliced it. But right now, they couldn't afford to think that far ahead. District 9 was already lost. They absolutely couldn't abandon District 8. They understood the logic that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Moreover, deploying and detonating wide-area destructive weapons took time, and every city had special defense mechanisms. Right now, preserving their alliance's strength was the top priority. So, without hesitating for long, Qin Tian replied, No problem. And so, Lin Shi boarded the aircraft prepared by Qin Tian and flew toward District 8. Just an hour after Lin Shi left, an unfamiliar figure appeared at the gates of the villa. This person wore a simple black suit, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, exuding a cold aura. He cleared his throat, and a deep, magnetic voice rang out. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Shi's residence? The one who opened the door was Qing Yi. He was slightly puzzled and looked at the stranger with a hint of wariness, but still replied politely. Yes, but master just went out. Is there something you need? The stranger gave a slight nod and introduced himself. I am Zhu Ying. I have some business with him. Qing Yi and Qing Er exchanged a glance, secretly on guard. Lin Shi had just left, and this person showed up immediately. Was it really a coincidence? Qing Yi smiled and said, I'm sorry, master isn't home. Please wait until master returns to discuss it. Zhu Ying glanced at Qing Yi and Qing Er, then his gaze landed on Lu Lu, who was walking down from upstairs. The corners of his mouth twitched up into a faint smile. He pointed at Lu Lu. I can talk to her too. Lu Lu glanced at the stranger standing outside the gate. She was certain she didn't know this person. You're looking for me? I don't know you. Qing Yi and Qing Er immediately stepped forward, blocking Zhu Ying's line of sight. I'm sorry, she said she doesn't know you. It's fine, she will soon. Zhu Ying looked at Lu Lu with absolute confidence and said, Do you want to know where the scar on your face came from? If you want to heal it, come with me. Lu Lu stared wide-eyed at Zhu Ying. Since she was a child, she had been found covered in blood, lying in the alley of some motel. If a kind-hearted person hadn't taken her to the police station and then to the hospital, she would have died. But surviving without an identity meant a childhood full of hardships that no one could understand. She used to think she was abandoned by a couple who violated the reproduction laws. She had painstakingly saved up money to get an ID card, finally able to live like a normal person. But she still couldn't truly live like a normal person, all because of the scar on her face. Countless times, Lu Lu had wished for the scar to disappear. She even dreamt about it. Once, removing the scar was her biggest dream. But then, after a certain someone appeared, Lu Lu's biggest dream changed. Lu Lu wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart and perceptive. She had nothing on her worth someone going to such lengths to find. If there was, the price they'd have to pay would be massive. And right now, the only people connected to her were Xia Chun, who had taken her in, and Xia Chun's best friend, Lin Shi. Lulu didn't believe this person had simply come looking for her. She looked at Zhu Ying warily. I don't know you. I won't go with you. After saying that, she took a few steps back, moving out of Zhu Ying's sight. Qing Yi and Qing Er also glared in annoyance at the man trying to lure away their master's guest. She doesn't know you. Please leave. So you don't even want to know your own origins? Zhu Ying dropped another bombshell. Lu, hidden in the shadows, showed a conflicted look in her eyes. But she quickly calmed down and said firmly, no one came looking for me all these years. Whoever made me like this, I don't want to see them. Zhu Ying frowned, then smiled faintly at the wary Qing Yi and Qing Er. All right, I was being presumptuous. I'll come back when your master returns. With that, he turned and left without any hesitation. Qing Yi and Qing Er watched Zhu Ying walk away. Only after confirming he was far away did they close the gate. Then they advised Lulu, Miss Lulu, it's very chaotic outside right now. Master isn't home, so it's best if you don't go out. Lulu had originally planned to go back to her motel to grab a few things, but after what just happened, she dropped the idea and nodded. I understand. Zhu Ying drove away from the villa district and quickly arrived at the entrance of the Starlight Hotel. He parked the car, got out, and walked up to the hotel reception desk with his ID card. I need a luxury suite. Is room 7777 still available? Zhu Ying asked calmly. Sir, luxury suite 7777 is currently vacant. I will process your check-in right away, the receptionist replied respectfully, quickly completing the check-in process for Zhu Ying. Zhu Ying took the room card, stepped into the elevator, and pressed the button for the 77th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, he was greeted by a long hallway adorned with exquisite paintings and a soft carpet on the floor. Zhu Ying walked to the end of the hallway and arrived at his room. He swiped the card to open the door and walked in. The room was spacious, bright, and elegantly furnished with luxurious decor. From the window, one could see a panoramic view of the city. Zhu Ying sat down on the sofa, took out his optical computer, opened his contacts, and made a call. The optical computer screen showed it was connecting. A moment later, a sweet voice rang out. Oh, Lord Zhu Ying. Zhu Ying said, Qingming Branch 77, codename Qing Yun. Come see me immediately. Not long after, a knock came from the door of the luxury suite. Zhu Ying opened the door. Standing there was Qing Yun, the woman who had previously made a deal with Lin Shi. Qing Yun walked into the room, looking at Zhu Ying with a mix of surprise and fear. She was secretly startled, wondering why she hadn't received any notice from the organization. Lord Zhu Ying, why have you come personally? Qing Yun asked cautiously. Zhu Ying narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. If I hadn't come, were you planning to break the rules and not report to the organization? A war god has appeared in District 7. This is extremely crucial intelligence. Hearing this, Qing Yun's beautiful eyes darted around, and she said softly, Lord Zhu Ying, I am truly wronged. Lately, I've been busy gathering intelligence on the newly formed alliance. I've already obtained plenty of evidence proving they are preparing to attack the federal headquarters. As for that war god, anyone with eyes can see he's obviously a fake. The Federation's war god has never left District 1, so how could he appear here? This person is either using the desolate beast disaster to gain fame, or he was propped up by the new alliance to build momentum. You know how much I despise people who chase after fame and fortune. After speaking, Qing Yun blinked. With an innocent expression, Zhu Ying stared intently at Qing Yun, making her hair stand on end. She almost thought she had exposed a flaw. Fortunately, Zhu Ying quickly looked away. This war god is indeed not the one from District 1, but he is by no means simple. I watched the video of him killing desolate beasts in District 6. This person, his gene lock level is very high. He is very strong. What? He's that strong? I thought he was just some young rich kid. I think his name is Lin Shi. He's only 21 years old. Qing Yun covered her mouth in shock. Zhu Ying kept a straight face. The information in the files might not be accurate. I came this time under the master's orders to make contact with this person. According to the intel I have, you've had contact with him in District 9 before. Qing Yun frowned, recalling the past, then said slowly, this person, I remember he used to be a guest at our hotel. At the time, he had a bit of a conflict with the Duan family in District 9. Later, I even accompanied him to the appraisal center to test his mental power level. But not long after, he quickly left District 9. As for the rest, I'm not too familiar with him. Zhu Ying narrowed his eyes, staring sharply at Qing Yun, and asked seriously, is that so? But I know you secretly contacted him multiple times. Why are you in such a hurry to distance yourself from him? Qing Yun's heart skipped a beat, and her forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly adjusted her expression and replied flatteringly, Lord Zhuing, please don't tease me. At first, I just saw him as a fresh piece of meat and wanted to play around a bit. Who knew he was a status-obsessed climber? Every time he contacted me, it was to ask for help. So, I stopped paying attention to him. Then contact him again. Give him whatever he wants. The master's order is to recruit him at any cost. Zhuing exuded a chilling aura. Qing Yun bit her lip, understanding what at any cost meant. She could only obey. Yes. Oh, right, there's one more person. Find a way to make contact. Zhuing opened his optical computer, displaying a photo. This girl is named Lulu. She is the daughter the master abandoned out there. Find a way to tell her about her identity. It would be best to bring her back here. If you can't recruit Lin Shi, then use Lulu to inject this parasite into him. Zhu Ying's hand flashed. An especially made box appeared. Inside was a black, spherical parasite moving sluggishly. Because the distance was quite far, it took Lin Shi over half a day to reach District 8. Upon arriving, he found that even though District 8 had received support from other districts, the situation was still incredibly dire. Most of the low-level desolate beasts had been wiped out, but there were still 5 ranked 7 desolate beasts attacking fiercely. Even Bao Lai had come to help the district chief of District 8, Qin Feng, fight off the beasts. However, at this moment, Bao Lai's face was pale, and he was resting with his eyes closed under the care of his scar-faced bodyguard. As soon as Lin Shi arrived, someone below shouted, "The war god is here." What? The war god? Hearing this, many soldiers and fighters on the wall looked up. Even the civilians in the city looked up, watching Lin Shi intently. The desolate beast attack on District 8 had dragged on for too long. Knowing that praying might help, the civilians had voluntarily gathered at the base of the wall to pray for the soldiers and fighters in battle. Hearing that the war god had arrived, they were ecstatic. Awesome! The war god is here. Where is the war god? Where is he? I want to see the war god. Is it really the war god? The war god is here. We're saved. Lin Shi jumped down from the aircraft, causing the people watching it to gasp in shock. Then they cheered as they saw him land safely from a height of over 10 meters. The ensuing battle was a breeze for Lin Shi. He used mental power attacks to wipe out the consciousness of the ranked 7 desolate beasts. Instantly, the attack weakened. The desolate beasts, having lost the command of the high-level beasts, quickly retreated out of attack range. The exhausted soldiers immediately slumped down on the city wall. Some even lay down and fell asleep right there. They were too tired. The desolate beast attack that had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights ended just minutes after Lin Shi appeared. The civilians below erupted into cheers. War god! War god! War god! War god! Everyone chanted the 2 words, War god. Some wept bitterly, some screamed until their voices went hoarse, and some even fell to their knees. He knew that the loyalty of these people stemmed entirely from the title of war god, and this was also secretly manipulated by Qin Tian and the others. But at this moment, Lin Shi still felt a twinge of emotion. He felt his mental power, which hadn't grown significantly in a long time, suddenly surge. He hadn't felt it this clearly back in District 7, but when he reached District 6, he distinctly felt the increase in his mental power. This time, the growth rate was even faster. Perhaps the increase in the number of believers also meant their worship was even more intense. Under these circumstances, he didn't mind being used a little by Qin Tian and his group, playing the role of war god for a while. Lord War God, thank you for coming to our rescue. You truly are a hero. The district chief of District 8, Qin Feng, walked up to Lin Shi with a graceful sway, her face full of admiration. Although Qin Feng was a bit older, she was still quite beautiful. More importantly, her strength ranked at the top among the district chiefs, and her charm was no less than that of younger women. But unfortunately, Lin Shi wasn't interested in women. He took a tactical step back and said coldly, "Stay away from me." Qin Feng immediately dropped her flattering expression and said fiercely, "The firearms are ready. Please follow me to the central armory." Lin Shi followed Qin Feng down the city wall. The base of the wall was already packed with people who had gathered there voluntarily. "Thank you, Lord War God. Lord War God, do you have a partner? Lord War God, look at me." Qin Feng led the way, bringing Lin Shi to a prepared vehicle. The cold glass of the car windows couldn't block the passionate enthusiasm the people had for Lin Shi. In this world where the citizens' perception was strictly controlled by the federal headquarters, their mindset was much simpler and purer than that of people on Earth. They knew the war god had defeated the desolate beast wave, and that the war god was their great hero. Even if this war god looked vastly different from the one in their legends, they absolutely wouldn't doubt the truth about him. Lin Shi sat in the car, looking at the people with eyes full of genuine gratitude. He reached his hand out the window and waved. Lord War God waved at me. Lord War God is looking at me. Lord War God, over here. Lin Shi arrived at the central armory of District 8. District 8's armory was located underground. Lin Shi followed Qin Feng and obtained a uniquely shaped firearm. Afterward, he didn't stay in District 8 for long and immediately returned to District 6. By the time Lin Shi got home, it was already midnight. Qing Yi and Qing Er hadn't rested yet. Waiting for Lin Shi. Master, you're back. Someone named Zhu Ying came looking for you today. He also asked for Miss Lu Lu. Qing Yi recounted Zhu Ying's visit from earlier that day. I know. You guys go get some rest. Lin Shi didn't know anyone named Zhu Ying, nor did he care much about this person, so he went to take a hot shower. Coming out of the bathroom, Lin Shi noticed an extra item on the table. It must have been placed there before he got back. Lin Shi walked over to take a look. It was an exquisite woman's earring. Lin Shi frowned. Qing Yun. In the days that followed, Lin Shi left early and returned late. Because his reputation as the war god was growing louder by the day, there was an endless stream of people coming to visit him. Even though Lin Shi wasn't home, they still left gifts and scheduled another day to visit. Even Qing Yi and Qing Er received quite a few gifts. Every day, Qing Yi would report to Lin Shi about the gifts and the people who gave them. Every day, Lin Shi listened to Qing Yi's detailed reports on who had come looking for him. During these days, Lin Shi was still wandering everywhere, searching for traces of Xia Chan. He had practically covered more than half of the Sanlian continent. He even went back to thoroughly investigate the desolate Beast Valley he had passed by last time, but still found no clues about Xia Chan. Of course, Lin Shi wasn't just looking for Xia Chan. He was waiting for someone from the federal headquarters to contact him. District 9 had been hit by another desolate beast wave recently. Thanks to the support from other districts, they had been driven back. According to intelligence intentionally or unintentionally leaked by Qin Tian and his group, it was said that a desolate beast horde was currently ravaging District 4, and they were struggling immensely to hold them off. Citizens were already pleading for the Federation's war god to come to their rescue, but the federal headquarters still hadn't made a move. This led to rumors spreading among the populace that the war god had abandoned them. Naturally, Qin Tian and his group had a hand in this as well. Making the federal headquarters lose the support of the people was exactly what Qin Tian and the newly formed alliance wanted to see, no matter how you looked at it. Ever since Zhu Ying's unexpected visit, Lu Lu had stayed indoors, not stepping foot outside. It wasn't until today that she finally decided to leave the house. Moreover, she was all packed and ready to leave this villa for good. Lu Lu pulled a small suitcase, walking slowly down the stairs. Her eyes seemed to have lost their former radiance, becoming melancholic and distant. All this time, Lulu had been trying to find out when Xia Chun would return, but Lin Shi left early and came back late. Lulu astutely realized that Lin Shi seemed to be intentionally avoiding her. Lulu knew that she was only able to stay in this villa because of Xia Chun. This wasn't her home, and she had no family here. Now that Xia Chun wasn't back, she had no reason to stay. Thinking of Xia Chun, Lulu's eyes stung. Seeing Lulu carrying a suitcase downstairs, Qing Yi looked surprised. Miss Lulu? Yes. I'm sorry, I've stayed here long enough. I want to go home. Please tell Lin Shi that I've gone back to my motel. I've troubled you all these past few days. Thank you for your help. Lulu bowed respectfully to Qing Yi and Qing Er. Why don't you wait until Master returns and tell him yourself? Or you can say goodbye to him in person. Qing Yi advised. Lulu shook her head firmly. No, I've bothered you for too long. It's not dangerous outside anymore. Just passing on the message for me is enough. This is a thank you letter I wrote. Please hand it to him for me. Thank you. Lulu took out the finished thank you letter from her pocket and handed it to Qing Yi. It's not that this place is bad, but she has no family or friends here. Lin Shi is very nice, treating her like a guest. His aura exudes pure kindness. Lulu knows she's just an outsider in this villa, only able to stay temporarily. But what if Xia Chun doesn't come back? Can she stay here forever? If it weren't for waiting for Xia Chun's return, Lulu would have wanted to leave long ago. Thinking of Xia Chun, Lulu held back her tears so she wouldn't cry in front of others. Qing Yi and Qing Er exchanged glances. Seeing Lulu's persistence, they could only say, "All right, I will pass your message to the master. I'll have Qing Er escort you back." Lulu shook her head and refused. After declining Qing Yi's kind offer, she dragged her suitcase out of the villa. Only, Lulu didn't see Qing Er secretly following behind her. At night, moonlight spilled over the ground like water, and twinkling stars dotted the pitch-black sky. Lin Shi slowly opened the front door and entered the house. In the spacious and bright hall, only Qing Yi was sitting, waiting for his return. Lin Shi was slightly surprised, a hint of doubt rising in his heart, as he couldn't sense the auras of Qing Er and Lulu. Lin Shi quickly swept his spiritual power across the entire villa. As expected, he couldn't find Lulu and Qing Er. Not only that, Lulu's room had been completely cleaned out. "Master, you're back." Qing Yi hurriedly stood up. "Lulu left? You sent Qing Er to protect her?" Lin Shi had already anticipated what Qing Yi was going to say. Qing Yi nodded and replied softly, "Yes, master. Miss Lulu decided to leave. I was worried about her safety, so I sent Qing Er to secretly protect her." Lin Shi gently stroked his chin. "This is a letter Miss Lulu left for you." Qing Yi handed a sealed envelope to Lin Shi. Lin Shi took the letter, read it a few times, and sighed, a look of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He had been laying low, focusing solely on Xia Chun. He didn't expect Lulu to realize he was hiding things from her. Lin Shi really didn't want to tell Lulu the news that Xia Chun's fate was unknown. At the very least, Lin Shi believed that Xia Chun was definitely still alive. Lin Shi patted Qing Yi's shoulder. "You did well. Go get some rest." "Yes, master." Today, a person named Nandui came to visit. He brought a strange item and told me I must hand it to you personally. Qing Yi took out the item the person had delivered. It was an exquisitely crafted box, and inside the box lay a pill containing medicinal ingredients. The corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled up slightly. The person he was waiting for had finally arrived. For the next few days, Lin Shi didn't go out anymore. Sure enough, Nandui brought things over again. "Hello, I'm looking for the war god. May I ask if he's home? The item from last time. Did you pass it on to the war god?" Nandui knocked on the villa door, wearing a flattering expression as he handed Qing Yi an unnamed card. Qing Yi took the card. This was under Lin Shi's orders, someone delivering themselves right to the door. "Yes, I did. The master is at home. Please follow me inside." Qing Yi stepped aside from the door and gestured for him to enter. Nandui's face lit up with joy. He followed Qing Yi into the living room, saw Lin Shi sitting on the sofa, and hurriedly stepped forward respectfully, bowing in greeting. "Lord War God, how do you do? I am Nandui. It is my utmost honor to meet you," Nandui said respectfully. Lin Shi gave a slight nod, dismissed Qing Yi, and gestured for Nandui to sit down and talk. "What do you want with me? Speak plainly." Nandui, a plump middle-aged man, looked slightly embarrassed. "My background, Lord War God must already know, right?" Lin Shi sat leisurely on the sofa and said indifferently, "I don't. Why don't you introduce yourself?" Nandui lowered his voice slightly. "Hee, I represent the Federal General Bureau to come here. To meet you, I had to risk being killed at any moment. I came this time to invite Lord War God to join our Federal General Bureau. The General Bureau promises that as long as Lord War God agrees, all kinds of resources will be prioritized for you," Nandui said with a smile, simultaneously observing Lin Shi's expression. "Words are empty without proof. Why should I join the Federal General Bureau?" Lin Shi asked calmly. Nandui smiled, pulled a stack of documents from his chest, and handed it to Lin Shi. "This is a contract specially prepared by the General Bureau for Lord War God. As long as you sign it, you will be a member of the General Bureau from now on," Nandui said. Lin Shi took the contract and skimmed through it. It stated that if Lin Shi joined the Federal General Bureau, he would receive a completely new identity and the position of vice captain of the combat team in District 1. One of the clauses stated that he could use his contributions to the Federation to exchange for priority materials. The remaining clauses were simply exchanges of power and benefits. He put the contract down, looked up at Nandui, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "I'll think about it," Linsher said. A flash of surprise appeared in Nandui's eyes, but he quickly recovered his smile. "All right, Lord War God. I hope you will consider it carefully. The doors of the General Bureau are always open to you. Here is the contact information. If you've made up your mind, please contact this person." Nandui left a card on the coffee table in front of Linsher, then stood up and took his leave. After Nandui left, Linsher fell into deep thought. He understood that the ticket to District 1 was already in his hands. The next step was to determine when to go. Lulu had been back at the apartment for a while. The apartment still held traces of her and Xiachan's life, but there was no sign of Xiachan. Lulu seemed to have returned to her previous life. Only now, the wariness and sharpness in her eyes had lessened, replaced by a sense of haziness and loneliness. Lulu opened the door, preparing to go out and buy ingredients for dinner. At this moment, the door to the next room also opened. A handsome young man called out to Lulu. "Lulu, going out for groceries again?" Lulu gave a soft A few days ago, on her way home from grocery shopping, Lulu was accidentally bumped into by a young man. The young man offered to take Lulu to the hospital because she was bleeding, but Lulu refused. The young man still insisted on walking Lulu home. Unable to refuse, Lulu let the young man walk her to the bottom of her apartment building. Unexpectedly, the two lived in the same apartment building, on the exact same floor. Lulu only found out that this person had moved in while she was staying at the villa. "Lulu, wait a minute." The young man called out to Lulu, who was about to leave. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Are you free tonight? I bought 2 movie tickets and wanted to invite you to go with me." "Thank you, but..." Lulu hesitated for a moment. She thought of Xiachan. "I'm busy tonight, so I probably can't." The young man looked disappointed but still tried to compose himself. "It's okay, maybe next time then." Lulu nodded, agreeing to next time. After saying that, she turned and left. The next day, the young man stopped her again. "Lulu, are you free today?" Lulu looked at the boy who persistently wanted to ask her out, and refused again. The young man said with a sad face, "I've never been to the movies with a girl before. It feels a bit awkward going alone. Are you free tomorrow?" Lulu thought for a moment. If she kept refusing, it would be annoying if he kept asking. She might as well go to the movies with him once. When the time came and she accidentally revealed her face, he would understand and back off on his own. "So," she said, "tomorrow then." "Awesome." And so, on the third day, Lulu went to the movies with Song Ming. Song Ming was the young man's name. The two finished watching the movie and walked out of the theater. Lulu didn't expect that after accidentally revealing her face in front of Song Ming, he didn't show any disgust or aversion. He even comforted Lulu for a while. This made Lulu feel like she was dreaming even after leaving the theater. It wasn't until 2 thugs, armed with knives, blocked their path in a small alley that Lulu snapped back to reality. Hand over all your valuables. When facing robbers, the best thing for ordinary people to do is to obey. Lulu didn't hesitate and took out all her money. Song Ming did the same. Unexpectedly, after getting the money, the 2 robbers raised their knives and said, "The girl stays. You get lost." Song Ming immediately stepped in front of Lulu. "What do you want?" "I already gave you the money." One of the robbers approached. "Hee hee, what do we want?" "Any man would understand. If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you first." Song Ming resolutely refused to yield, spreading his arms to protect Lulu behind him. He said loudly, "I won't let you hurt my girl." Lulu stared blankly at Song Ming, who was shielding her. Song Ming turned around, giving a smile that was both anxious and comforting. "Lulu, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." At this moment, Lulu felt as if she was seeing Xia Chun appear before her. Right at that moment, one of the thugs raised his knife and lunged at them. "Die!" Lulu heard the sound of a knife piercing flesh and saw blood splattering everywhere. "Lulu, run!" Song Ming fell in front of Lulu. Seeing Song Ming fall, the thugs seemed frightened and immediately fled. Lulu looked at the blood gushing from Song Ming's stomach still in a daze. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Song Ming. In the shadows, a figure in black witnessed the scene and whispered into a communicator. Master. She took the bait. Lulu followed the ambulance to the hospital. Song Ming was pushed into the emergency room. Lulu sat blankly on the hallway bench, her eyes empty, full of numbness and confusion. Right then, a pair of exquisite high heels appeared in front of her and slowly came to a stop. Lulu looked up and saw the unfamiliar face of a woman. Do you want to save him? The woman looked down at Lulu, her voice cold. Lulu was stunned. Who are you? Don't care who I am. Just do me a favor, and not only will I save him, but I'll also heal the scar on your face. Lulu was silent for a long time before muttering. What do you want me to do? The woman took a delicate little box out of her bag and held it out to Lulu. It's very simple. Put this in Qinshi's cup and make him drink it all. Lulu's eyes widened. You want me to harm Qinshi? Who exactly are you? Don't care who I am. You just need to answer whether you agree or not. Don't worry. This dissolves in water, colorless and tasteless. It's not poison. Qinshi won't notice. Just put it in his glass and let him drink it all. After that, I'll give you a large sum of money so you can leave here with that boy. How about it? Lulu bit her lower lip tightly. If I don't agree, Song Ming will die. Of course. You see, with such severe injuries, how can he survive without special medicine? Lulu lowered her head, her hair covering her eyes. You have to decide quickly. Otherwise, no one will be able to save him later. Lulu looked up and took the box from the woman's hand. Very good. Smart girl. In that case, I'll save that person first. Once you complete the mission, I'll heal your face and help you leave this place. The woman was very satisfied. But just a second later, Lulu opened the box and poured its contents into her own mouth. The woman couldn't stop her in time. What are you doing? Lulu looked up, a tragic and desperate smile on her face. This thing must be very precious, right? Now I've eaten it all. You can't harm Qinshi anymore. Don't you want to save the person in that operating room? The woman was both scared and angry. Why should I save him? Because he took a knife for me? But in this world, besides Xiachun, who would treat me so well? Song Ming is someone you deliberately sent to approach me, isn't he? Lulu laughed through her tears, laughing and crying at the same time. How could she not have guessed? Xiachun still hadn't returned. He must have met with misfortune. It wasn't like Lin Shi said, that he was on a mission. Ever since the inner city dispatched aircraft to search for Xiachun, Lulu had felt something was wrong. Even Lin Shi, a war god, went to look for him personally and still couldn't find him. Lulu knew Xiachun had definitely met with an accident. Lulu always knew she wasn't worthy of Xiachun and never hoped to stay by his side forever. Even if they eventually broke up, it would mean Xiachun had a better life. Lulu would definitely wish him well, rather than this, never being able to see Xiachun again. If her life had never seen the light, it would have been fine to just pass by in a daze. But God had shown her the light, so why take away her only ray of hope? Lulu closed her eyes in despair, quietly waiting for death. Waiting for a long time, but death never came. Lulu opened her eyes. The woman from earlier had disappeared. At this time, the woman who had just spoken to Lulu had left the hospital and arrived at a deserted place. She dialed a number. Lord, the mission failed. The parasite you gave me was eaten by that girl. What should we do now? Qingyan looked frustrated and full of self-blame. Didn't I tell you to prepare her properly? Do you know how precious a parasite is? The voice on the other end suppressed its anger. Qingyan felt wronged yet guilty. I did prepare. I sent Song Ming to approach her to gain her favor, and even had Song Ming play the hero saving the beauty, taking a knife for her at the crucial moment to strengthen their bond. I didn't expect this girl to stay so calm, pretending to agree to my demand, and then directly swallowing the parasite. Should I kill her? The person on the other end was silent for a moment, then said, forget it. Execute Plan B. Approach Qinshi. Use any means necessary to win him over. As for Song Ming, leave him to die. You can't even fool a little girl. Useless trash. Qingyan hung up the phone with a bitter face. After hanging up, a victorious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She flicked her sleeve, and a small, wriggling black object fell out. Qingyan stepped on it. With a soft squelch, only an insignificant smear of black mud remained. In the villa, Qing Yun came to visit. Lin Shi talked with Qing Yun for a while, and then Qing Yun took her leave. Qing Yi had been serving by his side the whole time. He felt that the master had been acting strange lately. Today, his attitude towards Qing Yun was also very weird, as if he was pretending not to know her. Qing Yi, continue to have Qing Air protect Lulu. Keep it discreet. Yes, sir. Originally, Qing Air had always been protecting Lulu, but a while ago, Lin Shi suddenly called him back. Qing Yi was a bit confused, but still obeyed. Only Lin Shi knew that he had been coordinating with Qing Yun recently. Saying it was coordinating, he actually didn't do anything. It was all Qing Yun directing and acting on her own. Although Qing Yun was secretly helping Lin Shi with a few things now, she was actually still controlled by her organization. Actually, Lin Shi could have removed the parasite in Qing Yun's brain to set her free. But right now, if Qing Yun left the Qingming organization, she would definitely be hunted down. And her relationship with Lin Shi wasn't deep enough for him to protect her all the time. That's why the events of the past few days happened. Qing Yun seemed to be helping Lin Shi and Lulu, but in reality, she was just protecting herself. She knew the consequences of offending Lin Shi were absolutely not something she could bear. After Qing Yun left, Lin Shi's gaze grew distant. Xiachun still hadn't returned. He should also leave this place and head to District 1. 3 days later, Lin Shi told Qing Yi to call Qing Air back. Lin Shi said to Qing Yi and Qing Air, I'm about to leave District 7. You have two choices, stay and take care of Lulu, or I'll give you a sum of money and you can leave, go wherever you want. Qing Yi and Qing Air didn't expect Lin Shi to abandon them. The two immediately knelt down. Master, we want to go with you. Lin Shi shook his head. He already knew Lulu's answer. He only called them here to inform them. I'm about to do something quite dangerous. Actually, I hope you stay here. In truth, whether they stayed in District 7 or went with him to District 1, it was very dangerous. If Qin Tian and his gang found out he left and joined the Federal General Bureau, they definitely wouldn't spare Qing Yi and Qing Air. But what was Lin Shi going to District 1 for? He wanted to destroy the spatial tunnel. That was equivalent to destroying the Federal General Bureau's lair. When the time came, it would be a life and death battle. Lin Shi could rely on his strength to escape, even return to Earth. But if Qing Yi and Qing Air followed, it would be a dead end. Staying in District 7, at least they had Qing Yun to help them. Of course, the best option was still to hide. There is some Federation money in this card. After I leave, you should change your names. If you want to stay in this district, that's fine. Going to another district won't work either. Divide this money between yourselves. I don't owe anyone anymore. Seeing how Qing Yi and Qing Air had served him for so long, and seeing Lulu's loyalty to Xiachun, even preferring death over betraying Xiachun to harm him, this was the only and the most Lin Shi could do. Seeing that Lin Shi had made up his mind, Qing Yi tremblingly took the card. We will take care of Miss Lulu and wait for the master's return. Qing Yi's originally bitter face had gained much more color after living with Lin Shi for a long time. At this moment, anyone could clearly see his eyes were red. Lin Shi whispered a few words into Qing Yi's ear, then said, Go. From now on, you must protect yourselves. Don't come back to this villa. Yes, master. Please take care. If there's a chance, we will definitely still be your servants. Lin Shi nodded, watching Qing Yi and Qing Air pack their things and leave. Soon, only Lin Shi was left in the villa. Lin Shi sat in the hall, quietly waiting for night to fall. He had already contacted the liaison he met last time through Nindui. According to that person, someone would come tonight to pick Lin Shi up and leave District 7. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Shi sat quietly in the dark without turning on the lights. His entire face was submerged in the shadows, looking lonely and dull. Suddenly, Lin Shi looked up towards the door. After a moment of silence, a figure pushed the door open and walked in. The moonlight stretched that slender figure, casting it over Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes flickered slightly. I'm back. Aren't you going to welcome me? Xiachun walked to the door and gently turned on the hall lights. Looking at the filthy Xiachun in front of him, the corners of Lin Shi's lips curled up slightly. Yeah, you're back. Xiachun went upstairs to shower and change clothes, then came downstairs to recount where he had been during this time. I was taken by a desolate beast. I didn't expect I'd still have the chance to come back alive, Xia Chun said while drying his soaking wet hair. Lin Shi listened quietly. To keep it short, I came back this time carrying a mission entrusted by the desolate beast. What mission? Lin Shi asked. Xia Chun stopped his hands and looked straight at Lin Shi. To kill someone. The hall instantly fell silent. The two looked at each other, neither saying a word. Lin Shi couldn't help but laugh, amusement in his eyes. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? If this is really your mission, don't say it out loud. You might actually succeed. Lin Shi admitted he trusted Xia Chun quite a bit. Xia Chun also let out a low chuckle. At this moment, Xia Chun suddenly said, "Looks like someone's here. Do you trust me? I've prepared all the weapons. We're heading to District 1. Have you pinpointed the location of the spatial tunnel?" Xia Chun was a bit surprised. Lin Shi said decisively, 80 or 90% sure. Then I have to tell you some bad news. Xia Chun gave a bitter smile. I'm afraid I can't destroy this spatial tunnel for now. Lin Shi's brow relaxed slightly. He naturally trusted that Xia Chun wasn't a coward. But why would Xia Chun say that? I want to leave here. Take me with you. I'll tell you when we get there. Xia Chun sighed. Just as he finished speaking, the villa door was pushed open again. An unfamiliar young man walked in. His gaze swept over Lin Shi and Xia Chun, then stopped on Lin Shi. Qin Shi, right? I'm here to pick you up. Lin Shi didn't expect the liaison to be a Tier 3 evolver. It seemed the Federal General Bureau had quite a few secret informants in District 7. I'll go with you, but you have to let me bring one more person. The man glanced at Xia Chun and said, but you must hand over your electronic devices and ID cards to me. When we arrive, someone will issue you new identities. Half an hour later, Lin Shi and Xia Chun arrived at the wilderness. An aircraft slowly descended in front of them. I'm only taking you two this far. Please get on, the guide said, then turned back. Lin Shi and Xia Chun didn't hesitate and immediately boarded the aircraft. This was an unmanned aircraft. As soon as Lin Shi and Xia Chun were seated securely, the aircraft quickly started, flying towards District 1 and disappearing into the night. 2 days later, the aircraft finally stopped, but the landing spot wasn't in the inner city, but in a wilderness. Lin Shi quickly discovered an underground structure beneath this wilderness. Even with a device shielding powerful spiritual energy, Lin Shi still found clues. When Lin Shi spread his spiritual power around, he found that about 300 kilometers away, a large-scale desolate beast attack on a city was taking place. Although he couldn't see the desolate beasts, looking at the fully armed soldiers and warriors resisting on the city walls, he could tell the battle was extremely fierce. If Lin Shi guessed correctly, that was District 1. Lin Shi and Xia Chun, wearing glasses, got off the unmanned aircraft together. On the way here, Lin Shi had already returned the storage item to Xia Chun. At this moment, a patch of grass in front of them was suddenly pushed aside, revealing a scaffold. Immediately after, a deep voice echoed from all sides of the scaffold. You two, please step on. Lin Shi and Xia Chun looked at each other. Xia Chun quickly stepped forward. Seeing nothing unusual, Lin Shi also stepped onto the scaffold. Once both stood firmly, the scaffold rapidly descended, and the entrance above them closed. It went pitch black, a darkness that made it a bit hard to adapt. At the same time, the rapid descent of the scaffold created a strong sense of weightlessness. Ordinary people would probably be screaming to the heavens by now. But Xia Chun didn't, and Lin Shi certainly didn't either. Ever since Lin Shi took him flying on Earth, Xia Chun was already used to this feeling of weightlessness. To him, it was no big deal. The two calmly accepted the rapid fall of the scaffold. After descending several hundred meters, the speed gradually began to slow down. Finally, the scaffold came to a complete stop. The area in front of them lit up again. Before them was an underground structure filled with a sci-fi vibe. Several people in special uniforms were standing at the scaffold's exit, staring intently at Lin Shi and Xia Chun. A staff member smiled and reached out his hand. Welcome to District 1. Lin Shi glanced at it, but didn't shake his hand. Xia Chun, however, shook the other party's hand amicably, avoiding an awkward situation right from the start. Between the two of you, who is the war god? The person who just reached out asked, his gaze observing Lin Shi and Xia Chun without any restraint. The question made both Lin Shi and Xia Chun fall silent. This question was a trap. The people of District 1 definitely knew the real war god of the Federal General Bureau wasn't Lin Shi. This person's words carried a hint of mockery and sarcasm, implying Lin Shi was an imposter. If Lin Shi admitted it, he would lose face when the other party denied it later. Because the two of them didn't enter District 1 directly, but took this roundabout way. Lin Shi knew entering District 1 this time wouldn't be easy. Sure enough, the other party was trying to assert dominance right from the start. It seemed the Federal General Bureau wanted to recruit him, but also wanted to suppress his momentum. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and said, "I am." As soon as he replied, someone nearby immediately scoffed. "You're the war god? I've never seen such a young war god." Lin Shi chuckled softly. A strand of spiritual power turned into a sharp sword and pierced straight out. The people opposite didn't expect Lin Shi to attack without hesitation while standing right on their turf. Feeling the terrifying spiritual power erupting from Lin Shi, the people who were just acting arrogant instantly turned pale and shouted, "Stop!" But how fast is a spiritual attack? Just as they opened their mouths, Lin Shi's attack had already hit the person who just questioned him. Instantly, that person bled from his 7 orifices and collapsed. The body hit the ground with a heavy thud. Lin Shi looked at the remaining people, whose faces were ashen, and sneered, "Have you seen one now?" Xia Chun's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Shi. If he were in Lin Shi's position, he would only know how to argue with words, not attack directly. Killing someone on their own turf was something he had never even considered. But he had to admit, Lin Shi's move was very satisfying. Especially seeing those people, who initially wanted to assert dominance, now pale as ghosts. Xia Chun felt extremely refreshed. Faced with Lin Shi's direct provocation, those people didn't dare utter another word. One person said tremblingly, "You've waited a long time. Please come this way." It turned out these people were just here to test the waters. Asserting dominance over Lin Shi? A minor character. Lin Shi and Xia Chun followed the guide to a reception room. In the middle of the room sat a long metal table, with one person sitting on each side. Seeing Lin Shi and Xia Chun arrive, a middle-aged man stood up and smiled, waving at Lin Shi. "Welcome, Mr. Qin. I am the director of the Identity Bureau of District 1, Wang Quan. Currently, District 1 is under attack by monsters. The General Bureau couldn't spare anyone, so I have to personally receive Mr. Qin. If there are any shortcomings, please forgive me." Lin Shi glanced at Wang Quan. This person looked very cunning. As for the other person, Lin Shi immediately recognized him as a Tier 6 evolver. This guy kept spinning 2 metal blades in his hands. Seeing Lin Shi and Xia Chun arrive, he didn't even bother to greet them. Lin Shi pulled out a chair and sat down. Wang Quan got straight to the point. "Mr. Qin, someone from above has already contacted you, right? If you agree to join District 1, you will be one of us. With your strength, as long as you pass the test, you can directly join the combat team as vice captain, with full level 8 authority." Lin Shi frowned. A test? He knew things wouldn't be as easy as they sounded. But he didn't come here to be a vice captain. Wang Quan gave a polite smile. "Of course, even though you are strong, we still need to test if you have the capability to be a vice captain," Wang Quan explained. "But rest assured, this test for a powerhouse like you is just a formality." Lin Shi's lips curled slightly, sneering inwardly. He didn't believe the test would be that easy. Wang Quan changed his tone. "There's one more thing. Because of the recent monster attacks, resources in District 1 are quite scarce. So after you pass the test, you might have to help us complete a few missions to get more resources." Lin Shi sneered in his heart. First luring him in, then testing him, and now making him work. The work system on Earth was truly ruthless. But Lin Shi didn't actually come to accept the vice captain position. Lin Shi thought for a moment. "No problem. I accept the test and the missions. But I have a condition." Wang Quan was surprised. "What condition?" "I must bring my friend along to participate in the test and missions." Lin Shi pointed at Xia Chun. "This is my friend. We act together." Wang Quan then looked at Xia Chun. They were primarily targeting Lin Shi, considering this person just a follower. Wang Quan thought for a moment, then nodded. "I wish you both success in passing the test. I will arrange for someone to inform you of the test's content and time. I'll have someone arrange a room for you to rest. Once the monsters retreat, we will take you into the inner city." Someone led Lin Shi and Xia Chun to a prepared room. Lin Shi and Xia Chun left. After the two were gone, Wang Quan asked the man who was still playing with his knives, "What do you think of his strength?" The blade guy stopped his hands and said disdainfully, "His spiritual power earlier was at least tier 8, but I couldn't sense any origin energy fluctuations from him. He's probably just at the level of a captain of Combat Team 3 in District 2. I told you, how could there be someone so strong outside the Federal General Bureau? There aren't that many raw materials out there. Those rumors are definitely fabricated." Wang Quan felt the blade guy's words made sense, but still said, "But the subordinates reported back with images and videos of him killing many desolate beasts. The fog was thick, and the quality of the images and videos was too low to confirm that all those desolate beasts were killed by one person. I'm guessing those remote district chiefs wanted to use the beast tide to build momentum for him, deliberately setting up a scheme. I didn't expect him to not hesitate at all. We just dropped the bait and he took it. Those guys from before are probably regretting it to death. A bunch of useless trash." The blade guy was extremely contemptuous of those newly joined district chiefs. Wang Quan nodded in agreement. Even so, his spiritual power level is very high. A young man with tier 8 spiritual power is truly a genius. Such strength is very rare. Tier 8 spiritual power? Even if he's tier 9, so what? He's still just a mortal body like an ordinary person. No matter how strong his spiritual power is, he can't resist physical attacks. As long as he falls into the firing range of our firearms, even a tier 9 spiritual power user will die on the spot, unless he has unlocked his genes to at least tier 6 or higher. Otherwise, in the face of genetic power, someone with only spiritual power is just an ant. The blade guy put away his firearms, his face still full of vigilance. Then he changed his tone. Of course, without absorbing a massive amount of raw materials, someone outside the Federal General Bureau couldn't possibly unlock their genes to tier 6 or higher. So, just proceed with the original plan. Whether he can be heavily utilized depends on whether he's a spy planted by the other side. Hearing this, Wang Quan's eyes filled with admiration. A tier 6 genetic unlock was already a powerhouse among powerhouses, with a lifespan that could reach hundreds of years. In this lifetime, he didn't dare dream of unlocking his genes to tier 6. Just reaching tier 4 would be enough to live past 150 years. I'll have someone keep an eye on those two. If anything unusual is found, we'll keep them here. Then I'll be going. You handle this. I still have a ton of work waiting for me in the inner city." The blade guy stood up and left after speaking. After the blade guy left, Wang Quan returned to his room. In the room was a giant screen displaying footage from surveillance devices. His eyes stared intently at the image of Lin Shi and Xia Chun. At this moment, Lin Shi and Xia Chun were standing in front of their room door. The person who led them there said, "You two, before entering the room to rest, to ensure safety, please hand over the items on your person for us to inspect. Once we confirm there are no dangerous items, we will return them." Lin Shi frowned, his cold gaze fixed on the person. "Ensure safety? You mean, if we don't hand them over, it won't be safe?" The staff member broke out in a cold sweat under Lin Shi's powerful, oppressive gaze. He naturally knew this person had just killed one of their own upon entering, but he had to complete the task assigned from above. He could only force an awkward smile and say, No, that's not what I meant. This is just our standard procedure. If we don't inspect your items, you two won't be able to enter District 1. This statement was indeed true. Not just Lin Shi and Xia Chun, anyone entering District 1 had to undergo an inspection. If someone brought dangerous weapons or weapons of mass destruction into the city, the consequences would be severe. Xia Chun glanced at Lin Shi, took off his glasses, and handed them to the staff member. "Keep them intact and bring them back." The staff member respectfully took them, his eyes showing clear fear. Lin Shi sneered, opened his backpack, took out a plastic bag that looked like it held trash, and tossed it to the staff member. "These are my things. 32 items in total. Make sure to return all of them." The staff member caught the bag, freezing in place. 32 items. What 32 items? He opened the bag and saw it was filled with exquisite jewelry, unable to believe this was all of it. "These are all." The staff member's eyes widened in shock. This feeling was no different from an ordinary person admiring a luxury car, only to witness a tycoon casually pull out a dozen car keys and claim they were all his. The staff member regained his composure and watched Lin Shi zip up his backpack. Seeing something sparkling flash inside, he asked, "Why you? What's in your backpack?" Lin Shi unzipped the backpack completely. Inside, more than half of the backpack was filled with desolate crystals. The staff member's eyes widened again, pointing at Lin Shi's backpack in disbelief. These things, could they be? At this moment, Wang Quan, who was monitoring the screen, suddenly jumped up, approached the screen, and said loudly, "Desolate crystals? How can there be so many desolate crystals?" Wang Quan stared at the screen, his eyes wide, panting heavily. He, a director who had been in the business for over 30 years, had only unlocked his genes to Tier 3. If he had this many desolate crystals to exchange for materials, let alone unlocking Tier 4, even Tier 5 would be a breeze. Wang Quan's eyes flashed with greed and thirst, even wanting to reach into the screen and grab the desolate crystals directly. Another staff member exclaimed, "Just now, were those really desolate crystals? How does this person have so many? There must be at least a few hundred." The other staff members in the observation room pulled Wang Quan back to reality. No matter how tempting the desolate crystals were, he couldn't just seize them arbitrarily. At least, not right now. What desolate crystals? How could there be so many? It's probably just some kind of gemstone, Wang Quan denied. The staff members who hadn't seen clearly at first immediately understood. "You guys keep a close eye on this place. I'll go take a look." After saying that, Wang Quan quickly left the observation room. As Lin Shi was zipping up his backpack for the staff member, the man gasped. From such a close distance, the unique color of the desolate crystals was unmistakable. They were definitely desolate crystals. The staff member didn't dare look anymore. He felt these two people were absolutely not someone he could mess with. He held Lin Shi and Xia Chun's storage items. "Then, please go into the room and rest. Once the inspection is done, I will return them to you." After saying that, he nodded to Lin Shi and Xia Chun and left. Lin Shi and Xia Chun then entered the room. This was a fully equipped suite with 2 bedrooms, a modern design, and a predominantly white color scheme, looking simple and clean. But not long after, the room door opened again. Another staff member, wearing a special uniform, walked in. Xia Chun frowned, saying unhappily, "Didn't you tell us to rest? Why did you come in without knocking?" This staff member was expressionless and replied coldly, "You too. Please cooperate with the inspection. Please take off your clothes and hand over all your belongings to us. Someone just took our things for inspection. Why do we have to have our clothes and belongings inspected again?" The staff member explained, "My colleague is only in charge of inspecting storage items. I am in charge of inspecting other items. So please cooperate." Lin Shi spoke up, "What if we don't want to comply? If you don't cooperate, you won't be allowed to enter District 1. He used that to threaten them. Even the usually good-tempered Xia Chun couldn't hold back, looking at Lin Shi to ask for his opinion. Lin Shi's face was already cold. He said, "Then we don't need to enter this District 1. Please call the person from earlier to return our things. We're leaving." But the staff member added, "You already know the location of our secret base, so we can't let you leave." Lin Shi sneered, killing intent evident in his eyes. "So what are you guys? Planning to imprison us? Where's Wang Quan? Tell him to come out and talk. Our director is busy. Please cooperate." That mechanical, official response made Xia Chun frown. Lin Shi walked straight toward the staff member. A second later, he grabbed the man by the throat. The skin felt like a real person's, but the body temperature was freezing cold, and his expression remained unchanged. It turned out this was a highly realistic android. TCH. So afraid of death? Sending an android. Lin Shi tightened his grip and snapped the android's head off. He carried the android's head toward the door. A second later, a mechanical sound rang out, and the room door was tightly locked. Lin Shi threw the android's head on the ground, his cold gaze fixed on the door. "You think you can control us with just this?" Wang Quan's voice rang out from inside the room. "You two better not act rashly. Obediently cooperate with the inspection, and I guarantee you will safely enter District 1. Or else." Before Lin Shi could finish, the originally clean and tidy ceiling and walls suddenly revealed a multitude of cold, gaping holes. These gun muzzles came in various shapes: round, square, triangular. They looked like sophisticated mechanical devices, radiating a cold metallic gleam, covering the entire room and leaving no place to hide. 360 degrees with no blind spots, aiming straight at Xia Chun and Lin Shi. Xia Chun's eyes instantly turned serious, and he quickly leaned close to Lin Shi. You two are just flesh and blood. I advise you to obediently listen. Wang Quan's voice echoed from a hidden corner of the room. At the same time, the gun muzzles in the room began to rotate slowly, emitting a low rumble. Every muzzle was locked onto Xia Chun and Lin Shi, as if waiting for a command. It's been a long time since I've had a good slaughter. Lin Shi lightly flicked his wrist, and a sword hilt appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a lightsaber over a meter long. Wang Quan, standing in the control room, saw Lin Shi's movement and pressed the red button on the control panel without hesitation. Your bodies still have storage items. You brought this upon yourselves. Don't blame me. Die. All of you die. Leave those desolate crystals to me. Wang Quan laughed wickedly and ruthlessly. A second later, the gun muzzles in the room where Lin Shi and Xia Chun were standing suddenly lit up with a terrifying color. Immediately after, countless energy bullets and artillery shells rained down like a storm. In an instant, the entire surveillance screen was engulfed by the blinding light of energy bullets, as if tearing space apart. No one could clearly see the situation inside the room. The staff members in the observation room witnessed this scene, panicking and not knowing what to do. Director Wang wants to kill those two. Should we report this to our superiors? Will we offend Director Wang? Those two are definitely dead. Let's just ignore it. As people of this base, they clearly understood the terrifying destructive power of the specially designed weapon system in that room. Needless to say, even if the Federation's war god went in there, it would be hard to come out alive. Because the destructive power of those weapons was something even a genetic activator couldn't block. A genetic activator might be able to dodge bullets, but if there was nowhere to hide, how could a body of flesh and blood withstand the pinnacle of the Federation's 10,000 years of technology? Unless the bodies of the people in that room were harder than their specially made riot-proof alloy bricks. Wait, look. In the room, on the blurry surveillance footage, two figures quickly moved toward the door. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the thick alloy door, which hadn't even been cut open, crashed heavily to the ground. Through the hallway camera, everyone saw clearly. The two walked out of the room completely unharmed. Weren't those the two who were just trapped in that room? The two were as calm as if they had just walked out of their own backyard. The staff members staring at the surveillance screen looked as if they had seen a ghost. This type of door is made of a special alloy panel. Even bombs can't break it. How did those two get out? Are these two monsters? How did they manage to get out? We should quickly report to our superiors. We need to call for help immediately. The surveillance screen quickly showed Lin Shi and Xia Chun heading toward the control room. They're heading to the control room. Director Wang is there. Quick, warn Director Wang. The observation room was in chaos. Some reported the situation to the higher-ups in District 1, some called for help, and some stared at the screen in horror. In the control room, Wang Quan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Lin Shi use a lightsaber to dismantle the deadly trap he had set. Seeing the two charging straight for the control room, Wang Quan's hands trembled. He hurriedly told the staff member managing the control room, "Quick, open the barriers. Stop those two." Yes. The staff member immediately rushed to the control panel and began blocking Lin Shi and Xia Chun's path. Seeing the hallway ahead blocked by a metal door, Lin Shi swung his lightsaber without hesitation. The sword light flashed. Xia Chun kicked the door hard, and the metal door collapsed to the ground. Instantly, laser beams shot out from both sides of the hallway, aiming at Lin Shi and Xia Chun. Lin Shi immediately activated an energy shield. The laser beams stopped a few dozen centimeters away from them, unable to advance any further. Lin Shi swung his lightsaber a few times, destroying the laser devices, and continued moving forward with Xia Chun. In the control room, Wang Quan panicked. Those useless fools. Hurry up and stop him. Is he coming here? How does he know the location of the control room? Is there a spiritual camouflage set up here or not? Damn it. What is that sword in his hand? How can it cut through our doors? The staff member wiped his sweat and explained, spiritual camouflage can hide most spiritual power, but if the opponent's spiritual power exceeds our camouflage limit, they can still detect a little bit. Another staff member said in a deep voice, The sword in his hand seems to be a single-target melee weapon created by the Scientific Research Institute a few years ago. I heard that every time it's activated, it consumes a massive amount of desolate crystal energy. When it first came out, it was considered the worst invention of the past century. They only managed to make one sword before the project ran out of funding and was halted. I heard even the scientist who created that sword had to go on the run because of debt. Motherf asterisk cur. Wang Quan's eyes widened, cursing. He now wanted to kill the guy who called it a bad invention, and especially wanted to kill the guy who created such a powerful melee weapon. Guards, hurry up and stop him. Lin Shi and Xia Chun advanced a bit further. Suddenly, two metal doors dropped down, blocking their path forward and backward. At the same time, the air temperature in the room skyrocketed. Follow me, Lin Shi instructed Xia Chun, then quickly approached the metal door. With a few sword strikes, the door was cut open by the sharp lightsaber. Xia Chun gave it a hard kick, and the thick, heavy metal door collapsed along the square cuts Lin Shi had made. As soon as the door fell, a dense barrage of firepower instantly covered the area where Lin Shi and Xia Chun were standing. Behind the door stood a squad of fully armored guards. Holding various modern weapons, they opened fire without hesitation. The firearms in their hands seemed to not need bullets, shooting violent energy forward. Gunfire echoed continuously. At the same time, two guards quickly threw two grenades at the broken metal door. Boom, boom. Two massive explosions rang out. The hallway instantly burst into fierce flames, filled with thick smoke and dust. The powerful shockwave from the explosion pushed the guard squad back several meters. But when the smoke cleared, the guard squad was horrified to find Lin Shi and Xia Chun completely unharmed. They stared wide-eyed, so shocked they even forgot to reload. With cold eyes, Lin Shi gripped his lightsaber and charged forward like a fierce tiger. The sword light flashed, and the guards fell. After dealing with these people, Lin Shi and Xia Chun continued toward the control room. Wang Quan watched in terror as Lin Shi drew closer, feeling utter despair in his heart. In his position, how could he not be afraid of death? On the surveillance screen, Lin Shi approached step by step like the Grim Reaper. He never expected that a moment of greed would push him to a dead end. He originally wanted to live longer. At this moment, fear overwhelmed him. He could only scream, "Stop them! Stop them for me!" But the staff members in the control room were so terrified they lost all reaction. Half of them even collapsed on the floor, trembling as they said, They're here." In the face of this situation, Wang Quan's screams became weak and pathetic. With a few sword strikes, Lin Shi shattered the last metal door and stepped into the control room. Seeing Wang Quan sitting there, his whole body trembling, Lin Shi's lips curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. He raised his lightsaber and slashed across Wang Quan's neck, ending his life. Instantly, the lightsaber created a sharp, perfect cut. Wang Quan's terrified face was forever frozen, his chest heaving violently before death, a mix of anger and horror. "You dare do this?" Lin Shi gently swung his lightsaber, as if wiping away non-existent blood. Even though he had just killed many people, his face remained calm and indifferent, as if it were all just a trivial matter. "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, this is the consequence they must bear. You killed the director of the Federation's Identity Management Bureau. Do you still want to kill outsiders and then go against the Federal General Bureau?" The blade guy looked at Lin Shi warily, blocking his path out of the control room. On his way back after being called, he had seen the footage obtained by his subordinates from the observation room. Seeing Lin Shi walk out of that meticulously arranged room completely unharmed, he understood. The young man in front of him had definitely unlocked his genes to at least Tier 6, and his awakened ability was likely an extremely strong defense. At this moment, the attitude of the two was completely different from their previous relaxed demeanor, because he really wasn't sure he could keep Lin Shi here, especially the sword in Lin Shi's hand, which seemed able to cut through anything. The sword light made him extremely vigilant. Lin Shi said very casually, "Going against you guys is no big deal. If you don't have the sincerity to cooperate, then I'm leaving. If you want to stop me, just try." Although Lin Shi's words were casual, the weight and threat hidden within made the blade guy not dare to take them lightly. And the blade guy didn't dare to attack Lin Shi either. Lin Shi now gave him a completely different feeling from the first time he met him in the reception room. If back then, in his perception, Lin Shi was just a gentle and obedient desolate beast, now, Lin Shi was as terrifying as a ferocious high-level desolate beast. In his heart, he already had a feeling that he absolutely couldn't stop the two people in front of him from leaving. The Blade guy secretly cursed that damn Wang Quan for causing trouble for him right after he left. Right at this moment, the Blade guy's optical computer vibrated. He immediately stepped back a few paces and looked down at it. A moment later, the Blade guy's expression softened. He said sternly, "You too. What happened today was due to our mismanagement. Wang Quan deserved to die? Can we put down our weapons and talk?" Lin Shi sneered. "Do we still need to hand over our personal belongings to cooperate with the inspection? No need. When you arrived, the scanner didn't detect any dangerous items. Besides, you've already cooperated by handing over your storage items." The Blade guy's gaze suddenly fell on the lightsaber in Lin Shi's hand. He was still keeping another storage item on him, but at this moment, he didn't dare remind Lin Shi to hand over more storage items, lest he anger him further. "If you two don't leave here first, I'll have someone arrange a room for you." Lin Shi sheathed his sword and said coldly, "We don't want to be attacked again. We're going to rest above ground. Let us know when it's time to enter the city. I'll have someone take you up. As for your storage items, I'll have someone return them immediately." At this moment, the Blade guy's attitude toward Lin Shi had visibly improved. Someone carrying dozens of storage items and spending so many desolate crystals was absolutely not a spy or a scout. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon be colleagues. The Blade guy called a staff member over. This staff member's face was full of fear. He walked over trembling, clearly terrified, but with orders from above, he didn't dare disobey. With shaking hands, he made an inviting gesture to Lin Shi and Xia Chan. "You two, please follow me." Lin Shi and Xia Chan followed the staff member back the way they came. They didn't walk fast, because the guiding staff member looked very tense, occasionally looking back at Lin Shi and Xia Chan, then quickly looking away and continuing forward. Halfway there, the guiding staff member suddenly stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Xia Chan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, catching him. But this action seemed to terrify the guiding staff member. He looked at Xia Chan in panic, then at Lin Shi and Xia Chan, his eyes full of fear. A moment later, the guiding staff member almost fell again. This time, Xia Chan also caught him in time. But this made the guiding staff member even more terrified. He began to tremble, his face pale. Lin Shi glanced at the staff member and said, "What's wrong? Don't even know how to walk. And no, I know the way, I know the way." The staff member almost ran to lead the way. Right at that moment, another staff member appeared ahead, blocking their path. This person was the one who had come to collect Lin Shi and Xia Chan's belongings earlier. He stood there, holding an exquisite box containing Lin Shi and Xia Chan's items. "Here are your things." The guiding staff member stuttered, his voice revealing clear fear. His body trembled violently, obviously terrified. The staff member practically sprinted to lead the way. Just then, another staff member appeared ahead, blocking their path. This was the same person who had come to collect Lin Shi and Xia Chan's belongings earlier. He stood there, holding an exquisite box containing Lin Shi and Xia Chan's items. "Here's everything," the guiding staff member stuttered, his voice trembling with obvious fear. His body shook uncontrollably. He was clearly terrified. He didn't dare look the two of them in the eye, keeping his head bowed as his hands trembled. Lin Shi and Xia Chan took their belongings from him, then let him continue leading the way. Along the way, they had to pass through multiple security checkpoints using various staff or personal ID cards before Lin Shi and Xia Chan finally made it back up the scaffolding. Once on the ground, the guiding staff member asked in a trembling voice, "You too? This place is desolate. Do you need us to set up a temporary shelter?" "No need," Lin Shi declined. "Then, can I head back first?" The staff member looked at Lin Shi cautiously, gulping. Lin Shi waved him off. The staff member looked as if he'd been granted amnesty and hurriedly scrambled back up the scaffolding. Before he even made it down, he started crying right there on the scaffolding. Xia Chan chuckled softly, looking at Lin Shi. He's probably just thrilled to finally send off two terrifying guests and keep his little life. I thought we'd have to fight our way out. Lin Shi retracted his killing intent. Xia Chun pushed up his glasses and said, "They probably guessed your strength from what you just did. In this kind of situation, knowing they can't win, there's no need for a pointless fight. Next, they'll either respect your strength and try to recruit you, or they'll wait until the wild beast attack is over to hunt us down. Right now, the first possibility seems more likely. Let's go. Find a place to camp around here." Lin Shi glanced at the camping gear in his spatial storage and found a spot a few kilometers away from the underground base to set up camp. Not long after sending Lin Shi off, the staff member who had just been crying returned to the Blade Man's side. "Sir, I've sent those two up. Keep an eye on where they camp. Make a trip up there every day to bring them some supplies," the Blade Man ordered. "Ah, yes. Is that all?" The Blade Man's eyes turned cold as he said, "Am I talking to someone else?" "Why, yes, sir." The staff member pleaded with his eyes and quickly retreated. The Blade Man opened his optical terminal and quickly contacted headquarters. "Everything is arranged, sir. What's our next move?" Meanwhile, Lin Shi and Xia Chun finished setting up an inflatable tent and temporarily settled inside. Lin Shi then asked Xia Chun, "Before we left, you mentioned something about the spatial tunnel being indestructible. Can you explain that clearly now?" Xia Chun sighed. He recounted his encounter with that special wild beast and his guess about its true identity. The planetary will. Lin Shi and Qing Zhou exclaimed in shock almost simultaneously. "Are you saying the spatial tunnel was created by the planetary will itself, an entity capable of manipulating spatial power?" "I don't know if it was lying to me, but that's what it said." Lin Shi fell into deep thought. With this answer, all his previous speculations finally connected into a coherent picture. No wonder the center of this planet couldn't locate the planetary will. No wonder the wild beasts on the Sonlian continent almost always appeared out of nowhere. Is it all because this planetary will controls spatial power? That should be it, Qing Zhou confirmed. Lin Shi asked, "If so, why would it do that? Why slaughter the humans on its own planet? Why create the spatial tunnel?" Xia Chun recalled as he answered, "I had the same question at first, until it told me. The development of humanity has devastated this planet's environment, causing it to decline. So, it created the wild beasts to suppress humanity's technological advancement. But that wasn't enough. Humans, driven by their own interests, relentlessly exploited resources. So, it wanted to solve the problem once and for all. It used the spatial tunnel to drive the humans of the Sonlian continent away, opening a one-way tunnel to Blue Star. But humans were smarter than it imagined. They were also deeply attached to power. And Blue Star's planetary will wasn't exactly welcoming to the humans of this world. So, the migration plan hit a dead end. At the same time, that spatial tunnel became a conduit for the humans of the Sonlian continent to steal resources from Blue Star. The reason it hasn't closed it. I'm guessing it asked Blue Star's planetary will for help, but Blue Star's planetary will refused. It's ironic, really. A matter between two planets ended up involving us. As for the phenomenon of the wild beast horde overflowing once every 10,000 years, that's its attempt to stop humans from further destroying the planet. Last time, 10,000 years ago, the beast horde destroyed half of the Federation's inner city. Countless people died, and humanity's development was indeed significantly suppressed. However, this action also consumed a massive amount of its energy, forcing it into a deep slumber. Lin Shi frowned, looking at Xia Chun's worried eyes. "So, my appearance is hindering its plan, right? Did you really come back to kill me?" Xia Chun nodded helplessly. "I had to agree to its demands to come back. It gave me two choices. 1, kill you, so it can continue its plan to weaken humanity. 2, convince you to side with it and weaken humanity together." Lin Shi frowned at Xia Chun. "I'm guessing you can't do either of those. So you came back to deliver the bad news." Xia Chun understood Lin Shi, and Lin Shi understood Xia Chun. Lin Shi knew Xia Chun couldn't kill him, nor could he help the planetary will slaughter innocent civilians. "You guessed right on both counts." Xia Chun pulled up his shirt, revealing a strange pattern on his chest. It looked like spiderweb veins, spreading out from his heart to the rest of his body. And right in the center of Xia Chun's heart was a crystal identical to the ones on the desolate star. "This crystal seems to be fused with my heart. I must complete the mission and bring it back within 10 days. Otherwise, I'll die." Xia Chun smiled helplessly, as if talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Lin Shi looked at Xia Chun's condition with a shocked and grave expression, muttering, "No wonder you didn't mention wanting to see Lulu before leaving New District 7. You had already decided to die back then, hadn't you?" Xia Chun remained silent. "Didn't you think about just heading straight back to Blue Star to complete this mission? Since it's impossible to do, then forget it." Xia Chun shook his head again. "If we go back, we'll still know what kind of difficulties we're facing. But at least now we have hope. When I was with that wild beast, I thought of countless possibilities. If it really comes down to slaughtering innocent civilians, even you wouldn't be able to do it, right?" Xia Chun's gaze seemed to pierce right through Lin Shi. Lin Shi frowned. In his mind, the scene right before activating the Heaven and Earth Reversal Array on Blue Star flashed by. To fight for survival, he had cooperated with the government to sacrifice ordinary people. Those images flashed through his mind frame by frame like a fast-forwarded movie, making Lin Shi clench his fists tightly. That feeling of powerlessness, he truly never wanted to experience it again. Back then, he could still tell himself it was for survival, for the continuation of humanity. But what about now? Was it to protect the people on Blue Star? Lin Shi couldn't help but think of the civilians who looked at him with passionate, grateful eyes when he drove away the wild beasts. Their eyes were so clear, sincere, and pure. Their cheers were so resounding. If you said the high-ranking officials of the federal headquarters, those who hoarded power from the people, all deserved to die, then the civilians who always lived at the bottom and enjoyed no resources were truly innocent. They didn't get to enjoy 99% of the world's resources, yet they had to bear the consequences of the planet's overexploitation and the resulting wrath of the planetary will. But Lin Shi still said stubbornly, "Xia Chun, we actually don't need to be soft-hearted for the civilians. Even if we side with the wild beast, so what? I can help it kill people. As long as it destroys the spatial tunnel, our mission will be complete. Do you understand? Even though our ancestors came from this world, we were born on Blue Star. We have no connection to this world whatsoever. Could you really slaughter countless defenseless civilians? Lin Shi, even if you could, I wouldn't let you." Xia Chun looked at Lin Shi seriously. "Just how strong is that wild beast?" Lin Shi asked. Xia Chun nodded slightly. "Its strength, its spiritual power is definitely much higher than yours. As for its physical strength and speed, I haven't seen it in action. But since the other wild beasts are already that strong, the strength of their creator goes without saying." Xia Chun didn't voice the rest of his speculations, but Lin Shi could guess the answer. Relying on their own strength to fight against a planetary will? How could that be possible? It was like the difference between a mortal and the heavens and earth. It was a fundamental difference in nature, the difference between a human and a god, an uncrossable abyss. Actually, it's not like there's no solution. Having heard the entire conversation between Lin Shi and Xia Chun, Qingzhou suddenly displayed a line of text on the treasure bowl's interface. What solution? Lin Shi slightly raised his eyes. Follow Blue Star's planetary will and send humanity back to a primitive society. Animals can live in harmony with nature because they only strive to survive, relying on the planet, taking from nature and giving back to it, so they definitely won't destroy their habitat. But as far as I know, the technological level of this planet is practically unafraid of any natural forces. Ordinary civilians might die, but the upper class will absolutely be fine, Lin Shi said. If natural disasters don't work, then what? Since we can't fight the planetary will, why not think about overthrowing the current ruling class of the Sanlian continent? If you can rule the humans of the Sanlian continent, destroy the federal headquarters, dismantle the technological civilization of the Sanlian continent, and liberate the ordinary people to go back to farming, it wouldn't go against the planetary will, and not as many people would have to die. While pondering the feasibility of this idea, Lin Shi relayed Qingzhou's words to Xia Chun. Xia Chun smiled and nodded, saying, "This is the glimmer of hope I thought of. But it's easier said than done. From what I know, the federal headquarters has already realized the existence of the planetary will and is building a weapon capable of threatening the entire Sanlian continent, preparing to place it near the Earth's core. If we don't wipe them out completely, they might very well risk destroying this planet, taking all of humanity down with them. Because of this, even it doesn't dare to push the federal headquarters too far. Furthermore, even if we succeed, humanity originally came from a primitive society. Where there are people, there is ambition and selfishness. Even if we eliminate the federal headquarters, someone will eventually want to restore technological civilization. In that case, we simply can't convince the planetary will decide with us. Then find someone whose will absolutely won't change, who has no ambition to rule, and who is trusted by the planet to manage the Sanlian continent. Lin Shi relayed Qing Zhou's words, then looked at Xia Chun. Xia Chun nodded, his thoughts perfectly aligned with Qing Zhou's. Destroy the federal headquarters, and I will become the manager, issuing new policies to govern the Sanlian continent. Under Hong Kong's control, I will be the one it trusts. As long as I ensure the stability of this world, it won't kill me. The focal point of this plan, if feasible, is that Xia Chun won't die. They could cooperate with the planetary will, Hong Kong, and once successful, it would automatically close the spatial tunnel. The downside was that Xia Chun would be bound by this plan, becoming Hong Kong's puppet. At the same time, he wouldn't be able to return to Blue Star. However, this wasn't absolute. If they found a more suitable person, Xia Chun could be freed. Most importantly, the prerequisite for executing this plan was that Xia Chun and Lin Shi had to be absolutely certain they could destroy the federal headquarters, successfully replace it, and seize both power and the hearts of the people. And the first step is to convince the planetary will, Hong Kong, to accept the cooperation. That's why I came back here to tell you this. I'll handle the negotiations. If I succeed, the rest of the work will probably mostly fall on you. Xia Chun smiled bitterly at Lin Shi, looking apologetic for troubling him again. He didn't mention the possibility of the negotiations failing, which would result in him being killed by the planetary will. Xia Chun used his spiritual power to create a connection that others couldn't hear or sense, saying, "If I don't return in 5 days and you can't contact me, immediately have Qing Zhou take you away from the Sanlian continent. Never come back." Lin Shi, when that time comes, the responsibility of protecting the survival of Blue Star's humanity will be handed over to you. A spiritual connection allowed them to directly feel each other's emotions. Even knowing Xia Chun had made up his mind, Lin Shi still used his spiritual power to advise him one last time. "Why don't we just go back together? We'll consider the mission a failure, but at least we'll still be alive." "No, I have to try." Xia Chun gave a brave smile. Lin Shi sighed. Sometimes, he really didn't understand Xia Chun. Was he really not worried about this world at all? Or was it that nothing and no one could shake his resolve? "Got it. Go do what you have to do." Lin Shi and Xia Chun rested together in the tent for a night. The next day, when the staff brought food and daily supplies, Lin Shi quickly stopped them. "Wait a moment, don't go yet. Is there anything else you need, sir?" The staff member stopped by Lin Shi was so scared he almost knelt. Lin Shi said, "Help me inform your superiors. I need a drone. My friend needs to go out for a bit. I can trade a storage container for it." "Why, yes, sir. I'll report it right away." Lin Shi let go, and the staff member hurriedly scrambled back. Not long after, the engine roar of an aircraft descending echoed in the sky. "Here is the aircraft. The boss said it's a gift for you. He also told me to ask if you're going along." "I'm not going." Hearing Lin Shi say he wasn't going, the aircraft pilot seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then said, "Then I'll teach you how to fly it a bit." Xia Chun nodded at Lin Shi, then boarded the aircraft. Xia Chun was very smart. He remembered things after seeing them once. In no time, he had mastered how to operate the aircraft. Soon, the pilot was allowed to leave. Xia Chun waved goodbye to Lin Shi from afar, then piloted the aircraft in a certain direction. The crystal in his chest would guide him to find that special wild beast. Lin Shi watched the aircraft disappear from sight before withdrawing his gaze. For the next 3 days, people brought food to Lin Shi. More accurately, they were monitoring to see if Lin Shi had left or if he had any unusual activities. Lin Shi relaxed leisurely, occasionally going out to exercise, practice his sword, or do some martial arts. On the 4th day after Xia Chun left, the wild beast horde attacking New District 1 began to retreat. Lin Shi packed up the tent and leaped up a tree. From the tree, he saw countless wild beasts scattering. The scene was like a surging flood, and the ground trembled with them. By dusk, the wild beast horde had finally retreated completely. Lin Shi climbed down from the tree, but there was still no news from Xia Chun. Just as Lin Shi's mood began to sink with the setting sun, the treasure bowl finally connected with Xia Chun's storage container. Xia Chun, Lin Shi, it agreed. Receiving Xia Chun's message, Lin Shi's face clearly showed joy. Xia Chun was still alive. That meant their first step was a success. He didn't know how Xia Chun had convinced the planetary will, but Xia Chun said he would tell Lin Shi when he got back. He was currently on his way back. By now, he could probably enter the city, but Lin Shi decided to wait for Xia Chun to return. Not long after, the logistics staff delivering daily supplies found Lin Shi. They asked Lin Shi if he wanted to enter the city right away. Now that the wild beasts had retreated, they wanted to recruit Lin Shi, so there was no reason to keep him out here anymore. Of course, they could still use repairs as an excuse to delay, but doing so would definitely ruin whatever goodwill Lin Shi had left for New District 1. Lin Shi remained calm and said, "Wait a bit longer." He waited until the next morning. Seeing a black dot getting closer on the horizon, Lin Shi knew it was Xia Chun returning. Sure enough, Xia Chun piloted the aircraft and landed not far from Lin Shi. Lin Shi had set the tent back up yesterday, so Xia Chun easily spotted his location. Jumping down from the aircraft, Xia Chun hugged Lin Shi. Lin Shi returned the tight embrace. During the day Xia Chun was gone, Lin Shi had almost given up on everything, preparing to return to Blue Star. But that was only the worst-case scenario. He didn't want to return to Blue Star in defeat, only to continue fighting against the will of another planet. If that happened, all their previous efforts would have been meaningless. Actually, Xia Chun had also prepared himself for sacrifice, so when the two reunited, they both felt as if they had lived through multiple lifetimes. Lin Shi let go of Xia Chun and asked, "You convinced it?" "You could say it was a success." Xia Chun recalled, "On the way to find Hong Kong, I got to admire the natural scenery of this world. This world is clearly larger than Blue Star, and it has far more wastelands and deserts. I wondered, why do we assume we're opposed to the planetary will? This entire world clearly provides a habitat for humanity, fresh air, food, and beautiful scenery. Nature gave birth to humanity. If humans could live in harmony with nature without destroying it, the Sonlian continent wouldn't have developed to this point. In reality, whether on Blue Star or the Sonlian continent, we don't have a conflict of stance with the wills of these planets. Everything they create is solely for the purpose of maintaining the planet's existence. Even if they aren't aggressive, we shouldn't let humanity continue to devastate nature." Lin Shi listened intently. "So, I didn't mention our initial plans. The first thing I said when I met it was that I wanted to help it." Xia Chun explained to Hong Kong, the will of the Sonlian continent, that he stood on the side of nature, advocating for environmental protection, opposing the overexploitation of resources, and that he was determined to help it. Do you know what its first reaction was when it heard that? It said that a long time ago, there was also a group of people on the Sonlian continent who spoke out in the name of environmental protection. At first, it thought humanity had finally understood the importance of protecting this planet. But unexpectedly, after observing for a short time, it discovered that those people were only paying lip service to environmental protection. In reality, the organizations behind them were using that cause to gain fame, political leverage, and money. Later, with the advancement of science and technology, humanity became less and less dependent on nature. They could purify water, clean the air, and produce food themselves. Because of this, they became even more ruthless in mining minerals, even setting their sights on the Earth's core. It said humans are deceitful, fickle, and driven by personal gain. It doesn't trust humanity. Then how did you convince it to agree to our plan? Lin Shi asked. Xia Chun pushed up his glasses and smiled bitterly. More accurately, it gave us 1 year. If it doesn't see results after a year, it won't hesitate to kill me. 1 year? Lin Shi frowned, weighing the chances of success. 1 year was too short. The two of them wanted to overthrow the federal headquarters. If they infiltrated from the borders, there wouldn't be enough time. So, they could only strike from the top down. For this massive system that had existed for tens of thousands of years, even killing the supreme ruler wouldn't affect the normal operations at the lower levels. Only killing everyone in key positions would be effective. Therefore, they needed to get their hands on detailed intelligence about the federal headquarters. He firmly believed his old friends there must have intelligence agents within the federal headquarters. Lin Shi thought of Bao Lai, Qin Tian, and the others who founded the new alliance. They originally wanted to fight against the federal headquarters, so they must have gathered a lot of information. Although Lin Shi's original plan hadn't changed, the immediate steps needed adjustment. Don't stress too much. Even if we fail, we've tried our best, Xia Chun comforted him, remaining quite optimistic himself. Why wouldn't it work? We'll definitely get it done. Maybe we won't even need a year, Lin Shi said confidently. Xia Chun was surprised. What are you planning to do? Lin Shi chuckled softly. Going back to my old profession. Just working as an assassin. Around lunchtime, the logistics staff came to deliver supplies. This time, Lin Shi called out to the man. I'm getting ready to enter the city. The logistics staff looked around and didn't see Xia Chun, feeling a bit suspicious. Based on previous observations, Lin Shi clearly had a companion, but they had installed a tracking device on Lin Shi's vehicle. Where that person went, they'd know once they checked the vehicle at the base. So, the logistics staff didn't say much else. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. After the logistics staff left, it wasn't long before a car pulled up and stopped in front of Lin Shi's tent. A man holding a blade stood by the car. Lin Shi packed up the tent and got into the passenger seat. Before being introduced, the man said, My name is Li Feng. You can just call me Lin Shi. The car sped toward New District 1. Li Feng asked a few questions about Lin Shi's living situation over the past few days, then casually asked, Where's your companion? Weren't you guys together before? Xia Chun had already left, not with Lin Shi. After careful discussion, they decided to act in two different directions. Xia Chun returned to New District 7 to find Bao Lai and the others, conveying Lin Shi's intention to cooperate while gathering intelligence on the federal headquarters. Afterward, Xia Chun would use the storage container to transfer the federal headquarters intelligence to Lin Shi. Meanwhile, Lin Shi would play the role of a spy infiltrating New District 1. According to Xia Chun's words, Lin Shi would become a lone hero infiltrating the federal headquarters, secretly destroying their forces from the inside. The new alliance only needed to provide the necessary intelligence support. This plan was quite similar to the strategy Lin Shi had previously discussed with Bao Lai and the others, which was to find a way to attack the federal headquarters without harming innocent civilians. Since Xia Chun returned to New District 7, he would act as the war god spokesperson. Under the influence of his partner Lin Shi, the members of the new alliance wouldn't cause trouble for Xia Chun. This identity would elevate Xia Chun's reputation among the people. Once Lin Shi destroyed the federal headquarters, Xia Chun would rely on that prestige to step up and become the new leader of humanity on the Sanlian continent. Therefore, Lin Shi didn't hesitate to hand over all the storage containers and most of the desolate crystals to Xia Chun to help him build his forces. With the two of them working hard in two different directions, the plan would be executed much faster. Lin Shi made up an excuse for Xia Chun. He didn't feel safe. He's a coward and didn't want to come with me, so the negotiations failed. Li Feng laughed, turning to look at Lin Shi, and said, I didn't expect you to be so merciful to an acquaintance. He meant that Lin Shi surprisingly didn't kill the one who betrayed him. After all, back at the base, Lin Shi had beheaded anyone who crossed him without a second thought about the consequences. Lin Shi shrugged indifferently. I never considered him one of my own. He was just a servant. If he wants to leave, let him leave. Considering what he's done for me, an ant like him isn't worth my time. Letting him live is just a display of my mercy. Li Feng smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He explained the process of entering the city to Lin Shi, but inwardly, Li Feng found Lin Shi quite erratic. Once we're in the city, the Identity Bureau will make a new ID card for you. Someone will arrange accommodation for you. Once you're settled, someone from headquarters will come tomorrow to test and evaluate your abilities. Lin Shi replied, indicating he understood. The car quickly arrived at the walls of New District 1. The dents and damage on the city walls were startling. It was clearly left by wild beasts. Many workers were using machinery to repair the walls. Li Feng stopped the car, rolled down the window, and showed a card to the guards. Lin Shi noticed that Li Feng's card looked very similar to the one district chief by Qian of New District 6 had given him as a token of gratitude. It was a card that clearly displayed authority. The guards immediately showed immense respect and quickly let them through. The car continued driving into the inner city. Li Feng didn't slow down. In fact, he sped up. Perhaps because the wild beasts had just attacked the city, there were no other cars inside. The streets were also deserted. Li Feng warned, New District 1 is home to the Federation's top scientific research institutes. It also possesses the most advanced spiritual power warning system on the Somnian continent. If you trigger the spiritual power alarm, your location will be locked onto immediately. The consequences are very severe. At best, you'll be expelled from the inner city. At worst, you could be executed. I understand. Lin Shi remembered the first time he entered New Qiao District and triggered the spiritual power alarm. Luckily, he reacted quickly back then and wasn't immediately discovered. Lin Shi looked out the window. The buildings along the road were more modern than in other districts, at least not resembling the architecture of Blue Star in the 70s and 80s. The living standards of the people here also seemed better than in other areas. New District 1 was distinctly different from the places Lin Shi had visited before. The important areas weren't located in the center of the inner city, but on the eastern slopes. The car entered from the west, drove straight through, and soon crossed more than half of the inner city, stopping in front of a building. Li Feng said, "We're here." The two got out of the car. Lin Shi guessed the building in front of them was probably the Identity Management Bureau. He suddenly remembered the bureau chief here, whom he had recently killed. This is the Identity Management Bureau. Let's go in. Li Feng walked ahead, and Lin Shi followed. His gaze swept briefly, stopping at an empty space about 10 meters away from the Identity Management Bureau. There, a woman was kneeling on the ground. She was drenched in rain, her body shivering in the cold wind. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes empty and helpless, as if she had lost her soul. She kept muttering over and over, "Give me back my child. Give me back my child." Her voice was so hoarse it was hard to believe it belonged to a human, filled with despair and sorrow, as if her whole world had collapsed. Don't mind her. That's a resident who got pregnant on her own, violating the regulations. An ordinary person daring to have a child. She doesn't know her place. Li Feng glanced over coldly, then withdrew his gaze. Lin Shi recalled that in other inner cities, cases of unauthorized childbirth only required paying 100,000 Federation credits for the newborn to receive a legal identity. Although most people were born from breeding facilities, there were still many men and women who wanted to experience pregnancy themselves. Some wealthy and powerful elites also wanted to expand their bloodlines. Other districts weren't as strict about this issue as New District 1. Most children in this world were like mass-produced toys, raised in the breeding facilities of New District 1. Those children, from birth until they were trained as workers, never caused any trouble for society. But a world without the smiles of children, without the warmth of family, without laughter and chatter, was that truly the ideal world for humanity? Lin Shi quietly withdrew his gaze. Lin Shi followed Li Feng into the Identity Management Bureau. Li Feng was a familiar face here. Perhaps the staff had received word, as someone recognized him as soon as he walked in. "Sir, please follow me. Make him a new identity with level 6 clearance," Li Feng explained to Lin Shi. "Once you pass your professional exam, I'll upgrade your clearance." Lin Shi nodded. The staff didn't ask anything about Lin Shi's background and got straight to work. Lin Shi only needed to provide a facial scan, iris scan, fingerprints, and a drop of blood for DNA testing. No spiritual power test was required. A brand new level 6 identity card with the name Lin Shi was completed immediately. Sure enough, rules were made for those who controlled them. "All right, I'll take you to your quarters." Li Feng led Lin Shi out of the Identity Management Bureau. Unexpectedly, the woman kneeling in front of the bureau had now fainted on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Shi suddenly asked, "Where did you take her child?" Li Feng stopped in his tracks, looking at Lin Shi in disbelief for meddling in other people's business. "What? You want to help her find her child? I advise you not to have that kind of bleeding heart mentality. Ordinary people simply don't have the means to raise a child. There are no infant care facilities out there either. Those ordinary people already have a hard enough time surviving, and the children they raise mostly end up being a burden on society. Furthermore, these children born out of wedlock might have diseases or defects. They definitely can't be put into the breeding vaults. They're usually thrown into the black market or certain special facilities to fend for themselves." Lin Shi retorted. "Since they're left to fend for themselves anyway, Why not let them try raising the child themselves? Raise them themselves? Believe it or not, if she took the child home to raise for a few days, the noise complaints from neighbors would blow up the police station. Besides, if she stays home to take care of the child, how will she work? How will she realize her social value? The Federation system doesn't want useless people. Li Feng bluntly stated the cold truth. Lin Shi remained silent. He didn't really want to meddle. He just wanted to gather more information about New District 1 from Li Feng. From the looks of it, the system and rules in New District 1 were far more brutal than in other districts. This violated human nature. People wouldn't endure oppression without reason or resistance. Even if they were subjected to mental and informational control at the lowest levels, if they didn't resist, it was probably just because they weren't strong enough yet. Lin Shi glanced at the fainted woman one last time, then followed Li Feng away. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Feng took Lin Shi to an apartment complex. The buildings here were much more exquisite than the ordinary houses Lin Shi had seen along the way. This is where you'll be staying. Most of the people in this complex are our internal personnel, and the majority are official members of the combat squads. It's basically a dormitory for officers and staff. Li Feng handed Lin Shi an access card and a communicator. It's already synced with your ID card. From now on, only you can use this card. When it's time for your test, someone will contact you via the communicator. You're in Building 9, Room 2301. Should I go in with you? No need. Lin Shi took the access card and got out of the car. Your daily necessities have already been placed in your room. If you're missing anything, just tell the building manager. Li Feng reminded him one last time through the car window. Seeing Lin Shi walk into the complex without looking back, Li Feng smiled faintly and drove away. Lin Shi found Building 9 quite easily within the complex. Not because the complex was small, but because this building was clearly much larger than the others, twice as large, or even more. Lin Shi entered Building 9 and found that the first floor looked like a bar. It was still daytime, so only 2 people were busy behind the counter. Seeing Lin Shi arrive, both of them looked surprised. One person walked out from behind the bar, gestured for Lin Shi to stop, and said, "Excuse me, this building is exclusively for combat squad captains. Outsiders, please leave." Lin Shi held up his access card. "I live on the 23rd floor." The manager glanced at Lin Shi's card, and his eyes lit up. "Ah, it's you, sir. I'm the manager of this building. We received word that you'd be moving in. The elevators are over here. Please follow me." Lin Shi followed the manager to the side, right next to the main entrance. Here are the elevators. On the left are the stairs, and on the right are also stairs. You just need to use your access card and press the button to take the elevator to your floor. You have the entire 23rd floor to yourself. Each floor is the residence of a squad captain in Combat Squad 1. Currently, Combat Squad 1 has a total of 22 squads, meaning 22 captains. Just as the manager finished explaining, the light on the right elevator lit up and the doors opened. A tall, burly man stepped out. Seeing him, the manager bowed respectfully. "Good afternoon, sir." But the man ignored the manager and looked at Lin Shi with a probing gaze. "Who's this? A new squad captain? Which squad?" The manager, seemingly having received prior instructions, answered on Lin Shi's behalf. "This gentleman is about to take the assessment, sir. Moving in before even passing the assessment. Everyone here has to pass the assessment to get in. This kid must have some serious backing." The burly man smirked, raising his hand to pat Lin Shi's shoulder, but Lin Shi dodged it. "Can I go up to my floor?" Lin Shi asked the manager, who was standing off to the side. "Why, yes, please." The manager proactively opened the elevator door for Lin Shi. "Hold on." A large hand suddenly blocked the elevator. "Since you're about to join our big Combat Squad 1 family, how about a little spar with me? I'm the captain of Squad 6. Mang Chi." Mang Chi smiled provocatively. He despised these types of squad captains who relied on their family backgrounds, only knowing how to sit around without knowing how to fight. On the battlefield, they'd just wet their pants. Lin Shi noticed the disdain and contempt in Mang Chi's eyes. He guessed everyone thought he was relying on connections to take the assessment. At first, Lin Shi didn't want to bother, but he suddenly remembered he was about to take the assessment for the position of vice captain of Combat Squad 1. In other words, most of the people in this building would be his subordinates. So, Lin Shi changed his mind and agreed. What are we competing in? Mangchi didn't expect this kid to agree so easily. He even wondered if he had misjudged him, taking a few more close looks at Lin Shi. His gaze finally landed on Lin Shi's fair hands, which had no calluses at all. This boosted his confidence. I don't want to bully a newcomer. To keep things friendly, let's just test our physical strength. After all, a spiritual power duel is too dangerous, and there are rules against using spiritual power for fighting within the combat squads. The manager smiled faintly, looking at the two of them, thinking to himself, the difference is just too huge. One was tall, burly, and packed with bulging muscles. The other was scrawny and looked like he had no strength at all. However, he didn't dare say much. After all, he was just a lowly manager and couldn't afford to offend these people. He had received a notice that an important figure would be staying in room 23 today, but he didn't know exactly who it was. As a manager, he had no right to know Lin Shi's identity or strength, so seeing Lin Shi accept the challenge so easily made him worry for the newcomer. Did this guy not know how strong his opponent was to be so careless? Would you two like to use the training ground, sirs? The manager asked very cautiously, afraid of upsetting them. He then added, the training grounds are on basement 1 and floor 2. But Lin Shi replied, no need. Right here is fine. Arm wrestling. How about it? After saying that, he walked over to an empty table, sat down, and got into position. It seemed he wanted a quick victory or defeat. Mangchi sneered, strode over to sit opposite Lin Shi, and stretched out his solid, muscular arm. He smiled and said, kid, just like this. I'll hold back 30% of my strength. Mangchi looked incredibly confident. Lin Shi smiled, but didn't say anything. Mangchi immediately gripped Lin Shi's hand. When their hands clasped, the difference in size was glaring. Lin Shi's hand wasn't large, it was just an ordinary hand. Mangchi's hand, however, was massive and full of power. Mangchi said confidently, ready? I'll count. 1, 2, 3, go. A second later, Mangchi exerted his strength. The manager and another staff member behind the bar watched nervously. They thought the winner would be decided instantly, but the reality defied everyone's expectations. The two hands remained in their original position, not budging an inch. Looking closely, one could see Mangchi's arm trembling slightly, his veins popping. Lin Shi's hand, however, remained exactly as it was at the start, completely motionless. The situation was instantly clear. Mangchi grunted, his face flushing red from the exertion, but his hand still wouldn't budge. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, sitting opposite him, didn't even have a change in expression, as if he had just casually placed his hand there, waiting for him to let go. The stone table where the two were arm wrestling began to crack. Under the manager's astonished gaze, a second later, the table shattered into pieces. But the two continued to arm wrestle, their arms suspended in midair, locked in a stalemate. By now, Mangchi was drenched in sweat. He had used all his strength to budge that seemingly unimposing hand, but to no avail. Only then did Mangchi realize he had underestimated his opponent. As time passed, Mangchi's arm trembled violently, his expression growing increasingly pained. Meanwhile, Lin Shi remained as calm as ever. Finally, exhausted, Mangchi withdrew his hand. He retracted his strength, let go, and said with a roguish look, I lost. Why didn't you go all out? If you had used your full strength, I would have lost right from the start. At this moment, Mangchi began to feel a sense of goodwill toward Lin Shi. If Lin Shi hadn't held back from the beginning, he would have been thoroughly humiliated by such a defeat. Lin Shi pulled his hand back, unbothered. You're strong. For your physique, that wasn't bad at all. Mangchi, still a bit stubborn, retorted. What's the point of just being physically strong? We usually evaluate based on mental and spiritual abilities. But I take back my previous contempt for you. You're a very strong fighter. I haven't asked your name yet. Which squad captain position are you planning to test for? If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be colleagues. From now on, just call me Mangchi in the squad. I've been here a long time, and most people in the team have to give me some face. Lin Shi chuckled, a smile very similar to Xiachan's appearing on his face. My name is Lin Shi. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be testing for the vice captain position. All right, I need to head upstairs to pack some things. See you later. Vice captain? Damn, you still have to take a test for that? Vice captain of a squad. Mangchi was stunned, slow to react. Usually, only squad captains needed to take the test. Since when did vice captains need to be tested? But before he could think it through, Lin Shi had already stood up and walked toward the elevator. At that moment, a manager standing nearby finally snapped out of it and muttered, "Vice captain? Or vice general captain?" Mang Chi's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping. Lin Shi took the elevator up to the 23rd floor. The room was a massive apartment, at least 300 to 400 square meters, complete with an outdoor pool. Overall, this free accommodation was pretty nice. Lin Shi contacted Xiachun. Xiachun was still on his way back to District Nu 7 and hadn't arrived yet. While Lin Shi was resting, the interface of the cornucopia displayed Qing Zhou's words. "Remember to recruit more people." Lin Shi nodded silently. He wasn't sure if there were listening devices here, so he didn't speak freely with Qing Zhou. "I thought you were going to be a lone wolf forever." Lin Shi walked over to the large window, looking down at District Nu 1. After he killed the key figures in the federal headquarters, he would definitely need trusted people to replace them. He couldn't control all of District Nu 1 by himself. Therefore, it was time to recruit his own faction. Lin Shi's eyes flashed. It was also time to put his hypnosis and mind control abilities to use. The next day, Lin Shi's communicator received a notification requesting him to head to the examination site for his test. At the same time, a special vehicle was already parked downstairs waiting for him. Lin Shi went downstairs, only to find that today's driver was none other than Mang Chi, the guy he had arm wrestled yesterday. "Lin Shi, what a coincidence. I'm the one taking you to your test today. I got a notice from the general captain. He's waiting for you at the martial arts arena." Mang Chi held no grudge over losing to Lin Shi yesterday. On the contrary, he seemed much more familiar and friendly with him now. Lin Shi smiled and nodded, getting into the passenger seat. Once in the car, Mang Chi asked in a friendly tone, "Are you really taking the test for Vice General Captain today?" Lin Shi glanced at Mang Chi. "That's right. It should be Vice Captain." Mang Chi's eyes widened, looking as if he had just discovered a treasure but couldn't quite believe it. "Bro, our previous Vice Captain of Squad 1 was a level 8 in spiritual power. He was later transferred to District Nu 2 to be the General Captain of Squad 2. Can you really pull this off?" Lin Shi just smiled without saying a word. If he hadn't just arrived in District Nu 1, with his true strength, he'd be more than qualified to be the General Captain. Mang Chi slapped his forehead and sped up the car. "I believe in you. Last night, I met up with some old buddies and told them I met our future Vice Captain, and they didn't even believe me. Heh. Let's open their eyes and show them the heroic bearing of our future vice captain." With Mang Chi's crazy driving skills, the two headed straight east. The car stopped at the foot of a massive city wall. District Nu 1 actually had a city within a city. The security here was much stricter than entering the city from the outskirts. Mang Chi held up his ID card and presented a document. Only after the guards scanned the code were they allowed to proceed into the inner city. Lin Shi noticed that there was a checkpoint every 5 steps and a guard post every 10. Every short distance, there were several cameras and automated machine guns. Occasionally, flying objects would pass overhead. Lin Shi pointed to a distant architectural complex and asked, "What is that place?" Mang Chi glanced over and quickly averted his eyes. "That's the residence of the big shots in our federal headquarters. As for who exactly, I don't know. You can't just wander around that area. I heard that a while ago, an official from another district didn't know the way and wandered into the restricted zone. He was shot down before he even got close." Lin Shi had already experienced the firepower of the underground base on the outskirts of District Nu 1. If this was truly the residence of the Federation's most important figures, the weapons and firepower would undoubtedly be even stronger. With his origin power backing him up, as long as his energy wasn't depleted, he would remain safe. He just didn't know if the big shots Mang Chi mentioned were on the same side as the people he wanted to kill. The car quickly arrived in front of a building that exuded a high-tech vibe. Mang Chi got out of the car and said, "We're here." Lin Shi also stepped out. The two had their identities verified by the guards before entering the building. Compared to the other districts Lin Shi had visited, this place truly made him feel like he had stepped into a high-tech future. From the guard post into the building, Lin Shi didn't even need to move. The floor itself transported him and Mang Chi to their destination. After a dizzying shift in scenery, The two stepped into a massive space. "Welcome to the garrison of Squad 1. A voice echoed from above them. A middle-aged man with sharp, chiseled features, somewhere in his 30s or 40s, descended from the sky on a hoverboard-like flying vehicle, landing right in front of Lin Shi and Mang Chi. Seeing him, Mang Chi's expression instantly turned serious, and he called out loudly, "General Captain." The middle-aged man nodded and looked toward Lin Shi. "I am Jin Wu, Captain of Combat Squad 1. You must be Lin Shi, right? A pleasure to meet you." Despite his words, Jin Wu's face showed no joy whatsoever, and he continued to look at Lin Shi with a gaze full of disdain. Lin Shi wasn't particularly interested either, merely giving a perfunctory nod, as if a subordinate were greeting a superior. This attitude was almost identical to how Jin Wu had just treated Mang Chi. This made Jin Wu furrow his brows even deeper. Mang Chi stared wide-eyed at Lin Shi, his gaze filled with admiration, as if saying, "Bro, congratulations on your outstanding talent. But do you realize that even if you pass the test, you'll still only be the vice captain?" Right then, two hoverboards descended from the sky. Jin Wu's cold voice rang out from above. "Control the hoverboard and fly up." Mang Chi took a sharp breath and reminded Lin Shi, "This is the latest hoverboard developed by the Scientific Research Institute. The whole squad has been practicing with it lately, but right now, only the general captain can use it proficiently. It doesn't just require spiritual power to control, it demands extreme precision. Not to mention, during flight, because the range of motion is constantly changing, you have to maintain your body's balance at all times. It's incredibly difficult. Be careful when you get on, or you'll fall." Silently praying for Lin Shi, Mang Chi hopped onto his hoverboard. The board lifted him into the air, but he looked like he was going to fall off at any second, and he was moving as slow as a snail. Lin Shi's eyes, however, lit up. If he wasn't mistaken, the mechanics of this thing should be similar to his previous flying ability. Normally, anyone with spiritual power at level 5 or above could basically control objects, but their speed and precision couldn't even begin to compare to Lin Shi's telekinesis. This hoverboard, however, seemed to be able to amplify and focus spiritual power into it, allowing for much more precise control. After observing Mang Chi's operation for just a few seconds, Lin Shi stepped onto the hoverboard without hesitation. Instantly, Mang Chi watched in astonishment as Lin Shi's hoverboard shot past him like a bolt of lightning, carving a smooth arc in the air before rapidly chasing after Jin Wu. "Holy crap! How do you already know how to use it the second you get on? This makes no sense. Hey, wait for me." Mang Chi's eyes were wide and his jaw dropped, staring in disbelief at Lin Shi's back as he yelled and tried to speed up to catch him. Jin Wu, flying ahead, hadn't expected Lin Shi to be able to control the hoverboard on his very first try. He had originally intended to use the hoverboard to test Lin Shi's spiritual power control, while simultaneously taking him down a peg. After all, it had taken him over half a month of practice just to barely use it, and 3 months to become as proficient as he was now. He didn't believe Lin Shi had practiced before, because this type of hoverboard hadn't been made public yet, and couldn't possibly have been leaked. Sensing a powerful gust of wind from behind, Jin Wu accelerated his hoverboard. But no matter how much he sped up, Lin Shi caught up with even greater speed. No matter how Jin Wu accelerated, Lin Shi's board remained perfectly parallel to his. This left Jin Wu feeling an undeniable sense of defeat. Could there really be such a monstrous genius in spiritual power control in this world? If Jin Wu knew that Lin Shi had also spent quite a long time practicing his telekinetic flight in the past, he might have felt much better. But of course, Lin Shi wasn't going to tell him that. The two of them zoomed past on their hoverboards, flying over several squads that were currently practicing their hoverboard control. Seeing their general captain streaking across the sky, with someone flying right beside him, matching him move for move, someone immediately exclaimed in shock, "Who is that next to the general captain? How can they control the hoverboard that well?" By the time the two reached the testing site, Mang Chi had been left far behind, nowhere to be seen. Jin Wu stepped off his hoverboard, glanced at Lin Shi's youthful face, and said, "It seems your spiritual power control is very strong. You've exceeded the testing standards for this part. So, let's test your spiritual power level first." He had been informed that this young man was at least a level 8 in spiritual power. Jin Woo didn't believe that someone so young could reach level 8 in spiritual power. Perhaps he was using some sort of support item. Only by using the testing equipment would they get the most accurate result. Where's the test? Lin Shi nodded in agreement without a second thought. He knew that to get close to the core of the Federation, he had to show his true strength, and Lin Shi was ready. Jin Woo led Lin Shi to a machine. It was a massive, egg-shaped device containing a seat and a helmet connected to numerous wires. This equipment looked far more sophisticated than the spiritual power measuring devices Lin Shi had seen in District Nu 9. Go inside and put on the helmet, Jin Woo said as he opened the testing cabin door. Lin Shi followed his instructions. The cabin door closed, and Jin Woo pressed the start button. Sitting in the device, Lin Shi felt a strong suction force on his head, making his scalp tingle. But he quickly realized it wasn't a physical suction. The helmet was absorbing his spiritual power. This was completely different from the previous testing methods where one actively released their spiritual power. Instinctively, Lin Shi retracted his spiritual power, stopping the device from absorbing any more. Standing at the cabin door, Jin Woo watched the numbers on the device skyrocket from 1 to 7 at a dizzying speed, then quickly hit 8, before finally stopping at 9. 9. That meant the person inside possessed level 9 spiritual power. This spiritual power measuring device was the most accurate in the Federation. There was absolutely no way it was wrong. The device powered down. Even when the cabin door opened, Jin Woo was still in shock, his eyes wide, his previous calm demeanor completely shattered. How is it? Is it over? Lin Shi stepped out calmly. Jin Woo regained his composure, stared at Lin Shi for a moment, and said, "It's over. Follow me." Next up is the physical fitness test. The physical fitness test didn't require much technique. Lin Shi needed to be tested on speed, strength, and jumping ability. Lin Shi displayed the physical prowess of someone who had unlocked their level 7 genes. Jin Woo stared intently at all of Lin Shi's test data without saying a word. Throughout the entire process, he just looked at Lin Shi with a heavy gaze. All right, go back and wait for the notice. Once it was over, Jin Woo bluntly sent him away. Lin Shi didn't say anything else. He stepped onto the hoverboard and flew toward the exit. At this point, Mang Chi had only made it halfway. Seeing Lin Shi returning, he even waved at him, thinking Lin Shi had come to pick him up. Instead, Lin Shi said, "The test is over. Let's go back." "It's over." Mang Chi was startled, his body tilting sharply, nearly falling off the hoverboard. Lin Shi nodded, smoothly steering his hoverboard out. After flying a short distance and seeing Mang Chi still wobbling and struggling to turn around, Lin Shi flew back to his side. Mang Chi laughed awkwardly. "This toy is really hard to control. How did you figure it out so fast? Do you have some kind of natural talent?" Lin Shi simply asked, "If you didn't have to control this hoverboard, could you stand steady on it?" Mang Chi tilted his head and thought, "Sure, I've been practicing for a long time. As long as it flies steady, I can stand firm. Otherwise, how do you think I fell so many times?" The main difficulty of the hoverboard lies in precise operation. The board can't tilt or shake even a little bit, or it messes up the balance of the person standing on it. Good. Then just stand steady. The moment Lin Shi finished speaking, Mang Chi suddenly lost control of his hoverboard. A second later, the hoverboard shot forward like an arrow. "Ah!" His screams echoed through the massive space. Dusk fell. The first floor bar of Building 9 in the combat squad zone was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Over a dozen squad captains were gathered here, sipping fine wine while gossiping about recent rumors. "Have you guys heard? Our combat squad is getting a new vice general captain," one squad captain asked in a low, curious voice. Another squad captain nodded. "Yeah, I heard too. But Mang Chi was the one who told me. That guy's got rocks in his head. He said someone beat him in arm wrestling yesterday, and then said that guy was coming here to test for the vice general captain position. I don't buy it. The vice general captain spot has been empty for a long time because they couldn't find anyone suitable. How could they just let any random guy take it?" A third squad captain chimed in. "District Nu 1 isn't some backwater place. Here, a squad captain needs to have at least level 3 spiritual power to even qualify, right? Brother Yi." He looked toward a man sitting in the corner, his eyes full of respect. The man called Brother Yi nodded slightly. "Don't worry about it. If someone gets the position through connections but lacks the strength, they'll be dragged right back down. He was Yi Chu, captain of Squad 1 in Combat Squad 1. Not even 30 years old. He already possessed level 6 spiritual power and had unlocked his level 4 genes. Previously, he was the most promising candidate for the vice general captain position. Because of him, the others didn't even dare to dream of the spot. I heard the new vice general captain is from District Nu 7. How could such a backward place produce someone qualified to be vice general captain? Anyway, if Brother Yi isn't the vice general captain, I'll be the first to object. I object too. I support Brother Yi. The other squad captains enthusiastically agreed. Just then, the elevator chimed and opened. Mang Chi stepped out. Seeing Mang Chi, someone immediately walked over with a wine glass and patted his shoulder. Mang Chi, hurry up and tell us. That stuff about the vice general captain, were you just blowing smoke? Mang Chi swatted the guy's hand away and said in annoyance, blowing smoke? What am I blowing smoke about? Do I look like the kind of guy who talks big? I'm telling the truth. Today, I was even ordered to bring the vice general captain here for his test. Test? Was he the guy with the general captain today? The captain of Squad 13 suddenly remembered something and said, today, during training at the base, someone saw General Captain Jin Woo flying overhead with another person. Several people saw it. Yes. That was him. I told you guys, the vice general captain is a pro. He hopped on the hoverboard and used it instantly. His spiritual power is definitely on par with the general captain's. Mang Chi immediately grew excited. He had personally felt Lin Shi's overwhelming spiritual power. Yi Chu spoke up. Controlling a hoverboard only proves good spiritual power control. It doesn't indicate whether the actual level of spiritual power is high or low. Mang Chi, did you actually see his spiritual power test results matching the general captain's? Well, about that, no. Mang Chi hesitated slightly. In truth, he knew absolutely nothing about the testing process. Mang Chi secretly regretted it. If only he had flown up at that time. He had wanted to show off, but ended up getting completely overshadowed. Seeing Mang Chi's expression, Yi Chu instantly calmed down, his tone dripping with disdain. He just took the test. Whether he actually passed is another story. The vice general captain of our combat squad isn't a position just any random dog or cat can take. Brother Yi is right. He's probably just trying to take a shortcut. When it comes to ability, other than the general captain, only Brother Yi is qualified to be the vice general captain. Our combat squad isn't like those squads out in the bonus. If someone wants to be vice general captain, they have to ask if the brothers here accept it first. The squad captains here had all been bought off by Yi Chu. Or more accurately, Yi Chu had long been preparing for his promotion to vice general captain. Right now, in the bar, aside from Mang Chi, more than half of the people present had been successfully won over by Yi Chu. Everyone who spoke echoed Yi Chu's sentiments, and the rest didn't dare openly oppose him at this moment. Mang Chi knew these guys were all in cahoots with Yi Chu, so he didn't waste his breath. He sneered, "Humph, you don't need to tell me all this. The truth will prove everything. Wait until someone officially takes the vice general captain position. I hope you'll all still be talking this tough then." Yi Chu frowned, looking at Mang Chi with an impassive face. Even if that person manages to take the vice general captain position, they still have to secure their seat and command the others, right? He had tried to win Mang Chi over multiple times, but to no avail. It wasn't just Mang Chi. There were currently over a dozen people in the squad who refused to be bought by him, and these people all had pretty good relationships with Mang Chi. Yi Chu had once thought that Mang Chi also wanted the position. Now, in Yi Chu's eyes, Mang Chi was just a muscle-brained idiot. Mang Chi didn't want to waste any more words on these people. Yi Chu, don't think I don't know what you're scheming. But I'll be honest with you. With your meager abilities, you're a long way from being vice general captain. With that, Mang Chi ignored Yi Chu's darkened expression, turned around, and left, looking as if he were heading straight to the underground training ground to work out. Seeing Yi Chu displeased, a sycophantic squad captain immediately spoke up, "Brother Yi, don't mind that big brute. He's never had a filter. Among all of us squad captains, you're the strongest and the most deserving of the vice general captain position." What the hell is Mang Chi anyway? Yi Chu raised his wine glass, gently swirling it. The wine spun rapidly inside, like a sweeping tornado. It's fine. Even if he passes the test, these aren't peaceful times. People die easily. After completing his test, Linsher didn't return to his apartment right away. He strolled around District Nu 1, familiarizing himself with the locations of the buildings. Along the way, he observed the placements of the spiritual power alarms and surveillance zones in the city. The spiritual power alarms were highly concealed, but they weren't intentionally installed in unimportant areas to avoid detection. However, the surveillance systems were everywhere, their density rivaling that of major cities on the blue planet. It was safe to say that everyone in this city lived under surveillance the moment they stepped out their doors. This wasn't the case in other districts. This measure could significantly reduce the crime rate among the populace. However, whether the federal headquarters truly aimed for that goal was another matter entirely. That evening, Linsher finished dinner before returning to his apartment. At that moment, his communicator buzzed. Linsher took it out and saw a message notifying him that his test results had been approved. The message also reminded him that he could officially report to the assembly point of Combat Squad 1 tomorrow. His ID card had been updated. Linsher took out his ID card and saw that his title had been changed to Vice General Captain of Combat Squad 1. At the same time, all the squad captains received a notice to gather at the assembly point tomorrow morning. The next day, Mang Chi was already waiting in his car outside Linsher's building. Seeing Linsher, he greeted him cheerfully. "Vice General Captain, get in." The two arrived at the assembly point of Combat Squad 1 again. This time, Jinwoo wasn't at the entrance. Mang Chi summoned 2 hoverboards and said to Linsher, "The General Captain is at the assembly point. We can just head straight there." Linsher stepped onto the hoverboard, following closely behind Mang Chi. It took a while before they reached the assembly point. In a spacious room, over 20 people were standing in an open area. Linsher glanced over them. Including Jinwoo standing at the front, there were 22 people in total. Counting Mang Chi and himself, that made 24. Linsher landed first. Everyone looked at him, some with suspicion, some probing, some showing hostility, and others with outright disdain. Seeing Jinwoo wave him over, Linsher walked forward. Mang Chi also landed and quickly returned to his position. Jinwoo raised his hand and introduced. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Linsher. From today onward, he will be our Vice General Captain. Get to know each other." A sparse smattering of applause rang out. Hardly anyone clapped, except for Mang Chi, who clapped very loudly. The majority of the people stood still. Someone spoke up. "General Captain, are you joking with us? This kid looks so green." "Yeah." A burst of loud laughter erupted. Linsher's physical appearance was indeed young. Among the squad captains here, no one looked younger than him. Only those whose spiritual power had reached level 4 or above, unless they were rare spiritual power geniuses or had unlocked very high-level genes, would look younger than their actual age. The rest were mostly at least 30 years old. Jinwoo made no move to stop them, which made the squad captains supporting Yi Chu even bolder. "General Captain, is this a relative of yours?" "General Captain, where did you find this showpiece to make us laugh?" "Yeah, my son is older than him." Right at that moment, a flash blurred before everyone's eyes. The person who had been laughing the loudest was suddenly sent flying by something, crashing onto the ground over 10 meters away. This unexpected turn of events instantly silenced everyone. What happened? Someone was just about to speak, but a second later, the words caught in his throat as he, too, was sent flying. Only then did everyone see a hoverboard rise into the air, knocking away the ones who had been speaking the loudest. The first 2 could be said to have been caught off guard, but the next 3 tried to dodge and failed, getting knocked away one after another. Jinwoo shouted loudly, "Enough!" He turned around, glaring at Linsher with a hostile tone. "What is the meaning of this?" Linsher blinked a few times, his expression nonchalant. Combat Squad 1's discipline is so lax that even captains dare to loudly criticize their superiors. "I was just teaching them a little lesson. They are my men." Jinwoo suppressed his anger. Linsher frowned. "I am the Vice General Captain. Doesn't that mean they'll be my men from now on too?" Seeing the 2 general captains clashing so fiercely, the others were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected the new Vice General Captain to be so bold on his first day, not even giving the General Captain any face. If this was a personal matter, he definitely had a massive faction backing him to dare speak to a level 8 like that. More importantly, could a hoverboard even be used like that? Jin Woo's eyes looked ready to spit fire. Everyone could feel the general captain's overwhelming spiritual power about to crash down on them. Normally, if a squad captain made a mistake, they would have to endure the spiritual pressure of a level 8, which was not a pleasant feeling at all. But surprisingly, Jin Woo's pressure surged up, only to be immediately retracted, never actually being unleashed. You are the vice captain. You must follow my orders. I am your superior. Jin Woo glared. Lin Shi tilted his head. Next time, for sure. Lin Shi didn't want to clash with Combat Squad 1 on his first day, so he knew when to stop. Jin Woo felt his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He wanted to hit someone. But thinking about Lin Shi's test results from yesterday, Jin Woo suddenly felt there was no need to be angry. It was normal for such a powerful young man to have a bit of an attitude. What else could he do? Win or lose in a fight? If the other party didn't give him an out, was he supposed to go complain to the higher-ups? Didn't he need his pride? Next time you make a move, you must report it first. Jin Woo's voice was somewhat gritted, mixed with a hint of helplessness. He had been through many hardships, but he had never encountered one as difficult to handle as this, especially since this person was his subordinate. Lin Shi nodded perfunctorily, then looked toward the guys who were picking themselves up after being knocked away. Did you hear that? Next time you dare talk back, I'll report it first, then beat you. The men glared, about to say something, but Jin Woo cut them off. You lot, disrespecting your superior and speaking insolently. Half a month's salary docked. Return to your units immediately. Next, everyone introduce yourselves to the Vice General Captain. Mang Chi, start with you. Jin Woo looked at Mang Chi, who was standing at the front. Yes, General Captain. Good day, Vice General Captain. My name is Mang Chi, Captain of Squad 2 in Combat Squad 1. Level 5 Strength, Level 3 Gene Lock. Greetings, Vice General Captain. My name is... The 22 people took turns giving brief introductions. Lin Shi memorized each of their faces. The ones who had been yelling earlier still looked at him with defiant eyes, especially that guy Yi Chu, whose gaze looked ready to kill. Lin Shi sneered inwardly. He had only been in District Nu 1 for 3 days. It seemed his upcoming time here wouldn't be boring. All right, now that everyone has introduced themselves, I will announce a new mission handed down from the higher-ups. Jin Woo raised his hand, using his optical computer to project a regional map, marking a red dot. Southwest of the inner city, at the base, there is a pack of desolate beasts, estimated at around 50. They need to be completely wiped out. Lin Shi, you will lead this mission. Even-numbered squad captains, step forward to assist in this mission. Any problems? Including Mang Chi, 11 squad captains stood up and replied, no problems. Lin Shi, what about you? Jin Woo asked Lin Shi, who had remained silent. I have no problems either, Lin Shi replied. Very good. This mission is highly dangerous. You may use hoverboards to leave the city. If you encounter an abnormal number of desolate beasts or get surrounded, prioritize your survival. Yes, General Captain, the 11 squad captains replied in unison. Jin Woo took out a brand new optical computer and handed it to Lin Shi, his eyes holding a warning. This is issued to you by the headquarters. It's the latest model. Familiarize yourself with it first. You can use it however you want normally, but you must bring it with you on missions. Understood? This is your first battle as Vice General Captain. You must be responsible for your squad members. Absolutely do not do anything out of line. Otherwise, if the higher-ups get angry, even I won't be able to bear the consequences. I understand. Lin Shi took it and strapped it to his wrist. But for this mission, can I just complete it by myself? Jin Woo frowned, clearly displeased. This is a mission assigned to our combat squad by the higher-ups. It's not the time to play the lone hero. The squad members also need training and combat experience. Or what? When the beast tide comes, are you going to fight it all by yourself? Lin Shi thought to himself that it wasn't entirely impossible, but ultimately, he didn't say it out loud. Anyway, if people died, unless it was someone he favored, he wouldn't bother wasting effort to save them. Lin Shi looked at the 11 men standing there and said, I'll give you 1 day to assemble your members and prepare your gear. Prioritize bringing elites. There's no need to bring members below level 3. Gather at the West Gate early tomorrow morning. Dismissed. Yes, Vice General Captain. Mang Chi shouted first. Go on. Take the hoverboards back with you. Whoever isn't proficient yet, practice until you are. If you can't, then drive. Jin Woo said to the remaining unassigned members. The rest of you, stay here and train. Lin Shi, follow me. Lin Shi followed Jin Woo, stepping onto a hoverboard and heading to another location. As the Vice General Captain in your first battle in District Nu 1, I need to tell you the squad rules you must follow. Jin Woo was even more serious than when Lin Shi had hit those men. He said, the only requirement the higher-ups have for you is that you must not kill your own teammates. Lin Shi was a bit surprised, but he still nodded. And then, Jin Woo meticulously explained the other rules and important points of the combat squad, including how to cooperate with teammates, how to protect civilians, and so on. Jin Woo continued, although you are already the Vice General Captain, you're still young. You might not fully understand some things. In this world, life is very precious, especially the soldiers who are willing to fight for the country and the people. Therefore, remember this. No matter the situation, you must absolutely never harm your teammates. Lin Shi's expression held a hint of mockery. Life is precious? Then why do we have to protect those civilians? Jin Woo's face turned stern, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Shi as he said, this is to protect them. Lin Shi smiled and didn't reply. He felt there was no need to argue with Jin Woo about this. Jin Woo pointed at Lin Shi's wrist and reminded him, you must remember, the optical computer on your wrist records your every move. In the squad, members killing each other is absolutely intolerable. In reality, the General Captain and Vice Captain had to follow many other regulations, but since the higher-ups requested it, Jin Woo could only pass it on to Lin Shi. At first, Jin Woo didn't understand why the higher-ups were so lenient with Lin Shi, but after seeing Lin Shi's test results yesterday, he understood. If a rookie like Lin Shi had originated from District Nu 1, he feared that even he, the General Captain, would have to yield his position. However, in Jin Woo's eyes, Lin Shi was too arrogant and lacked discipline. This is your first mission, so I'm having Mang Chi assist you. If there's anything you don't understand, just use the optical computer to communicate. You must absolutely not act on emotion. And you must not abandon your teammates halfway through. Understood? I hope you build a good relationship with your teammates. This will help your future work, rather than cause trouble. What if they make things difficult for me? Then bring them back here, and I will handle it. As the General Captain of Combat Squad 1, Jin Woo was quite responsible. Although I am the General Captain of Combat Squad 1, I am not the strongest in District Nu 1. In fact, if you rank the powerhouses of District Nu 1, I'm only at the bottom. In this world, everyone has weaknesses. Everyone gets tired. No one is immortal. Therefore, do not break the rules. Jin Woo's words carried a warning. Lin Shi chuckled softly. In truth, Lin Shi didn't care. Having survived the apocalypse, he knew human nature. There were some people who, even if he didn't lift a finger, would seek their own deaths. Even without acting personally, he had countless ways to kill a few people. As for breaking the rules, the ones who made the rules were the biggest rule breakers of all. His initial goal was to shatter the current rules of the Tri-Union continent. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he wanted to make as big a scene as possible. Watching Lin Shi fly away on the hoverboard, Jin Woo still frowned. He knew Lin Shi hadn't listened to a word he said. Jin Woo opened his optical computer and contacted someone. For this mission, keep a close eye on him. If you catch him attacking or intentionally killing his teammates, report to me immediately. At the same time, at the training ground, Yi Chu was whispering with a few people. Boss, that kid is so arrogant. He didn't even give the captain any face. It pisses me off. If that kid becomes Vice General Captain, we'll be the first to refuse. Yi Chu sneered. Don't rush. I've received news. In this mission, besides the 50 desolate beasts, there are also high-level beasts. Isn't that kid really good at controlling the hoverboard? What if, while he's focused on using his spiritual power to attack the desolate beasts, his hoverboard loses control and he falls? The men's eyes widened, gleaming with excitement, and they chuckled darkly. Brother Yi is brilliant. With that kid's bean sprout of a body, if he falls into the beast pack, he'll definitely be torn to pieces. Huh. Lin Shi steered the hoverboard from the squad base back to his apartment. To be honest, this hoverboard was great to use. It felt a bit like controlling a magical artifact. If only there were a weapon as easy to use as the hoverboard. But thinking about it, that was impossible. Telekinesis didn't just require spiritual power, it also required origin power. Origin power could enhance the might of origin weapons. If it were just machinery, its actual power would be negligible, and it would break easily. Just like this hoverboard. Even though it could be controlled with spiritual power, it still needed a power source to charge, so it couldn't be considered a primary weapon. Furthermore, Lin Shi had already tested it. This thing couldn't fly too high. He wouldn't rely on it completely. This time on the mission, Jinwoo letting them bring the hoverboards was probably to increase the squad captain's survival rate when encountering desolate beasts. After all, the desolate beast tide had just receded and could return at any moment. When that happened, the hoverboards could be used to save their lives. As for the regular squad members driving cars, they would just have to fend for themselves. If it weren't for the fact that aircraft required some startup time for every takeoff and landing, flying would actually be much safer than driving. Upon returning home, Lin Shi contacted Xia Chun as usual, but this time, Xia Chun initiated the contact. It turned out that Xia Chun had arrived in District Nu 7 this morning and successfully contacted Bao Lai, the boss of the black market. Xia Chun reported to Lin Shi. Bao Lai agreed to hand over the federal headquarters data to me. Once I have it sorted, I'll send it to you. But right now, there are at least dozens of eyes watching my place. Clearly, they still don't fully trust me. Therefore, we need to coordinate our next moves and create some results to prove our goodwill. Not long after, Xia Chun sent another piece of intelligence. Our first targets, according to my analysis, which we can take out first, are the Federal Headquarters Vault Directors, Guidong and Pinyu. The Federal Headquarters Vault is located 2,000 meters underground in District Nu 1. The keys to open the vault are these two men. If both of them die, it will take the Federal Headquarters at least a few months to reopen the vault. That way, they won't be able to use a massive amount of crucial equipment and weapons in the short term. The one on the surface basically never leaves the city, and the one underground supposedly comes up to the surface for air one day a month. Lin Shi was immediately intrigued by this Federal Headquarters vault. If he could take everything in that vault, the Federal Headquarters would definitely fall into chaos. Xia Chun seemed to guess what Lin Shi was thinking and quickly sent another message. Only when both of them are present can the Federal Headquarters vault be opened. Furthermore, they usually keep one person on the surface and one underground. To open the safe, you absolutely must collect the facial, fingerprint, iris, and blood data of both men. To successfully open the vault, you have to capture them alive, because if they die, their blood data becomes invalid. I heard there are up to 100 layers of defense around the Federal Headquarters vault. The alloy vault doors are at least 3 meters thick. Not even the strongest energy rounds can breach them. And using brute force will trigger immediate detection. At that point, the entire underground area and District Nu 1 will go into complete lockdown. Lin Shi checked the cornucopia's current abilities. After crafting over 100 vessels, Lin Shi had the cornucopia absorb quite a few useful vessel abilities, including earth tunneling, water repulsion, invisibility, aura concealment, hypnosis, and spiritual power control. The ability that made Lin Shi the most curious was a high-tier vessel ability called Mirror Copy, which could create an exact replica of the subject. Lin Shi hadn't tested this ability yet. Whether he could successfully rob the Federal Headquarters vault using these abilities was still unknown, but killing people would definitely not be a problem. Right now, the cornucopia was truly the strongest vessel in the world, bar none. Early the next morning, 11 squad captains and over 60 members gathered in the open area at the foot of the city wall, preparing to set out for the mission. Lin Shi arrived last, riding his hoverboard. All the members looked curiously at this newly appointed vice general captain. "Is everyone here?" Lin Shi asked Mang Chi. Reporting to the vice general captain, "Everyone is here. We are all ready." Lin Shi nodded and instructed Mang Chi, "Move out. You lead the way. I'll observe the situation from the sky." In truth, the outskirts were still foggy, and flying too high would obscure the view of the ground, but Lin Shi could scout far ahead using his spiritual power. "Understood," Mang Chi replied, then shouted to all the members. "All members, board your vehicles by squad. The other captains all got into their cars. Only Mang Chi used his hoverboard to follow closely behind Lin Shi. Because it was the wilderness, they could encounter desolate beasts on the road at any time, so the convoy's travel speed wasn't fast. Mang Chi used a real-time communication device to stay in touch with the other squads in the cars, updating them on the ground situation and adjusting the convoy's direction. Along the way, Lin Shi didn't say anything else or issue any orders. Under Mang Chi's command, the team quickly approached the target. Vice General Captain, we are nearing the target. From here on, we have to proceed on foot. Lin Shi nodded and told Mang Chi, don't worry about me. Just proceed as usual. Mang Chi immediately used the radio to order the others. Listen up, everyone. Leave one person in each car, the rest dismount. Each squad maintain a distance of over 10 meters. Advance in a horizontal formation. The convoy will activate biological radar and stay behind, ready to provide backup at any time. Mang Chi was experienced, his orders clear and concise. Very quickly, the other captains also flew up. The closer they got to the desolate beast zone, the more dangerous it was on the ground. Lin Shi flew at the front. His spiritual power had already detected the pack of desolate beasts mentioned in the mission. Due to the distance, he couldn't determine their exact numbers yet. Two squad captains at the rear of the formation looked at each other, exchanging a meaningful glance. 500 meters ahead, desolate beast pack detected. All squads, hold your positions and await orders. Number 14, go scout the situation and lure one desolate beast out. Mang Chi ordered. That was the squad captain's designation. Squad Captain 14's expression changed. His gaze shifted toward Lin Shi at the front, and he muttered, shouldn't the Vice General Captain be the one to lead the charge on this? His voice was low, but everyone heard it, because they were all individuals with spiritual power. Mang Chi frowned and scolded lightly. We are on a mission right now. Follow orders. If I tell you to go, you go. The man chuckled, his tone sarcastic. Mang Chi, we're of the same rank. You don't get to boss me around. Besides, the new Vice General Captain hasn't contributed anything yet, and my hoverboard skills aren't as good as his. It makes more sense to give this luring mission to the Vice General Captain. Everyone fell silent, no one daring to agree or object. Just then, Squad Captain 22, near the back of the formation, suggested, stop arguing. We're all controlling hoverboards in the safest positions anyway. Let's just approach the beast pack together, determine their numbers and levels, and then decide who lures them. This suggestion made most people frown. It sounded reasonable, but in reality, it put everyone in danger. In terms of team coordination, this was a terrible plan. If this were a regular large-scale mission ordered by General Captain Jin Woo, everyone would obey, because Jin Woo's prestige was deeply ingrained in their hearts. But Lin Shi had just taken office, hadn't shown his true strength or achieved anything, and had only ever led half a squad on a mission. It was understandable that he lacked support. Mang Chi looked around and saw that most people didn't want to speak up. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. With his rank, he truly couldn't command so many squad captains of the same level. Ultimately, he was just an assistant. The one who should really be giving orders was Lin Shi. Lin Shi spoke up. Then let's all go together. Lin Shi pointed at Squad Captain 22, who had just made the suggestion. Since you suggested it, you go first. Squad Captain 22's face clearly showed panic as he retorted, why me? Right at that moment, a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly crashed down. Everyone was startled. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Shi, who had been silent the whole way. For the first time, they realized his spiritual power was this strong, not inferior to the general captain's in the slightest. Some with sharper spiritual senses even felt that the pressure from Lin Shi was far more terrifying than facing Jin Woo. During a mission, disobeying a superior's orders and disrupting the mission, kill without mercy. His tone was calm, but it sent shivers down the listeners' spines. Clearly, Lin Shi wasn't joking. However, there were still some who didn't believe it, thinking a newly appointed Vice General Captain wouldn't dare kill anyone. Squad Captain 18, who was always at the back of the formation with 22, spoke up on 22's behalf. This isn't fair. Captain 18's face was rigid, his eyes flashing with anger, looking as if he wanted to argue with Lin Shi. But just a second later, everyone's vision blurred. Lin Shi had somehow appeared at the back of the formation and, quick as lightning, grabbed Captain 18 by the throat. Captain 18 lost control of his hoverboard and plummeted straight down from midair. Lin Shi's hoverboard remained perfectly steady, easily supporting the weight of 2 people. In the middle of a mission, you dare talk to me about fairness? Do you think this is a joke? Lin Shi looked coldly at the middle-aged man struggling in his grasp, his eyes full of disdain. Whether it was the opponent's physical strength or spiritual attacks, hitting Lin Shi was like dropping a stone into the ocean. It couldn't shake him in the slightest. I already said it. During a mission, anyone who disobeys a superior's orders and sabotages the mission, kill without mercy. Lin Shi's voice was icy, ruthless, and overflowing with killing intent. His gaze swept over the squad captains, serving as a stark warning, giving no one a chance to react. Right there in midair, before the squad captains could even believe it, Lin Shi applied force. He snapped the man's neck. The crisp sound of breaking bone echoed through the air, giving everyone goosebumps. Then, Lin Shi stored the corpse into his spatial dimension, simultaneously retrieving the falling hoverboard. The entire process was clean and efficient, as if he had done it countless times. Lin Shi coldly glanced at the 10 squad captains, who all had varying expressions on their faces, and said, "I will bring the body back myself. Now, continue the mission." Those words instantly silenced the previously restless squad. No one dared to utter half a word. Captain 22 obediently flew forward to lead the way. The rest of the squad members on the ground had no idea what had just happened in the air and could only wait in silence. The distance wasn't far. Lin Shi and the 10 squad captains quickly arrived. They saw a massive pack of desolate beasts rummaging on a barren hillside. The desolate beasts were using their pincers to dig into the earth, seemingly searching for something. Upon closer inspection, they realized the beasts were digging up rocks. Massive boulders were unearthed and piled haphazardly in an open clearing. Some were in charge of digging, while others transported the rocks to designated spots. Throughout this process, the desolate beasts had a clear division of labor and strict discipline, not making a single unnecessary sound. The scene was incredibly bizarre. What is going on? Why are these desolate beasts suddenly cooperating? Someone asked in panic. Could it be that the desolate beasts gathering rocks before was their doing? Another said in shock. Keep your voices down. Don't let them spot us. Mang Chi said anxiously. Could the desolate beasts have awakened their intelligence and formed a sentient tribe? His voice carried fear and unease. Hearing this, everyone turned grim. If the desolate beasts had truly awakened their intelligence, it would be a terrifying disaster for humanity. Originally, the beast packs were just ferocious wild animals that only knew how to attack on instinct. The fact that they had used rocks to attack the city before was already terrifying enough. Now that they were starting to coordinate their actions, it proved they possessed intelligence and the ability to think. This made all the squad captains feel uneasy. But Lin Shi didn't panic like the others. He looked down, quickly observing the entire pack of desolate beasts below. However, he didn't see any beasts with the special markings Xia Chun had mentioned. Right at that moment, Mang Chi suddenly looked toward number 22, who was stealthily approaching Lin Shi. What are you doing? Me? I saw something unusual in the beast pack, so I wanted to get closer to take a look. Mang Chi didn't think much of it. The other squads were also spreading out to observe the situation of the beast pack below. But right then, Mang Chi caught a glimpse of Squad Captain 22 suddenly pulling out an electromagnetic pulse gun. When Mang Chi looked closely and saw that Squad Captain 22 had aimed the gun at Lin Shi's hoverboard, he was startled. Without even thinking about being discovered by the beast pack, he yelled, "Watch out!" At the same time, Squad Captain 22, with a ferocious expression, pulled the trigger. The moment the EMP gun was fired, an invisible electromagnetic pulse shot toward Lin Shi's feet like lightning. Lin Shi's hoverboard reacted very quickly, but due to the area of effect nature of the EMP, it couldn't dodge completely. The hoverboard plummeted. At the same time, 2 squad captains standing near Lin Shi were also affected. Their hoverboards lost control almost simultaneously and dove downward. Everyone's attention was drawn by Mang Chi's terrified shout. They turned their heads, witnessing the sight of 3 people falling from the sky. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide and jaws dropped in disbelief. A dozen meters below them was a dense pack of desolate beasts. Falling from this height meant dropping straight into the middle of the pack. In this situation, Lin Shi's fate seemed sealed, an unavoidable death. By the time the others thought to steer their hoverboards down to save them, it was already too late. In their panic, no one noticed that while the other two's hoverboards fell immediately after being hit by the EMP, Lin Shi's hoverboard fell, but he himself remained suspended in midair for a moment before dropping. Lin Shi, of course, didn't fall because he lost control of his hoverboard. He wanted to save someone. One of the 2 falling men had a pretty good relationship with Mang Chi. Earlier, when Jin Woo introduced Lin Shi as the vice general captain, this man was one of the few who clapped to congratulate him. Therefore, Lin Shi decided to save him. In midair, Mang Chi furiously roared at Squad Captain 22. 22. Are you crazy? He steered his hoverboard forward, aiming a punch at Squad Captain 22, but 22 had anticipated it and dodged. Squad Captain 22 raised his hands, feigning innocence. Mang Chi, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. You suddenly yelling like that. Are you trying to get us all killed? Whether it was because of Mang Chi's shout or the 3 people falling, the beast pack below instantly rioted. The squad captains hurriedly shouted, "Quick, save them! Hurry! Who's coming down with me? Use your spiritual power to control the beasts now." Someone used their spiritual power to scan below, searching for the 3 men's positions, and suddenly their eyes widened in disbelief, as if seeing something beyond imagination. The others gradually noticed the situation down there as well. At this moment, Lin Shi, holding Squad Captain 6 with his left hand and wielding a lightsaber in his right, charged into the middle of the beast pack. Wherever he went, furious roars of beasts rang out, followed by their corpses crashing to the ground. 22, hovering in the air, still hadn't realized what was happening. He was secretly smiling, calculating his plan. Although number 18 was a slight accident, luckily, he had completed the mission. As for whether he'd be punished, before they left, Yichu had assured him that even if the mission went south, he would protect him. Yichu's father was the director of the Federation's Information Authority Bureau, holding considerable power. A newly appointed vice general captain with an unknown background dying was no big deal. As for the other 2 squad captains who got dragged into it, no one could prove he was the one who did it anyway. He had intentionally avoided everyone's line of sight. Besides, Lin Shi had killed number 18. Him taking revenge for his comrade wasn't going overboard, right? But his joy didn't last 2 seconds. A beast's pincer flew up from the ground, piercing his hoverboard. He plummeted rapidly. Panicking, he screamed, "Save me!" At this moment, the other squad captains were either trying to save the ones who had just fallen or were completely overwhelmed by the sight of Lin Shi slaughtering the beasts. Who had the time to pay attention to him? Vice General Captain Mang Chi quickly landed next to Lin Shi, using his spiritual power to blast away a beast. Lin Shi tossed the man he was holding to Mang Chi, cleared out 3 more beasts, and then said to Mang Chi, "Go up." With that, he pulled number 18's hoverboard from his spatial dimension, stepped onto it, and quickly flew up. Mang Chi pulled up his lucky surviving comrade. As for the other 2, the other squad captain and 22, they weren't so lucky. Number 16, after falling, was spotted by the beasts. Before he could even stand up, he was trampled to death. 22 suffered a similar fate. The beasts reacted incredibly fast. Even though he unlocked his genes the moment he fell, the beasts on the ground were mostly level 3 and level 4, with no shortage of level 5s and level 6s. In this situation, even if he dodged one, he couldn't dodge the next. In the blink of an eye, 22's arm was clamped by a beast. A blood-curdling scream rang out as his left arm was torn off. At this point, the other squad captains wanted to go save him, but Lin Shi ordered, "Gather all members. Launch the attack." Mang Chi reacted the fastest, immediately using the radio to call the squad members a few hundred meters away for backup. The squad members quickly assembled, focusing their firepower to attack the beast pack. At this moment, Squad Captain 22 was still breathing. "Save me. Somebody save me." His agonizing cries for help echoed, terrifying some of the squad members. This guy did have some skill, but trapped by the beast pack like this, his death was only a matter of time. If Lin Shi and Mang Chi hadn't given the order, no one would have risked their lives to save Squad Captain 22, not even the members of Squad 22. Right then, a massive beast suddenly lunged out of the forest, pouncing toward the gathered squad members. Not good. Scatter, someone yelled. Lin Shi didn't hesitate. He steered his hoverboard forward, the lightsaber in his hand drawing a blinding arc of light as it slashed down on the beast's head. The beast was cleaved in two, its heavy body crashing to the ground. But immediately, even more beasts charged toward the squad. Lin Shi swung his lightsaber, every strike shining brilliantly, accurately hitting the beast's weak points, not letting them get anywhere near the squad members. Before the astonished eyes of the squad members, Lin Shi slaughtered every single beast that charged at them, one after another. It wasn't until there wasn't a single beast left in sight that Lin Shi slowly retracted his lightsaber, standing silently in place. Like a god of war descending to earth, he stood tall in midair. The squad members had killed about a dozen beasts using their spiritual power, while Lin Shi, using his lightsaber, had killed over 30. Even after the battle ended, some squad members still hadn't recovered from the shock of Lin Shi's combat prowess, killing over 30 beasts single-handedly with a physical weapon. This was a rare feat in the history of the Tri-Union continent. The news of Lin Shi single-handedly dealing with a beast pack in another district hadn't spread widely in District Nu 1 yet. The Federation had locked down the information. Therefore, these squad members, who knew all too well how difficult beast packs were to deal with, now looked at Lin Shi as if looking at a god descended to earth. Their initial contempt for this young vice-general captain had turned into astonishment, worship, and disbelief. Everyone cleaned up the battlefield and collected the bodies. Squad Captain 16, who had fallen under the beast's feet, had his body almost entirely torn apart and buried in the dirt, requiring the squad members to dig him out. As for Squad Captain 22, although he had lost an arm and a leg, he still had a breath left and a fierce will to live. Lin Shi walked up to him, looking down at Squad Captain 22's face, which was contorted in pain. 22's eyes were filled with a desperate thirst for life. If you're so afraid of dying, why did you try to take someone else's life? Lin Shi waved his hand, signaling behind him. Mang Chi ran over. How do you usually handle this kind of person? Lin Shi asked. Mang Chi shot a disdainful glare at Squad Captain 22. His injuries are beyond saving. Usually, in this situation, we give them a quick death and bring the body back. Squad Captain 22's eyes instantly revealed a look of begging and despair. Don't. Lin Shi spoke up. Tell me who ordered you to kill the squad members, and I'll bring you back. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the man's eyes, but it quickly faded. Knowing his own condition, he said, with my injuries, I won't survive the trip back. Lin Shi held a gene pill in his hand. I have medicine right here. Tell me who ordered you, and I'll let you take it. This pill guarantees you'll survive the trip back to the inner city. Let me take it first, then I'll believe you. Even on the brink of death, Squad Captain 22 maintained his vigilance. Lin Shi didn't waste words, directly shoving the gene pill into the man's mouth. Sure enough, after swallowing the pill, the heavy bleeding on Squad Captain 22's body instantly stopped. Can you speak now? Faced with life and death, Squad Captain 22 no longer covered for Yi Chu. He spilled everything. It was Yi Chu. He ordered me. At first, I only intended to attack you. Those other two just got caught in the crossfire because they were standing too close. I was possessed by a demon for a moment. Yi Chu said if I killed you, he'd give me a vessel and guarantee I wouldn't be held accountable. Vice General Captain, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'll accept any punishment. As long as he returned to the inner city, even if he was severely punished, at least he'd still be alive. But Lin Shi stood up and, with a single kick, crushed the man's head, giving him no chance to beg for mercy. Mang Chi was startled by Lin Shi's clean, decisive action. Vice General Captain. Thinking back, Mang Chi realized Lin Shi had never promised to bring this man back alive. He only said the pill would help him return to the city. That didn't mean he had to bring him back alive. Bringing back a corpse worked too. Anyway, in Mang Chi's eyes, This guy plotted against the vice general captain and harmed others. Dying wasn't even enough to pay for his crimes. You recorded the evidence on your optical computer, right? Mangchi nodded. Then let's head back immediately. Once we're back, report the situation here to the general captain. Yes, vice general captain. But there was no need to wait for Mangchi's report. Jin Woo already knew everything through the little spies he had planted. The moment he found out Lin Shi had killed Squad Captain 18, Jin Woo was furious. Even though Lin Shi killed him because Squad Captain 18 obstructed the mission and disobeyed orders, Jin Woo had warned Lin Shi not to kill anyone before they set out. Lin Shi's actions clearly showed no respect for him, nor for the rules of the federal headquarters. It was just that what happened next was beyond his expectations. Yi Chu's reach was actually that long. Lin Shi killing a squad captain could be justified by the fact that the subordinate disobeyed orders and affected the mission. But Yi Chu, out of a personal grudge, ordered Squad Captain 22 to assassinate Lin Shi, and even dragged other squads down with him. This matter, even if Yi Chu's father was the director of the Intelligence Bureau, couldn't be easily overlooked. Jin Woo immediately reported the mission situation to the higher-ups and sent along the collected evidence. A long time later, the higher-ups finally replied. Yi Chu was sentenced to 1 month of detention in the Federation prison and simultaneously permanently lost the opportunity to be promoted to Vice General Captain. Seeing that news, Jin Woo was like an enraged beast. He sprang from his chair and slammed his fist onto the metal desk. Jin Woo's strike left a clear handprint on the desk, but the anger on his face didn't diminish in the slightest. Just because it was the death of a squad captain, he only gets such a light punishment. Even knowing that his words and actions were being monitored by the federal headquarters, Jin Woo couldn't suppress his disbelief and fury. He had suspected that the higher-ups would find a way to handle Yi Chu, but he absolutely never expected it to be this lenient. It could even be called a cover-up. This result left him both disappointed and furious, the anger in his heart erupting like a volcano. The power machine within the federal headquarters had been hollowed out by greedy, wildly ambitious people. These people would stop at nothing for personal gain, completely disregarding justice and righteousness. As a general captain, he was powerless, unable to demand justice for an innocent soldier who had died. Since taking this position, he had known he was just a sharp knife in someone else's hands, a weapon with no right to rebel against its master. Jin Woo sat down helplessly. That feeling of powerlessness pierced deep into his heart, leaving him depressed and despairing. At this moment, Lin Shi's expressionless yet arrogant face appeared in Jin Woo's mind. That newly appointed vice general captain who dared to beat and kill. If it were you, could you swallow this anger? Meanwhile, Yi Chu was training when he received the news of his sentence and a message from his father. His face instantly darkened, and he couldn't help but curse. A squad captain who had been bought off by Yi Chu noticed him suddenly stop training and hurried over to ask, "Brother Yi, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Yi Chu gritted his teeth, his voice low. The plan failed. That kid didn't die. Only a squad captain died. The higher-ups want to lock me up for a month, and they've stripped me of my chance to be promoted to vice general captain. What? The punishment is that severe this time? That kind of replaceable trash dying is just whatever, but Brother Yi losing out is a loss for the future of the entire combat squad. The other squad captains following Yi Chu immediately chimed in, expressing their indignation over Yi Chu's fate. They all knew Yi Chu had powerful family backing. Previously, when he killed a newly arrived squad captain in the inner city, he hadn't received any significant punishment. This time, it was just another squad captain dying. They hadn't expected it to lead to such serious consequences. One squad captain said anxiously, "Brother Yi, quickly tell your family. Ask them to intervene and reduce the punishment." Another squad captain added, "Yeah, Brother Yi, with your family's connections up top, there's definitely a way to fix this." But Yi Chu remained silent, his face dark. Then, he kicked the training equipment hard. This made the people around Yi Chu fall dead silent, not daring to say another word. I underestimated him. This time, even my father can't pull me out, Yi Chu said resentfully, his eyes full of malice. But it's fine. In a month, when I get out of prison, I'll settle the score with him slowly. Yi Chu had just received a new message from his father. The news from above was that his sentence was heavier because it involved Lin Shi. At the same time, this sentence also implied his father's protection. After all, once he entered the Federation prison, he knew he would be safe in a specially prepared cell, spending a peaceful month there. Although this sentence didn't cause Yi Chu any major harm, in terms of reputation, it was a massive humiliation. He hadn't expected a newly appointed vice general captain to have such capability. Or more accurately, this vice general captain with a mysterious background had enough influence in the federal headquarters that the higher-ups could ignore his father's power to punish him. His father told him to report to the Federation prison immediately, otherwise, there would be unnecessary trouble. In the inner city, that guy Lin Shi can kill, but I can't. Despite saying that, Yi Chu still walked toward the exit of the training ground. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was leading his squad to the inner city gates to go through the procedures. Entering the city? Apologies, my lords. Entering the city requires a body scan and identity verification. The city guard stopped Lin Shi and his men, explaining with a fawning smile. Why is it so troublesome today? Mang Chi glared at them. The captain of the guard approached, looking apologetic. Everyone, the higher-ups said a spy sneaked into the inner city today, so we need to be stricter than usual. This is an order from above. We're just doing our jobs. We hope you understand. Hearing this, although they were a bit dissatisfied, everyone said nothing more and waited. While waiting, Lin Shi felt his communicator vibrate. He took it out and saw a message from Jin Woo. The federal headquarters already knows about the incident in the wilderness. The current disciplinary action for Yi Chu is as follows. Yi Chu is to be detained in the federal prison for 1 month. At the same time, he is permanently stripped of his qualifications for promotion to deputy commander. Yi Chu has voluntarily headed to the federal prison in the northeast. He is ordered not to do anything reckless. Lin Shi frowned. A scheming murderer, a deputy commander who masterminded the death of a captain, only gets 1 month in prison? Mang Chi, who was lining up next to him, asked, "Do you know Yi Chu's true identity?" Hearing that question, Mang Chi's face showed obvious fear and indignation, using his spiritual power to transmit his voice into Lin Shi's ear. Yi Chu's father is the director of the Intelligence Bureau. The Intelligence Bureau holds all the information of everyone on the Sanlian continent, from birth to death. At the same time, all of our optical computers are under their surveillance. His father holds immense power in the federal headquarters. Previously, there was a new female captain in the squad. Because she was beautiful, she was tormented by that bastard and his lapdogs. And she committed suicide that very day. Yet Yi Chu wasn't punished at all. This time, it's highly likely that the report we submitted won't result in much of a punishment for him either. Mang Chi looked at Lin Shi earnestly. Lin Shi still didn't show any emotion. Have you reported the incident in the wilderness to the higher-ups yet? Mang Chi shook his head. Not yet. Why, Deputy Commander? Lin Shi lowered his eyes, looking back at the message on his communicator. Jin Woo had received the verdict on Yi Chu before he did, and deliberately sent him a message. The federal headquarters announced that they decided to settle the matter before they even returned to the city. That was to let Yi Chu go to prison first. So they're on guard against me? Meaning Jin Woo already told me the location of the federal prison. Don't do anything reckless. Is he trying to provoke me a little? Lin Shi whispered. It seemed that, as the captain of the Vanguard Combat Squad, he was also dissatisfied with this punishment. Today, there were more guards at the city gate than before, and the entry procedures were noticeably stricter. Lin Shi guessed these procedures were aimed at them. He walked straight ahead, pulled a soldier who was checking documents, and handed his ID card to the guard. Check me first. Seeing Lin Shi approach, the guard looked unnatural, even a bit tense. Their eyes subconsciously met, seemingly exchanging information. Lin Shi noticed it, but didn't show anything unusual, only smiling. He became even more certain that they were deliberately stalling. Clearly, someone in the city was worried that if Lin Shi entered, he would immediately make a move on Yi Chu. Thinking of this, Lin Shi didn't wait any longer. He immediately took out his hoverboard, bypassed the guards, and quickly rushed into the city. The people he wanted to kill never survived. Lin Shi's sudden action threw the guards into chaos. Stop him. Someone's breaking in. The guards shouted in panic, raising their weapons and aiming at Lin Shi. But at that moment, Mang Chi outside the city suddenly yelled, "Wasteland beasts!" The shout was like a thunderclap, terrifying all the guards into turning their heads to look outside the city. But outside, there was only an empty expanse. There was nothing at all. When the captain of the guard realized he'd been tricked, he ordered Lin Shi's arrest again. But Lin Shi had already disappeared. Quick, report to the higher-ups. That person has entered the city. Mang Chi was only suspicious at first, but now he understood the situation. So this entry inspection was to stop them and stall for time. Mang Chi grabbed the guard captain's collar and said angrily, "Report what? Open the gate and let us in right now, or I'll smash this damn gate to pieces." Lin Shi steered his hoverboard rapidly toward the southeast. At this time, Yi Chu was driving to the federal prison. Even while sitting in the car, his face was dark, thinking about how he could only stay in the room his father arranged for the next whole month. Filled with resentment, he subconsciously sped up. Right at that moment, an emergency warning appeared on his optical computer, demanding that Yi Chu head to the federal prison immediately. The federal prison held many criminals and was extremely heavily guarded. Its security force was almost equal to a whole city's. Seeing the warning, Yi Chu grew even angrier. He slammed his fist onto the car's dashboard. He had never suffered such humiliation. Damn it, I'm not a rat. Why the hell should I hide from him? Who the fuck does he think he is? Yi Chu immediately turned the car around, heading back, his face full of rage. I want to see, if I don't go to prison, does he dare to kill me or not? Yi Dongsheng, standing in the inner city of the Federation, knew his son hadn't gone to the federal prison but had turned back. At that time, Lin Shi had already entered the inner city and was flying toward the federal prison. Immediately, another order was issued. The Security Bureau mobilized hundreds of guards to block the road. On the smooth road, Yi Chu sped along in his car. He was burning with rage, only wanting to find a way to vent. Suddenly, the traffic light ahead turned on, displaying a no vehicles sign. Pedestrians had the right of way, but Yi Chu ignored the signal, directly overriding the car's autopilot mode. The car, which was automatically decelerating and preparing to stop, had its gas pedal slammed down by him. Its speed surged to the limit, and like a wild horse slipping its reins, it charged straight into the crosswalk. At this time, a young man and woman were strolling hand in hand on the crosswalk. They were completely unaware of the approaching danger, immersed in their own world. By the time they looked up and saw the car rushing at them with terrifying speed, it was already too late. In that critical moment, perhaps out of survival instinct, or perhaps their potential was triggered when facing the boundary of life and death, the girl pushed the boy away without hesitation. Just a second later, accompanied by a loud crash, the girl was sent flying by the massive impact. Her body was crushed by the car, scattered across the clean road. The boy who was pushed away also had both his legs crushed by the car. Looking at the girl who was standing next to him just a moment ago, now reduced to a pile of mangled flesh, the lucky surviving boy screamed tragically, crawling madly to the girl's remains. The culprit, with expert steering, slowly stopped the car by the side of the road. He opened the door and stepped out, leisurely observing the bloody scene, as if admiring a work of art. The piercing wail of police sirens echoed all around, drawing closer and closer. But Yi Chu showed no signs of anxiety or fear. He even turned around and stepped back to admire the masterpiece he had just created. The young boy's eyes were bloodshot, filled with indignation and fury. He glared at Yi Chu, his voice hoarse. "You're a devil." Yi Chu just laughed, his lips curling into a cruel smirk. Just 2 words copied from a machine. "You lowly peasants should feel honored that your deaths brought me a little pleasure." At that moment, the guard squad's vehicles finally arrived, stopping right next to Yi Chu. Seeing a group of fully armed guards step out, the boy became extremely agitated. Pointing a trembling finger at Yi Chu, he screamed tragically. "He's a murderer. He intentionally ran a red light and killed someone. You have to arrest him right now." The guards stepped out of the car. Before them was a bloody scene, but they only frowned and looked toward Yi Chu. One guard said in a calm voice, "Let's go, young Master Yi. According to the federal headquarters regulations, you need to head to the federal prison immediately." Hearing this, the boy thought Yi Chu was being arrested for murder. A flash of vindictive joy crossed his hate-filled eyes. But what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. Yi Chu unceremoniously interrupted the guard, his voice dripping with dissatisfaction and annoyance. It's just the death of a squad leader. You want to lock me up for a month? Besides, I wasn't the one who killed him. Why should you arrest me? The captain of the guard squad leaned in and whispered into Yi Chu's ear. This is your father's order. Please cooperate with us. We just received news that Lin Shi is on his way here. You could be in danger at any moment. In District 1? Right on the federal headquarters turf? And he, a wild man from the outside, dares to lay a hand on me. Yi Chu couldn't understand why. In the basement of the federal headquarters, he had to fear a wild man from the outside. Pointing at the two bodies on the ground, one with crushed legs, the other a mangled teenager lying in his arms, Yi Chu said, "You guys clean up these two." The guard captain frowned at the gruesome scene and signaled his two subordinates. Immediately, a guard stepped forward to drag the teenager away. "Captain, how should we handle this? We can't just let him go. This kind of person will hold a grudge against the headquarters in the future. Just kill him." The teenager's eyes widened in sheer terror, staring at the barrel of the guard's gun pointed straight at him, instead of the murderer. The last glimmer of hope in the boy's heart was extinguished. Just as he thought he was certainly going to die, a sharp clang rang out in front of him, like a bullet striking steel. In a daze, he saw a strange figure standing before him. Beside this person hovered a tiny hoverboard above his watch. His left hand was tightly gripping the neck of the murderer who had just run them over, while his right hand held an empty sword hilt. This bizarre sight made him forget the agonizing pain in his crushed legs. "Release him immediately. Vice Commander Lin, don't do anything rash. Let's talk this out." A guard shouted loudly. At the same time, all guns were aimed at Lin Shi. Another car pulled up, and Li Feng quickly stepped out. Seeing Yi Chu being choked by Lin Shi, he yelled, "Lin Shi, don't do anything rash. Yi Chu will be dealt with. The matter of the squad leader plotting against you might not even be true. It could be a frame-up. We need to investigate this further." Li Feng had also arrived. Lin Shi assessed the situation and said to Yi Chu, "Looks like you've got quite the background." A look of arrogance flashed in Yi Chu's eyes. He didn't even know when Lin Shi had grabbed him by the throat. It happened in the blink of an eye. He admitted he had underestimated the strength of this new vice commander, but he still wasn't afraid. "This is the federal headquarters territory. If you dare touch me, don't even think about leaving here alive." Yi Chu, still completely unafraid, sneered at Lin Shi. "Whoever wants to sit in the vice commander's seat, you're just a knife. A knife has to obey its master. From now on, I acknowledge you as a sharp knife. But remember, even if I can't sit in that position, I can still be the one holding the knife. Don't think it's unfair. A person's fate is decided at birth. I was born nobler than you." Lin Shi smiled. Seeing that smile, everyone briefly thought Lin Shi was going to let him go. But then, Lin Shi said coldly, "Are you done with your last words?" Yi Chu was stunned. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. "You were right about one thing. People are different. You rely on your background, while I rely on my strength." In an instant, Lin Shi's left hand suddenly exerted force. A crisp sound of breaking bones echoed out. Lin Shi had snapped Yi Chu's neck. It happened so fast that no one could react. Li Feng's throwing knife had just flown over, but was blocked. Clang, clang. The hoverboard intercepted the flying knife. Lin Shi tossed Yi Chu's body, his eyes still wide open in disbelief, onto the ground like trash, then casually dusted off his hands. "Just a mere squad leader, and you dare threaten me? You're courting death. Unforgivable." Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. You killed him?" The guard captain was also panicking. He couldn't believe Yi Chu had died just like that. This was the only son of Director Yi. "It's over. The sky is falling." Lin Shi stared back, feigning innocence. "What? I heard he once killed a squad leader in the combat squad without being punished. Well, as the vice commander of the combat squad, killing someone who provoked me and plotted against me. Do I really have to be held accountable?" Li Feng quickly checked Yi Chu's pulse. Confirming he was dead, he glared furiously at Lin Shi. "Lin Shi, do you have any idea what you've done?" "I do. He's just a squad leader. Dead is dead. If the higher-ups want to punish me, they can just throw me in the federal prison for a month." Seeing everyone's panicked expressions, Lin Shi didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. Li Feng was so furious he couldn't speak. He threw flying knives at Lin Shi. Lin Shi used his hoverboard to defend himself. The two fought so fast that the guards couldn't even see clearly. "Captain, should we shoot?" a guard asked the captain. "Shoot what? What if we hit the wrong person?" "Surround the area. I'll report this to the higher-ups immediately." The guard captain immediately contacted the director and reported the incident to the federal headquarters. In reality, like a supercomputer, everything had already been relayed to the higher-ups of the federal headquarters. Moments later, the guard captain received an order from above, his eyes widening in shock. The instruction was very clear. If Li Feng wins, kill Lin Shi. If Li Feng loses, let Lin Shi go outside the city alone to kill wild beasts during the upcoming beast tide. Just as he finished reading the message, the battle was decided. Li Feng slammed hard into a guard vehicle, denting it, and creating a large crater before rolling onto the ground. Utterly defeated, he struggled to prop himself up, glaring at Lin Shi with deep resentment while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The guard captain hurried over to Li Feng's ear and relayed the order from above. Li Feng gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, "You win this time. Can we take the body?" Lin Shi didn't hesitate to kick Yi Chu's corpse over. He replied coldly, "Suit yourself." A group of guards took Li Feng and Yi Chu's body and left. At this moment, Mang Chi finally arrived with a few people from the base squad, following the signal. Seeing the scene before him, the street littered with debris, Mang Chi shouted, "Vice Commander, what did you do to Yi Chu's body?" But he quickly realized that the mangled remains belonged to a young woman, and beside her was an unconscious teenage boy. It wasn't Yi Chu at all. "I snapped his neck. This matter is temporarily settled. What are you guys doing here?" Lin Shi looked at the squad leaders accompanying Mang Chi. They were all people who had previously tried to curry favor with him. One of them was someone who had been affected by Incident 22, fell into a beast pack, and was saved by Lin Shi. Lin Shi didn't miss the terror in their eyes. Mang Chi scratched the back of his neck and said, "Heh, I just came to watch the fun." Another squad leader chuckled awkwardly. "Vice Commander, Mang Chi was really worried about you. He insisted on coming to make sure you were okay. We came ready for a fight. Didn't expect it to end so quickly. They thought there would be a fierce battle. Or rather, they didn't think Lin Shi would actually kill Yi Chu. They thought the two sides would be in a standoff, so they came to help. Now, they finally realized they had underestimated the strength and ruthlessness of this vice commander. To be able to dispose of Yi Chu in such a short time, completely disregarding the faction behind him, he was definitely more terrifying than their commander Jin Wu. Lin Shi nodded at them. He knew they didn't just come because of their good relationship with Mang Chi, but because they genuinely acknowledged him. "It's fine. Where's the nearest hospital? I'm taking this kid to get treated." Lin Shi pointed at the unconscious boy. Mang Chi immediately gave Lin Shi a location. By dusk, the boy woke up. His name was Tai Lon, a quality inspector at a food processing plant. The girl who was in the accident with him was also an employee at that plant. They were a newly in-love couple, promising to support each other and live a good life in District 1. Who would have thought a simple stroll would lead to such an unexpected disaster? His lover died a gruesome death, and the federal headquarters, the place he revered as his faith, not only failed to uphold justice but even wanted to silence him. Waking up, Tai Lon didn't cry or scream. He didn't care where he was, or even sigh over his severed legs. He just stared blankly at the chaotic sky with empty eyes. Just then, a voice rang out from above. "You're awake." Hearing Lin Shi's voice, Tai Lan's eyes regained a bit of life. He looked around, and suddenly his vision blurred. Tai Lon saw the scenery change. He was now in a completely unfamiliar, enclosed space. "There's no surveillance here. My name is Lin Shi, currently the vice commander of the 1st Combat Squad." Hearing the young man introduce himself, Tai Lon suddenly became agitated. He tried to stand up, but his knees had been severed. "Who was the driver that killed my girlfriend?" "It was Yi Chu, the leader of Squad 1, 1st Combat Squad. I've already killed him." Recalling the memories right before he passed out, Tai Lon realized the young man wasn't lying. Before losing consciousness, he had seen this person snap the neck of that arrogant man. Tai Lon lay flat on the ground, his face numb as he asked, "Why did you save me? To people like you, aren't we just commoners? Are the lives of commoners not worth saving?" Lin Shi looked at him, his expression calm, his voice firm. "In my world, everyone is equal. No one is treated differently because of their background, status, or any other factor. As long as you are human, there is no distinction between noble and lowly. Although Lin Shi rarely saved people and found it hard to trust others, he never despised anyone because of their background or for any other reason. Hearing this, Tai Lon looked skeptical. He frowned and asked, "Did you save me just to spout these sweet words?" Lin Shi chuckled and shook his head. "Of course not. I brought you here to give you two options. First, if you want to leave, you can return to your old life. Everything will be as it was." Tai Lon looked down at his crippled legs, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh of despair. "With my current condition, I'm not even sure I can survive. Besides, those people wanted me dead. If I leave here, I'll die sooner or later." Lin Shi nodded slightly in agreement. "You're right. You're very smart. Then I'll tell you the second option." Lin Shi slowly laid out his pre-planned scheme. "I have the ability to turn someone into a clone of myself. This ability can heal your legs, but I've never used it before, so I'm not sure if the clone will retain its original personality and memories. So you want to use me as a guinea pig? Even if you didn't say it, treating me as a test subject." I couldn't refuse anyway. Tai Lon felt dazed. In just one short day, he had experienced the darkest moment of his life. Yet this powerful, high and mighty man was giving him a choice. Was he trying to mess with him? He looked into Lin Shi's eyes, trying to find something in them. But Lin Shi's gaze was deep and calm. No one could guess his true thoughts. Lin Shi's reason for saving this person was very simple. If this guy left, he basically wouldn't survive. The people from the federal headquarters wouldn't let a commoner who had seen their secrets live. Did he really want to use this person to test his cloning ability? If, after using this ability, Tai Lon still retained his will and memories, he would temporarily keep him in the survival space. When needed, he would release him to cooperate. Conversely, even if this person lost his consciousness, it wouldn't make a difference to Lin Shi. Ever since Xia Chun sent the federal headquarters documents, Lin Shi had been planning to find someone to clone. Now, Lin Shi considered the person in front of him to be the most ideal cloning target. If the cloning process didn't erase his consciousness, a man who had lost everything, died, and come back to life, and who harbored a deep hatred for the federal headquarters, would undoubtedly help him overthrow the headquarters without hesitation. Lin Shi shook his head. "I won't force you. Even without you, I can find someone else who meets my requirements." These days, people willing to risk their lives for money are everywhere. They're just not reliable. Tai Lon remained silent for a moment, then asked, "If I agree, and you confirm this ability works, what do you plan to make me do next?" Lin Shi replied, "If you agree to become my clone, I will use you to replace me in certain situations. As for what I plan to do, you don't need to know. You just need to remember that I stand against the federal headquarters." Hearing this, Tai Lon didn't hesitate for long and agreed. Lin Shi smiled and said, "Very well. Let's begin. I don't know what the process will be like. If it hurts, just endure it." Tai Lon suddenly felt that although the man in front of him was cold, compared to those truly cruel bastards, he seemed rather gentle. He nodded weakly. "I'm ready." Lin Shi knelt down, placed his hand on the top of Tai Lon's head, and activated his ability. A burst of green light bloomed from Lin Shi's hand, enveloping Tai Lon. Ugh! The moment the ability was activated, Tai Lon let out a groan. His limbs trembled from the pain, and then he passed out from the excruciating agony. Lin Shi felt the origin energy in his body rapidly depleting, while a portion of his blood was also gathering toward his hand. Then, Lin Shi watched as the person in front of him, who originally had nothing to do with him, gradually transformed into an exact replica of himself. From his hair to his fingernails, everything was identical. Even Tai Lon's broken legs were completely healed. If one ignored his aura and demeanor, no one would be able to tell who the real Lin Shi was. By this point, Lin Shi felt that his origin energy had been depleted by at least a quarter, and he had lost over 20% of his blood. Lin Shi withdrew his hand, looking at his masterpiece, still finding it hard to believe. The sensation of using the cloning ability was exactly like creating life through the cornucopia interface. Qingzhou popped out at this moment, sighing in amazement. Desolate crystals are entities created by the planet's will, so they carry certain characteristics of the planetary will. I simply call it divinity. Receptacles made primarily from desolate crystal materials inherently borrow this divinity. It's not surprising that they possess various special abilities. It's just that the stronger the ability, the more massive the energy required. Currently, even if humanity on the three-linked continent creates receptacles with powerful abilities, almost no one can use them. That being said, the power systems of the blue planet and the three-linked continent complement each other. Lin Shi muttered to himself. At this moment, a thought suddenly struck him. If the energy within the desolate crystals was the special energy of the planetary will, and if humanity could absorb that energy, did that mean humans could become gods? Qing Zhou was stunned by Lin Shi's question. After a long while, he replied, theoretically yes. However, according to the information I've gathered before, someone once tried grinding a desolate crystal into powder and eating it. The result was an unexplained death. There have even been experiments proving that no matter how much desolate crystal a human absorbs, they will die. No exceptions. Therefore, desolate crystals were later applied to other fields. Exactly. So absorbing desolate crystals to become a god is just a fabricated myth. Humans cannot absorb the energy of desolate crystals. That's why the three-linked continent clings so stubbornly to the raw materials on the blue planet. Lin Shi took out a desolate crystal and placed it gently on his palm. This desolate crystal was incredibly hard, completely transparent, and sparkling like a crystal, emitting a faint halo. When observing it with focused mental energy, one could almost see a brilliant golden light flowing slowly within the crystal, like a mysterious river. Actually, the very first time he obtained these desolate crystals, Lin Shi had harbored the crazy idea of absorbing them. He had planned to use his origin energy to guide the energy out of the desolate crystal. Fortunately, Qing Zhou had warned him in time, helping him realize the grave mistake he had almost made. After over 10,000 years of research and experimentation, the humanity of the three-linked continent had reached a conclusion. Humans cannot directly absorb the energy of desolate crystals. This conclusion was paid for with countless lives. And Lin Shi, with his current physical body, was no exception. Thinking of this, Lin Shi quickly dismissed the dangerous thought and put the desolate crystal back in its place. To make it convenient to use with his lightsaber, Lin Shi usually kept desolate crystals in his everyday pockets. If he needed to carry more, he would wear a specialized backpack. This way, anytime, anywhere, he could quickly take out a desolate crystal and be ready for any situation. After storing the unconscious Tai Lon into the survival space, Lin Shi thought for a moment, took a corpse out of his spatial storage, placed it on the ground, and turned to leave this temporary underground tunnel. As for the origin of this tunnel, it was naturally dug by Lin Shi himself. The purpose was to evade surveillance and observation from all over the world. Night fell, and the neon lights flickered on. As usual, Lin Shi was swimming alone in the outdoor pool of the combat squad's residential area. His muscular physique cut through the water, splashing crystal-clear droplets, as if he had become one with the water. However, in the quiet night, a miniature camera hidden in a secret location nearby was silently recording Lin Shi's every move. This camera was placed in an extremely concealed spot. It accurately captured Lin Shi's image and transmitted it in real time via a wireless signal to a special room in the inner city. And in that room, there were over 10,000 cameras transmitting footage. These images all showed the locations Lin Shi frequently visited. Except for his room, almost everywhere else was under surveillance. At this moment, there were 10 staff members working in the room. They monitored the surveillance screens 24/7, always keeping an eye on Lin Shi's movements. In addition, 2 middle-aged men exuding the aura of high-ranking officials were also present. One middle-aged man with graying temples pointed at the image of Lin Shi swimming leisurely. Everything looks very normal. No anomalies detected. The other middle-aged man had a distinct tattoo of the character Chuan on his forehead and slightly thick lips. He looked very much like the Yi Chu who had died during the day at Lin Shi's hands, only a bit older. Right now, he furrowed his brows, his sharp eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Lin Shi on the screen, looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. His voice was low, mixed with gnashing, resentful anger. Does that accomplice of his have the ability to teleport? I suspect this guy is a spy sent to gather internal intelligence on District 1. The middle-aged man with graying hair spoke up to defend Lin Shi. We've already verified that possibility. After connecting, they can only transmit audio back and forth. Moreover, according to our records, he's been very normal lately. The audio recording devices haven't picked up him talking to himself either. But he disappeared for over 10 minutes this afternoon while under surveillance. Yi Guangju refused to let it go, retorting sharply. Those 10 minutes were enough for him to contact the outside and transmit information. As for the body burial, the headquarters sent someone to check. There really was a fresh corpse buried under that spot. Bai Ming continued. Bai Ming, do we really want to keep this human around? This kind of dangerous, uncontrollable figure could cause even greater damage to the Federation at any moment. Yi Guangju suddenly became agitated, no longer hiding his hatred and killing intent toward Lin Shi. If Li Feng couldn't kill him, then send more people, or let Jin Wu do it. I want him dead right now. The staff in the observation room seemed deaf to the two men arguing, continuing their work. However, their stiff expressions and rigid postures betrayed their tension. Bai Ming patted Yi Guangju's shoulder, signaling him not to lose his temper here and expose this person to this special observation room. Then he whispered, I understand your anger, but you should know that one of your sons is not as important as a Stage 7 evolutionary powerhouse with Stage 9 mental energy. Yi Guangju glared at Bai Ming. Bai Ming shook his head and said helplessly, It's useless to yell at me. This is a decision from the higher-ups. I may be a hidden blade of the Federation, but you are just a department head. We are all bound by circumstances beyond our control. Having been colleagues for many years, I'll tell you straight. Even if all of us died today, the headquarters still might not kill Lin Shi. You have to understand, people like us are replaceable. But a powerhouse with Stage 9 mental energy, who has also unlocked the Stage 7 gene, is irreplaceable. This statement not only expressed Bai Ming's helplessness, but also served as a subtle warning to Yi Guangju. Bai Ming patted Yi Guangju's shoulder again, making him look at him. He said in a sincere, profound tone, Therefore, let go of your hatred. Or, you can take advantage of your youth and have another son. Go home and think it over carefully. After hearing Bai Ming's words, the hatred in Yi Guangju's eyes gradually softened. As if waking up from a dream, he muttered, You're right. I should have another son, rather than let the death of one child ruin my future. Despite saying this, Yi Guangju's eyes looked hollow and unfocused, as if he were immersed in his own world. It's good that you've thought it through. I'll be going now. The two walked down a corridor and passed through an automatic sensor door. What met their eyes was a massive space filled with giant surveillance screens. Countless staff members were busy monitoring the surveillance areas and recording information on their optical computers. Bai Ming casually called a staff member over and said, The officer is tired. Find someone to escort him out. Yes, Lord Bai. Watching Yi Guangju leave with the staff member, Bai Ming also left the information center. Exiting the center, he went straight to a car parked nearby. The driver was Li Feng, the man who had been injured by Lin Shi earlier that day. Seeing Li Feng, Bai Ming regained his calm demeanor, a faint smile appearing on his face. He slowly got into the car and said in a teasing tone, You're injured and still not resting properly? Do you want to exhaust this old man? Li Feng, who was usually arrogant, was incredibly respectful and humble in front of Bai Ming. He replied, It's already late, yet you still had to make a trip. You've truly worked hard. I am your subordinate. Chauffeuring you is only natural. Bai Ming chuckled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. What's the hassle? It was just using my ability to influence a Stage 4 mental energy evolutionary. I'm not that old yet. How can this little matter be called exhausting? Li Feng felt even more awe in his heart. He knew Bai Ming possessed unfathomable strength and powerful abilities. Curious, Li Feng asked, about Yi Guangju. Bai Ming shook his head. With a helpless expression, he explained, My ability can only influence the opponent's thinking. Even though I can do it without anyone noticing, its influence is limited. If Yi Guangju is provoked again, I'm afraid his hatred will resurface. But my mission is complete. For the short term, Yi Guangju won't go looking for trouble with Lin Shi. As for this Lin Shi, he's only been here a few days and already forced me to take action. He's definitely not a simple character. Elder Bai, what do you think of Lin Shi? Recalling his fight with Lin Shi earlier that day, Li Feng's eyes showed deep apprehension. At that time, he felt completely suppressed, and it seemed the opponent hadn't even used his full strength. That feeling of powerlessness still terrified him. Bai Ming's expression grew more serious, the wrinkles on his face deepening. He said slowly, "I've seen the footage of your fight with him. All I can say is, the times are changing. If we old folks don't improve, we'll be eliminated sooner or later." Li Feng hadn't expected Bai Ming, the minister of the Federation's Special Martial Eradication Department, to rate Lin Shi so highly. The Special Martial Eradication Department reported directly to the Federation's Director General. Its main function was to monitor all evolutionaries who had unlocked their genes using material resources. Every member of the department had a gene level no lower than stage 6. The federal headquarters had invested massive resources to cultivate this surveillance force, which stood at the top of all fields. Their mission was to ensure that evolutionaries didn't disrupt the Federation's stability for personal gain or other reasons. And Bai Ming possessed the absolute strongest power in the Martial Eradication Department. Rumor had it among the higher-ups that Bai Ming's strength was close to that of a war god. Therefore, Li Feng said with some admiration, "Is he really that strong? I feel like if I just take one more step forward, I might not necessarily lose to him." Bai Ming just shook his head, smiling without saying a word. Li Feng had to stay silent. He already knew what the federal headquarters' next plan was. It was this very plan that left him terrified and bewildered. The Federation leaders intended to let Lin Shi go out of the city alone to fight when the beast tide attacked. Li Feng clearly understood the terrifying nature of the massive, incredibly ferocious beast tide. It was like a raging flood, almost impossible to stop. Even using most of District 1's forces to block, it would be difficult, let alone having one person face such a torrent of beasts. For that person, it was no different from suicide. Even though Lin Shi had displayed astonishing strength, surviving in such a desperate situation was simply impossible. If they didn't intend to use Lin Shi, they could have just stopped him from entering District 1. Did the federal headquarters want to use this method to kill Lin Shi at the lowest cost? Or were they using this to eliminate the opposition? Li Feng thought this was the only logical explanation. Right at that moment, the optical computers on both Li Feng's and Bai Ming's wrists simultaneously issued an emergency alert. Emergency news. A beast tide has been detected moving toward District 1 from Sector C. It is expected to reach the city within 24 hours. All personnel who receive this notice, please prepare for battle at dawn and report to your designated positions. At the same time, Lin Shi, who was swimming, also received this news. They detected it this fast? Actually, ever since he wiped out the beast pack in Sector C, Lin Shi had already sensed their movement. Lin Shi was someone with Stage 9 mental energy, which was why he detected it so early. District 1 was indeed the territory of the federal headquarters. If it wasn't a high-level mental energy user taking action, there had to be countless hidden real-time surveillance outposts to detect the beast tide's movement so quickly. Lin Shi got out of the pool. After taking a hot shower, his optical computer received another message. It was from Jin Wu, notifying everyone in the squad to gather at the assembly point at dawn. Immediately after, another message arrived from an unknown ID. The message instructed Lin Shi to go to the federal headquarters in the inner city tomorrow morning. There would be a mission assigned to him. Attached to the message was an inner city entry pass. Lin Shi glanced at it. It was almost identical to the pass Mang Chi had given him at the inner city checkpoint earlier. So, Lin Shi messaged Jin Wu that he would go to the headquarters to receive his mission first and report back tonight. Jin Wu replied briefly, "Understood. Be careful not to run around." Lin Shi replied, "Got it," and turned off his optical computer. With the beast tide attacking again, many people would surely lose sleep tonight. Lin Shi closed his eyes and rested for the night, waking up only when the sun rose. After eating breakfast, he left the apartment complex. Seeing no special transport waiting for him, he took out his hoverboard and flew toward the inner city. At the inner city entrance, Lin Shi wasn't surprised to be stopped. The guard said, "Please show your pass." Lin Shi presented the pass he received last night. The guard scanned the code, nodded at Lin Shi, and said, "You may enter." Retracting his hoverboard, he prepared to fly into the inner city. Lin Shi remembered the inner city was very large, and he naturally didn't want to run all the way in. Hearing this, he asked, "Can I use my hoverboard?" The guard turned around, reported something into his radio, then slowly walked over and said, "You can, but don't fly too high. The inner city has anti-air weapons. High-altitude flight is strictly prohibited." Lin Shi nodded slightly, stepped onto his hoverboard, and moved inside. Just as Lin Shi entered the inner city, Li Feng arrived driving Bai Ming's car. Seeing Bai Ming in the car, the guards immediately let them pass straight into the inner city. Lin Shi then realized he didn't know the exact location of the federal headquarters. Everywhere in the inner city, there were mental energy alarm sirens and mental energy shielding devices. Lin Shi tried to use his mental energy to scan the area, but his mental energy was mostly blocked, like river water hitting a massive dam. He could only scan slowly. Lin Shi wasn't in a hurry to get to the federal headquarters anyway. Taking the time to familiarize himself with the surrounding terrain was also good. Just as Lin Shi was leisurely making his way toward the federal headquarters, he heard the sound of a car behind him. Lin Shi turned around and saw Li Feng pull up beside him. Li Feng rolled down the window and waved at Lin Shi. "Heading to the headquarters, right? Get in." Lin Shi saw there was another person in the car, an old man with graying temples smiling at him. He exuded an incredibly calm aura. With a single glance, Lin Shi noticed he was wearing a mental energy shielding device similar to the others in the city. If he used his mental energy to probe the old man's strength, the device would definitely be triggered first. The fact that Li Feng was acting as his driver made Lin Shi even more curious about this old man's identity. Lin Shi put away his hoverboard, got into the car, and sat next to the old man. Li Feng had intended for Lin Shi to sit in the passenger seat, but seeing that Elder Bai didn't object, he let Lin Shi sit in the back. The car started. The old man and Li Feng didn't say anything, and Lin Shi wasn't in a rush to ask who he was. The three remained silent until they reached the gates of the federal headquarters. Arriving here, Lin Shi realized his guess was right. The federal headquarters was the tallest building in the inner city, very easy to spot. It was much taller than the Star Liquor Hotel. From the ground, you could barely see the top. Standing here, Lin Shi could already smell the strong, salty scent of the sea breeze and hear the gentle crashing of waves. Previously, Lin Shi knew that District 1 bordered the sea to the east. Standing before the federal headquarters at this moment, Lin Shi realized that the spatial tunnel was very likely located on the other side of this building. On the map of the three-linked continent, it showed that District 1 included this sea area. Many buildings were even built directly on the sea. The spatial tunnel must be under one of those buildings. But right now, finding the spatial tunnel wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was dealing with the entire federal headquarters. Lin Shi was momentarily distracted but quickly regained his composure. Bai Ming got out of the car, stood next to Lin Shi, and smiled. "It's really tall, isn't it? The first time I came here, I also thought it was the tallest. I even imagined that if I stood on the top floor and looked through binoculars, I might see the entire three-linked continent." Lin Shi smiled faintly. "Let's go in." "All right, you wait here." Bai Ming nodded slightly to Li Feng in the car, then took the lead and walked into the federal headquarters building. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then followed. The building had no guards stationed outside. The automatic doors opened as the two approached. Lin Shi followed Bai Ming. On the surface, it looked normal, but in reality, his intuition had already sensed a needle-like threat from multiple locations. Soon, the two arrived at a stark white, empty space. Everything was white, making Lin Shi's eyes slightly uncomfortable. They had arrived. Bai Ming stopped, looked at Lin Shi, and laughed heartily, waving his hand. Truly a hero born from a youth. Following an old man with one foot in the grave like me without fear of being shot to pieces. You're definitely not ordinary. Lin Shi smiled, but he remained vigilant inside. This was the headquarters of the Federation. It definitely housed the world's most powerful weapon systems. If the federal headquarters wanted to make things difficult for him, this was the perfect opportunity. But Lin Shi showed no signs of tension. He was confident in his strength and his trump cards. He also didn't think the federal headquarters would strike before achieving their goal. Therefore, at this moment, he just smiled at the other party, waiting for their next move. Not bad. In terms of courage, You surpass any subordinate of mine. Bai Ming greatly appreciated Lin Shi's calm demeanor. As he spoke, the flat white floor suddenly shifted, emitting a faint grinding sound. Then, a seam appeared, and the floor slowly split open. A large platform slowly rose up, bearing a rectangular table and 6 chairs. At the same time, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the empty space. They sat on either side of the long table, their expressions stern, exuding a majestic aura. These people were around the same age as Bai Ming, radiating the aura of top leaders. Bai Ming gestured for Lin Shi to sit at the narrower end of the long table, then sat down next to one of the 3 men. Bai Ming introduced them. Lin Shi, hello. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Bai Ming, Minister of the Federation's Martial Eradication Department. These 3 are the Director of the Federation Guard Bureau, the Chief of Staff of the Federation Combat Zone, and the Minister of the Federation Finance Department. The 3 men nodded slightly at Lin Shi. One of them pressed a device, and a figure suddenly materialized in the empty space. It was a tall, old man, about 1.8 meters, with snow-white hair, but his posture was straight and his mind sharp. He walked steadily to the head seat, directly opposite Lin Shi. The old man's eyes were as sharp as knives, seemingly able to pierce through a person's soul. He slowly spoke. Lin Shi, I am Tang Yao, Deputy Director of the Federal Headquarters. You must already know the purpose of inviting you here. Yes. On behalf of the Federal Headquarters, I am assigning you an important mission. The mission is that during this beast-tide attack, you must go outside the city and slaughter the wild beasts until the attack ends. Do you have any objections? As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 men stared intently at Lin Shi, waiting for his answer. Lin Shi didn't answer immediately. He carefully observed his surroundings. This unfamiliar space was vast, its monotonous color creating a strong sense of oppression. Facing Deputy Director Tang Yao, the other 4 were all high-ranking figures in the Federation, holding extremely important positions. These 4 men, having held power for years, naturally exuded the imposing aura of superiors, their gazes sharp. Needless to say, being stared at by 4 such gazes, anyone else would definitely panic, perhaps even becoming speechless. Even if they weren't terrified, it would be enough to make them tense and affect their judgment. But Lin Shi remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. It was as if the people in front of him weren't 4 high-ranking Federation officials, but just ordinary passers-by. Not bad. This place is pretty nice. Being this clean, it must be swept 7 or 8 times a day, right? Lin Shi spoke evasively. As he spoke, he patted the chair next to him twice, as if praising the cleanliness of the place. Lin Shi's nonchalant attitude made the Guard Bureau Director frown. Even knowing Lin Shi had some backing, being so disrespectful in front of the Federation's Deputy Director was simply too arrogant. But before his superiors spoke, despite his dissatisfaction, he didn't dare to speak out of turn. Tang Yao's eyes gradually sharpened, his voice low. However, Lin Shi, I am talking to you. Did you not hear me? His tone clearly revealed his displeasure, obviously very dissatisfied with Lin Shi's attitude. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, looking at the holographic projection of the Federation's Deputy Director, a flash of disdain in his eyes. He sneered, I heard you. But why should I listen to you? You're just a holographic projection. Who do you think you're talking to? The Chief of Staff of the Federation Combat Zone, Wei Shaoli, slammed the table and glared at Lin Shi. Lin Shi also stood up and slammed the table forcefully. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Lin Shi's palm left a deep imprint in the table. Lin Shi sensed the machinery around him activating, but he didn't flinch, staring straight at Wei Shaoli. Who am I talking to? Can't you see? Are you blind? Do you think slamming the table and raising your voice makes you tough? Lin Shi shot back, his imposing aura not losing in the slightest to the veteran, powerful Chief of Staff of the Federation Combat Zone. The Minister of Finance hurriedly shrank back toward Bai Ming's chair, afraid of being implicated. The Guard Bureau Director sitting next to Wei Shaoli also looked at Lin Shi in shock, not expecting him to be so reckless. At this moment, Wei Shaoli glared furiously at Lin Shi, his eyes filled with unprecedented murderous intent. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that, especially in this setting. Conversely, Deputy Director Tang Yao, sitting in the highest seat, no longer had the sharp gaze from before. Tang Yao narrowed his eyes and said, Lin Shi, what are you trying to do? Since you've joined us, shouldn't you obey orders? Lin Shi crossed his arms and sneered. What am I trying to do? The federal headquarters invited me over with this attitude. Just a projection, telling me what to do without mentioning any benefits. What do you take me for? A fool. If I had known the federal headquarters was stingier than District 1, I wouldn't have come. Everyone thought Tang Yao would be furious, but unexpectedly, he nodded. Acknowledging Lin Shi's words, he said, It's true, I didn't make it clear. So what do you want? Lin Shi raised his chin, speaking with sheer arrogance. You want me to go outside the city and kill wild beasts? Fine, but I only have one condition. Compensate me for the resources I expend. I need material resources. Wei Shaoli snorted coldly. You really have the appetite of a lion. Do you know how much merit you have to earn to receive material resources? Opening your mouth to demand material resources, you've got some nerve. Lin Shi retorted without holding back. I'm fighting the wild beasts directly. Do you think I won't consume origin energy? I'm just making a reasonable request. Or do you want me to catch wolves with my bare hands? Or do you want me to die of exhaustion in the sea of wild beasts when the beast tide arrives? Wei Shaoli fell silent, glaring fiercely at Lin Shi. He actually did have that intention. He saw Lin Shi as an uncontrollable, headache-inducing, disobedient variable. Discarding him wouldn't be a pity. Their military could cultivate even better elite soldiers. The Minister of Finance spoke up at this moment. Providing material resources is possible, but it depends on how much combat power you can display. According to Federation regulations, killing a Stage 4 wild beast rewards 1 unit of material resources. Killing a Stage 5 wild beast rewards 10 units. Stage 6 is 10 times that of Stage 5. Calculate it like that. Killing a Stage 8 wild beast rewards 10,000 units of material resources. How many do you think you can kill? Lin Shi replied with utmost calm. That depends on the number of wild beasts. Tang Yao frowned. Among those present, including Bai Ming, everyone felt Lin Shi was being a bit too arrogant. But Lin Shi remained incredibly calm, completely ignoring the others' reactions. He looked at Tang Yao, his eyes revealing clear confidence. After a few seconds of silence, Tang Yao finally spoke. Our city has a total of 3 city walls. Each wall requires a massive number of people to defend. If you can single-handedly hold down one city wall, we can prioritize granting you 10,000 units of material resources as a reward. Hearing this, everyone gasped. 10,000 units of material resources was no small number. It was enough for an ordinary person to unlock the Stage 4 gene. This amount of material resources was enough to make anyone drool. Lin Shi smirked, his voice tinged with impatience. You should have said that earlier. I accept this mission. When do I get the material resources? The Minister of Finance turned to look at Tang Yao, awaiting orders. Tang Yao gave a slight nod. The Minister of Finance then turned back and said to Lin Shi, When you leave here, someone will deliver the material resources to you. Then can I go now? Lin Shi didn't hesitate, standing up to find the exit. Wei Shaoli felt this decision was made too hastily and asked suspiciously, Deputy Director, what if he can't hold it? Are we really just handing over an entire city wall to him? Tang Yao didn't answer Wei Shaoli, but instead turned to instruct Bai Ming. Bai Ming, escort Lin Shi out. Bai Ming nodded, stood up, and led Lin Shi away. After Lin Shi and Bai Ming left, Tang Yao's holographic projection also disappeared. Only Wei Shaoli, the Minister of Finance, and the Guard Bureau Director remained in the space. Wei Shaoli looked at the two, a cold glint in his eyes, and said slowly, You too. This Lin Shi has a rebellious heart. I'm afraid he can't be kept. The Minister of Finance sat still, frowning, seemingly disagreeing with Wei Shaoli's view. Using him is the headquarters' intention. The Guard Bureau Director also disliked Lin Shi, but compared to Wei Shaoli, he understood the balance of pros and cons much better. Chief of Staff, why not take this opportunity during the beast tide to test this man's strength, and then plan our next move? Besides, your commanders haven't arrived yet. Who knows, maybe he has a plan. Wei Shaoli frowned, stood up, and said without looking back, Then let's see if Lin Shi has what it takes. After Wei Shaoli left, the Guard Bureau Director also departed, leaving only the Minister of Finance sitting there, sighing. These past few years, We've invested too much manpower and resources into the military. Just in the recent beast tides alone, who knows how many resources Wei Shaoli and Zhang Dao have embezzled from the soldiers for their own schemes. They think that without them, we wouldn't be able to withstand the beast tide. They even dare to disobey the deputy director's orders. From Tang Yao's previously empty seat, a voice suddenly echoed. That guy Zhang Dao needs to be taught a lesson. Now, let's just hope Lin Shi's strength is as formidable as his temper. Lin Shi arrived at the gates of the federal headquarters. Sure enough, someone was already waiting there with a chest. This person was wearing a specially made protective suit. Seeing Lin Shi approach, the person handed the chest to him. Lin Shi took it and opened it to check. Inside, it was packed full of smooth, round blue pills. This was 10,000 units of material resources. Lin Shi casually stored it in his spatial dimension, then patted the staff member's shoulder. Thanks. Bai Ming just smiled without saying a word. Li Feng was still waiting in the car. Seeing the two come out, he proactively got out to open the door for Bai Ming. Elder Bai. Bai Ming looked at Lin Shi, gesturing for him to get in first. Under Li Feng's astonished gaze, Lin Shi got into the car first and slid over to the left. Li Feng felt like he was being treated as a lowly chauffeur. He took a deep breath. Seeing that Bai Ming had no reaction, he had no choice but to drive Lin Shi to the military camp before leaving. When Lin Shi arrived at the camp, everyone had already gathered. Jin Wu had just finished his pre-battle motivational speech. Over 1,000 people stood in neat formation, their faces filled with excitement and burning passion. Seeing Lin Shi arrive, Jin Wu called him over and introduced him to everyone. This is our new vice commander, Lin Shi. Many of you already know him, but for those who don't, I'll introduce him once more. Knowing Lin Shi's identity, a small number of people looked at him with eyes full of admiration. These were the people who had previously gone on the mission to eradicate wild beasts with Lin Shi. Although 3 squad leaders died that time, not a single squad member was lost. The image of Lin Shi standing in front of them, letting them desperately transfer their mental energy to him, was still deeply etched in their memories. Even the squad members who had never met Lin Shi had heard of his reputation, especially after Yi Chu's death yesterday. Although the headquarters had secretly blocked the news, the fact that Yi Chu died at Lin Shi's hands still spread rapidly through the camp. Because of this, even though Lin Shi looked younger than most of the squad members, no one dared to underestimate him. It was just hard to say how much goodwill was in those gazes. After all, there were still quite a few people in the camp who had been on good terms with Yi Chu. This time, with Lin Shi and me here, we will definitely survive this beast tide. At this point, Jin Wu paused, suddenly remembering something. He looked at Lin Shi and asked in a low voice, "Did the higher-ups assign you an extra mission?" Lin Shi nodded. "Yes. During this beast tide, I won't be acting together with you guys." Seeing the fleeting worry in Jin Wu's eyes, Lin Shi was a bit puzzled by the commander's attitude toward him, but he still nodded affirmatively. He said frankly, "My mission this time is to be in charge of defending one side of the city wall." Jin Wu frowned, still not fully grasping the meaning of this mission. He asked, "Who are you defending it with?" "The military." Lin Shi rolled his eyes, knowing this mission sounded a bit outrageous, but he still said, "No, I'm defending it alone." Jin Wu frowned. A chilling gasp echoed through the courtyard as everyone inhaled sharply. Has my analytical ability suddenly dropped? Why don't I understand what the vice commander means? Defending one side of the city wall? Did I hear that right? One person defending an entire city wall? Does the vice commander know how wide one side of the city wall is? District 1 utilized the most advanced firepower systems and support equipment on the 3-linked continent, along with tens of thousands of soldiers and over 1,000 mental energy warriors. Add to that, superhumans of at least stage 6 and above, and members of the Gene Unlocked assassin squads working together, just to barely hold 3 sides of the city wall. Yet their vice commander, all by himself, had to go defend an entire side of the city wall. Not giving the combat squad members much time to gossip, Jin Wu said, "Since the vice commander has his own mission, I will take full command of your actions this time. Everyone, head to the equipment room immediately to check your gear. After lunch, when the alarm sounds, assemble on time at the combat squad base gate." Jin Wu looked toward Lin Shi. "You come with me." Lin Shi followed Jin Woo to the place where they had previously held their secret meeting. Jin Woo closed the door and asked, "Your mission? Are you serious?" Seeing the worry flashing in Jin Woo's eyes, Lin Shi was a bit puzzled by the commander's attitude toward him, but he still nodded affirmatively. "This is the mission the higher-ups gave me." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Do you want the reward?" "I do." "All right, go then." "Be careful, Lin Shi." After just a few questions and answers, Lin Shi was kicked out of the combat squad base by Jin Woo. Jin Woo said he still had a lot of work to do. Before Lin Shi left, Jin Woo called out to him, "Oh right, since you're combat personnel, you can receive supplies and weapons before the battle. Go to the quartermaster department. Tell them you're frontline combat personnel and want to receive supplies according to your mission rank standard." Lin Shi didn't understand why someone from his own combat squad had to go to the military's quartermaster department to get supplies, but he felt Jin Woo wouldn't set him up. So he gave a slight nod, left the inner city, and decided to head to the quartermaster department. The quartermaster department was located outside the city, near the southern part of the inner city, within the military camp. At this time, the forces that had just returned from the inner city arrived at the camp. Discovering that Zhang Dao was absent from the camp, Healy returned to his office. Soon, a young soldier came to report that someone had come to claim pre-battle supplies. Healy frowned. Looking at the photo the soldier brought, his eyes immediately darkened. "Tell him that equipment and supplies are distributed by the combat squad superiors, not our military department. Get lost." "Sir." But right after, the soldier ran back, panting heavily. "Sir, that person said he's following regulations." Healy's face grew even gloomier, but he had no intention of personally going out to chase Lin Shi away. His cloudy eyes flickered. Who knew what he was thinking? At this moment, another soldier came to report. "Sir, the commander has returned." Lin Shi stood at the quartermaster warehouse, staring intently at the quartermaster officer. Lin Shi tapped the table and said, "When will my supplies be issued?" The quartermaster officer smiled bitterly. "My lord, you are not military personnel. We have no obligation to provide you with pre-battle supplies." "No? I remember clearly that there is. Have the highest-ranking person here come out and see me. I've already sent someone to call him, but I don't know if the commanding officer is in the camp right now." "He's definitely here. I just saw your chief of staff earlier. You guys are intentionally withholding them, aren't you?" Under Lin Shi's intense pressure, the quartermaster officer broke into a sweat and hurriedly waved his hands. "My lord, we really don't have that regulation." A look of doubt flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Was Jin Woo playing a prank on him? Lin Shi found that hard to believe. At this crucial moment, Jin Woo absolutely wouldn't do something so foolish. He thought it over again. "Then tell me, has anyone outside the military ever come here to claim pre-battle supplies before?" "This." The quartermaster officer pondered, then suddenly remembered something. The last time the beast tide attacked, because the wild beasts were organized and used large boulders to attack the city, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties. At that time, the old war god came here and took his own equipment. Only then did he realize that at the war god rank, if one accepted a mission, they could directly open the quartermaster warehouse and freely choose their equipment and supplies. But those were the war god supplies. They were exclusively for the old war god. That couldn't be considered standard pre-battle supplies. The quartermaster officer muttered to himself. On the surface, he shook his head at Lin Shi. No, Lin Shi didn't miss the fleeting hesitation on the quartermaster officer's face. It seemed there was a hidden story here. But if it was just a small amount of supplies, he didn't necessarily need them. Since this person said no, Lin Shi decided to leave. Just as Lin Shi turned to leave, several people surrounding a man who looked like a high-ranking military official approached from the direction of the quartermaster warehouse. But very quickly, those people stepped back, because the man in the distinct military uniform, who looked like the commanding officer here, stepped forward, glaring coldly at Lin Shi. "Who is this? How dare you sneak into the military camp?" "Commander." Lin Shi heard the quartermaster officer behind him call out to this man. "I am." Lin Shi was about to state his purpose when Zhang Dao rudely interrupted him. "I don't care who you are. I don't want to hear any annoying words. Get the hell out of here right now." Zhang Dao's gaze toward Lin Shi was incredibly familiar. It was the look he usually had when he was about to kill someone. A look of contempt and coldness, completely disregarding the other party. Lin Shi, however, showed no fear at all. Zhang Dao signaled the officers behind him. They immediately understood, putting on fierce expressions, ready to attack Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised a hand to signal them to stop, saying, "Hold on. I advise you to figure out my identity and purpose before making a move." Hearing this, the officers indeed stopped. Zhang Dao grew even more furious. He felt his authority was being challenged. In the military camp, Zhang Dao's word was absolute law. Even at the federal headquarters, few dared to offend him. Moreover, he was acquainted with those old head honchos. No matter whose grandson or great-grandson Lin Shi was, Zhang Dao absolutely wasn't afraid. Beat him up, and throw him out. This time, the officers didn't dare hesitate anymore. Lin Shi sighed. "I already warned you. You brought this upon yourselves." A few seconds later, besides the quartermaster officer, Zhang Dao, and Lin Shi, no one else was left standing. The 4 officers who tried to grab Lin Shi were lying unconscious on the ground. Zhang Dao's aides were no ordinary people. Their strength was on par with combat squad leaders. Lin Shi didn't kill them, but he retaliated with a severe beating. It was just that Lin Shi didn't hold back much. Even with the federal headquarters medical technology, these people would be hospitalized for a month. The quartermaster officer's eyes widened in shock, staring at Lin Shi in terror, then looking at the commander who was practically radiating murderous intent. He hurriedly said, reporting to the commander, "He's from the combat squad." He wasn't trying to help Lin Shi, but rather feared the situation would worsen. If they continued to make a scene, it would cause even more trouble. He felt things were spiraling out of control. The air around them seemed to freeze due to the imposing auras of the 2 men. "So you're the new vice commander." Zhang Dao had recognized Lin Shi. He was furious, but let out a laugh. "No wonder you dare to make a move on my turf. Seems you do have some skills." Lin Shi looked into Zhang Dao's murderous eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smirk. "I originally intended to talk things out properly, but someone covered their ears and refused to listen." Hearing this, Zhang Dao's face darkened, and the pressure in the air dropped several degrees. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Zhang Dao gritted his teeth, his voice low, cold, and filled with anger and threat. "Do you have what it takes?" Lin Shi had never feared anyone. Besides, he was in the right here. In District 1, even if he was in the wrong, he could still stir up trouble. He had already realized that the federal headquarters currently needed a new force like him. Therefore, they would definitely yield to him on certain matters. Before Lin Shi could finish speaking, Zhang Dao's fist viciously swung at him, the wind from the punch arriving before the fist itself. Lin Shi lightly tilted his body to dodge Zhang Dao's attack, then swiftly kicked him in the stomach. Zhang Dao cried out in pain and stumbled back several steps, his feet leaving deep imprints in the ground. The surrounding earth cracked. A single kick from Lin Shi had demonstrated terrifying power. Zhang Dao charged forward again. Lin Shi's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Flashing like a phantom, he appeared behind Zhang Dao, his hands locking onto Zhang Dao's shoulders like iron pincers. "Is this all you've got? And you dare say you'll kill me?" Lin Shi said casually. Zhang Dao was startled and struggled to break free from Lin Shi's grip. But Lin Shi's hands were clamped tight like iron. He couldn't escape at all. Lin Shi suddenly hurled him forward. Zhang Dao flew dozens of meters and slammed hard into a wall. Zhang Dao crashed to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He tried to get up, but his body felt like it was falling apart. It took him several seconds to finally stand. Lin Shi mocked, "TSK. Is this the strength of the military's commander?" Zhang Dao was furious and spat out another mouthful of blood. The number 1 figure in the military had been beaten by Lin Shi to the point of being utterly defenseless. What a disgrace. The military and the combat squads had always been rivals. In the past, Zhang Dao had fought Jin Wu. Many years ago, he wasn't Jin Wu's match, but now, Jin Wu was no longer a match for Zhang Dao. Yet today, he was defeated by a vice commander of the combat squad. Zhang Dao glared at Lin Shi with eyes full of venom, radiating intense killing intent, but mixed with a hint of wariness. Having reached Zhang Dao's position, no one was a fool. Knowing he couldn't win, he wouldn't just fight to the death. After just 2 exchanges, Zhang Dao realized that his stage 7 unlocked Jin strength was no match for Lin Shi. "Commander, The quartermaster officer finally snapped out of it and rushed over to Jean Dao. At the same time, Healy arrived with several soldiers. Seeing Jean Dao's miserable state, Healy rushed forward, simultaneously exploding in anger at Lin Shi. Lin Shi, you dare to openly attack the commander in the military camp. You've got a lot of nerve. Lin Shi casually leaned against the door of the quartermaster warehouse. Attack? Don't slander me. He attacked first. I was just acting in self-defense. Healy looked at the quartermaster officer. The quartermaster officer avoided his gaze, groaning inwardly. That was indeed what happened. But who would have thought that after just one exchange, the commander would be defeated by a combat squad vice commander? He worried that any surviving witnesses to this scene would be silenced. The soldiers following Healy were also stunned by the sight. They had never seen their commander in such a pathetic state. Who was this young man standing at the quartermaster warehouse door? Did he really beat up the commander? Even if they believed the old war god could beat up the commander, they couldn't believe this unfamiliar young face had defeated their Stage 7 commander. At this moment, Healy helped Jean Dao up. The regenerative ability of a Stage 7 powerhouse made him look less pathetic than a moment ago. Jean Dao felt he had never lost so much face. Furthermore, it was in front of so many subordinates. Jean Dao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After exchanging a glance with Healy, Healy said coldly, "You trespassed into the military camp without reason. You've broken the rules. I have the right to deal with you." Immediately after, a squad of fully armed soldiers surrounded the area. With numerous weapons pointed at him, Lin Shi remained very calm. "I came to get pre-battle supplies." He was the one who refused to listen and attacked first. "Your martial arts aren't as good in a one-on-one fight, so now you want to use numbers to gang up on me." Jean Dao glared at Lin Shi with murderous eyes. "You said you came to get pre-battle supplies. On what grounds does a combat squad member like you come to my military department for supplies?" Lin Shi looked straight at him. These people's influence was too great, making everyone think he was intentionally causing trouble. Lin Shi used his optical computer to display his mission, adjusting the size so others could see it too. On his way to the military department, he had seen his mission updated on his optical computer. Lin Shi read the mission details aloud. Federal Headquarters, April 7th, New Era. Appoint Vice Commander Lin Shi, Vanguard Combat Squad Leader, to defend the northern city wall. This is an SSS rank mission. You may receive corresponding pre-battle supplies. An SSS rank mission? The quartermaster officer standing next to Jean Dao cried out in shock. An SSS rank mission? Isn't that the mission rank the old war god takes? The Federal Headquarters classified missions based on difficulty and importance. The ranks, from lowest to highest, were D, C, B, A, S, and the highest rank, SSS. E-rank missions were usually simple tasks within the city, like catching criminals or patrolling. This type of mission was quite safe, with almost no danger. But correspondingly, participants didn't receive many support resources. It was just a part of daily work, not requiring high personal ability. D-rank missions were more challenging. It required combat squads to go outside the city to hunt wild beasts. Although dangerous, it was still within controllable limits. Participants only received basic support materials. Upon completing this mission, squad members would receive a certain amount of contribution points as a reward. When participating in actual frontline combat, B-rank missions would be assigned to ordinary soldiers and combat squad members. They had to engage in brutal warfare, face enemy attacks, and defend their homeland. The danger and complexity of the mission increased significantly. Therefore, adequate supplies and weapons had to be ensured. 4 high-level commanders like Jin Wu and Jean Dao, they bore the responsibility of commanding and leading the troops. Thus, they could accept higher A-rank missions. Only in special circumstances, for example, if superiors assigned Jin Wu or Jean Dao to participate in more important and dangerous missions, would they receive independent S-rank missions. When the mission rank reached S or above, it meant the mission had exceeded the scope of normal combat, becoming a dangerous mission with strategic significance. In this case, participants had the right to go to the military department to receive extra pre-battle supplies to enhance their own strength, to cope with severe challenges. But S-rank missions hadn't appeared for a long time before the wild beast disaster occurred. SSS rank missions were extremely rare. Only powerhouses at the war god level had the opportunity to access this type of mission. It represented an incredibly arduous but vitally important mission, potentially concerning the security of the entire Federation and the outcome of the war. With an SSS rank mission, the executor could freely claim equipment and supplies for up to 5,000 people at the military's quartermaster warehouse. Each frontline soldier was allocated 2 units of material resource pills to ensure combat stamina. 5,000 people meant 10,000 units of material resources. Not only the military, but other departments also had to meet the requests of the SSS rank mission executor within permissible limits. Seeing Lin Shi's mission letter, He Li's face changed. He thought Lin Shi could at most receive an S-rank mission. He never expected it to be an SSS rank. If Lin Shi didn't know about this, those supplies would have belonged to him and Zhang Dao. Who tipped Lin Shi off? Zhang Dao's face darkened. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Shi felt reassured. Why is everyone so quiet? Can I get my supplies here or not? The quartermaster officer looked at Zhang Dao, then at He Li. Zhang Dao's face was now blacker than the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and said, "Take him." The quartermaster officer felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He walked up to Lin Shi and said, "My lord, please follow me." Lin Shi didn't even glance at the surrounding soldiers with their surprised faces, nor did he look at Zhang Dao, whose face looked like he was attending a funeral. He followed the quartermaster officer into the quartermaster warehouse. Lin Shi had somewhat understood the architecture of the 3-linked continent. Important facilities were usually located underground. He followed the quartermaster into the underground warehouse. Metal racks packed with all kinds of weapons and gear were neatly arranged. Lin Shi took a walk around, observing, "How much gear can I take from here?" The quartermaster replied politely, "You can take supplies for no more than 5,000 people. If it's weapons and gear, they must be returned after the battle ends." "Then is there anything I don't need to return?" "Yes. You can take up to 5,000 rations, healing meds, and stimulants, and medicinal pill ingredients." The quartermaster maintained an objective attitude, neither flattering nor arrogant. He only answered what Lin Shi asked, saying nothing more. Lin Shi was overwhelmed by the countless weapons and gear. The problem was, he didn't know what to choose. But since he was already here, he obviously had to take something. He asked, "What's the best gear I can take?" The quartermaster honestly pointed to a shelf deep in the back. "Behind this rack is another vault. It contains the most powerful set of gear you can receive at your rank. You need the 3D code on your mission letter to open the door." Watching Lin Shi walk toward the old war god's gear vault, the quartermaster had a complicated expression. He thought only war god level figures could accept an S-class mission. He didn't expect someone else to appear after the old war god. Lin Shi walked with steady steps toward that special vault. His lean, tall figure didn't have the heavy, imposing presence of the old war god, but it exuded an aura even more majestic. The quartermaster thought to himself, "This young man will definitely make a name for himself in the future." Lin Shi arrived at the special vault's door. The metal door was sealed tight without a single gap, with a scanner next to it. He opened the mission log on his optical computer, found the 3D code, and scanned it. The door displayed the words, "Welcome, Lord War God." The metal door slid open. Inside, a cold mist lingered. A suit of battle armor appeared faintly under the soft light. Lin Shi stepped in carefully and gently picked up the helmet. It was similar to the spiritual power-enhancing helmet Lin Shi had seen Qin Tian use in the new 7th District, but clearly much more advanced. He immediately guessed that this was also a spiritual power-enhancing helmet. Lin Shi looked over at the battle armor. The design was modern, yet incredibly thin and light. The quartermaster stood behind him and introduced it. This battle armor fits the body perfectly without restricting movement. Its defense is extremely high, capable of blocking most weapons. Furthermore, it has self-repair capabilities. If it takes minor damage, it will heal itself in a short time. However, this armor hadn't been used in a long time. Even the quartermaster had only seen it once from afar. When the old war god came to take the helmet, the armor was meant for slaughtering enemies on the battlefield. But if it wasn't taken to the battlefield, it was useless. Over the past 10,000 years, the Three Alliances continent rarely had a war that required a war god to personally take the field. The old war god also rarely took action himself. To the people of the Three Alliances continent, the war god was almost just a legend. Lin Shi picked up the battle armor and felt it. It was very light, yet incredibly sturdy and durable. He was very satisfied. The quartermaster looked at the battle armor and sighed. This battle armor and helmet are the Federation's top-tier gear. They have thousands of years of history. Due to the special materials, a second set cannot be forged. For thousands of years, the Federation's Scientific Research Institute has continuously upgraded it. Are you planning to take it, sir? Lin Shi asked doubtfully. Am I not allowed to? The quartermaster's eyes gleamed. Of course you can. I hope that when you wear it, sir, you will achieve glorious military merits. Lin Shi nodded, storing the battle armor and helmet into his inventory. Don't worry. I'll definitely put this gear to good use. A war god's gear definitely wouldn't be bad. Leaving the special vault, the quartermaster provided Lin Shi with a massive amount of consumable supplies, along with a sufficient quantity of source material pills. Even though he didn't need it all, Lin Shi accepted everything. Thus, before the mission even began, Lin Shi already had 20,000 units of source materials and a set of gear seemingly tailored for a war god. He was very satisfied. After registering and storing the items in his spatial storage, Lin Shi left the military depot. Healy and Zhang Tao were no longer there. He thanked the quartermaster and left the camp. At Zhang Tao's quarters in the camp, watching Lin Shi leave so casually, Zhang Tao furiously smashed a table to pieces with a single punch. Lin Shi, I want him dead. The district shook violently. The entire inner city seemed to tremble. The ground quaked, and the walls and windows creaked incessantly. A water cup on a table rattled, tipped over, and shattered on the floor. Pots, pans, and bowls in the houses clattered loudly. But no one thought it was an earthquake. The residents of the new First District all knew this wasn't an earthquake. It was a desolate beast tide. Most people didn't dare to go outside, only praying for this wrath to pass quickly. Some of the braver ones climbed to the roofs of high-rise buildings to witness the terrifying scene with their own eyes. They used long-range observation devices, looking nervously toward the horizon. On the horizon, outside the city walls, a horde of beasts surged forward like a rolling tide. The endless giant beasts looked like demons rising from hell, bringing an irresistible, suffocating pressure. At this moment, on the western and southern walls, the warriors and soldiers were all ready for battle. They adjusted their formations, waiting for the attack. Only the northern wall was dead silent, without a single soul in sight. This left the observers watching the situation outside the city completely bewildered. They couldn't understand why the Federation headquarters hadn't deployed any defense forces in the north. What's going on? Why is there no one defending the northern wall? Yeah, the desolate beasts are already closing in. What the hell is happening? What is headquarters doing? It's probably because the last beast tide caused too many casualties, so we're severely short on troops. What are we supposed to do now? The horde of desolate beasts rumbled forward, bringing countless massive boulders to surround the city. This time, they didn't attack right up against the walls. Instead, they stopped 1,000 meters away. Seeing this, Healy, Zhang Tao, and the commanders on the walls all felt a deep sense of unease. Sure enough, just moments later, the desolate beasts hurled the boulders in unison. Countless massive rocks, carrying terrifying force, hurtled toward the city walls and the inner city. Open the shields. Shoot down those boulders. Following the command, a semi-transparent energy shield instantly flared up over the city walls. The boulders smashed into the shield, creating ripples before shattering into countless small fragments that rained down. Even though the massive barrage of rocks was blocked outside the shield, it still blotted out the sky, striking fear into everyone's hearts. Some boulders were blasted to pieces by the wall's defense systems before they could even reach the shield. After suffering heavy losses in the previous beast tide, the Federation headquarters had developed countermeasures against these boulders. This time, they appeared much calmer. But that was only the first wave of attacks. After hurling the boulders, the vanguard of the desolate beasts began their assault on the walls. At every section of the wall, hundreds of desolate beasts charged forward with heavy footsteps, intending to use their spiked hides to smash through the walls that were tougher than steel. At the same time, wave after wave of other beasts followed closely behind. The battle had begun. On the other sections of the wall, attacks were launched before the beasts even got close. Only the north remained dead silent. From the inner city, no one could see a single figure on the northern wall. But those standing on the western wall could see it clearly. Right now, at the base of the northern wall, only one person stood tall. Compared to the towering walls and the massive bodies of the beast horde, a human figure looked pitifully small. That sight drew the eyes of countless soldiers and warriors, especially the warriors in the vanguard. Even while facing the fierce onslaught of the beast horde, they couldn't help but constantly glance back at that lone figure. A question arose in everyone's mind. Could one person really stop tens of thousands of desolate beasts? Could a human really fight monsters like these in close combat? Was he not afraid of death? Lin Shi, holding a beam sword, wearing the battle armor and the spiritual power-enhancing helmet, stood at the base of the wall, watching the ferocious beast horde approach. No one knew that at this moment, Lin Shi wasn't tense at all. In fact, he was a bit spaced out. He was thinking, if I kill too many desolate beasts this time, will it provoke or anger the planetary will? Well, he couldn't be blamed for that. Lin Shi raised his beam sword high, leaped into the air, and charged right into the middle of the beast horde. Sir, Lin Shi isn't dead yet. Healy observed the battlefield on the three walls and reported back to Zhang Tao, who was commanding the soldiers in battle. Hearing that Lin Shi was single-handedly holding off the beast horde a few hundred meters away, Zhang Tao almost crushed the weapon in his hand. Keep an eye on him. His strength is limited. Once he runs out of energy, he'll definitely die in that sea of beasts. Inside the Federation headquarters building, Tang Yao and an old man sat at a tea table, observing the scene outside the city on a large screen. This Lin Shi, he really is capable, the old man said while sipping his tea. Tang Yao smiled. Indeed, our investment this time wasn't wasted. Lin Shi truly possesses the strength of a war god. The old man nodded slightly. With his strength, he can completely suppress Zhang Tao. I heard that before heading to the battlefield, he went to the camp and beat Zhang Tao up. At the mention of Zhang Tao, Tang Yao frowned. That's right. Zhang Tao relies on the war god's influence to openly embezzle the soldiers' source materials to upgrade himself. He practically treats us old bones like we're nothing. It's about time we found someone to put him in his place. The old man set his teacup down, his tone turning stern. That old man Zhang is getting old too. He doesn't listen anymore. His descendants act so arrogantly, yet he doesn't discipline them. It's because he thinks that in recent years, headquarters has lacked the source materials to create a second war god, so he has nothing to fear. The family behind Zhang Tao was the lineage of the veteran war god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have possessed such formidable strength and capability at such a young age. Tang Yao watched Lin Shi casually slaughtering the desolate beasts on the screen, growing more satisfied by the second. Even though we don't know where this kid came from, with such immense strength, he truly is a sharp blade. His strength is indeed great, but I'm still worried about his background. How could a war god-level powerhouse emerge from a remote place like the new 9th District? Moreover, there were absolutely no signs of it beforehand. Tang Yao thought for a moment and said, could it be that he was always hiding his strength? The old man frowned. No matter how well he hid it, he would have left traces. This person's strength appeared too suddenly. Furthermore, his personality seemed to change when he revealed his power. Are you saying his identity was replaced? Could he be a spy sent by the New Life Alliance? The old man shook his head. It's just a guess. Even though the New Life Alliance is developing rapidly, there's no way they could nurture an expert like this. Nor would they have the resolve to hand such a powerful blade over to us. Tang Yao pondered for a moment before saying, could he be from Qingming? That organization is hidden too deeply. For all these years, we still haven't been able to find their headquarters. If he really is from Qingming, why would he suddenly appear? The old man's gaze was profound as he looked at Tang Yao, carrying an unfathomable expression. A trace of deep-seated fear flashed in his eyes. Tang Yao muttered, War God Qing Zhao? Is he still alive? Tang Yao pondered for a long time, frowning as he watched the footage of Lin Shi slaughtering the desolate beasts on the screen. He said, impossible. In the previous era, headquarters killed Qing Zhao with their own hands. There's no way he's still alive. Otherwise, how could we have taken control of the Federation headquarters and rebuilt districts 1 through 9? The old man turned his head, as if immersed in memories. In his memories, war god Qing Zhao was already a thing of the past. The man who was once the strongest in the Three Alliances continent. The man who single-handedly stopped the beast tide 10,000 years ago, allowing the Federation headquarters to survive to this day. Watching the footage of Lin Shi fighting on the screen, the old man couldn't help but think of that legendary war god. Then, he shook his head. This person has only unlocked his genes to the 7th tier. That war god back then was already at the 8th tier. He's far from it. Far from it, indeed. The old districts 1 through 9 are gone. The true war god is also gone. As time passed, the corpses of the desolate beasts piled up into mountains around Lin Shi. The beasts continued to charge forward suicidally. Unlike the other two walls, not a single desolate beast managed to get past Lin Shi. The wall remained completely unscathed. The battle dragged on from day to night. Later on, almost no desolate beasts attacked Lin Shi's side anymore. Only the other two walls were still under siege. Lin Shi stood atop a pile of beast corpses dozens of meters high, looking like a true war god. The soldiers and warriors on the other walls were all captivated by the sight of him. He's just too strong. Watching Lin Shi slaughter the desolate beasts, everyone who witnessed it felt a surge of exhilaration. This was true combat. This was how the strong fought. Just when everyone thought the beast horde's attack was nearing its end, suddenly, from deep within the still dense swarm, a colossal desolate beast emerged, advancing toward Lin Shi. Its body was as massive as a mountain. Every step it took made the earth quake, the entire land trembling along with it. The pressure it exuded was suffocating. Some lower-tier cultivators were even suppressed to the point where they couldn't breathe. The appearance of this desolate beast made everyone feel an unprecedented pressure. Is that a Tier 8 desolate beast? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. That's not a Tier 8 desolate beast. It's much bigger than a Tier 8. Could this be a Tier 9 desolate beast? My God, a Tier 9 desolate beast? Who can withstand that? Shouldn't we invite the old war god out? At this moment, almost everyone turned their eyes toward Lin Shi, who was standing on the mountain of corpses. Could he still stop it? On the western wall, Jinwu stared heavily at the looming silhouette of the Tier 9 desolate beast in the distance, a deep sense of unease rising in his heart. He immediately grabbed his communicator and, without hesitation, reported the emergency to headquarters. A Tier 9 desolate beast has appeared. Captain Jinwu requests permission for Lin Shi to retreat to the inner city and requests the war god to deploy. After sending the request, Jinwu didn't wait for a response from headquarters. He quickly switched to Lin Shi's private channel and anxiously sent a message. Retreat immediately. A Tier 9 desolate beast isn't something a Tier 9 spiritual power user can fight against. Jinwu knew that Lin Shi's spiritual power had reached Tier 9, but his evolutionary level was only Tier 7. Fighting from a distance, he might have a chance to win, but in close combat, he was absolutely no match for a Tier 9 desolate beast. However, at this moment, Jinwu inadvertently overlooked one problem. If Lin Shi retreated to the inner city, who would stop the Tier 9 desolate beast from attacking the wall? Based on the estimated destructive power of the previous Tier 8 desolate beasts, a Tier 9 beast could likely destroy the wall with just a few strikes and charge straight into the inner city. If that happened, the entire new First District would face a catastrophic crisis. In just 2 short seconds, Jinwu received a reply from headquarters. The war god has been notified to prepare for deployment. Request for Lin Shi to retreat to the city is denied. Jinwu abruptly looked toward Lin Shi, who was still standing in place, waiting for the Tier 9 desolate beast to approach. At the same time, Zhang Tao's side also received the notification about the appearance of the Tier 9 desolate beast in the north and the call for backup. Zhang Tao's face showed unconcealable joy. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily as he laughed triumphantly. Huh. A Tier 9 desolate beast. An unprecedented Tier 9 desolate beast. That brat is dead for sure. He turned and ordered Healy beside him. Quickly, inform the ancestor. Tell him not to rush over. Today, I must see that brat die. Healy looked a bit conflicted. He lowered his voice and said cautiously, "This is against the rules. If the desolate beast destroys the wall, headquarters definitely won't let us off easily." But Jean Tao wasn't afraid at all. He sneered, "Afraid of what? The ancestor of our Jean family is the war god. The only war god in the entire Federation. This beast tide won't end so quickly. The Federation needs the war god's power. Without the ancestor, whether this new first district can even be held is a question. Would those cowardly old geezers dare to go against us?" His tone was full of confidence and arrogance, seemingly not taking the authorities of the Federation headquarters seriously at all. Jean Tao was fearless. He knew their words were very likely being eavesdropped on by the Federation headquarters. But so what? He wanted those old men at headquarters to see that during a devastating beast tide, the only thing that truly mattered was absolute power. Don't think that those old fossils who had lived for years could order the Jean family around like dogs with this command and that command. Just wait and see. Very soon, the Jean family would become the #1 family in the Federation. As long as they had the war god, the supreme power, the Jean family would control everything. Jean Tao's eyes burned with blazing ambition. Meanwhile, Healy was secretly terrified but also admired Jean Tao's audacity and arrogance. Still, he relayed Jean Tao's words to the old war god. Almost at the same time, Lin Shi also received the message from the Federation headquarters. Use all your strength to stop the desolate beast from entering the inner city. Reading the message, Lin Shi jumped down from the mountain of corpses and furiously stomped his optical computer into the ground. You want me to risk my life to stop a Tier 9 desolate beast? Just for a few source materials? Killing desolate beasts is one thing, but you want me to throw my life away? Compared to the others, Lin Shi could feel the terrifying approach of the Tier 9 desolate beast from afar even more clearly. What was even more dangerous was that Lin Shi saw the unique patterns on the head of that Tier 9 desolate beast, the one Xia Chun had mentioned. This made Lin Shi suspect whether the planetary was taking action itself. He had Qing Zhao report the situation to Xia Chun. Xia Chun quickly replied, "Those are indeed the patterns, but I'm not sure if it's this specific desolate beast." Because the desolate beast that communicated with Xia Chun was much smaller in size compared to other normal desolate beasts. Xia Chun reminded Lin Shi to be careful. The planetary had only given them a year, but that didn't mean it wouldn't take any action. Lin Shi turned his head to look. On the northern wall, which had previously been empty, it was now packed with soldiers rushing over from other positions. Guns and weapons were quickly set up, but their line of fire wasn't aimed at the approaching Tier 9 desolate beast. It was aimed right at Lin Shi. Jean Tao stood in the middle of the wall, arms crossed, staring coldly at Lin Shi. A contemptuous smirk played on his lips, as if mocking Lin Shi's ignorance of true strength. He shouted loudly, "Aim at him. If he dares to take a single step back, open fire immediately." Jin Wu rushed over. Witnessing the scene before him, he roared furiously, "Jean Tao, what the hell are you doing? Are you insane?" He glared at Jean Tao in disbelief. Facing Jin Wu's questioning, Jean Tao remained stubborn, ordering his subordinates to keep aiming. "Captain Jin, I am strictly executing headquarters orders, ready to engage in battle at any moment." Headquarters ordered Lin Shi not to retreat. "You received the message too, didn't you?" Seeing the surrounding soldiers aiming their firepower at Lin Shi, the anger in Jin Wu's heart flared up. But he tried his best to suppress his emotions, saying in a deep voice, "Headquarters did indeed order Lin Shi to stop the desolate beast, but they never ordered us to aim our weapons at our own comrade." Jean Tao sneered again, his tone full of sarcasm. "Captain Jin, Lin Shi has only been in office for a few days. Why do you care about him so much? Could it be that if he dies, no one will be able to shake your position?" Hearing this, Jin Wu's face instantly darkened. He shouted angrily, "Jean Tao, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? This is a war for the survival of humanity. We absolutely cannot kill each other. Lin Shi has potential. He's a rare, excellent seed. If he really succeeds my position in the future, I won't have any complaints." Mang Chi, along with other captains and soldiers, ran over. Witnessing this scene, they roared in outrage. "Motherfucker! Our captain is on the front lines killing desolate beasts, and you backstabbing dogs are aiming at him from behind. Zhang Tao, are you even human? You bunch of animals, put your guns down right now. Commander, let's deal with them. Jin Wu clenched his fists tightly, glaring at the fearless Zhang Tao. He almost crushed his own fists. In this critical situation, an internal conflict absolutely could not happen. Otherwise, it would be a blatant disregard for Federation laws, and headquarters would not spare them. Jin Wu had no choice but to suppress his anger. He shouted, "Everyone, take your positions. Prepare for battle. Why isn't the Martial Execution Department here yet? Commander, the Martial Execution Department has arrived. They're down below." Jin Wu was startled. He looked down and saw all the members of the Martial Execution Department donning their armor, wielding various weapons, and marching out from the city gates. 4, 5, a total of 11 people. The Martial Execution Department rarely deployed their entire force. If they were stepping up, it meant the situation was extremely critical. Bai Ming, who had appeared behind Jin Wu at some point, patted his shoulder and said, "It's fine. They won't be able to do anything. In this battle, I can't retreat either." The terrifying aura of a Tier 7 evolver made the surrounding soldiers freeze in fear. Zhang Tao frowned, looking at this old man who usually always had a kind smile. He knew this old man was strong, but he didn't expect him to be at Tier 7. Currently, the Federation headquarters didn't have many source materials to nurture such high-level evolvers. He himself had to plunder the soldiers' rations multiple times during previous beast tides just to get the chance to break through his genes to Tier 7. But right now, Bai Ming standing there made Zhang Tao feel a pressure akin to facing a ferocious beast. They were both Tier 7, but the difference in their strength was worlds apart. Zhang Tao suddenly realized that he wasn't a match for Lin Shi, and perhaps not even a match for this old man, Bai Ming. But so what? As long as they weren't true war gods, humans were still creatures of flesh and blood. In the end, they would all die. Zhang Tao remained indifferent to Bai Ming's threat. The Tier 9 ferocious beast was approaching. Its 100-meter-tall body was now fully visible. Every massive step it took closed the distance to the wall by dozens of meters. Every stomp felt like an earthquake. Its thick hide made all ranged weapons fired at it feel like throwing sand at an iron pot, completely deflected. Its ferocious, sharp spikes were each over 10 meters long. One couldn't even imagine what would happen if they were swept or entangled by them. On the beast's skull, its eyes looked like demons from hell, magnified over a dozen times, making it even more terrifying. The closer it got, the greater the pressure from the Tier 9 beast became. The whole world seemed to be trembling slightly. The ferocious image of the beast was like the most horrifying nightmare, striking fear into people's hearts and making them want to retreat. At this moment, everyone felt the threat of death radiating from this beast. Even Zhang Tao no longer had his indifferent expression. The beast was now less than 1,000 meters away from Lin Shi and the members of the Martial Execution Department. The battle could break out at any second. Compared to the 100-meter-tall beast, the tiny human body was simply like a mayfly trying to shake a giant tree. No one believed that human strength could stop this behemoth. Even if they could stall it, for how long? Suddenly, someone screamed, "Where is the war god? Why isn't the war god here yet?" Jin Wu, Bai Ming, and the others all looked toward Zhang Tao. If the war god didn't appear, and there was no Tier 9 evolver using spiritual power to suppress this Tier 9 beast, then this battle for the people below was a near-certain death sentence. Zhang Tao just shrugged, putting on an innocent face. "Why are you looking at me? I don't know when the ancestor will arrive either." Watching the Tier 9 beast getting closer and closer to Lin Shi and the others, a cold smirk crept onto Zhang Tao's lips. Jin Wu gritted his teeth, furious to the extreme. In a situation concerning the survival of the entire Federation headquarters, these people only had personal grudges and power struggles in their heads. How could the fate of the Federation headquarters be left in the hands of such people? Jin Wu looked down at the wall anxiously. Lin Shi hadn't taken a single step back. Around Lin Shi, the 11 members of the Martial Execution Department maintained a certain distance, surrounding and protecting him. Li Feng was also there, standing closest to Lin Shi. Li Feng handed an object to Lin Shi. "This is a sponge communicator. Stick it inside your helmet. During the battle, listen to the captain's commands." Lin Shi didn't take it. He shook his head. I'm not used to coordinating with others. You fight your way, I'll fight mine. Do you know how dangerous it is to fight alone? With our coordination, we can at least cover you in critical situations. No need. I'm not used to coordinating, and I don't need your cover. Lin Shi remained resolute. He couldn't trust a bunch of strangers with his back. Seeing this, Li Feng just looked at Lin Shi with frustration, like looking at iron failing to become steel, and gave up, no longer insisting. Quickly, the 11 people used their hoverboards to fly up together. Their skill in using hoverboards was far more proficient than the other squads in the combat division. Lin Shi also controlled his hoverboard to fly up. Facing a behemoth that could be the incarnation of the planetary will, he wasn't foolish enough to risk his life recklessly. The distance to the ferocious beast shortened again. This time, everyone took the initiative to attack. Lin Shi also steered his hoverboard, charging toward the beast. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Shi felt like the beast glanced at him. Lin Shi used a spiritual power attack to probe it. Just as he expected, the Tier 9 spiritual power attack swept toward the beast, but vanished like a stone sinking into the ocean, causing absolutely no change. And Lin Shi's spiritual power was currently enhanced by the special helmet, making it at least 10% stronger. Beneath the helmet, Lin Shi's expression turned extremely grave. He had confirmed the identity of this Tier 9 beast, the planetary will. Following everyone's attacks, the beast's footsteps finally halted. Facing the melee and ranged attacks from the Martial Execution Department members, the Tier 9 beast initially stopped. Then, right after, beyond everyone's expectations, with a speed completely unsuited to its massive size, it raised a claw-like pincer and snapped up a Tier 6 evolver. In an instant, fresh blood rained down from the sky. She's down. Lin Shi heard the agonizing screams of the other Martial Execution Department members. Unexpectedly, the one who died was a female squad member. Her body, torn in half, plummeted down along with her hoverboard. At this moment, on the city wall, the war god slowly appeared. He had finally arrived. Zhang Yuan arrived faster than Zhang Tao had imagined. Zhang Tao hurriedly approached. Ancestor. But Zhang Yuan ignored him completely. His optical computer had just received a warning from headquarters. If he didn't arrive at the designated location within the specified time, he would be stripped of his war god title. At the same time, he was warned that Headquarters Scientific Research Institute already had a method to extract the accumulated source power in his body and would create a new war god. Zhang Yuan was absolutely furious, but he didn't dare to gamble. He knew that if he really pushed those old geezers too far, they would definitely go through with it. But seeing that person in the distance holding a beam sword and wearing his battle armor, the fury in Zhang Yuan's heart flared to its peak. Who is that brat wearing my battle armor? Ancestor, that guy's name is Lin Shi. He's the one who beat me up this morning. I didn't even know he took your armor, so I didn't have time to report it. The corners of Zhang Tao's mouth could barely hold back a gloating smile. He had been waiting for this moment. Seeing Zhang Yuan's face darken, yet still slowly refusing to use his spiritual power to support the attack. Jin Wu, who had already used more than half of his spiritual power, reminded him, whatever it is, wait until the battle is over. Zhang Yuan glared at Jin Wu. Just that single look made Jin Wu's head throb in pain, forcing him to clutch his head. Commander. Mang Chi hurriedly supported the staggering Jin Wu, glaring angrily at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan snorted coldly. Just a mere combat squad captain, yet you dare talk back to me? Who gave you the guts? Then he pointed at Lin Shi, who was fighting. Order that brat to take off the battle armor for me. The entire battlefield was stunned. Mang Chi almost cursed it out loud, asking if this old man was out of his mind, but Jin Wu managed to stop him in time. During the previous beast tide, there were only Tier 8 desolate beasts, so Jin Wu had never met Zhang Yuan before. Rumor had it that Zhang Yuan was an incredibly stubborn old man. Sure enough, seeing is believing. Then let Lin Shi come back. If it's Zhang Yuan's order, Lin Shi returning won't be considered disobeying commands. If anything happens, Zhang Yuan will bear the responsibility. Zhang Tao, who had initially vehemently opposed Lin Shi's return, didn't stop at this time. Perhaps he felt that making Lin Shi strip off the armor and return it to Zhang Yuan in front of everyone would be even more satisfying than killing him. However, Lin Shi's optical computer had already been stomped to pieces by him earlier. Therefore, everyone quickly realized they couldn't contact Lin Shi. At this moment, seeing another female subordinate die in battle, Bai Ming glared furiously at Zhang Yuan. War God, isn't it time you took action? I can take action, but you have to tell your subordinate, that Lin Shi, to return my battle armor. Zhang Yuan said angrily. On the same battlefield, having some unknown brat wearing his battle armor to fight was nothing short of an insult to Zhang Yuan. When had the dignified war god ever suffered such humiliation? Bai Ming took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress his anger. He knew what kind of person Zhang Yuan was, but he didn't expect him to be this foolish at a time like this. But if Zhang Yuan ultimately refused to act, this battle would never end. Bai Ming didn't know yet that a Tier 9 spiritual power attack had absolutely no effect on this desolate beast. To quickly end this tragedy and put a stop to the warriors' suffering as they struggled against the Tier 9 beast, Bai Ming finally swallowed his anger. He sent a message through his optical computer. Tell that kid to return the war god's battle armor. At this moment, Li Feng's throwing knife went off course due to Bai Ming's sudden message. Fortunately, he was attacking from a distance, not in close combat, so receiving a sudden message didn't cost him his life. But he still found Bai Ming's message unbelievable. At a time like this, making Lin Shi come back just for a suit of battle armor? What kind of idiotic move was this? He didn't want to curse at Bai Ming, but he found the war god's demand completely absurd. If Lin Shi hadn't been drawing the Tier 9 desolate beast's attention, the death toll would definitely be multiplied several times over. But Bai Ming was his superior. Faced with Bai Ming's order, Li Feng ultimately obeyed. He quickly approached Lin Shi, who was preparing to jump onto the desolate beast's head, and spoke up. Lin Shi, the war god told you to return the battle armor. Lin Shi suddenly realized Li Feng was approaching. Hearing Li Feng say the war god wanted him to return the combat armor, not only the others, but even he was slightly stunned. Fortunately, this desolate beast wasn't targeting him. Lin Shi sensed the beast making way. Since Li Feng told him to go back and return the armor, Lin Shi thought for a moment, then immediately flew away from the beast, heading toward the city wall. As soon as Lin Shi left, the desolate beast, whose attacks hadn't been too fierce, suddenly launched a violent assault. This made the remaining squad members groan in misery. The sudden attack from the Tier 9 desolate beast swept away 2 members of the martial combat department. They spat out fresh blood, plummeting from the sky, unable to stand up again. Li Feng's teammates immediately cursed. Who came up with the idea to make Lin Shi go back and return the armor at a time like this? Now that Lin Shi was gone, was the war god going to step in personally to help them fight this desolate beast? At this moment, the war god's image in their hearts completely collapsed. Previously, the war god had been a legendary figure to everyone, resolutely hailed as the strongest person on the Sanlian continent, capable of saving the Federation from danger. But seeing him now, he was just a stingy old man, still haggling over a suit of armor while the Federation was in critical danger. The war god's image in their hearts was completely shattered. Not just Li Feng and his group, but the soldiers and fighters on the city wall couldn't understand it either. Especially the Vanguard squad members, who looked at the war god with anger but didn't dare speak up. How could they? Even their captain had been defeated. If they said a word, wouldn't they be killed on the spot by the war god? Seeing everyone kneeling under his majestic aura, Zhang Yuan's expression finally softened a lot. Ever since becoming the war god, Zhang Yuan had been praised and worshipped for years. Whether inside or outside his clan, he couldn't accept anyone defying him. Even the people from the Federation headquarters had to be respectful when they met him. That was how it should be. On the way, because he delayed a little time, he was threatened by the Federation headquarters. This made Zhang Yuan furious. He would rather delay a bit longer to let the Federation headquarters see the consequences of angering him. Therefore, calling Lin Shi back, which seemed unreasonable, was actually Zhang Yuan wanting to observe the reaction of the Federation headquarters. Even if they rushed over here with threats, as long as he didn't make a move, these people would definitely have to beg him to step up. Zhang Yuan, who always acted high and mighty, guessed right. The 2 directors at the Federation headquarters really just wanted to scare him a bit. If they really fell out with an 8th tier revolver, they couldn't bear such a massive loss. Subduing an 8th tier evolver with tier 9 spiritual power would require a heavy price and cause a massive shockwave. This was something New District 1 couldn't handle right now, especially during the critical moment of this desolate beast invasion. However, Zhang Yuan's actions only further angered the two people in the Federation headquarters building. Vice Commander Lin is back. Seeing Lin Shi flying back on his hoverboard, everyone in the Vanguard squad shouted. Zhang Yuan looked up, his face full of arrogance. Seeing Lin Shi land on the city wall, he immediately unleashed his oppressive aura, pressing down like a massive mountain. His voice rang out like a giant bell. Take off the combat armor and give it to me, now. Zhang Dao's eyes lit up, full of excitement at achieving his goal. He eagerly waited to see Lin Shi humiliated and torn apart by the Zhang family's patriarch. Zhang Yuan was also eager to see Lin Shi trembling in fear. A mere vice commander of a combat squad had never caught his eye, but he felt something was off. It seemed the headquarters was intentionally nurturing this kid. If he didn't know that the headquarters' material reserves had been depleted since the incident 10,000 years ago, making it impossible to produce another 8th-tier evolver, he might have been more worried. But now, Zhang Yuan wasn't afraid at all. The members of the first combat squad gasped heavily. Zhang Yuan's actions were no different from a slap in the face to the entire squad. He had already injured their commander with his spiritual power, and now he wanted to humiliate their vice commander. Meng Qi, in particular, would have rushed forward to fight to the death if Jin Wu hadn't held him back, determined to defend the honor of the first combat squad. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. But contrary to the shock and trembling Zhang Dao and Zhang Yuan expected, Lin Shi seemed completely unaffected. He calmly walked through the ranks of soldiers toward Zhang Yuan. He casually took off the helmet and tossed it at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan caught it effortlessly. You want the helmet, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. But if you don't make a move, those people are all going to die. Lin Shi's casual remark made everyone turn back to the battlefield. Sure enough, under the fierce attacks of the Tier 9 Desolate Beast, the number of Martial Combat Department members, which had already dwindled to 7, dropped to 5. The remaining people were terrified by the beast's terrifying power. Coupled with Lin Shi's departure, they had lost their initial momentum and couldn't stop the beast's advance. Seeing the Tier 9 Desolate Beast closing in on the city wall, Zhang Yuan realized that if he didn't act, the city would be breached. So, he glared fiercely at Lin Shi, put on his specialized helmet, and began channeling his spiritual power. Just a second later, what's going on? Zhang Yuan focused all the spiritual power in his mind, unleashing a sharp mental attack. The attack quickly condensed into a massive invisible blade dozens of meters long, slashing toward the Tier 9 Desolate Beast with terrifying momentum. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel the unparalleled, powerful aura of a Tier 9 war god's spiritual power. But when the attack actually landed on the Tier 9 Desolate Beast's head, everyone was stunned. They realized that this attack didn't cause any damage to the beast at all. The Tier 9 Desolate Beast continued to advance at a terrifying speed, covering dozens of meters with every step, seemingly completely unaffected. It resolutely advanced toward the city wall, not pausing for even a second. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Asterisk impossible. This is impossible. Asterisk he couldn't believe his attack was completely ineffective. He tried again, this time giving it his all, nearly exhausting his entire mental power. After this strike, his face turned deathly pale, but his gaze remained resolute. However, watching the Tier 9 Desolate Beast draw closer to the wall, everyone realized the grim reality. The mental power of a Tier 9 war god had absolutely no effect on this Tier 9 Desolate Beast, not even a scratch. Realizing this terrifying truth, sheer, unbelievable terror washed over everyone's faces, including Zhang Yuan's. From the very beginning, Jin Wu had tried attacking this Tier 9 beast with his mental power. But his mental power was only at Tier 8. Back then, his mental power was like a stone sinking into the ocean, completely useless. Jin Wu had assumed his mental power just wasn't strong enough to shake a transcendent Tier 9 existence. But now, he had to accept a cruel reality. Even the mental power of the old war god, that highly revered, majestic war god, was useless. The members of the Marshal Department never expected things to turn out like this. If even a Tier 9 war god's mental power couldn't affect the beast, what was the point of them continuing to fight? Standing there in midair, they were like moths drawn to a flame, blissfully unaware of their own insignificance. What do we do? Who can stop this beast? War God. Please do something, War God. Even War God Zhang Yuan was stunned by the situation. He was indeed a Tier 9, but only in terms of mental power. Ever since War God Qing Zhao died 10,000 years ago, no one had been able to unlock the Tier 9 genetic lock. It wasn't that no genius capable of unlocking it had appeared in the last 10 millennia, but rather that the Federation lacked the material resources. A Tier 8 evolver was no match for a Tier 9 evolver, let alone a Tier 9 desolate beast. Watching the Tier 9 beast draw closer, Zhang Yuan did something that shocked everyone. He turned around and jumped down into the inner city. The Grand War God, a man revered by the whole world for over 1,000 years, was running away. Jin Wu was horrified. The soldiers and warriors were horrified. Even Healy couldn't react in time. The commander who had just been standing next to him was gone. Zhang Yuan fled, not forgetting to drag along Zhang Dao, who was also in a panic. The terrifying, oppressive aura of the approaching Tier 9 beast made almost everyone feel like they were suffocating. No one tried to stop them. It only took a few seconds for the Tier 9 beast to reach the base of the wall. All the firearms and superweapons developed by the Federation slammed into its body, but they couldn't slow it down in the slightest. Everyone watched as the Tier 9 beast raised its razor-sharp pincer. A second later, the energy shield on the city wall shattered like glass. Then, an earth-shattering boom echoed out. A massive hole was smashed into the sturdy city wall. The supposedly unbreakable shield outside the wall was completely useless against a single strike from the Tier 9 beast. Faced with such terrifying offensive power, even the strictly trained professional soldiers had only one thought left. Asterisk, we're dead. We're all dead. Asterisk, New District 1 was absolutely doomed. Many were so terrified they slumped to the ground, lacking even the strength to run. Almost at the exact same moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the base of the wall. Several combat squad members immediately looked down, witnessing a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw the acting vice captain appear out of nowhere at the base of the wall, holding a bloody head in his hand. It was the head of the old war god, Zhang Yuan. The one screaming was Zhang Dao, who had been dragged away by the war god. The war god is dead. Didn't they say the war god was humanity's strongest? Didn't they say the war god could protect the peace of the Sanlian continent? It turned out the man they had always revered, that so-called war god, wasn't just a stubborn old fool and a coward, but also a weak, pampered brat. Vice Captain, someone on the city wall shouted, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. Jin Wu and the others also witnessed this scene. At first, Jin Wu was horrified, in disbelief, his emotions in turmoil. But soon, his gaze turned resolute. Well done. The Federation doesn't need a cowardly war god who can't even protect the inner city. Yeah, great kill, Vice Captain. Meng Qi had disliked the war god for a long time. If he hadn't known he couldn't beat him, he would have risked his life to fight that old geezer long ago. Deserting in the face of battle is a crime punishable by death. Boom! The sound of the city wall collapsing yanked everyone back to reality. The crisis outside the city was far from over. With this level of destructive power, the city wall would completely collapse in a matter of moments. When that happened, the horde of desolate beasts would swarm in. Just as the majority of the people were falling into despair, all combat squad members received an emergency message via their optical brains. Asterisk abandoned the defense immediately. Retreat to the inner city. Asterisk what? What does this mean? Before anyone could process what was happening, a second later, the entirety of New District 1 began to shake. It wasn't an earthquake, nor was it caused by the desolate beasts outside. The tremors were coming from the inner city. The inner city is moving. A few seconds prior. Chief, are we really going to abandon those people? Chief Tang, ever since we failed to defend against the desolate beast invasion 10,000 years ago, we've put in so much effort and preparation. Wasn't it all for today? But don't worry. When people die, new ones can be born. But we cannot die. The Federation headquarters cannot fall. It's time. Let me usher in a new era. Inside the Federation headquarters building, Chief Feng Dian pressed a long-sealed button. A second later, the entire inner city trembled. Massive cracks suddenly appeared across the buildings and the ground at the border between the outer and inner city. The entire inner city was steadily rising. Countless chunks of rock broke off from the inner city and tumbled down. Very quickly, everyone witnessed an unbelievable sight. Their inner city was flying. So that's how it is. The entire inner city had been built as a single, unified structure capable of levitation. The purpose was so that if New District 1 ever faced an unstoppable threat, they could abandon the vast majority of the territory to preserve the Federation headquarters. As the inner city continued to ascend, its underground structures were revealed. Amidst the panicked, terrified, and despairing faces of countless people, a colossal floating castle appeared before their eyes. Even the attacking desolate beasts outside the city were stunned by the sight of the ascending inner city. Countless citizens watching the beast invasion from high-rise buildings suddenly realized they were about to be abandoned. Jin Wu and the others finally understood the meaning behind that emergency message. The Federation headquarters had decided to abandon New District 1. After dealing with Zhang Yuan, Lin Shi showed no mercy, immediately finishing off the bewildered Zhang Dao. Honestly, he had expected a fierce battle, but to his surprise, this war god was far weaker than he had imagined. The old man had almost no combat reflexes left. Perhaps living in luxury for so long had stripped Zhang Yuan of his close-quarters combat abilities. He wasn't even as good as Zhang Dao, who could at least exchange a few blows with him. Zhang Dao, stunned by Lin Shi's sudden assassination of the war god, was no match for Lin Shi to begin with and was easily taken down. Lin Shi stored the two bodies into his spatial ring without hesitation. Then, he observed the chaotic situation in the inner city. He hadn't expected the Federation headquarters to have this backup plan. Desolate beasts couldn't fly, and due to their massive size and weight, their jumping ability was very poor. In this situation, once the people of the Federation headquarters took to the skies, the beast horde would lose its threat. After the beasts retreated, the Federation headquarters could just rebuild homes for the citizens. He had to admit, this desperate, shedding the cicadas shell strategy was brilliant. But he wondered if the planetary will knew the Federation headquarters had this plan. Jin Wu quickly landed next to Lin Shi, his eyes filled with anxiety. Lin Shi, the inner city border has transport vehicles ready for us. Lin Shi turned to look at Jin Wu. As their eyes met, he clearly saw the helplessness, struggle, and reluctance in Jin Wu's gaze. But with the situation as it was, there was nothing else they could do. Jin Wu couldn't let his entire squad stay behind to die. His heart was torn with agony. Emotionally, he couldn't bear to leave so many people to die. But rationally, he knew that even if he made his squad stay, it would only add a few hundred more bodies to the pile. The sounds of the beasts attacking the city grew fiercer, making the entire city tremble. The citizens were reacting with sheer terror, their desperate cries echoing through the air. If they left, those frail civilians would face the beast horde directly. It would be a one-way ticket to death. Furthermore, because of their sheer numbers, Zhang Dao soldiers had been abandoned by the Federation headquarters. The Federation had no evacuation plan for them whatsoever. The Bai Ming martial arts department group had already disappeared to who knows where. They had likely fled early on. But Lin Shi just smiled and said, "Why should we leave?" "What?" Jin Wu looked at Lin Shi in shock, not expecting him to still be smiling at a time like this. "Why should we leave? If you don't want to go, then go to the other wall and stand guard. I'll hold this wall." With that, Lin Shi turned and leaped onto the city wall. A second later, a hoverboard appeared, lifting him into the air. Jin Wu watched as Lin Shi stepped onto the hoverboard and charged straight toward the massive silhouette of the Tier 9 desolate beast. He was stunned for a moment before reacting. He never expected Lin Shi to stay. Even the Federation headquarters had abandoned this place, yet he still wanted to face a Tier 9 beast alone. Did this mean Lin Shi was confident he could stop it? Even a newcomer who had only joined the squad a few days ago chose to stay and fight. Jin Wu couldn't see any benefit for Lin Shi to stay right now, but he stayed anyway. When the entire Federation headquarters abandoned New District 1, Lin Shi stayed. At that moment, Jinwoo made a decision. He looked at the soldiers behind him, taking in their varied expressions, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Listen up. If you want to leave, head to the inner city gates. There are enough aircraft there to take you straight to the sky. But if you choose to stay, then stand with me. We will defend this city to our very last breath." Jinwoo's voice was firm and fierce, radiating the determination and courage in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Mang Chi was the first to step forward, his voice booming even louder. "The captain and vice captain aren't leaving, so neither am I." Immediately after, more and more people voiced their willingness to stay with Jinwoo. "My friends are still in the inner city. I absolutely won't abandon them. I'll defend the inner city with my life. I'm not leaving either. If I run away now, I, Wang Dai, will look down on myself for the rest of my life." Their eyes shone with resolve and bravery, fully prepared for a life-and-death battle. However, there were also some who turned and fled without hesitation, sprinting toward the inner city without looking back. Someone said gratefully, "Thank you, Captain. I don't want to die yet." Someone else apologized. "The Tier 9 beast is too strong. It's not something humans can fight." "I'm so sorry, Captain. I'm afraid to die." Someone even promised, "Captain, I'll go ahead. I'll definitely leave a few aircraft for you guys." In the face of life and death, human nature was laid bare. Jinwoo wouldn't blame those who wanted to run. Staying was a gamble on whether that man could win. Not everyone could choose to stay and face death for a bunch of strangers. But Jinwoo still looked at the soldiers who stayed with grateful eyes, his voice thick with emotion. "From today onward, you are all my brothers in life and death." Jinwoo looked in the direction Lin Shi had flown off. He took another deep breath. "If anyone survives this battle, you must remember, it was your vice captain who held off the Tier 9 beast and gave everyone the courage to fight." Under the devastating destructive power of the Tier 9 desolate beast, a massive hole had been torn into the northern city wall. The soldiers who had been stationed there had scattered to avoid the collapsing structure. Right now, these soldiers were gathered at the base of the wall, panicked and at a loss for what to do. Their commander was dead. By all rights, the chief of staff, He Li, should be taking command and leading them in battle. But facing a Tier 9 desolate beast, how were these ordinary flesh and blood men supposed to fight? He Li also realized the situation was dire. When the combat squad members received the news, he was standing next to a soldier. He saw the emergency message from the Federation headquarters on that soldier's optical brain, but his own optical brain hadn't received any retreat orders. He Li glanced around, picked a direction, and completely abandoned his troops. He rushed to a vehicle, preparing to drive back to the barracks. There were a few aircraft at the barracks he could use to escape. However, just as He Li got into the car, a massive boulder smashed down with devastating force, flattening the vehicle into a pile of scrap metal. Fresh blood seeped out from beneath the giant rock, flowing along the crevices. At this moment, both the inner and outer cities were in absolute chaos. The noise of the desolate beast smashing the city wall had drawn many people out of their homes to see what was happening. They stared blankly at the shattered wall, unable to comprehend what was going on. The bizarre noises from the inner city terrified them even more. They looked up at the sky, their faces filled with disbelief. Someone muttered, "How is this possible? The inner city can fly?" Someone else screamed in panic. "Have we been abandoned?" A middle-aged man clutched his head, screaming in terror, "It's over. It's over. The beasts are coming into the city. We're doomed." Amidst the chaotic crowd, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "Run. Head to the airship port. Take the airships and run." Those words were like a ray of hope in the depths of despair, prompting many to follow suit. A group of able-bodied young men grabbed whatever weapons they could find and shoved their way toward the city center. But the vast majority of people could only fall to their knees, begging their war god to save them. They had no way out. Just then, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Someone screamed, "The city wall has fallen." Countless people witnessed the scene. The city wall that had protected the city for thousands of years came crashing down in a cloud of dust, revealing the terrifying silhouette of a colossal beast. Ordinary people who had never left the city in their entire lives had rarely even seen a beast king, let alone a behemoth like this. Anyone who knew the history of the Sonlian continent would surely remember. 10,000 years ago, the majority of the inner cities on the continent were destroyed, and more than half of humanity perished, all because of the appearance of a Tier 9 desolate beast. And now, a Tier 9 desolate beast had appeared again. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Some were so terrified they fainted on the spot, only to be trampled by the crowd. Some were so scared they wet themselves without even realizing it. Some laughed maniacally, running toward the outside of the city, their retreating figures carrying the ultimate despair. Everyone understood that humanity's doomsday had arrived. The wall was breached. They were all going to die. As dusk fell, a thick, murderous aura began to permeate New District 1. But right at that moment, a brilliant flash of light erupted. The sword in Lin Shi's hand extended once again. This time, the blade stretched over 10 meters long, radiating a terrifying, ferocious glow as it slashed straight into the desolate beast's outer shell. However, this seemingly invincible energy sword only managed to leave a shallow gash, barely an inch deep, on the beast's body. To a colossal Tier 9 desolate beast, this wound meant absolutely nothing. What shocked and worried Lin Shi even more was that the beast's outer shell possessed an incredibly powerful regenerative ability. The wound had barely formed before it quickly closed up and vanished from the hard shell, as if it had never been injured at all. Fortunately, Lin Shi hadn't used his full strength yet. Facing off against this desolate beast again, Lin Shi increasingly felt like it was leading him by the nose. His attacks were just a probe. He wanted to see what this beast was planning to do. The sight of Lin Shi battling the ferocious beast was quickly noticed by the citizens in the city. Someone shouted, "Who is that? Is that the war god? We haven't been abandoned." At that moment, hope flared once more in the hearts of the despairing people. If their war god could kill this beast, they would definitely survive. The soldiers on the other city walls also witnessed the scene. Initially, they had panicked when they realized something was wrong, but their duty as soldiers kept them at their posts, preventing them from fleeing. Now, seeing that someone was still fighting the Tier 9 beast, the soldiers felt a sense of relief, and their fighting spirit surged once more. They were still safe because someone was risking his life for them. They couldn't retreat. The battle between man and beast was incredibly perilous, leaving the onlookers in awe. In reality, only those involved knew that neither man nor beast had used their full strength yet. Lin Shi struck again. This time, he noticed his energy sword sinking deep into the beast's body. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Shi's eyes. With a thought, he put some distance between himself and the beast. Looking up, his pupils suddenly shrank. The biggest difference between this Tier 9 beast and the others was a unique pattern on its head. Initially, Lin Shi thought it was the manifestation of the planetary will of the entire Sonlian continent. But now, that pattern was gone. The unique pattern on the beast's head had vanished. The massive pincer slammed down again. Lin Shi kicked off hard, soaring into the air like he was on a hoverboard to dodge the attack. The hoverboard instantly appeared beneath his feet. Fighting the beast, Lin Shi clearly felt that while its attacks were still powerful, they lacked their previous agility. At the same time, Lin Shi keenly noticed that the beast's defenses didn't seem as impenetrable as before. Lin Shi understood the reason, and so, he held nothing back. Going all out, he swung his sword at the beast. This strike, like a blinding beam of light, tore through the void, carrying a razor-sharp aura and boundless power. When the sword light met the beast's pincer, a crisp metallic clash rang out. But this time, the beast's pincer couldn't block the attack like before. Instead, it was sliced more than halfway through by the energy sword. Lin Shi retracted his long sword with lightning speed, then swung it again at a dizzying pace. His target was the exact same spot where the beast had just been injured. The beast's pincer was severed, crashing to the ground and embedding itself deep into the earth. The beast roared in agony, the sound piercing the heavens. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi attacked again without hesitation. A flash of sword light erupted, and the beast's arm was pierced through by Lin Shi. But Lin Shi didn't keep up his rapid-fire attacks like before. He engaged in a fierce battle with the beast, constantly shifting his position and techniques, keeping the fight evenly matched. Finally, after a grueling struggle, Lin Shi severed the beast's other arm. Having lost both arms, the beast's offensive power plummeted, and it was no longer as ferocious as before. It could only attack Lin Shi using other parts of its body, but those attacks were no longer a threat to him. Lin Shi drove his sword into the beast's head for the final blow. The beast's colossal body suddenly froze. Time seemed to stand still. Lin Shi slowly withdrew his energy sword, its brilliant light gradually fading. The massive desolate beast lost its support, and its body began to sway. Under the breathless gaze of everyone watching, the giant monster crashed to the ground with a deafening boom, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. The entire city fell into dead silence for a moment, before erupting into deafening cheers. We won. Our war god won. Countless people who witnessed the scene had faces flushed with joy, waving their hands and screaming to express the excitement and happiness in their hearts. Many ran toward the corpse of the Tier 9 desolate beast. They wanted to see the hero who had saved them with their own eyes. At the same time, on the high-rise buildings, the people observing the situation outside the city suddenly shouted, "The beast horde is retreating." This time, the crowd went even crazier. "I'm alive. I'm still alive." Someone laughed uproariously in pure joy, tears streaming down their face. Some hugged strangers and cried. Some sobbed uncontrollably in excitement. Lin Shi tore open the head of the Tier 9 beast and found a desolate crystal inside, radiating a mystical glow. It was about the size of a chicken egg. This desolate crystal was larger and more beautiful than any Lin Shi had ever seen. Seeing surveillance drones approaching, Lin Shi immediately put the desolate crystal away. Then, he continued to inspect the beast's outer shell. A desolate beast's outer shell usually weakened after death, but Lin Shi found a patch right between its eyes that was a completely different color from the rest of its body. He tested it with a punch. Not only did the shell not break, but it also generated a counterforce against his fist. Lin Shi realized this was good stuff. He quickly used his sword to cut it out and kept it. Then, he jumped down from the beast's body. By now, quite a few surviving citizens nearby had rushed over. Their faces were filled with the joy and emotion of surviving a disaster. Seeing Lin Shi jump down, an elderly man immediately fell to his knees before him, his voice trembling. He said, "War God, thank you. I thought I'd never see the sun rise tomorrow." The other citizens followed suit, dropping to their knees, tears of gratitude shimmering in their eyes. "War God, I finally get to see the War God in person. Thank you for saving the inner city. Thank you for saving us. Thank you, War God." These citizens sincerely thanked Lin Shi. If it weren't for him, they would have become beast food or been crushed to death under the rubble. Even the Federation headquarters had abandoned them, but the War God hadn't. This was the War God in their hearts, the War God of their imaginations. Almost everyone here looked at Lin Shi with deep emotion, either kneeling in worship or gazing at him with absolute reverence. No one doubted that Lin Shi was the War God. In this world, human perception was always under the control of the Federation headquarters. To control public opinion, the Federation headquarters never let the true War God, Zhang Yuan, show his face to the public. They crafted the image of a mysterious and powerful hero, turning the War God into the people's spiritual pillar. Only internal Federation personnel knew what the War God actually looked like. This practice benefited the Federation headquarters in controlling the populace and weakening the War God's personal influence. But the Federation headquarters never expected that their plan to prevent the War God from gaining too much power would inadvertently help Lin Shi. The image of the War God they had spent so long building up had now become Lin Shi's personal image. In the hearts of the rescued citizens, who else but the War God, the one always praised for his invincible strength, could defeat such a colossal beast and stand firm amidst the threat of the city's destruction? Behind him, countless people crowded together, chanting "War God" in unison. Lin Shi controlled his hoverboard to float slightly in the air so the people in the back could see him. He used his mental power to amplify his voice. "Everyone, I am Lin Shi. There's no need to push. The danger hasn't completely passed yet. Please return to your homes for now. Wait until the city walls are fully repaired before coming back out." Oh my God, that's the War God. He's so caring and warm. Did you see how young the War God is? And he's so handsome too. I'm never going to look at another man again. The War God is too handsome. I finally have a dream guy. Wang Jie, want to become a man like the war god. Some stared intently at Lin Shi, while others took photos of him with their cameras. From today onward, the image of the war god in the eyes of the people had materialized. The war god was no longer just a title, but a clear, distinct figure. Those who saw Lin Shi would remember his face, take pictures, draw his likeness, and quickly spread it around. The war god was Lin Shi, and Lin Shi was the war god. Even if the Federation headquarters wanted to control it, they couldn't. The image of the hero and the people's faith would spread like wildfire across a dry prairie, igniting the entirety of New District 1. Moreover, while these citizens were simple-minded, they weren't all stupid. Some clear-headed individuals would realize they had been abandoned by the Federation headquarters, only to be saved from despair by the war god in their hearts. And as for these citizens, on the city walls, the soldiers, who had been even more desperate than the civilians, were even more grateful to Lin Shi. Because those soldiers knew they had been abandoned by the Federation headquarters and had almost become wandering ghosts. They hadn't known whether to keep defending the wall or where to run. They were abandoned by their superiors, abandoned by the very Federation headquarters they had sworn to protect. In their moment of panic and despair, the sight of Lin Shi fighting the Tier 9 beast became the sole beacon of hope in their hearts. Now, after Lin Shi had slain that Tier 9 beast, everything was different. The beast horde retreated, and they survived. Even Zhang Dao, who used to constantly flatter and worship the old war god, would from now on become a loyal fan of Lin Shi. And the combat squad members. We actually held the line. We actually won. I don't know if I'm dreaming. One combat squad member excitedly slapped his own face to see if he was dreaming. The vice captain did it. The vice captain is amazing. Someone shouted outright. Even the Federation headquarters had been helpless. All that was left in the squad members' hearts was a sense of profound relief. Initially, they had prepared themselves for death, never expecting to actually hold out until the beast horde retreated. All the combat squad members knew clearly that if Lin Shi hadn't killed the Tier 9 beast, the horde wouldn't have retreated so quickly. They really would have died. Hearing the chants of War God from below, Mang Chi immediately corrected them. What vice captain? He's the war god. Our new war god. Mang Chi's words instantly won the agreement of all the combat squad members on the wall. That's right. He's the war god. Our vice captain absolutely deserves to be the war god. What the hell was that old geezer? He didn't deserve it. Yeah, I used to do missions with the war god, fighting beasts as colleagues. If anyone says the vice captain isn't the war god, I'll be the first to kick their ass. Jin Wu, his face pale from overusing his mental power, looked down at the situation below the wall. He covered his face and smiled, whispering, "This is the true war god." At this moment, everyone in New District 1 felt like they had survived a catastrophe, feeling both lucky and terrified, while simultaneously holding immense admiration for Lin Shi. Only the atmosphere within the Federation headquarters was completely different from New District 1. The people in the Federation headquarters hadn't anticipated this turning point at all. They watched the footage transmitted from the drones, witnessing with their own eyes the Tier 9 desolate beast fall to Lin Shi's sword, and watching the entire beast horde successfully retreat. It all happened so suddenly, catching everyone off guard. By now, the inner city had already ascended into the sky. The chief of the Federation headquarters, Feng Dian, looked incredibly grim. He stared intently at the screen, watching Lin Shi fight a Tier 9 beast to a standstill and ultimately defeat it. His cloudy eyes widened in sheer shock. Isn't he a Tier 7 evolver? Tang Yao, standing next to him, was equally astounded. Tier 7 was just the strength he displayed when Jin Wu tested him. As for his true strength, we really don't know. Just as Tang Yao finished speaking, another voice chimed in. Could he be a Tier 9 evolver? The speaker was the Minister of Finance, who had just arrived. He panted heavily, asking in disbelief. Tang Yao looked at the report from his subordinates and said in disbelief, according to the supercomputer's analysis, his speed and strength don't exceed the range of a Tier 8 evolver. But his combat experience is incredibly vast, as if he's been through countless battles. His combat proficiency far surpasses anything on record. Could the previous rumors about Lin Shi defending an entire district by himself be true? But now wasn't the time to discuss Lin Shi's strength. This inner-city ascension plan was called the Floating City. It was the Federation headquarters' response after learning from the disaster 10,000 years ago. To prevent a beast horde from devastating the Federation again, they had pooled all of the Federation's cutting-edge technology to create this ultimate safe haven. This plan meant abandoning their living space on the ground and fully developing in the sky. Although it would cost them a massive portion of their labor force, it would at least preserve the core of the Federation headquarters. And once the floating city was activated, it could never be lowered again, unless they abandoned this fortress in the sky. Because, based on the initial projections, New District 1 was absolutely indefensible. Abandoning the outer city to launch the floating city was a last resort, sacrificing the pawns to save the king. It was the most rational choice. But now, the Tier 9 beast had been killed, and the beast horde had retreated. Abandoning the outer city to launch the inner city had turned into a complete joke. If they could have held the line from the start, Chief Feng Dian absolutely wouldn't have resorted to this final measure. He looked down at the city below, feeling no guilt whatsoever, only frustration that his plans had spiraled out of control. Right now, the most pressing issue was to pacify the civilians below who hadn't yet realized they'd been abandoned, and to appease the abandoned soldiers. These soldiers had sacrificed so much to protect the city, only to be abandoned and treated differently. At a critical moment like this, they would definitely be resentful. Feng Dian took a deep breath and ordered, "Issue an emergency broadcast immediately. Find an excuse to pacify those naive civilians. Tell them we have enough power to protect them, so they can live in peace." Then, he added, "Order the soldiers to return to their barracks to rest. Immediately distribute generous post-war rewards and the best treatment, so they feel our gratitude and respect. Tell all the squad members who returned to the inner city to go back down. The city is safe now. They don't need to be up here anymore. Let them go back, rest, and recover their strength." Finally, he and Tang Yao exchanged a glance and had no choice but to say, "Announce Lin Shi's identity as the war god. Let everyone know we didn't abandon them, but rather had the war god save them." As Feng Dian's orders were issued one by one, the entire inner city began to operate rapidly. Inside the inner city, the martial artists and squad members who had just set foot inside still had no idea what was happening down below. Inner city staff were arranging new accommodations for these squad members who looked like they had just survived a disaster. "Everyone, your quarters are on the 3rd basement level. Please follow me." Beep, beep, beep. An emergency notification rang out. The staff member hurriedly opened his optical brain to check. Emergency notice. Cancel the previous accommodation plans for squad members. Notify them to return to the outer city. The crisis in the outer city has been resolved. The staff member's expression quickly changed. Ever since the floating city plan was initiated, everyone had been following the new work schedule, prepared to live long-term in the floating city. Clearly, the successful defense of the outer city had caught everyone in the inner city by surprise. Seeing the staff member freeze, the squad members who had just used aircraft to flee to the floating city couldn't help but feel anxious and irritated. Having just betrayed their captain and narrowly escaped death, they were filled with unease and desperately wanted a place to settle down. The captain of the 13th squad couldn't hold back and snapped, "What's going on? Why aren't you leading the way? Stop wasting time, we're exhausted." The staff member shot him a cold look. "I'm not leading you anywhere. I just received a notice. You are all to return to the lower city. If you're tired, go back down and rest." Ming Ming was highly annoyed by this person's arrogant attitude, as if the people working in the inner city were somehow nobler than them. The guy's current words infuriated him even more. Ming Ming thought this guy was deliberately making things difficult for them. He grabbed the staff member by the collar and snarled, "What do you mean by that? Are you putting on airs with me? Who the hell do you think you are? Don't forget, we're all going to be living in the inner city from now on. We'll be seeing a lot of each other." The staff member calmly replied, "You should all check your optical brains first." A few squad members followed his advice and opened their optical brains. On the optical brain screens, the latest notice from the Federation headquarters had arrived. All combat squad members are to return to the outer city immediately. Return to the outer city. There's a battle going on out there. Are they trying to send us to our deaths? Captain, what do we do? The soldiers' faces clearly showed their panic. They had gone through so much trouble to get into the inner city, and before they could even settle down, they were ordered back. What was going on? Ming Ming dropped the staff member and also opened his optical brain. Reading the message, he and several other captains exchanged glances. This staff member had a higher clearance than Ming Ming and had already received the news that the Beast Horde had retreated. Everyone, the Beast Horde in the outer city has retreated. The headquarters has ordered you to leave temporarily. Your aircraft are still outside. See yourselves out. The Beast Horde retreated? That fast. My God, how did they do it? The captain, are they still alive? Will the captain punish us for abandoning the battlefield? If we go back, will we still be valued? No one answered the fleeing soldiers' questions. They were anxious and guilty. But after escaping, some people's mindsets had changed, especially Ming Ming's group. The headquarters had left quite a few aircraft near the inner city, enough for the soldiers to use. They were hovering in the sky. But upon reaching the designated location, Ming Ming destroyed all the aircraft except the ones he and his men were going to use. The others wanted to say something, but held their tongues. No one stopped Ming Ming. Since they had already betrayed the captain and run away, they might as well go all the way. If those guys wanted to be heroes, let them be heroes. If they were told to go fight the Beast Horde now, their desertion and cowardice would be nailed to the pillar of shame. Ming Ming's face was ice cold. But now, they had no reason to stay. Let's go down. A group of pale-faced men boarded the aircraft, preparing to descend to the outer city. Suddenly, a figure flew up from below. Lin Shi came face to face with the soldiers preparing to descend. Vice Captain, someone called out to Lin Shi. Vice Captain, did the Tier 9 beast run away? Before leaving, Lin Shi had flown toward the Tier 9 beast. Many thought Lin Shi was dead. They didn't know his true strength and assumed a Tier 9 beast wasn't something a mere squad vice captain could defeat. Seeing Lin Shi appear before them, they assumed the beast had retreated. Lin Shi cast a cold glance at the group, didn't answer, and flew straight past them toward the inner city. He saw the destroyed aircraft on the ground. If this were the apocalypse, he absolutely wouldn't show mercy to this kind of scum. This vice captain is so unapproachable. Someone immediately complained, dissatisfied with Lin Shi ignoring them. Ever since joining the squad, Lin Shi had beaten people up and then killed Yi Chu. Now, he wouldn't even talk to them. In their eyes, Lin Shi was too arrogant and conceited. He was just a vice captain. If he didn't want to bother with them, they didn't need to suck up to him either. Yeah, someone else chimed in. Another muttered, this guy fought so fiercely this time, even blocking an attack from the Tier 9 beast. He's definitely going to get a massive reward. Thinking of this, a few people couldn't help but feel jealous of Lin Shi. Looking at his overly young face, they couldn't genuinely respect him as a superior. No wonder he's so strong. I almost thought he killed that Tier 9 beast himself. A mocking voice rang out. At this moment, those people had completely forgotten their earlier panic, directing all their hostility at the rapidly departing Lin Shi. But before they could even land, they ran into another group of people. It was Jin Wu and Mang Chi. Motherfucker. Let me see which idiots. Did you guys destroy the aircraft on the ground? Mang Chi exploded in rage. He was a brute, but he wasn't stupid. He instantly realized someone had deliberately destroyed the aircraft to prevent them from having a chance to escape. Seeing the panicked expressions on his squad members' faces, Jin Wu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, his eyes as cold as ice. Because of this incident, the squad data and members will be reorganized. You all go back and rest. Jin Wu stepped onto his hoverboard and flew toward the floating city. Mang Chi growled, you guys just wait, before flying after Jin Wu. The group, led by Ming Ming, watched anxiously as Jin Wu and Mang Chi disappeared, feeling a bit scared. The captain won't punish us for this, will he? Ming Ming scoffed coldly. What are you afraid of? We returned to the inner city following the headquarters orders. They were the ones who stayed behind without authorization, violating orders. They're the ones in the wrong. As for the aircraft, what does that have to do with us? Who saw us destroy them? No one. All right. Of course it has nothing to do with us. The others hurriedly denied it. So what right does he have to punish us? Exactly. Even if he's the captain, he can't punish us without a reason. Let's go. Let's head back to the residential area and get some drinks. After calming down a large group of agitated citizens, Lin Shi quickly received a message from the Federation headquarters requesting his presence in the floating city. Lin Shi met Deputy Chief Tang Yao again. This time, it wasn't in an interrogation room like before, but a room resembling a classroom. Inside were two old men Lin Shi had met when he received his mission last time. The Chief of the Federation Guard and the Minister of Finance, along with an unfamiliar old man. Seeing the unfamiliar old man sitting above the others, Lin Shi guessed his identity. Have a seat. As soon as Lin Shi arrived, Feng Dian motioned for him to sit. Seeing the only empty seat was next to Tang Yao, Lin Shi walked over, pulled out the chair, and sat down casually. Feng Dian clapped his hands, seemingly praising Lin Shi. Truly a man who can kill a war god with a wave of his hand. This composure and courage are far beyond ordinary men. Thanks for the compliment, Lin Shi replied, looking straight at the man. He naturally knew that the scene of him killing the old war god couldn't be hidden. After all, it happened in front of so many people. Moreover, Lin Shi had no intention of hiding it from anyone, nor was he afraid of them holding him accountable. If they were going to, how could he have entered here so easily? They didn't even have a protocol to confiscate his weapons and equipment. Very good. Our Federation needs ambitious young men like you. That old war god fled in the middle of battle, severely violating Federation rules, and was rightfully executed on the spot. Now, on behalf of the entire Federation, I want to ask, are you willing to become the Federation's new war god? Feng Dian smiled, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Lin Shi with anticipation. Lin Shi smiled faintly, his expression indifferent, finding Feng Dian's act somewhat amusing. He knew full well this old man was just putting on a show with him. After today's battle, his status as the war god was already an undeniable fact. The deed was done. If the Federation headquarters didn't want to lose the people's support, they had to officially recognize his status as the war god. That way, they could still make the excuse that even though they activated the floating city, they left the war god behind to defend the city, meaning they didn't abandon the soldiers and citizens. Right now, the Federation headquarters wanted to use Lin Shi to win back the people's hearts. Therefore, appointing Lin Shi as the war god was just a formality. No matter how the other party asked, there was only one answer. But Lin Shi didn't care about that. He needed the identity of the war god. Unlike his self-proclaimed title in New District 7, being officially recognized by the Federation headquarters in New District 1 gave him a completely different status. This identity would quickly spread to all areas outside New District 1. This was a step Lin Shi needed to take anyway. Lin Shi scratched his head and said with feigned embarrassment, I think even if I said no, it'd be a bit too late. Everyone outside already thinks I'm the war god. Feng Dian was slightly taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, young people are indeed decisive. All right then, welcome to our ranks as a member of the Federation. Tomorrow night, the inner city will host an inauguration ceremony and a banquet for the war god. You'll need to come and meet everyone then. Lin Shi gave a brief reply. He thought the other party would mention Zhang Yuan's body, but they didn't bring it up at all. It seemed they intended to use Zhang Yuan's body as his reward for killing the Tier 9 beast this time. But even if they had asked, Lin Shi wouldn't have returned it. A Tier 8 powerhouse contained a massive amount of origin power, and origin power was exactly what Lin Shi lacked right now. After completing the formalities, Lin Shi left the Federation headquarters. He happened to run into Jin Wu coming from another direction. The two greeted each other and left the inner city together. Mid-air, they rode their hoverboards side by side. In the air, Jin Wu observed Lin Shi, his voice laced with concern. Are you okay? Lin Shi nodded. I'm fine. I really have to thank you this time, Lin Shi. Jin Wu solemnly thanked Lin Shi. If it weren't for Lin Shi, the outer city would have been destroyed and countless people would have died. If you're free tomorrow, come over to my place for dinner. I'll invite Mangqi too. Jin Wu inviting him to dinner? Jin Wu had always given him the impression of being very responsible, but also keeping his distance from everyone, especially him. Lin Shi looked at Jin Wu, and the refusal on the tip of his tongue changed to sure. He noticed a cryptic intent in the way Jin Wu looked at him. Most of the people in the outer city had returned home, and security forces had been deployed to maintain order. Engineers had also begun repairing the sections of the city wall destroyed by the beasts. Very quickly, the The citizens at home all saw the short video of Lin Shi slaying the desolate beast on TV. Following the video, the anchor of the Federation headquarters official channel personally confirmed that Lin Shi was the Federation's war god. At the same time, they announced that Lin Shi had stayed behind to protect New District 1 under the orders of the Federation headquarters. This made the citizens, who thought they had been abandoned, feel much better. Their anger toward the Federation headquarters also decreased significantly. However, a small number of people still harbored doubts about this. After descending from the floating city, Lin Shi went to the military depot to return the war god equipment, then headed back to his quarters. Taking a hot bath, he soaked in the tub, enjoying the warmth and relaxing both body and mind. His left hand tapped the edge of the tub 3 times. This was the prearranged signal with Qing Chu for her to contact Xia Chun and report the situation. Xia Chun's reply was brief but profoundly meaningful, relating to the Federation headquarters vault incident from last time. Tomorrow night's inauguration ceremony might be a good opportunity. Immediately after, he sent a more detailed document than last time, including the exact location of the headquarters vault, the trap mechanisms around it, and detailed information about the 2 vault keys. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Because of the beast invasion, the plan to raid the Federation headquarters vault had been temporarily put on hold. Xia Chun said tomorrow night was a good opportunity, and Lin Shi thought, he's absolutely right. If there was a Lin Shi attending the welcome and inauguration ceremony tomorrow night, he would have the perfect alibi proving he wasn't at the vault. Furthermore, most of the people attending tomorrow night's ceremony were the exact targets he needed to eliminate. He didn't know if the 2 cowardly chiefs and deputy chiefs of the Federation headquarters would dare to show up in person. Today at the headquarters, Lin Shi had only seen a hologram of the chief, and the same went for Deputy Chief Tang Yao. Just as someone had said before, these old geezers at the Federation headquarters were terrified of death. Who knew where their real bodies were hiding? After his bath, Lin Shi put on loose pajamas and sat on the sofa. He turned on the TV, wanting to watch the news about the event. The TV was broadcasting the video of him slaying the beast. He switched to another channel, which was airing a news segment titled, "The Federation Headquarters' Strongest Trump Card, the War God." Just as he predicted, the Federation headquarters wanted to use his reputation to suppress the floating city incident. But this would inevitably plant a seed of doubt in many people's minds. If a similar situation occurred next time, and he exposed the Federation headquarters' true plans, their image in the eyes of the people would be unsalvageable. Lin Shi smiled faintly. With the Planetary Will's assistance this time, the plan to overthrow the Federation headquarters had made significant progress. Next, he would throw the Federation headquarters into chaos. It was time for the mirror clone ability, which he had used to create an exact replica of himself last time, to come into play. In a dark, hazy space, Ka Lan stood before a floor-to-ceiling mirror, staring intently at his reflection. He didn't know how long he had been waiting here. Ever since that mysterious man said he would conduct the mirror clone experiment, he had been tormented by excruciating pain until he finally passed out. When he woke up, he found himself in this strange place. Here, the sky was always pitch black, with no distinction between day and night. Time seemed to have lost its meaning. Beneath his feet was a bizarre gray land. It felt a bit like dirt, but not exactly. There was no one around, only endless silence. This eerie scene made Ka Lan wonder if he had been transported to another world. However, after exploring for a while, he discovered this space had boundaries. Along the borders grew strange plants, things he had never seen before, looking like newly sprouted vegetables and fruit trees. He found no other signs of life. Although there was no food in this space, whenever he felt hungry or thirsty, food would naturally appear before him. Sometimes, other things appeared too. Sometimes a piece of paper, sometimes a video camera. The papers, besides assigning Ka Lan the task of mimicking Lin Shi, also updated him on recent outside events. The camera recorded Lin Shi's daily activities. Ka Lan understood that his sole purpose for living right now was to mimic Lin Shi. He needed to completely transform himself into another person. From his gestures and posture to his demeanor, everything had to be exactly like Lin Shi. In this silent space, no one disturbed him. So, Ka Lan began his special training. Other than when he slept, He spent most of his time standing in front of the mirror, earnestly observing, studying, and mimicking every tiny detail of Lin Shi. Even when eating, he didn't leave the mirror, adjusting his expressions and movements as he ate. After a long period of practice, the Ka Lan in the mirror had completely changed. Outwardly, thanks to the mirror clone ability, he looked exactly like Lin Shi, accurate down to every strand of hair and eyebrow. The cold expression and gaze on his face were also nearly identical to Lin Shi's. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ka Lan knew his appearance and expressions were flawless. But he was acutely aware that the hardest part wasn't the outward appearance, but Lin Shi's unique aura. Despite his best efforts, there was still a significant gap between his aura and the real Lin Shi's. This troubled Ka Lan deeply. Only when their auras were identical could he fool everyone. Up until now, Lin Shi hadn't specified what his next task would be, but simply because Lin Shi had killed his enemy, Ka Lan still trusted him. Just then, another piece of paper fell from the sky. Ka Lan's eyes lit up, and he caught it. The paper detailed the events of the past 2 days, including the Federation headquarters initiating the plan to abandon the city and launch the floating city, and Lin Shi killing the veteran general. These were top-secret news to ordinary people. Along with this was a highlighted message. Tomorrow night, attend the Federation headquarters War God inauguration ceremony in my place. War God. He's the new War God. Ka Lan's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly noticing his expression change in the mirror, Ka Lan quickly regained his composure. If it were the real Lin Shi, he wouldn't make such an expression. War God. He killed the old War God, and is now the new War God. So, the story of him saving the entire outer city is true. Ka Lan suppressed his facial expressions, but it was hard to hide the shock in his heart. The War God was practically the spiritual pillar of everyone on the Sanlian continent. The old War God fleeing, without a fight, had made Ka Lan feel like his faith had collapsed. But Lin Shi's heroic act of single-handedly stopping a Tier 9 beast reignited the flame of hope in Ka Lan's heart. Ka Lan couldn't help but recall the first time he met Lin Shi. That guy Yi Chu treated human lives like dirt, looking at him like he was a bug. Those guards not only didn't arrest Yi Chu, but they colluded with him, wanting to eliminate him, the victim. But even those high and mighty bastards were nothing more than different kinds of ants in Lin Shi's hands. Ka Lan could never forget the look in those guards' eyes when Yi Chu was crushed to death. Their eyes were filled with fear, anger, and tension, but no one dared to speak up. Only Lin Shi was truly strong. It made perfect sense for a man like that to become the War God. Federation headquarters. You high and mighty animals, I'm no longer afraid. Even if I die, I will watch that man overthrow the Federation headquarters. Thinking of his tragically murdered lover. Ka Lan took a deep breath and opened his eyes again, his gaze filled with hidden killing intent. At this moment, Ka Lan's aura was even more like Lin Shi's. Unless it was someone extremely familiar with Lin Shi, like Xiachan, or those who used to take care of him like Qing Yi and Qing Er, it would be hard for anyone to realize Ka Lan wasn't the real Lin Shi in a short amount of time. After resting for the night, Lin Shi went to Jin Wu's banquet the next afternoon. Jin Wu didn't live in the squad's residential area, but in a large villa in the city. As soon as Lin Shi arrived, he heard Mang Chi's booming laughter from inside. Lin Shi walked into the spacious villa. Inside stood several squad captains, all the men who had chosen to stay until the very end during the beast invasion. Seeing Lin Shi arrive, everyone smiled and greeted him. The vice captain is here. What vice captain? It's Lord War God now. Right. Please come in, Lord War God. Jin Wu, carrying a large dish from the kitchen, nodded at Lin Shi. You're here. Captain, don't rush. There's enough food. Hurry up and sit down for a drink. Captain, this is the first time I get to eat food cooked by the captain himself. Yeah, I can brag about this for a whole year. Eating with Lord War God is even cooler. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. The lunch was very lively, and everyone ate and drank freely. In such an atmosphere, Lin Shi also had a few drinks. After 3 glasses, Jin Wu suddenly patted Lin Shi's shoulder from behind, exchanging a glance with him. Lin Shi followed as Jin Wu led him into his study. As soon as the door closed, all the noise from outside was completely blocked out. This study was completely different from any room Lin Shi had seen before. It was filled entirely with bookshelves and books, without a single electronic device. Jin Woo, who always wore his optical brain on his wrist, had taken it off at some point and was no longer wearing it. The curtains were drawn tight. Jin Woo poured a cup of green tea, gestured for Lin Shi to sit, and then sat opposite him. His first words were, "There are no surveillance or eavesdropping devices here. What we say won't be heard by anyone else." Lin Shi's expression didn't change as he said, "What do you want to tell me?" Jin Woo looked at Lin Shi, enunciating every word. "The Federation headquarters is very dangerous right now. Your situation is even more dangerous." Lin Shi frowned, his expression unreadable. Jin Woo explained seriously, "The Federation headquarters is rotten to the core. They will not allow any force beyond their control to emerge. Your appearance has definitely fallen outside their control, but you still have value to the Federation headquarters right now. They won't move against you openly, but in secret, they will very likely use other methods to deal with you." "What methods?" A flash of pain and hatred appeared in Jin Woo's eyes. "Do you know about parasites?" Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Jin Woo continued, "This is a vicious method. Once it parasitizes a person, it can secretly control them." Lin Shi asked suspiciously, "The Federation headquarters has parasites too? Have you encountered parasites somewhere else?" Jin Woo caught the key point. Lin Shi didn't answer, but asked back, "So you call me here to warn me?" Jin Woo looked much more solemn than usual, his face extremely grave. "Yes, I suspect that during your inauguration ceremony tonight, someone from the Federation headquarters will use a parasite on you." Lin Shi stared at him. "Tonight?" Lin Shi had planned to swap places with Ka Lan before the ceremony began, then sneak into the inner city. If someone really wanted to use a parasite on him, it would end up on Ka Lan. Seeing Lin Shi stay silent, Jin Woo sighed and rubbed his temples. "Absolutely do not underestimate this thing. No matter what tier of powerhouse you are, once infected by a parasite, under the control of the mother worm, your will can be eroded at any time, eventually turning you into a puppet of the parasite." What Jin Woo said was different from what Qing Yun had told him. Qing Yun said those infected by parasites had to take an antidote regularly, but Jin Woo said the situation was much more severe. It seemed the parasite had two modes of operation. Only those far away from the mother worm needed to take the antidote. Those close by could very likely be controlled directly. In that case, neither Jin Woo nor Qing Yun was lying or trying to trick him. In other words, the mother parasite was very likely inside the Federation headquarters. But Lin Shi suddenly remembered the relationship between Qing Ming and the Federation headquarters. If Qing Ming was a faction nurtured by the Federation headquarters, why would the Federation headquarters strike so hard? Or rather, Qing Ming was just a faction created by someone within the Federation headquarters. And Jin Woo, if he wasn't a member of Qing Ming, then he was the mastermind controlling Qing Ming. Thinking of this, Lin Shi asked bluntly, "Whose man are you?" Jin Woo took a deep breath and revealed his biggest secret. "I am Chief Tang's man." Night fell, and the city lights came on. Lin Shi dressed rather casually and comfortably today. A dedicated aircraft was already waiting to take him to the floating city. A blond young man stood in the hotel lobby, quietly waiting for Lin Shi to appear. Lin Shi checked his abilities, felt his abundant origin power, and then took the elevator down. "Lord War God, I'll be serving you tonight. My name is Chung Run." Lin Shi glanced at the blond young man, said nothing, and stepped onto the aircraft. The blond young man smiled and followed him aboard. The aircraft quickly started and flew toward the floating city. Upon arriving at the floating city, the blond young man led Lin Shi into the Federation headquarters building. This inauguration ceremony was very grand, held in the banquet hall on the 72nd floor of the Federation headquarters building. The entire hall was resplendent in gold and iron. An inauguration and reception naturally couldn't lack a banquet. When Lin Shi arrived, most people were already present. Seeing the blond young man lead Lin Shi in, everyone focused their attention on him. Ignoring the curious gazes, Lin Shi glanced over the crowd. The blond young man invited Lin Shi to sit at a table near the front. Bai Ming was already sitting there. He nodded slightly when he saw Lin Shi. The Minister of Finance and the Director of the Guard Bureau were there, but Tang Yao and Feng Tian were absent. The Minister of Finance took the initiative to greet Lin Shi. "Make yourself at home, War God." The Director General and Deputy Director General will be here shortly. Lin Shi nodded without saying a word. Just a moment after sitting down, Lin Shi suddenly felt someone probing him with mental power. This action was extremely impolite even to ordinary people, let alone to Lin Shi. Lin Shi frowned. His mental power transformed into a blade, instantly cutting off that probing force. A middle-aged man not far away cried out in pain. If you don't want to become an idiot, pull back your mental power. Lin Shi's voice was cold. The volume wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. No one dared to probe Lin Shi with mental power anymore. After sitting for a while, Lin Shi suddenly stood up. The blonde young man standing behind him quickly asked, "What do you need, Lord War God?" Lin Shi nodded. "I need to use the restroom." The blonde young man gestured. "Please follow me." Lin Shi followed the blonde young man to a private restroom. Before entering, he asked, "There are no surveillance cameras inside, right? If there are, I will kill someone." The blonde young man smiled awkwardly. "No, there definitely aren't any here. Please go ahead, I'll wait for you outside." Only then did Lin Shi calm down and walk in. Entering the restroom, Lin Shi went into a stall. In the next second, Lin Shi vanished. In just the blink of an eye, he reappeared. The whole process was like a normal TV broadcast, skipping a frame and immediately resuming. Even if there were surveillance cameras, unless slowed down hundreds of times, it would be hard to notice that Lin Shi had disappeared. As soon as Lin Shi reappeared, his eyes darted around, and he pulled down his pants to sit on the toilet. 5 minutes later, he walked out. The blonde young man standing outside the door lit up. "Lord War God, the Director General and Deputy Director General have arrived." Lin Shi just glanced at the blonde young man. The man quickly stepped forward to lead the way. After Lin Shi returned to his seat, the inauguration ceremony began. The one returning to the seat was, of course, Blue Card disguised as Lin Shi. As for the real Lin Shi, he was currently using his invisibility ability to quietly sneak back into the hall. He stood outside the hall, observing the situation inside. For this once-in-a-millennium war god inauguration, all the important figures of the Federation headquarters were present. Earlier, when Lin Shi entered the hall, he had quickly scanned the crowd to see if his targets were among those present today. There were many people here who deserved to die, but Lin Shi's main targets today were the two people holding the keys to the Federation's vault. As long as the vault was emptied, the process of causing chaos within the Federation headquarters would be accelerated by at least 30%. If he also took out Director Feng Tian and Deputy Director Tang Yao, this progress would increase by another 50%. The rest of the people combined wouldn't even account for 20%. Since he couldn't get close to Feng Tian and Tang Yao, dealing with the vault first was the best option. That was also why Xia Chun sent the information of these two people to Lin Shi first, so he could strike early. If a high-ranking Federation official died, one death might be fine, but if two died, the Federation headquarters would definitely be on high alert. That would affect their progress. Right now, in an inconspicuous corner of the hall, Gui Chao stood quietly, observing this once-in-a-millennium war god inauguration ceremony. Gui Chao's appearance matched the information provided by Xia Chun, confirming this person was present. Lin Shi wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to find where Pin Yu was first, as that would be the real challenge. Lin Shi stealthily left the hall. The Federation headquarters had many emergency exits and inspection devices, but fortunately, Lin Shi also had many abilities. Using various abilities, combined with the information about the Federation headquarters he had gathered, he easily bypassed security checkpoints that normally required multiple steps to clear. By now, Lin Shi had entered the underground area of the Federation headquarters building. The deeper he went, the stricter the security became. Not only were there patrols, but various machines and surveillance cameras were also deployed everywhere. In unseen places, there were all sorts of scanning and alarm devices. Once discovered, the consequences would be like poking a hornet's nest. Lin Shi carefully and meticulously searched every room. Although his mental power couldn't spread too far, otherwise it would easily trigger the mental power alarm devices. Moreover, there were mental power jamming devices here. Normally, level 5 or level 6 mental power would struggle to even leave the body here, but Lin Shi's mental power was still enough for him to carefully search each room. According to the information received from Xia Chun, Pinyu usually operated between the 10th and 30th underground floors. The Federation headquarters vault was located around the 70th underground floor. The range from the 10th to the 30th floor was quite vast. Lin Shi hurried to search, wanting to return before the inauguration ceremony and banquet ended, so he couldn't delay for too long. Therefore, Lin Shi quickly descended to the 10th floor, starting his search room by room from this level. TCH, this place is really huge, Lin Shi muttered, using his Earth Escape skill to continue delving deeper underground. His Earth Escape ability wasn't just simple burrowing. It could pass through almost any material. Depending on the density, the amount of origin power consumed varied. Here, the ground was entirely made of metal, concrete, and reinforced steel. For Lin Shi, the origin power consumed to use Earth Escape was like a mosquito bite on stainless steel. But he didn't just need to maintain Earth Escape. He also had to stay invisible, conceal his aura, body temperature, and even his own weight. Otherwise, just a weight-sensing device would be enough to make the entire underground area blare with ear-piercing alarms. Using these abilities simultaneously didn't consume too much, but it wasn't a small amount either. After a while, he realized he wasn't having any luck. Searching from the 10th floor up to the 25th floor, he still hadn't found his target. However, at least the search area had been narrowed down. During the process, Lin Shi passed through many laboratories researching various fields, along with storage rooms for bizarre items, and then the living and entertainment areas for researchers and staff. The entire underground system formed a complete world, fully equipped just like the surface, perhaps even more perfect than the facilities in the survival bases on Earth. As Lin Shi continued his search and reached the 28th floor, he began to feel something was wrong. Could the target, Pinyu, be on the very last floor, or was the information provided by Xia-chun inaccurate? Right then, Lin Shi discovered a special room. The door was equipped with a high-level password lock system and strict defense mechanisms. In front of the door stood 4 fully armed guards. From the fluctuations of their origin power, he realized these guards were at least at the gene lock level. This indicated that this room was extremely important. Lin Shi used Earth Escape, sinking into the ground. In just a blink of an eye, the space slightly trembled, and Lin Shi appeared inside the heavily guarded room. Sneaking in, Lin Shi saw the room was filled with memory cards. If Lin Shi's guess was right, these memory cards contained precious data. Whatever data it was, it wouldn't be of much use to Lin Shi. Just as Lin Shi was feeling disappointed, the door suddenly emitted a beep-beep unlocking sound. Lin Shi stopped. Even knowing no one could see him, he still held his breath. Immediately after, a man in a researcher's uniform walked in and began rummaging through the shelves. Looking at the tens of thousands of memory cards, the man seemed quite headache-ridden, muttering, "Where's the backup data? Pinyu, Pinyu, Pinyu." Found it. The man happily grabbed a memory card and plugged it into his computer. "Yes, this is the one." After saying that, he walked out. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and quietly followed him. Tailing this researcher, Lin Shi reached the 32nd underground floor. At this point, Lin Shi stopped searching the remaining 2 floors because he had heard the researcher mention Pinyu and backup. This made Lin Shi associate it with a few things. He remembered that this world also had cloning technology. The keys to the Federation headquarters vault were 2 living, breathing humans. If one person died, or both died, the vault couldn't be opened for a short time. Thus, those who knew the secret of these 2 keys, if there were enemies of the Federation headquarters among them, even if they couldn't open the vault, they could destroy the keys to cause trouble for the Federation. Moreover, one of the keys was living on the surface. What preparations did the Federation headquarters need to make to prevent the keys from being destroyed? Lin Shi followed the researcher down to the 32nd underground floor and entered a laboratory. The scene before him made him shudder. This was a human cloning laboratory. An elderly researcher looked at the young man who had just returned and frowned, asking, "Why are you back so late?" The young man scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "Mentor, there were too many memory cards in the archive room. It took me a while to find it, so I lost some time." "Humph, if you can't even handle such a small task, what else can you do? Hurry back and monitor the experimental data." The researcher called Mentor reprimanded with a stern voice. He took the memory card, then turned to a mysterious middle-aged man dressed completely differently from the people in the lab, and said, "My lord, please follow me." He led this mysterious middle-aged man to the deepest laboratory. They passed through several doors, finally stopping in front of a sealed room. The mentor carefully opened the lab door. A strong, pungent smell of chemicals assaulted their noses. The scene inside left Lin Shi stunned, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. The room displayed human-sized tanks, each containing a naked person with their eyes tightly shut. In those tanks, there were infants, children, and adults. These people were soaked in an unknown liquid, their skin as pale as paper, looking incredibly grotesque. What was even more horrifying was that among the 10 adults, all of them had the exact same face. The face that Lin Shi had been searching for. The mentor said, "My lord, confirm activation?" The protocol states that the next clone can only be activated when the previous body is completely destroyed. The middle-aged man replied, "Pinyu 60 is already dead. Confirmed unable to perform core functions anymore. Here is the corpse." After saying that, a corpse appeared in the laboratory. Lin Shi's eyes widened. So he couldn't find the person because they were already dead. Furthermore, this middle-aged man wasn't in the documents Xia Chun provided him. The mentor bent down to examine it, lifted the corpse's arm, and confirmed. "It really is 60. How did he die? Never mind, then we can only use 70. Activate it." The middle-aged man ordered decisively. Hearing this, the mentor didn't hesitate. He took the memory card his student had just brought back and plugged it into an adult Pinyu tank. Then, the middle-aged man stepped forward, took out another card, inserted it into the device below the tank, and entered a long string of passwords. Lin Shi held his breath, observing from outside the lab door. After a series of operations, the liquid in the tank gradually drained away, flowing to who knows where. When the liquid completely disappeared, the tank slowly opened from the bottom up. A brand new person, identical to the corpse on the floor, emerged into the air. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the corpse on the floor vanished. The mentor approached Pinyu 70, attaching electrodes and several tubes. Very quickly, Pinyu 70's eyelids began to twitch. He turned and said to the mysterious middle-aged man, "My lord, still following the old procedure?" The middle-aged man nodded, directly picked up Pinyu 70, and quickly left the room. This person was indeed a Tier 6 evolver. Lin Shi had to quickly follow without being discovered. He immediately tailed the mysterious middle-aged man as he disappeared into the laboratory. Behind him, only the sigh of the mentor echoed. Living in the dark underground every day, and being controlled every second of every minute. How could one not go mad? Lin Shi followed the middle-aged man out of the lab to an even more heavily guarded area. The middle-aged man gently placed the newly emerged item number 70 on a soft bed. In the room, there was also a man dressed in a butler's uniform. This room was full of traces of life. The photo frames in the room and the pictures on the wall all featured the same face, identical to the clone before him. One key goes mad and dies, so they activate a clone key, then use meticulously prepared information to make him take over the previous one's identity. Lin Shi shuddered at the Federation headquarters' methods of producing keys. "I'll leave him to you. He will wake up within 2 hours. His brain has been installed with the system language. Make him believe he just lost his memory." After saying that, the middle-aged man left. "Yes, sir." The butler bowed slightly. After changing the clone into pajamas, the butler stood guard. Lin Shi remained in the room. He noticed that this butler wasn't a real person, but a highly realistic android, as his eyes barely blinked. The process was a bit convoluted, but the result was unexpectedly smooth. He had obtained the key. Next was how to take this clone away without being discovered. Lin Shi thought for a moment and returned to the banquet hall. By now, the inauguration ceremony in the hall had ended. It was now a lively atmosphere of toasting. Blue Card acted aloof, only occasionally taking a few sips of wine. Lin Shi felt more at ease and focused on the key in the banquet hall, Gui Chao. He wondered if this was also a clone. Living on the surface, the probability of encountering an attack was certainly much higher than underground. This was probably no longer the original either. Lin Shi found Gui Chao sitting in a corner. Perhaps due to his special status, no one approached to talk to him. Only two people looking like guards sat on either side of Gui Chao, acting as both protectors and wardens. He was a very important key to the Federation headquarters, yet he held no important position. He was just a tool. Even if well protected, he had no real power. Therefore, it was natural that others didn't pay attention to him. Gui Chao was slowly sipping his wine. Suddenly, he felt the mental power warning device at his waist vibrate slightly. But it was just a flash. There was no alarm. Gui Chao thought he might be drunk and seeing things. A second later, Gui Chao's eyes became hazy. He staggered to his feet. The two personal guards immediately became alert. "I'm going to the restroom." Knowing Gui Chao had drunk a lot of wine tonight, the two didn't doubt his dazed look. They nodded and followed Gui Chao toward the restroom. Gui Chao entered the restroom, and the two guards followed him in. Only when Gui Chao entered a small stall and prepared to use the toilet did the two guards frown. Looking up, Gui Chao nodded. Even though the two were so careful, they still didn't notice Gui Chao. After entering the stall, he quickly took the electronic devices off his body, placed them on the toilet, and vanished on the spot. Immediately after, Lin Shi manipulated his mental power, controlling Gui Chao's two guards. Although both were Tier 6 experts possessing mental power, in front of Lin Shi's Tier 9 mental power, they were completely unable to resist. Once done, Lin Shi quickly moved downward. Sinking, sinking, sinking. Passing through layer after layer of barriers at top speed, Lin Shi reached the 32nd underground floor. He returned to Pin U70's room, where Pin U70 had just woken up. Pin U70 was blankly holding a tablet watching a video. The protagonist in the video was an exact clone of him from a previous life. But clearly, this clone didn't know the person in the video and himself were not the same person. Looking at this person's bewildered expression, Lin Shi used his mental power to control him again. In just a blink of an eye, the clone's eyes became hazy. Lin Shi stored him into his spatial dimension and quickly moved downward again. His speed was incredibly fast. From the banquet hall, he brought Gui Chao down here, and then took the clone away. It took Lin Shi less than 3 minutes to pass through over 100 floors. Then, bringing the people from the 32nd floor to the 70th floor, Lin Shi only took about 2 minutes. The further down he went, the more Lin Shi felt the distance and density between the floors increasing. By now, Lin Shi had consumed nearly a third of his origin power. Reaching the 70th floor, Lin Shi used his mental power to pinpoint the vault's location. The entire vault was massive, and its defense system was extremely strict. But Lin Shi still quickly found the vault's location. He didn't know what material the Federation headquarters vault was made of that could block mental power scanning. Lin Shi tried to see if he could use Earth Escape to go directly inside. He went to the wall connected to the vault and tried using Earth Escape. The good news was he could burrow. The bad news was the speed was very slow. He didn't know how thick the vault was. If it was 3 meters thick, he would need at least 20-something minutes. In those 20-something minutes, not to mention Gui Chao, the clone would definitely be discovered missing. Therefore, Lin Shi went straight to the front of the vault. The front of the vault had over 10 emergency exits. After locating the vault door, Lin Shi directly used Earth Escape to bypass the emergency exits and arrived in front of the vault door. The guards standing in front of the door still hadn't noticed an invisible person appearing right in front of them. Lin Shi approached and used his mental power to control one of the guards. A look of struggle clearly appeared in this guard's eyes, but it quickly vanished. His teammate beside him noticed something unusual and turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" The guard said. "I'm a bit hungry." "Are you a bottomless pit? Didn't you just eat 2 hours ago?" A second later, a look of struggle also appeared in the other guard's eyes. After quickly controlling the two men, Lin Shi prepared to unlock the door. He knew there was a surveillance system, but he couldn't possibly kill the people in the monitoring room first. He would be discovered immediately. Destroying the surveillance system would also result in immediate discovery. So Lin Shi chose to do nothing and directly unlock it. Lin Shi controlled the two guards to stand aside, then manipulated his thoughts. Gui Chao and Pin Yu appeared in front of the vault door. Lin Shi directly controlled the two keys to start unlocking. The familiar, ear-piercing alarm echoed through every floor's hallway. The entire Federation headquarters building blared with the highest level internal alarm. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Federation headquarters were all in the banquet hall. The ear-piercing alarm caused a commotion. What's going on? What happened? Where is this alarm coming from? Most people didn't know what was happening. The Federation headquarters hadn't had such an alarm in thousands of years. Only a few who understood the meaning of this alarm turned pale. Feng Tian and Tang Yao's holographic projections immediately disappeared on the spot. Clearly, the alarm made it impossible for them to continue their role-playing game in the banquet hall. In an underground room of the Federation headquarters, filled with equipment and multiple large screens, Feng Tian received the news. From a subordinate. Director General, someone broke into the vault. Nonsense. The alarm is already blaring. Why did you idiots only notice it now? We saw the clone disappear first. Initially, we thought he couldn't adapt, lost his memory, and went out. But checking the cameras, we realized the person vanished. Feng Tian was in no mood to listen to useless words. He immediately hung up the communicator, locked down the entire floating city, maximize all defense systems, have the entire martial kill department come here immediately. Immediately. At the same time, Feng Tian immediately connected to the vault's surveillance system. But when the alarm sounded, the surveillance system had already been destroyed. Right now, they could only wait for the security forces from the 70th floor to arrive. Feng Tian contacted Tang Yao. Tang Yao hurriedly said, image sensors, weight sensors, body scanners, and even thermal scanners didn't detect this person. Moreover, this person broke in without passing through any security doors or triggering any color alarms. Who is it? Who could break through so many layers of mechanisms and defenses to reach the 60th floor without being discovered? How did he do it? Feng Tian took a few deep breaths and said, check who is absent from the banquet just now. You suspect it's an inside job. Tang Yao frowned. Even if it's one of our own, it's impossible to reach the 60th floor in such a short time and take both keys. Has Old Bai gone over? He's reached the 62nd floor. Should we let Lin Shi go take a look? Lin Shi? No need. Lin Shi had only opened about a third of the vault when he was discovered. Therefore, he immediately destroyed the confinement devices. While waiting for the vault to open, he used his mental power to quickly scan the other floors. At this point, he no longer hid his mental power. Very quickly, Lin Shi discovered that over 100 guards were rapidly approaching from the nearest locations. At the same time, guards from other floors were also rushing here. Lin Shi directly controlled the two vault guards he had just dominated, ordering them to fight. At the same time, Xia Chun sent a message asking, how is it? Xia Chun checked on Lin Shi. City Lord replied concisely, no problem. Xia Chun asked again, how is the Federation's vault? Breaking in. Progress is at 30%. The two vault guards were both Tier 6 mutants combined with Tier 7 mental power users. The guards rushing in from outside were no match for them. At this moment, Lin Shi focused his mind. On one hand, he controlled the guards to fight. On the other, he skillfully used the two keys to unlock the door. When the two guards were tested to death by Lin Shi, the vault door finally opened. Lin Shi immediately gathered everything his mental power could sense into his spatial dimension, then quickly jumped up and hid on the ceiling. Before leaving, Lin Shi didn't forget to take the two keys with him and casually locked the vault door. When Lin Shi returned to the banquet hall, the people downstairs didn't even know if the vault had been robbed yet. Returning to the banquet hall, Lin Shi found the place locked down. All doors were tightly shut. Many guards were present in the hall. The people in the banquet hall went from panicking at the brief alarm to becoming even more tense when the hall was locked down. Now, some people were starting to panic. Most people didn't know what exactly had happened in the Federation headquarters to cause such a chaotic situation, to the point where even they were detained here. Meanwhile, beside the person disguised as Lin Shi, Blue Card, the Federation's Minister of Finance appeared out of nowhere and struck up a conversation with Blue Card. War God, or should I call you Lin Shi to be more intimate? Lin Shi, do you still remember the first thing you said when we met? The Minister of Finance smiled, his eyes narrowing, acting as if he were having an intimate chat with Lin Shi, but his gaze was fixed intently on Blue Card, seemingly trying to find something out. Blue Card replied coldly, are you not clear on what I said? The Minister of Finance didn't let it go, continuing to ask, of course I know. But I want to ask if you still remember the little incident that happened a few days ago. A war god with tier 9 mental power must have a very good memory, right? Do you know what that alarm just now was about? Someone broke into the Federation's main vault. Who do you think it could be? Who has such great ability to reach the main vault? Blue Card's heart tightened, and his eyes unconsciously shifted. Just that small movement was caught by the shrewd Minister of Finance. Is the war god hiding something? If not, why would you forget even the first sentence we said when we met? Blue Card felt a chill down his spine. Although he had simulated it tens of millions of times, this was the first time he was actually playing the role of Lin Shi, and the first time playing Lin Shi was in such an important setting. Everyone here was a high-ranking official of the Federation headquarters. It had only been nearly half an hour, but Blue Card felt this half hour was as long as half a lifetime. Earlier, Blue Card could still act cold and aloof toward those who wanted to get acquainted. But now, facing the Minister of Finance's questioning, Blue Card didn't know what to say to avoid exposing Lin Shi's identity. Should he continue pretending to be cold and arrogant, or give a perfunctory answer? Or, just then, boom. A loud explosion echoed from the ceiling. The lights in the banquet hall instantly dimmed. This noise made everyone instinctively look up. The lights on the ceiling suddenly exploded. The location of the lighting was exactly where Lin Shi was sitting. The Minister of Finance abruptly turned back to look at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes were icy, locking onto him. A terrifying, murderous aura enveloped the Minister of Finance. Lin Shi's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was completely different. So you are doubting me? You ask me, do I have to answer you? The Minister of Finance frowned. He stared intently at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's face grew even colder. Lin Shi's terrifying aura caused the lights in the banquet hall to explode again. Half the banquet hall plunged into darkness, but the emergency lights quickly flickered on. The Minister of Finance hurriedly said, "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just asking casually." Lin Shi snorted coldly, retracting his icy aura. The two sat down. Time ticked by second. The security in the banquet hall still hadn't been lifted. Lin Shi took several sips of wine from the table, his appearance no different from before. The Minister of Finance secretly wondered if he had guessed wrong. In reality, Lin Shi had always been in the banquet hall, right in front of everyone's eyes, and was the strongest person on the scene. Even though Lin Shi was the most suspicious, he also had a clear alibi. Even Feng Tian, who had been closely monitoring Lin Shi's every move, felt he had made a mistake. This person had an abnormal number of storage items before entering the new District 1. Coupled with his abilities and rank, he is the most likely person to have sneaked into the vault. Suddenly, the screen in front of Feng Tian lit up. A subordinate reported, "Director General, we have rechecked the data. We found no information on storage items capable of invisibility or earth escape among Lin Shi's containers." The screen turned off. Immediately after, another screen lit up. "Director General, the 2 clone keys have been activated and are in the recovery process. They are expected to wake up in 30 minutes. Feng Tian angrily smashed his desk. "Accelerate the awakening process. Even if it destroys the clones, it doesn't matter. Open the vault door for me immediately." "Yes, sir." Tang Yao reconnected, his image appearing in the room. "I have good news and bad news." Feng Tian glared at Tang Yao. "Tell me the bad news first." "The bad news is, the vault has been opened." Feng Tian's eyes widened. The glass fragments in the room shattered completely. Tang Yao continued. "The good news is, the vault was only open for a split second. The items might still be there. Moreover, our protective shield wasn't affected. That person is still in the inner city." Feng Tian immediately announced, "Check everyone in the building to see who is carrying abnormal storage items. Find that person for me." In Lin Shi's banquet hall, everyone received a notification. "We apologize, ladies and gentlemen. An important item has been stolen from this building. Therefore, we ask everyone to take out all personal belongings so we can inspect each person." What? Some people couldn't believe it, looking up at the optical brain screen broadcasting the notification from the Federation headquarters. Some clearly showed panic. This isn't standard procedure, is it? Most of the high-ranking officials of the Federation headquarters carried storage items. Since most of them didn't know martial arts or weren't used to fighting, the storage items they carried were basic types. Inside, not only was most of their wealth stored, but also items related to their personal hobbies, and even things that couldn't be exposed to the public. Normally, they couldn't be inspected like this. The Federation headquarters action today meant exposing their privacy and ambitions to the light. This was unacceptable to many. Seeing a large number of staff members swarming into the banquet hall with various equipment, someone immediately protested. "What are you trying to do? Where is the Director General? I want to see the Director General. I've been with the Federation headquarters for years and have never been treated like this. I didn't bring a storage item today." Ignoring the protests, after setting up the equipment, the staff immediately forcefully pulled the nearest person over. "My lord, excuse me. What are you doing? Why don't you check someone else first? I need to use the restroom." Giving them no time to resist, this person was pushed onto the scanner. This device was similar to a CT scanner, capable of clearly scanning every object on a person, whether inside or outside the body. Currently, the storage items produced in the Sonlian continent all had physical forms. Therefore, to determine who was carrying a storage item, checking personal belongings was enough. Very quickly, the first person was discovered. It was the manager of the Federation headquarters machinery processing plant. He was indeed carrying storage items. One was worn on his finger, a ring. Another wasn't outside his body, but hidden inside. Furthermore, in an indescribable location. There's one on your hand and one in your anus. Please take them out for inspection. The staff confirmed the scan results. Many people in the hall broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, those who intended to swallow their storage items or hide them inside their bodies immediately dropped the idea. The machinery processing plant manager was immediately led away. As he was taken away, he screamed in panic, "No, you have no right to do this. You're a bunch of lapdogs. I want to see the Director General." His storage items contained many contraband devices stolen from the plant, most of which he intended to sell on the black market. Caught red-handed, it would be hard for him to escape severe consequences. But he only managed to yell a few sentences before being gagged. Seemingly noticing the fear of many people, a frail-looking staff member said, "My lords, our actions are directed by the Director General. Please cooperate. After the inspection, we will return the storage items to you. If you've only made minor mistakes, trust that the Director General will be lenient and you won't be heavily punished. But if you don't cooperate, wait until we investigate the truth. The consequences will be unpredictable." Although reluctant, everyone still cooperated with the staff's inspection. Some people took things out. The process varied, some even making people's eyes burn. Lin Sure watched this ridiculous scene, a cold smirk on his lips. The Federation headquarters had held world power for years. These high-ranking officials had great prestige, but their mental power levels were low, and their gene lock levels were very high. Low mental power was due to poor innate talent, while high gene locks were because they used their positions to hoard resources for upgrades. The higher the gene lock level, the longer the lifespan, and their physical constitution was also significantly enhanced. Resources that should have been used to cultivate powerhouses were turned into tools serving personal interests. No wonder the Federation headquarters currently didn't have a single true powerhouse. A place that has existed for a long time often becomes a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. When a light bulb broke earlier, Lin Sure had taken advantage of the dim light and the distraction to swap himself back with Blue Card. Now, the one sitting in the banquet hall was Lin Sure himself. Lin Sure was also carrying a hidden storage item. As for the treasure basin, back on Earth, Lin Sure had used many measuring devices at the Scientific Research Institute to test it, but found absolutely no trace of it. The characteristic of the treasure basin was that it would completely merge with the master's body before the master died, so there was no fear of it being investigated. Time passed. Person after person had their storage items inspected, then returned with pale faces. Many had weak legs, drenched in cold sweat. Even though these people weren't the ones the Federation headquarters was looking for, the items found in their containers were enough to cause them serious trouble. For those holding absolute power, most positions were replaceable. But this time, most of the Federation headquarters' attention wasn't on these people. Very quickly, after the previous people were inspected, it was Lin Sure's turn. The blond young man standing behind Lin Sure, looking apologetic and anxious, said to Lin Sure, "Lord War God, it's your turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sure felt the atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly tense up. The staff members further away maintained their postures, but from their stiff bodies, it was clear they were ready to fight at any moment. Obviously, they were very worried Lin Shi wouldn't cooperate and had prepared to forcefully arrest him. Because if Lin Shi was truly the thief of the Federation's vault, he absolutely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. With Lin Shi's combat power, if it really came to using force, even though they were currently in the Federation headquarters building, the Federation headquarters wasn't 100% sure they could capture him. Lin Shi chuckled softly. What are you afraid of? The blond young man, with his scholarly appearance, was stunned by Lin Shi's reaction. Oui. Before he could explain, Lin Shi had already walked toward the equipment. Seeing the small reactions of the staff, many sharp-minded people realized that the headquarters might have been targeting Lin Shi from the very beginning. They secretly guessed what exactly the headquarters had lost to mobilize the entire organization like this, and to use such a roundabout way to inspect Lin Shi. At this moment, not only the people present, but also the Federation headquarters Director General, Feng Tian, and Tang Yao, were closely monitoring Lin Shi's every move through the surveillance screens. Feng Tian frowned so hard, he could almost crush a fly. He muttered, "He is the most suspicious person and also the most capable of stealing from the vault." Under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Shi approached the scanner. The frail-looking staff member, supposedly the leader, stepped forward himself and started the device. The device's screen showed that Lin Shi was carrying items on his hand and in his pockets. The number of items in his pockets was quite large. In total, 1 storage item. What are these things in your pockets? Everyone stared intently at Lin Shi, wanting to see if he would voluntarily hand over the items. Contrary to expectations, Lin Shi only hesitated briefly before taking out all the items. The storage item was the ring on his hand, and there were also wasteland crystals in his pockets, all handed over. The ring Lin Shi was wearing was a high-level storage item. Its main ability was possessing a massive storage space, along with the ability to manipulate air currents compared to other storage items. This ability had limited use for Lin Shi, so he didn't integrate it, only using it as an accessory to deceive people. In the ring's space, Lin Shi had stored some things. Besides a portion of his wealth and personal belongings, there was also his lightsaber hilt. If he didn't bring the lightsaber, these people absolutely wouldn't believe this was a normal, everyday storage item. This was something Lin Shi had carefully prepared since he planned to steal the Federation's vault. After handing over the items, Lin Shi looked sharply at the staff member, his voice calm and enunciating every word. All my belongings are here. If a single item is missing, I absolutely will not let this go. His voice wasn't loud, but every word carried an invisible pressure, making the surrounding air seem heavy. The staff member was startled by Lin Shi's gaze, his hands trembling, almost dropping the items Lin Shi handed him. The frail man beside him saw this and hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Lord War God. We will return them to you after the inspection. We guarantee your items will remain intact." After saying that, he even gave Lin Shi a flattering smile. Lin Shi said nothing more. His gaze remained fixed on the staff member until the person walked away with the items. The Federation headquarters had its own inspection methods. Even if they couldn't take the items out of the storage item, they could still use high technology and special energy to make a preliminary judgment of what was inside. As soon as Lin Shi's storage item was taken away by the staff, it was immediately sent for testing. In the inspection room, equipment flashed, and various data constantly danced across the screens. The staff worked tensely, staring at the screens, not daring to slack off for a moment. While the inspection results for Lin Shi's storage item weren't out yet, on the other side, the backup keys were finally activated, opening the door to the Federation's main vault. Tang Yao stood next to Bai Ming. When he saw the Federation's main vault opened, his body staggered. Fortunately, Bai Ming was quick-eyed and quick-handed, catching him. Deputy Director General. Tang Yao closed his eyes, unable to accept the sight before him. As for Feng Tian, who wasn't present but was monitoring the situation at the main vault, he was even more unable to accept it. Even though he had guessed the outcome, when he witnessed the vault containing countless precious supplies completely emptied, Feng Tian still couldn't stop his blood from boiling. His hands gripped the control panel like eagle claws. The stolen vault meant the loss of rare documents collected and preserved for tens of thousands of years, which hadn't been fully utilized yet. There were also various important data and heavy weapons powered by wasteland crystals. What pained him the most was that the majority of the origin matter collected and stored by previous generations of the Federation headquarters was in that vault. The loss of this precious resource pushed the entire Federation into dire straits. Not only could they not advance, but they also risked regressing hundreds of years. Especially the origin matter, which was already scarce. Now that it was lost, Federation personnel in the future wouldn't be able to use it to extend their lifespans. Previously, it wasn't that many people didn't want to use origin matter to enhance their strength, but rather their mental power capacity was limited and couldn't be increased, so they couldn't unlock their gene locks. Only when mental power broke through a level could they use origin matter to unlock gene locks. Feng Tian was the same. Currently, he was only at Tier 7, but having controlled the Federation for 2,000 years, he still wanted to control the entire Somnian continent and didn't want to die so soon. Especially with the loss of origin matter as a reward and attraction, many people would be hard to control and things could head in an unpredictable direction. In front of the vault, Tang Yao opened his eyes, clutching his chest, panting heavily, and ordered, "Lock down the news immediately. Control everyone who knows the vault was robbed. Order them not to leak a word of what happened today. If anyone finds out, kill them." "Yes, Deputy Director." Meanwhile, Feng Tian quickly ordered, "Carefully inspect Lin Shi's storage item. If you find any missing items, detain that storage item immediately." After confirming the vault was robbed, they could only focus on Lin Shi's storage item. But the result they hoped for never appeared. Lin Shi's container only held his personal belongings. There were no items missing from the vault. This time, they could only focus on the storage items of others. But the results would surely disappoint them. 6 hours had passed since the inauguration ceremony began. Lin Shi sat in the banquet hall, frowning, looking impatient. As for the others, most were anxious and restless. They all realized they were being detained at the Federation headquarters building. The uncertain future made them extremely uneasy. Cheng Run, who was ordered to monitor and serve Lin Shi, noticed Lin Shi's expression and hurriedly smiled apologetically, wanting to change the subject to distract him, but was directly cut off by Lin Shi. "Shut up." "Yes, I'll shut up. Just tell me what you need, and I'll definitely do it." "When can we leave?" We might have to wait a bit longer." Lin Shi couldn't help but say, "What exactly was lost? If it's not found, do we have to stay here forever?" Cheng Run didn't know how to answer Lin Shi. Fortunately, staff members quickly entered the banquet hall. "My lords, please, those whose names are called, come here to collect your belongings and leave. Lin Shi, Lord War God, please collect your items. Lord Minister of Finance, please collect your items." Lin Shi was surprised that he was the first to be called. He took his storage item and wasteland crystals from the staff. The staff member said, "Follow me, Lord War God." Lin Shi followed the two staff members out of the Federation headquarters building, returning from the inner city to the outer city. After returning to the outer city, Lin Shi felt he was being monitored much more heavily than before. However, he remained as calm as usual, taking a shower and going to sleep. In reality, except for Lin Shi and a few others, the rest were still detained at the Federation headquarters, waiting for a thorough investigation. This noisy incident settled down after 3 days. But it was only a superficial calm. All the high-ranking officials of the Federation knew the Federation headquarters had lost a very important item. Many people secretly investigated what exactly was lost. Feng Tian and Tang Yao strictly blocked the information, preventing the news of the Federation's main vault being robbed from spreading. But paper can't wrap fire. The entire vault of origin matter was stolen. Anyone who needed or wanted to exchange for origin matter would quickly discover the Federation headquarters could no longer provide it. In just 1 month, several high-ranking officials of the Federation headquarters applied for retirement. In reality, these people had secretly prepared to leave New District 1 after retiring. Lin Shi knew very well that the Federation headquarters Martial Kill Department had struck 3 times to eliminate these traitors. This forced anyone else who wanted to leave New District 1 to temporarily lay low. But Lin Shi knew this was just the calm before the storm. He didn't expect the theft at the Federation's main vault to be so effective. When they discovered the Federation headquarters was no longer providing origin matter, Those old men who feared death began looking for ways to leave New District 1. Initially, many people served the Federation headquarters dedicatedly for years because they received origin matter from it, not for money or benefits. Because during their time working at the Federation headquarters, they had accumulated enough wealth for themselves and their families to spend for hundreds of years without running out. Without origin matter and the bait of immortality, what was the point of staying in New District 1 to follow orders and be controlled? And it wasn't like the Federation headquarters couldn't do without these people. Killing them was, firstly, to prevent internal secrets from leaking, and secondly, because they couldn't tolerate traitors. Therefore, even without Lin Shi having to act, quite a few people who attended the War God's welcome banquet last time died in the Federation headquarters' internal power struggles. Although these people would quickly be replaced after dying, it still sent shockwaves through the entire inner city. Even more high-ranking officials began to secretly withdraw. Until one day, someone came looking for Lin Shi. Lord War God, there is a private banquet at the Starlight Hotel tonight. We sincerely hope you can attend. A person respectfully handed an invitation card to Lin Shi. Lin Shi glanced at it and replied, "I'm busy today." The person left disappointed. Lin Shi had been monitored by the Federation headquarters for nearly a month. There was surveillance before, but since the vault theft, the intensity of the surveillance had multiplied. However, Lin Shi couldn't reveal anything. Everything was stored in his spatial dimension, including a lot of materials, plus the corpse of the previous Tier 8 War God, enough to help Lin Shi reach Tier 9. Lin Shi would wait for the right time to use them. Currently, Lin Shi had moved out of the battle team's housing area and was arranged to live in a villa right next to the villa of Jin Wu, the general captain of the battle team. As a war god, Lin Shi barely had to do anything. This position sounded prestigious, but it was essentially just a title and a symbol. The salary was just a few Federation credits. Even so, that amount of money was something ordinary people would struggle to earn in several lifetimes. After sending the guest away, Lin Shi did some physical training, then went for a swim. Afterward, he found a spot in the blind spot of the surveillance system and quietly swapped places with Blue Card in his spatial dimension. Blue Card. While in the spatial dimension, knowing what Lin Shi wanted to use him for, he seamlessly cooperated with him. While Blue Card, in Lin Shi's form, sat reading a book by the window, Lin Shi had already burrowed underground. New District 1 had a very strong aerial surveillance system, but underground, it was much less. At least there were no surveillance cameras. For someone with Earth escape abilities like Lin Shi, this was as easy as flipping his hand. Of course, this was only true for the outer city. As for the inner city's underground, Lin Shi had tried it before. If Lin Shi wasn't a Tier 9 with massive energy reserves and strong mental power, even an ordinary cultivator with Earth escape abilities wouldn't be able to go deep. They would either be discovered or run out of energy. Because of this, after the vault theft, Lin Shi became the #1 suspect. Lin Shi contacted Xia Chun. The two had planned Step 2 through the City Lord. "Xia Chun, are you sure? Your target this time is at a depth of over 5,000 meters underground. Are you sure, City Lord?" He brought so many materials with him. "Xia Chun, the average radius of our Earth is 6,371 kilometers. The overall volume of the Sanlian continent is larger than Earth, with an average radius of 9,000 kilometers. At this depth, with the energy Lin Shi consumes for Earth escape, to get close to the center where the Federation headquarters buried the energy bomb, it will probably consume about 100,000 units of energy. This is just a conservative estimate. Theoretically, the closer to the center of the Earth, the greater the density of the surrounding magma rock, and the energy consumption will be a few % higher. Not to mention the return trip. If necessary, I suggest we change the plan. We might not necessarily need to take that energy bomb out." Although he had discussed and decided on this plan with Lin Shi, Xia Chun still seemed worried. The fact that the Federation headquarters buried a bomb capable of destroying the entire planet at the center of the Earth was revealed to Xia Chun by the planet's will. That bomb hadn't been defused. If they attacked the Federation headquarters, it was very likely the other side would risk everything in desperation. If they could directly find and kill Feng Tian and Tang Yao, that would be great. But if they couldn't kill them right from the start and allowed them to detonate the bomb, then everything would be over. That's why they had this plan. As long as they dealt with that terrifying ticking time bomb, the subsequent events would be within their control. This plan was quite safe, but the difficulty was also very high. If Lin Shi hadn't obtained the origin matter from the Federation headquarters vault, he wouldn't be able to complete this plan. City Lord Lin Shi, currently in your spatial dimension, you have 150,000 units of origin matter taken from the Federation's vault, plus your origin power of 50,000 units, and the origin power from the previous War God's body. It's just enough to break through to Tier 9. Lin Shi, do you want to break through first before going underground? Lin Shi actually had that intention. I must leave the perimeter of New District 1 first. Otherwise, the energy fluctuations when breaking through to Tier 9 will easily be detected by the Federation headquarters. Lin Shi used his Earth escape ability combined with his invisibility ability to quickly leave the perimeter of New District 1. After getting far enough away from New District 1, Lin Shi began to dive down. He descended to a depth of about 10,000 meters, found a massive magma rock, used his Earth escape ability to burrow inside, then used his sword to hollow out the inside, storing the rock fragments in his spatial dimension. A space just big enough to hold him was fine. Lin Shi took out Zhang Dao's body and activated the treasure basin to absorb the origin power. After draining the origin power from Zhang Dao's body, next was the former war god's origin power. He utilized all the origin matter obtained from the Federation headquarters vault to craft various types of pills. He absorbed bottle after bottle of pills. The origin power in Lin Shi's body tripled. The feeling of breaking through to Tier 9 hit him again. Having the experience of breaking through to Tier 9 previously, Lin Shi didn't take too much time this time. Using the existing origin power in his body as a guide, it only took 3 days to complete the breakthrough, much faster than the last time. Lin Shi opened his eyes from the center of the magma rock. Without hesitation, he immediately dashed downward. At this time, Blue Card was still impersonating him in New District 1. If he stayed away too long without returning, Blue Card was very likely to be exposed. By then, the Federation headquarters would know that the thief who robbed the Federation's vault last time was him. In New District 1, after Lin Shi left, Blue Card sat by the window reading a book. This position allowed a clear view of everything around, 360 degrees without blind spots. His face was identical to Lin Shi's. Even a clone, over time, would have minor differences from the previous clone, but not Blue Card. Copied from 1/3 of Lin Shi's origin power, accurate down to every curve of the eyebrows, they were identical. Even the most advanced surveillance cameras would find it hard to tell them apart. Blue Card sat reading like that for 3 hours. After a long while, Blue Card stood up, imitating Lin Shi's daily movements to stretch his muscles. Then, he started preparing lunch. Although he had never eaten such good ingredients, Blue Card maintained his calm and orderly demeanor. The last time he went out, he was almost exposed. Fortunately, Lin Shi returned in time. Knowing the Federation's vault was actually successfully robbed, Blue Card was extremely shocked. Lin Shi's abilities exceeded his imagination. Blue Card didn't know how to describe his feelings at that time. Shock, excitement, joy, relief, he felt them all. Later, Lin Shi told him that his goal was to overthrow the current Federation regime, to eliminate the segregation between human districts, to free the people from the Federation's factories so they could live freely, and to allow humanity to multiply according to natural laws, realizing basic equality for everyone. Before Lin Shi said it, Blue Card didn't dare to think about those things. In Blue Card's memory, the knowledge learned from the archives never mentioned such ideas. They were born to serve the Federation. Working was for survival and affirming their self-worth. Anyone who was useless didn't deserve to live in this world. He had never thought that humans could freely live and die, deciding their own births and deaths. Knowing Lin Shi's goal, a fire quietly ignited in Blue Card's heart. He had never felt so strong and full of hope for the future. Even if he was just a pawn in this grand plan, he was still a participant. You must succeed, Blue Card whispered. Not long after finishing lunch, someone arrived in front of the villa. Blue Card was slightly tense. He adjusted his mood and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a person who had never appeared in the files Lin Shi provided, but Blue Card remembered this person. He had appeared during the incident after the War God inauguration ceremony. Clearly a man, but his appearance was incredibly effeminate, looking almost androgynous. Greetings, Lord War God. I am a friend of Chungran. Admiring the war god's name, I came here to meet you. Blue Card frowned, his eyes as cold as Lin Shu's usual look when he was displeased. What is it? The effeminate young man smiled ambiguously, that face making one even more uncomfortable. May I come in for a chat? I have an important matter to discuss with you. Blue Card naturally didn't want to receive guests while Lin Shu was away. He bluntly refused. If you have something to say it. The young man seemed to have anticipated Blue Card's reaction. He raised his hand and touched his optical brain device. Just a second later, Blue Card's head throbbed with splitting pain. The pain was intense and sharp, like something was drilling into his brain. If it lasted a bit longer, Blue Card would definitely pass out. Blue Card held his head, trying to stay calm as he looked at the young man. What did you just do? The young man seemed very satisfied with the result, still nonchalant. May I come in for a chat? Please don't be angry. If you kill me, you will face much more severe consequences. Blue Card's expression changed, and he had no choice but to invite him into the villa, but his face looked terrible. Speak. The effeminate young man bowed slightly. Please wait a moment. He operated his optical brain device a few more times before speaking. I have disabled the surrounding surveillance cameras. Now we can talk, Lord War God. Blue Card realized the other party came well prepared. He tried to adjust his breathing and expression, asking in a cold voice, "What was that thing that made my head hurt just now?" The young man smiled sinisterly. I didn't expect even Lord War God to have something to fear. Have you ever heard of parasites? The effeminate young man caught a fleeting glimpse of fear in Blue Card's eyes before it quickly vanished. It wasn't that Blue Card wasn't afraid, but he was worried he would be exposed immediately. Dying didn't matter, but he couldn't let it affect Lin Shu's plan. Parasites? He told himself he had never heard of this thing. It seems Lord War God has never heard of it. This parasite is a type of organism. As long as it invades a human body, it will parasitize the brain. Like a parasite or a virus, it can completely take over the brain. No matter how strong a person is, once their brain is occupied by a parasite, they will be completely controlled. Once you try to remove it, the parasite will sense the host's intention and accelerate its parasitism. Moreover, if the parasite senses danger, it will speed up the process of devouring the host. Someone once tried to surgically remove it. The result? TSK, half of their brain was missing. The effeminate young man still wore a mocking smile, but his words sent chills down one's spine. If an ordinary person heard these words and knew they were infected with a parasite, they would definitely turn pale with fear. Blue Card gritted his teeth tightly. He tried his best not to show a panicked expression. He didn't know when he was infected with this thing. He didn't expect the leaders of the Federation to have such vicious methods. Blue Card understood clearly that this parasite was a tool to control people. The time of infection must have been during the previous War God inauguration ceremony. He didn't expect that a War God inauguration ceremony, which should have been glorious, was actually a trap disguised as a banquet set up by these people to target the War God. At this moment, Blue Card only had one thought in his mind. Thank goodness I'm the one who got infected. He suddenly wasn't afraid anymore, but felt fortunate. Guisu saw the expression on the person in front of him change only briefly before returning to calm. He frowned. The person who was supposed to come today was Chungrun, but Chungrun was afraid of death, so he came in his place. He really wanted to see fear, terror, or suppressed anger on Lin Shu's face. Making the invincible War God reveal those expressions would make him very satisfied. But Blue Card didn't show any of those expressions. Before his eyes, Lord War God only maintained a calm expression. So who put this thing in me? What is your purpose in coming here? Blue Card looked calmly at Guisu. Like his calmness, his voice was exactly the same as when he normally spoke with Lin Shu. As expected of Lord War God, to still not be angry even in this situation. Guisu thought Lin Shu still hadn't realized the terror of the parasite. He didn't continue to tease him, but directly stated the main purpose of this trip. I came here hoping Lord War God can join the faction behind me. The faction behind you isn't the Federation headquarters? Correct, but also incorrect. Lord War God only needs to know that the faction behind me is no inferior to the Federation headquarters. You want me to join without explaining anything clearly? Do you really think you can capture me just by relying on that so-called parasite? Blue Card's face turned cold, his fists clenched tight. A burst of murderous aura flashed. Previously, this kind of murderous aura was very hard to show on Blue Card. But ever since his wife died in front of him, he was filled with hatred and murderous intent toward the people in the Federation headquarters. And this murderous aura was exactly the same as the murderous aura Lin Shi usually displayed. I wouldn't dare say capture, but Lord War God has already felt the power of the parasite. This is just a warning from the mother bug. If you don't want to cooperate, we can't guarantee the mother bug won't cause any effects on you. If you unfortunately get disturbed during a battle, causing your defeat, we would be extremely regretful to lose a war god. Although Gue Su's words were framed as advice, they were full of hidden threats. Blue Card was even more secretly glad that he was the one who was ambushed. Then what do you want me to do? Gue Su smiled even brighter, a sinister and unpredictable smile. He said, as expected of Lord War God, so young yet so smart and sensitive to the times. Rest assured, we won't assign you tasks beyond your capabilities. As for what exactly to do, just wait for us to notify you. After saying that, Gue Su pulled out a compact, exquisite communicator from his pocket, placed it gently on the coffee table, and slowly stood up. This is our organization's dedicated communicator. It will be the bridge of communication between you and us. Any news or tasks will be sent here. Please keep it safe and stay in touch. He smiled again, bowing politely to Blue Card. I hope you don't mind my intrusion. Looking forward to our next meeting, Lord War God. Having said that, Gue Su turned and left. Blue Card sat still on the sofa, watching Gue Su leave. As soon as the door closed, his expression turned grave. He picked up the communicator on the table, frowning. Waiting for Lin Shi to return, he definitely had to warn Lin Shi to be careful of assassinations. But since this organization had confirmed he was implanted with the parasite, they probably wouldn't make a move against Lin Shi, because they had confirmed the real Lin Shi was infected. Thinking of this, Blue Card sighed. Next, he had to be even more careful to protect Lin Shi's life until he returned. After breaking through to Tier 9, Lin Shi used all his strength to burrow underground, heading straight for the center of the earth. After 4 days and 4 nights without sleep or rest, Lin Shi finally reached a place over 8,000 meters below the surface. This location was already very close to the magma layer. The heat radiating from the surrounding magma rocks was enough to burn any ordinary person alive who came near. It should be near here. If I go any deeper, that energy sphere probably won't be able to withstand the heat and will explode. Or maybe the Federation headquarters has special heat-insulating materials. Lin Shi released his mental power, starting to search bit by bit. Finally, he found it. The energy sphere before him was so massive it was astonishing. It was over 20 meters long and about 10 meters in diameter, sitting there like a small mountain. This energy sphere was made of an unknown, mysterious metal, its surface emitting a dark, mystical glow, giving off a cold and hard feeling. As Lin Shi got closer, he felt an immense pressure and danger, as if this energy sphere could erupt with terrifying power at any moment. The energy power is massive. City Lord also discovered it. Around the energy sphere, the magma rock layer showed signs of being excavated. But Lin Shi didn't find any tunnels or pipes nearby. This proved that the person or group who placed this energy sphere here had also used a method similar to Lin Shi's. Not knowing who that person or group was, Lin Shi wrapped his mental power around this massive energy sphere. With just a slight shift of his thoughts, retrieving the energy bomb was unexpectedly simple. The giant monster originally lying there vanished the moment Lin Shi willed it. Perhaps anyone who brought a spatial container here could take away the energy bomb hidden by the Federation headquarters. The hard part was getting here in the first place. Just to reach this spot, Lin Shi had consumed over a fifth of his origin power. As Xia Chun had calculated, that was a fifth of a rank 9 cultivator's origin power, and he still had to make the trip back. An ordinary rank 8 cultivator would find it nearly impossible to reach this place, let alone return. There are corpses inside the magma rock, Qing Zhu suddenly warned. Lin Shi gently extended his mental energy and, sure enough, discovered several bodies wedged in the rock wall not far away. He couldn't sense a single trace of origin power from them. Perhaps these were the people who brought the energy bomb here years ago and couldn't make it back. Lin Shi approached to investigate. The corpses all had twisted, agonizing expressions. Because they were encased in the magma rock, the bodies were still perfectly intact. Analyzing their physical strength, Lin Shi was shocked to find that one of them was a rank 8 cultivator. You have to understand, a cultivator of such a high rank could easily be a war god or a reserve war god. Yet, they were sent on a one-way suicide mission like this. When their origin power ran dry, they were trapped in this magma rock, unable to escape, left with no choice but to watch themselves slowly die. From the torn magma rocks surrounding the bodies, it was clear that before they died, they must have endured endless agony and despair, struggling relentlessly to survive. But in the end, they were powerless. All of this was just because some high-ranking official in the Federation headquarters wanted to leave a mutually assured destruction trap for their enemies. Now, that trap had been easily dismantled by Lin Shi. Facing the scene before him, Lin Shi didn't know whether to feel ironic or proud for breaking it. Just then, Lin Shi sensed the eyes of that rank 8 cultivator suddenly twitch. Noticing this bizarre anomaly, Lin Shi immediately backed away, his heart filled with shock. These bodies had been trapped here for so many years, yet they were still alive? Based on the time the energy bomb was placed here, these corpses must have been here for thousands of years. But immediately, Lin Shi realized something was wrong. He saw something black squirming inside the rank 8 cultivator's eyes. Lin Shi stepped closer to inspect it, suddenly remembered something, and exclaimed in shock, "This is a parasite." Lin Shi used his sword to smash the surrounding magma rock, freeing the corpse. The freed corpse lay motionless on the ground, only its pitch-black eyes staring fixedly at Lin Shi. A lifeless body, yet its brain seemed to still be functioning. Lin Shi slashed his sword into the corpse's head. Instantly, a black substance resembling a live eel crawled out of the skull. Without hesitation, Lin Shi slashed down again. The black substance was instantly chopped into several pieces. It wasn't that Lin Shi hadn't encountered this type of parasite before in Lin Rongshuan and the others, but those had been extracted halfway, so they definitely weren't in their complete form. This one was different. Compared to the ones Lin Shi had seen before, it was even more disgusting, and its vitality was much higher. Perhaps because it had been here for so long, even after being chopped into pieces by Lin Shi, the parasite still wasn't dead. "Why don't you collect it? It might be useful later," Qing Zhu suggested. But Lin Shi was utterly disgusted by it. Just thinking about how this thing used to be in his own head made him want to obliterate it immediately. The mother bug isn't in our hands, so giving someone a parasite is useless. Instead of wasting time, it's better to just kill it. If I get infected, where would I even find someone trustworthy to operate on me? Besides, the mother bug is in this world. Who knows, the moment I extract it, the mother bug might sense it. Whether I could even get it out is another story. Thinking of this, Lin Shi swung his sword wildly, delivering dozens of slashes, chopping the squirming black parasites into mush. Only after making sure they were completely dead did Lin Shi use his earth escape to return. Perhaps due to frequent use, his proficiency with the skill had improved. The return trip was significantly faster, shaving off nearly a whole day. When Lin Shi stealthily returned to New District 1, he surprisingly found that Tai Lon wasn't in the villa. Meanwhile, at Jin Wu's house, in that same airtight room, Jin Wu looked at Lin Shi in front of him, his gaze complex, mixed with a hint of relief. "Lin Shi, I want to say goodbye. I've received a special mission and have to leave this place." Tai Lon was slightly taken aback. "Where are you going?" Tai Lon knew that Jin Wu was the captain of Combat Team 1 from the files Lin Shi had given him. The two had been colleagues for a while. Lin Shi had also mentioned that Jin Wu was trustworthy, but couldn't be trusted absolutely. It wasn't until Jin Wu invited him over for a drink that Tai Lon agreed. Jin Wu's eyes looked a bit distant now. "I have to go somewhere very far away. As for where exactly, I can't tell you. After I leave, Li Feng from the Martial Execution Department will take my place as the captain of Combat Team 1. But Li Feng isn't one of us. If possible, please look after the brothers who have gone through life and death with us." Tai Lon pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. He didn't understand what it meant for the captain of Combat Team 1 to leave his post for a mission. He agreed on Lin Shi's behalf first. If Lin Shi didn't want to, Jinwoo would already be gone by then anyway. Seeing Lin Shi agree, Jinwoo smiled happily. Thank you. In all my years in this position, you are the most special person I've met, and the one I admire the most. I really wish I could be like you, daring to do anything. But I don't have that kind of capability. Jinwoo seemed to realize he was talking too much. The smile on his face gradually turned bitter. He stopped talking and downed his glass of wine. Tai Lon didn't understand Jinwoo's expression, but he felt that the imposing man in front of him seemed to exude a tragic aura. This mission must be very dangerous, huh? Lin Shi still hadn't returned, and Tai Lon was afraid of saying the wrong thing, so he kept quiet. The two drank a few glasses in silence. Seeing that Lin Shi didn't want to chat anymore, Jinwoo escorted him out of the villa. Jinwoo's villa was right next to Lin Shi's, so Tai Lon only had to take a few steps to get back. As soon as he stepped into the villa, Lin Shi's voice immediately rang in Tai Lan's ear. We can switch back. Tai Lon quickly found a secluded spot and swapped back with Lin Shi. Lin Shi took the opportunity to take a shower, then asked Tai Lon what had happened while he was away. Tai Lon spoke from within the living space, and Lin Shi heard everything. When he heard that Tai Lon had been implanted with a parasite, Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. He immediately realized that Tai Lon had been implanted during the previous inauguration ceremony. There were many people at the ceremony, providing plenty of opportunities to strike. Moreover, before the ceremony, Jinwoo had warned Lin Shi that someone might try to implant a parasite in him, telling him to be careful. Therefore, Lin Shi was only briefly surprised before regaining his composure. Tai Lon was in a separate space, so he wouldn't be affected by the mother bug. Theoretically, he was safe. He would wait until he overthrew the Federation headquarters and the conspirators behind the scenes, then surgically remove the parasite from Tai Lan's body. After that, Tai Lon recounted Jinwoo inviting him for a drink today. People from the Sonlian continent cultivated mental energy from a young age, so their memory was much better than ordinary people on Blue Star. Tai Lon repeated Jinwoo's words verbatim to Lin Shi. Hearing this, Lin Shi frowned. Not just Tai Lon. Even without meeting him face to face, he could feel the sense of finality in Jinwoo's words. Lin Shi told Tai Lon to rest easy in the space. After showering and changing clothes, he headed back to Jinwoo's place. Seeing Lin Shi return so soon, Jinwoo was a bit surprised. Lin Shi, I forgot something here earlier, came back to get it, Lin Shi said. Jinwoo immediately understood that Lin Shi had something to say. He led Lin Shi into the study. As soon as they sat down, Lin Shi cut straight to the chase. Did you receive an order to collect origin matter? Jinwoo stared at Lin Shi in shock, then calmed down. You guessed it. How did you know? When I attended the inauguration ceremony last time, the headquarters said they lost something important. Recently, many old geezers in the city want to leave and even tried to rope me in, all because the lost item affects their interests. Thinking about it, it's easy to guess that the item the Federation headquarters lost is origin matter, right? Lacking origin matter, the headquarters is in chaos, so they're sending you to collect it. That's why you said you had to go far away, and it sounded like a final request, because you know it'll be hard to come back. Lin Shi knew the whole truth, but pretended to analyze it. Jinwoo clearly admired Lin Shi's sharpness and intelligence. He smiled bitterly and nodded, not denying it. Just as you said, for years, the Federation headquarters has been sending people through the spatial tunnel to collect origin matter. Every high-ranking official knows a bit about this. They just don't know exactly how much origin matter has been collected over the years. Jinwoo only knew so much. In the past, the Federation headquarters used deception and empty promises to recruit mental energy users from the civilian population, forcing them to risk their lives. But recently, even the captain of Combat Team 3 was reassigned. This shows that over the years, things haven't been going smoothly for the Federation headquarters. Especially since Ji Xuan no longer appeared in New District 3, it made Jinwoo even more suspicious. Those who went through those spatial gates to the other world either died on the mission or couldn't return. Jinwoo didn't think he would be an exception either. He had prepared for the worst. Why did the headquarters send him this time? Because when Jia Chu died last time, he had tried to warn Lin Shi. On top of that, the recent secret interactions between him and Lin Shi had likely been discovered by the headquarters. The headquarters considered Jin Woo an unstable factor. Add to that the recent warehouse theft where Jin Woo was also a suspect, and they handed him this mission. Jin Woo didn't regret what he had done. He had long been disappointed with this federation. It was just that the thought of leaving, knowing the brothers who had fought alongside him might be sent to their deaths, unsettled him. Jin Woo couldn't rest easy. So, before leaving, he wanted to see Lin Shi one last time. Looking at Jin Woo's resolute expression, Lin Shi decided to speak his carefully considered thoughts. I have a way for you to survive. Jin Woo looked up, staring at Lin Shi with a mix of shock and doubt. You want to help me fight the headquarters? Lin Shi knew Jin Woo misunderstood. He intended to tell Jin Woo about the situation on Blue Star. At the same time, he didn't want Jin Woo going over there and causing trouble for Lin Rongxuan and Lin Siyuan. He didn't know if Lin Siyuan and the others had reached rank 8 yet. Lin Shi guessed that in such a short time, Blue Star didn't have any rank 8 evolvers. If Jin Woo went over, he would definitely bring some Federation headquarters technology with him, which could become a massive threat to Xia country. Lin Shi could choose to kill Jin Woo, but given the current situation, the Federation headquarters definitely wouldn't send another rank 8 mental energy user over. No, absolutely not. Compared to other strangers, at least Jin Woo was trustworthy. Just the fact that Jin Woo risked his life to warn him about the parasite and point him in the right direction told Lin Shi that this man was at least 80% trustworthy. During the previous beast horde attack on the city, Jin Woo had also chosen to stay. At that time, from Jin Woo's perspective, there was no hope at all. Yet he still risked his life to stay. Even though he was controlled by Qing Ming, Jin Woo still had the backbone, responsibility, and sense of justice that many lacked. Therefore, Jin Woo couldn't die. Thinking of this, Lin Shi made his decision. His eyes flashed as he looked at Jin Woo and said slowly, Captain Jin Woo, can I trust you? Jin Woo had never seen such a serious expression on Lin Shi's face, but he still nodded. Of course, but if it's something too important, don't tell me. In this world, a secret is only a secret when one person knows it. Once a second person knows, it's no longer a secret. Lin Shi smiled. He knew he hadn't misjudged the man. Lin Shi repeated, I can help you survive after you cross over to the other world. At the Federation headquarters, the person in charge of monitoring Lin Shi and Jin Woo was reporting to Feng Tian. Director General Lin Shi went to Jin Woo's villa again and entered the signal jamming room. This time, he's been in there for a full half hour and still hasn't come out. Hearing this, Feng Tian immediately frowned. This Jin Woo. As expected, we can't keep him around. He's blatantly colluding right under our noses. Is there any way to eavesdrop on their conversation? Feng Tian asked coldly. Well, currently, there's no way. The subordinate shook his head helplessly. Tang Yao stood beside Feng Tian, quietly listening to the conversation. After Feng Tian turned off the communicator, he looked at Tang Yao, a ruthless glint in his eyes. We must squeeze every last drop of value out of him. Keep a close eye on him these next 2 days and dig up any useful information. Just give him a sliver of hope that he can return. I trust he'll know what to do. Tang Yao nodded, indicating he understood. Feng Tian asked again, have all the people we sent through the parallel channel lost their signals? Tang Yao frowned, his expression grim. Yes, all signals lost. Including the ones we sent over the past few years, we've lost a total of 23 people. I suspect it's due to the origin matter outbreak over there, which might have spawned some incredibly powerful figures. If we only use ordinary soldiers or regular people, they'll definitely die, and it's just a waste of precious containers. Trash. They're all trash. The people you handpicked are absolute trash. And you're trash too. After all these years, have you ever successfully harvested origin matter even once? Feng Tian suddenly erupted in fury. He slammed his hand on the table, pointing a trembling finger at Tang Yao's holographic projection on the screen. Tang Yao frowned at Feng Tian. Ever since the main warehouse was robbed, Feng Tian's temperament had drastically changed. He was becoming increasingly aggressive, seemingly completely consumed by rage. No one would have expected that even this highly ranked deputy director general would have to bow his head to Feng Tian. Tang Yao said, I apologize. It is entirely my fault. But the core issue is that the old Federation headquarters made a mistake back then. They exiled a bunch of criminals to that planet. These criminals survived, multiplied, and evolved rapidly when the origin matter erupted, posing a massive threat to our operatives, Tang Yao said with his head bowed. Hearing this, Feng Tian glared angrily. Do you have no other way to solve this problem? What about Lin Shi? Doesn't he have rank 9 mental energy and rank 8 evolution? Let him handle it. Tang Yao shook his head, looking regretful and helpless. Lin Shi is very smart and vigilant. I'm afraid he won't comply easily. If we could find a parasite, things would be much easier. We could use it to control him. But unfortunately, after the old Federation headquarters collapsed, those creatures vanished with it. But I heard Qing Ming has them. Feng Tian narrowed his eyes at Tang Yao, his sharp gaze fixed on him. Tang Yao remained calm. Do you need me to contact Qing Ming's people? Perhaps through a trade, we could try to obtain a parasite. After that sentence, the control room fell silent. Feng Tian looked at Tang Yao, and Tang Yao looked back. Neither spoke. Feng Tian slowly opened his mouth, his voice calmer now. No need. You go deal with Jinwu first. Convince him to physically cross the parallel spatial tunnel. I will prepare the extraction equipment, heavy weaponry, and energy bombs. This time, if we fail again, that world has no reason to exist anymore. I'll take my leave. Tang Yao absent-mindedly glanced at a black button in the room, a look of wariness flashing in his eyes. Only Feng Tian was allowed in this control room, and he spent almost all day here. This room controlled most of the city's critical infrastructure, the artillery systems, and the control devices of the entire Federation headquarters. Even his holographic projection was only allowed in with Feng Tian's permission. What concerned Tang Yao the most was the super-powerful energy bomb hidden near the Earth's core. Fine, I'll endure it for now. Jinwu is just a disobedient pawn. If he has to be discarded, so be it. He already had a new, much better pawn. Right now, the most important thing was collecting the origin matter. A second later, Tang Yao's projection vanished. In Jinwu's study, Lin Shi said, if you physically cross the spatial tunnel this time, you won't be able to return. You will arrive in a country called Xia Country in that other world. Take your things and go to the Lin family base to find Lin Rongshuan. Abandon the origin power collection plan and live a good life there. The people there won't make things difficult for you. Also, someone will help you remove the parasite in your brain. Jinwu looked at Lin Shi in disbelief. The amount of information in Lin Shi's words was overwhelming. How do you know about the world on the other side of the parallel tunnel? How do you know the names of the people there? Even he, a veteran of the Federation headquarters, knew nothing about the world beyond the tunnel. How could Lin Shi, who hadn't been in New District 1 for long, know all this? Lin Shi was definitely not just a simple rank 8 mental energy user. Jinwu reacted quickly, rapidly calming himself down. He realized that Lin Shi's background might hide a massive secret. At the same time, Jinwu understood how risky it was for Lin Shi to reveal these things. If he reported this information to the Federation headquarters, the consequences for Lin Shi would be disastrous. The Federation headquarters would stop at nothing. They definitely had ways to deal with a rank 8 evolver. At this moment, Jinwu didn't know that Lin Shi had already unlocked rank 9, but he knew he shouldn't ask any more questions. Jinwu stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Shi. I was being presumptuous. If things are as you say, I will follow your instructions. Thank you. Lin Shi also nodded solemnly. Lin Shi was about to say a few more words, but just then, the doorbell suddenly rang in the room. Because Jinwu usually didn't bring any communication devices into his study, the doorbell here was actually connected to the main entrance. This way, if someone was looking for him, they wouldn't be unable to find him. Hearing the bell, Jinwu stood up and said, "Someone's here." Then he patted Lin Shi's shoulder lightly, his eyes firm and full of gratitude. "I will always remember what you told me today. Thank you for trusting me, Lin Shi." With that, he turned and walked toward the door. A moment later, Jinwu returned, looking apologetically at Lin Shi. "The Deputy Director General is looking for me. I have to make a trip to the inner city." Lin Shi nodded and left the residence with Jinwu. He watched Jinwu step onto his hoverboard and fly into the sky. I wonder if Jinwu is going this time with just his mental energy or his physical body. I'm guessing it's highly likely his physical body. Qing Zhu, who had listened to the entire conversation between Lin Shi and Jin Woo, speculated. Lin Shi nodded imperceptibly, his thoughts aligned with Qing Zhu's. Moreover, since the Federation headquarters had mobilized Jin Woo this time, they definitely wouldn't just let him go empty-handed. They must have prepared a meticulous plan. This was also what Lin Shi was worried about. He was worried about his family and friends on Blue Star. Jin Woo himself was only a rank 6 evolver, no match for Lin Siyuan and the others. Lin Shi was worried that Jin Woo might bring destructive weapons to Blue Star. If it was activated or detonated in a populated area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, it was Jin Woo. If it were anyone else, Lin Shi might have had to risk everything to silence them. Lin Shi took a deep look at the inner city in the sky, then turned away. He wanted to go home. After parting ways with Lin Shi, Jin Woo took a deep breath, trying to suppress the shock in his heart, restored his usual cold expression, and flew toward the inner city. Upon entering the inner city, he didn't head straight to the Federation headquarters building, but instead flew toward a familiar residential area. In that area, there was a heavily guarded building. That was his destination. Jin Woo landed in front of the building. The surrounding guards and turrets acted as if they didn't see him. Jin Woo quietly approached the facial recognition scanner. Instantly, the door opened, revealing the interior. Once inside, one would realize this was a residence, heavily guarded on the outside and filled with a chilling atmosphere on the inside. Looking at the layout of the room, Jin Woo couldn't help but feel a mix of complex emotions. No one knew that he and Tang Yao had a high-level genetic relationship. People like Tang Yao would use their genes to create countless offspring through incubation pods. These children, carrying similar genes, went through multiple rounds of selection from a young age. The high-quality ones were brought to the surface and raised by private specialists. Of course, there were also those who died prematurely or were discarded. The inferior ones would grow up to become ordinary workers. In fact, 99% of them didn't even know their true origins. As for their names, they were naturally assigned at random when they left the incubation pods. Because these manufactured products, simply didn't deserve to bear their father's surname. Years ago, during an accidental visit to a training facility, Jin Woo stumbled upon his true origins. He was Tang Yao's son, literally. But in reality, Tang Yao treated him no differently than his other subordinates. Tang Yao had countless children like him, and only the outstanding ones were valued. In fact, as Jin Woo grew stronger, Tang Yao even secretly implanted harmful substances into him without Jin Woo ever knowing. In this world, familial love meant nothing. There was only coldness, machinery, and profit. People like them were no different from mass-produced products on an assembly line. Only the high-quality ones received better treatment. But in the end, they were just tools, exploited until their value was drained, and then discarded. A cold glint flashed in Jin Woo's eyes. He walked upstairs. On the upper floor, Tang Yao was lounging on a sofa, sipping a glass of wine. This was a rare occasion where Tang Yao appeared in his true form. Usually, he used a holographic projection to communicate with the outside world. Because Tang Yao was afraid of death. "You're here? Have a seat, Jin Woo." Tang Yao set his glass down and stood up with a smile, appearing very respectful. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be terrified by the Deputy Director General's politeness. Jin Woo only feigned humility. In truth, Jin Woo understood Tang Yao perfectly. He was just using this method to win people's loyalty. Tang Yao smiled and asked, "Want something to drink?" Jin Woo replied politely, "Thank you, Deputy Director General, but I already drank at home." Tang Yao looked surprised. "Oh, really? I do smell alcohol on you. Who were you drinking with so much that you didn't even tell this old man?" His laughter sounded relaxed, but his eyes hid a subtle, probing gaze. Jin Woo seemed oblivious to Tang Yao's unusual behavior and replied calmly, "I was drinking with Lin Shi. We live close by, and since we had the day off, we decided to have a few drinks." Tang Yao frowned and continued asking, "Lin Shi used to work under you. He's not exactly easy to get along with. What were you two talking about?" Jin Woo answered honestly, "Just some work stuff. I hope that after I leave, he can help look after the team members." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Woo noticed Tang Yao's expression darken. "You know doing that violates mission regulations, right?" Jin Woo quickly explained. "I didn't reveal any mission details to him. I only told him I was being reassigned to another district. Ha! Tang Yao suddenly burst into laughter, his expression instantly turning friendly, as if he had just been joking. He patted Jin Woo's shoulder and laughed. Look how scared you are. You've been with me for so many years. Don't you understand me by now? This old man isn't unreasonable. Once you leave, I'll definitely instruct Li Feng to take good care of the brothers and the team. Jin Woo breathed a sigh of relief, but still played along with Tang Yao, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Deputy Commander." Tang Yao nodded in satisfaction, then said seriously, "I called you here to give you the details of your next mission." Jin Woo immediately focused his mind, listening intently. Tang Yao, with a grave expression, continued, "The previous mission failures were due to malfunctions in the soul transfer equipment, causing many people's consciousnesses to miss the intended location. Ji Shui last time was an example. Her consciousness didn't transfer to the designated location. To ensure the safety and success rate of this mission, we've decided to use a more reliable method, sending you physically through space. But rest assured, since we've decided to send you, we will be fully prepared. The Scientific Research Institute has built a two-way spatial transfer machine. As long as you complete the mission, we will definitely bring you heroes back safely." "We?" Jinwoo was surprised. "Yes, besides you, 2 members of the Martial Execution Department will be going with you. The headquarters will prepare ample self-defense weapons and essential supplies. Your main objective is to activate the Origin Power Collection device and complete the harvest." Tang Yao continued, "You are very important to the Federation. We absolutely will not let you face danger. Therefore, the headquarters will issue you heavy weaponry and energy bombs. This time, even if the mission fails, you must return safely." "Understood." Jinwoo nodded with a solemn expression. Tang Yao stepped forward and patted Jinwoo's shoulder, his voice sincere and full of deep emotion. "You've worked hard. I know you've sacrificed a lot for the Federation over the years. The Federation owes you a great deal. Rest assured, when you return, I will publicly acknowledge you as my son." Jin Woo's eyes widened, staring at Tang Yao in disbelief. Tang Yao had used Jin Woo for so long, of course he knew his identity. For people like them, except for their superiors, no one could hide any secrets. Tang Yao looked bitter and helpless, sighing as he spoke earnestly to Jin Woo. "I'm sorry, son. For the sake of the Federation, I couldn't let personal feelings get in the way. I know you're a good son, and I haven't been a good father. You've done exceptionally well all these years. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer." Jin Woo's mouth hung open, his eyes complex and emotional, but he didn't say a word. Tang Yao seemed to understand that Jin Woo couldn't accept it immediately, so he said kindly, "All right, I know it's hard to take in all at once. From now on, you don't need to go back. Stay here with me. Let me fulfill my duties as a father, okay? There will be special trainers here for you, and instructors to teach you how to use the equipment. Just stay here and rest well. I've prepared everything you need." Jin Woo nodded slightly with a complicated expression. After Tang Yao called someone to take Jin Woo to his room, the smile on his lips vanished. Bai Ming stepped out from the adjacent room. "Is the Deputy Director General really going to acknowledge Jin Woo? How could I? It's just to give him a little hope." Playing the emotional card and making promises like that always works. Tang Yao smiled, his smile still friendly, but his eyes were full of calculation. "Do we need to deal with the parasite in him? There's no cure. Once he gets to the other world, he'll slowly be eaten away by it," Bai Ming asked. Tang Yao frowned. "No need. I don't want any more variables. With the parasite, he'll work even harder to complete the mission and return. It's just that he won't be able to return." Bai Ming nodded in understanding. "You are as thorough as always, sir. I'll take my leave then. Go." As soon as Bai Ming left, Feng Tian called Tang Yao. Feng Tian's voice was icy cold. "I'm preparing the planet-destroying energy bomb. I'll have the people from the Martial Execution Department take it." Tang Yao looked slightly alarmed and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Are you really going to destroy that planet? Even if we fail this time, we can still think of another way. If we fail again this time, it means we absolutely cannot obtain the origin matter from that planet. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it," Feng Tian said, his tone bordering on madness. Tang Yao frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "Maybe I have a way. Let me try something with Lin Shi." "You have a way? Let me see you try." That planet is, after all, the only shortcut to harvesting origin matter. We shouldn't miss any opportunity, Tang Yao said firmly. Feng Tian was silent for a moment, then asked, Tang Yao, are you hiding something from me? What are you joking about? What could I possibly hide from you? Tang Yao maintained his neutral expression. This conversation had happened between the two of them many times, but it never led anywhere. This time was no different. Feng Tian snorted coldly. Then we'll use the energy bomb to destroy it. Let's teach those criminals a lesson first. Feng Tian cut the connection. Tang Yao sighed, a sharp glint immediately flashing in his eyes. Asterisk looks like I won't be able to hide it for much longer. I need to speed up the process. Asterisk. This federation must belong to us. Tang Yao took out his communicator and called Gue Su. Find an opportunity to visit Lin Shi again. Tell him I have a mission for him. A few days later, Jin Wu completely vanished from the Sanlian continent. As for Lin Shi, he welcomed an uninvited guest. Gue Su stood in front of Lin Shi's villa. His eyes narrowed into a smile as he looked at the doorbell. Seeing it was him, Lin Shi immediately knew it was nothing good. Tai Lan had told Lin Shi about Gue Su's appearance and how he had sought Lin Shi out before. Lin Shi had met this guy, androgynous, always wearing a sly smile, acting like he was a big shot. He didn't look like a good person at all. Lin Shi ignored the doorbell. When Gue Su pressed the doorbell for the third time, and still no one answered, the smile on his face gradually stiffened. He took out his communicator to confirm. Is Lin Shi really at home? Receiving an affirmative answer, Gue Su pressed the doorbell again. After a long time, still no one opened the door. This time, Gue Su realized the problem. Did he find out it's me, so he's keeping the door shut? I'm not that easy to bully, Lord War God. Gue Su sneered, then reported the situation to the organization and requested permission to activate the mother bug to control the parasite and gnaw at the host. The organization agreed, and so, Gue Su confidently pressed the doorbell again. Gue Su knew very well that the agony of having one's brain eaten by a parasite was something no ordinary human could endure. But after he pressed the doorbell of Lin Shi's villa, it remained eerily quiet inside. This made Gue Su start to doubt whether the organization had actually activated the mother bug. So, he decided to wait and see. Unexpectedly, the wait dragged on for over 10 minutes. Gue Su's smug, expectant expression finally collapsed. He immediately asked the organization if they had activated the mother bug. The answer was yes. How is that possible? That's impossible. Gue Su muttered in disbelief. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Asterisk, maybe the organization was afraid of angering Lin Shi, so they only activated the mother bug for a short time. He really won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Asterisk. Thinking this, Gue Su decided to ask the organization to activate the mother bug again, and this time for a longer duration. But this time, the other side didn't reply as quickly. Perhaps they needed to ask their superiors. Gue Su waited a while before the organization sent a confirmation message. This time, Gue Su didn't press the doorbell. Instead, he stood in front of Lin Shi's villa with a cold sneer, staring at the tightly shut door. At this moment, Gue Su thought to himself, asterisk, let's see how much this Lin Shi can endure. Let's see if he can handle it this time. Asterisk, he just needed to wait a little longer, and that Lord War God would obediently open the door for him himself. Thinking of this, the corners of Gue Su's mouth curled into a cold smile, a look of smugness and cruelty flashing in his eyes. Gue Su loved the feeling of trampling on the strong. He even found it exhilarating. But as the minutes ticked by, and over half an hour had passed, the door remained tightly shut. Gue Su's face stiffened, full of doubt and confusion. Asterisk, why hasn't he opened the door yet? Is he not in pain? Impossible. Last time, Lin Shi was clearly in so much pain right in front of me. That look of despair and helplessness kept me excited for days after I got back. Asterisk. He had been looking forward to seeing Lin Shi agonizingly beg for mercy. Who would have thought things wouldn't go as planned? He began to doubt his own judgment. Asterisk, did I misjudge Lin Shi? Or is there some other factor at play? Asterisk, to be fair, Gue Su was partially right. Lin Shi wasn't affected by the mother bug at all, because the person who was actually affected was in another dimension, naturally immune to its influence. This time, the mission could have been sent directly to the communicator Gue Su had given Lin Shi last time. But Goei Su really enjoyed watching Lin Shi try to suppress his pain and helplessness when facing him. Just thinking about that image made Goei Su unable to contain his excitement. He thought delivering the message this time would be a piece of cake, but now he couldn't even get a meeting. Just as Goei Su regretfully turned to leave, intending to have the organization send the mission directly to Lin Shi's communicator, the villa door opened. Goei Su's eyebrows twitched, a barely noticeable smile forming on his lips. But a second later, a long, slender leg shot out from the doorway. A lightning-fast kick landed squarely on Goei Su's stomach just as he was about to step inside. Goei Su had absolutely no time to react to the sudden attack. His body turned into a black blur flying through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away. He rolled several times on the dirt, sliding back dozens of paces before finally coming to a stop. Looking at Goei Su's agonizingly contorted face, it was clear the kick was no light tap. It took a long time for Goei Su to struggle to catch his breath. He said angrily, "Lord War God, why did you attack me?" At this moment, Lin Shi walked out of the villa, his eyes staring coldly at Goei Su. His tone was icy. "You sneakily ring my doorbell. Who do you think you are? I didn't want to open the door for you, and you still dare to bother me?" Hearing this, Goei Su felt incredibly aggrieved, but he still gritted his teeth and explained, "Lord War God, I came to find you because I have something very important to tell you. Everyone fears death." Goei Su had never seen anyone infected with a parasite act so brazenly. But Lin Shi just smirked, leaned casually against the door, and asked in an amused tone, "Oh, so what exactly is it? Did the headquarters assign me a mission? But why haven't I received any information?" Faced with this question, Goei Su naturally didn't dare to admit it, because the matter he wanted to discuss wasn't a mission from the headquarters, but an internal mission from the organization. Goei Su could only stubbornly reply, "It's a secret mission." Unexpectedly, hearing this, Lin Shi let out a cold, mocking laugh. "A secret mission? A nobody like you is worthy of delivering a secret mission? Humph, I'll have to ask the headquarters if this is true." With that, Lin Shi turned to go back inside. Goei Su's face drastically changed. He quickly ran toward Lin Shi, raising his hand to stop him. Goei Su wanted to tell Lin Shi that defying the organization's will would not end well, but he was met with a pair of icy, murderous eyes. Just meeting that gaze for a split second, Goei Su felt a bone-chilling terror. The words he wanted to say caught in his throat. The next blink, Goei Su was sent flying again. This time, he spat out fresh blood midair. When he hit the ground, his body was broken in so many places that he couldn't even stand up. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs and passed out. Lin Shi looked at the unconscious man, let out a cold laugh, and turned back into the villa. Not long after, a few figures appeared near the villa and carried away the barely breathing Goei Su. These people moved with practiced efficiency, as if they had done this many times before. They even wiped the blood off the ground clean, as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Shi knew things wouldn't be that simple. That night, he found that the communicator Goei Su had given him earlier had received several messages. These messages weren't about a mission like Goei Su had claimed, but were interrogations and threats directed at him. "You dare injure our people? Do you not know what you're doing? Because of your attack, Goei Su is in the intensive care unit." The last sentence was full of threats. "If you refuse to obey orders, we will activate the parasite in your body. When that happens, you'll have nothing left to do but wait for death." Reading these messages, Lin Shi's expression didn't change at all. He didn't reply. He just quietly left the villa, hopped onto his hoverboard, and quickly flew toward the security bureau. Tang Yao was in his private secret room, wearing a mask, his expression stern. He held the organization's dedicated communicator, sending a series of threatening messages to Lin Shi. These messages would automatically delete themselves after being read, leaving no trace behind. The security level was extremely high. After sending them, Tang Yao turned on the communication screen. On the screen, several masked figures stood silently, awaiting orders. Tang Yao spoke, his voice different from usual. It was the voice of a young man. He asked, "You confirmed that the mother bug was successfully activated during the day, but Lin Shi had no reaction. Is that correct?" A subordinate quickly nodded. "Yes, Alliance leader." Tang Yao frowned beneath his mask, pondering. Then either Lin Shi has a special constitution, or my parasite couldn't infect his body. But last time, Guisu saw with his own eyes that Lin Shi had a reaction. A subordinate voiced his doubt. It couldn't be fake. If he didn't feel the mother bug summons, how could the parasite coincidentally make him show such pain? Another chimed in. It's strange. Could his willpower be so strong that he can withstand the parasite's vicious gnawing? Until now, no one infected with the parasite has been able to resist. Lin Shi's situation is highly abnormal. Tang Yao thought for a moment, then said slowly, monitor Lin Shi for 2 more days. I want to see his reaction. If he truly can't be controlled, I will activate the mother bug to have the parasite directly devour his brain. If a pawn is disobedient and uncooperative, keeping it is too dangerous. Or maybe we turn him into a puppet, take him to the base, and try to drain the origin power from his body. Just as Tang Yao finished speaking, a subordinate seemed to receive some news and cried out in panic. Alliance leader, this is bad. Lin Shi seems to have taken our communicator to the security bureau. Tang Yao's face drastically changed, asking in shock, what? Does he have a death wish? The night was thick, streetlights flickering sparsely in the outer city. Lin Shi sped through the night sky on his hoverboard, landing in front of the security bureau's gates. A civilian walking past the security bureau stared wide-eyed at Lin Shi. Without hesitation, Lin Shi kicked open the heavy doors of the security bureau with a loud crash. Who's there? The guards inside thought someone was causing trouble. They immediately drew their bows and swords, approaching the door on high alert. But when they saw Lin Shi's cold face, someone immediately recognized him. War God. Lin Shi's heroic actions in stopping the beast horde had been broadcast continuously on TV. Everyone recognized their spiritual idol whom they had looked up to since childhood. Of course, most people didn't know that their idol had long since been replaced. Lin Shi, expressionless, said coldly, tell your bureau chief to come see me. Right now. The guards didn't dare delay. They nodded in unison and quickly went to call the bureau chief, who had already returned to the inner city and was getting ready for bed. At this moment, the security bureau chief was lying in bed, thinking he should spend a night in the outer city. He missed his lover a bit. His girlfriend lived in the outer city and wasn't allowed to live in the inner city. For safety reasons, the security bureau chief spent most of his time in the inner city, only going to the bureau to work during the day. Just as he was about to rest, his optical computer vibrated. A subordinate called, his voice full of anxiety. Chief, the war god is at the security bureau. He wants to see you. The chief frowned, full of doubt. Why would Lin Shi come here at this hour? Although he didn't pay much attention to Lin Shi, after seeing the footage of Lin Shi dealing with the rank 9 beast, he had to acknowledge his strength. Furthermore, Lin Shi was a proud man who worked alone and didn't need anyone's help. For him to seek him out now, it must be urgent. He asked, did the war god say anything? The war god didn't say anything, sir. The chief thought for a moment, then replied, be polite to the war god. I'll be right there. With that, he hung up, quickly changed clothes, and left his room. Arriving at the security bureau, he found Lin Shi sitting in his office. Closing the door, he asked, war god, is there an emergency? Lin Shi placed the communicator Qing Ming had given him on the desk. What is this? The chief asked in confusion. A communicator. Someone gave it to me. Lin Shi opened the recording on his optical computer, showing the chief the messages he had just received from the communicator. Someone is threatening you? Who is it? The chief asked in shock. Who dares threaten the Federation's armed forces? Do they have a death wish? This device looks quite special, the chief said, picking up the communicator to examine it. Lin Shi kept a cold face. Guisu, a staff member working in the inner city, gave this to me. He came looking for trouble today, and I beat him up. I want to know if he came to me on orders from the headquarters. He even said he had a secret mission for me. What kind of secret mission requires a nobody like him to report it? Feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Lin Shi, the chief couldn't help but shudder. He realized the situation wasn't simple and immediately used his authority to look up Guisu's information. You go back first. I will report this to the headquarters and give you an explanation. Lin Shi nodded, turned, and left. Qing Ming's affairs had been exposed. Starting tonight, it was best that the district wouldn't be peaceful. If the Federation warehouse theft before was like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, then now someone was using dozens of pumps to churn the lake up. Interesting, Linsher smirked slightly. Tonight won't be peaceful. The first to experience the chaos would be Guay-Su, who was currently lying in the hospital. Today, Guay-Su had been beaten by Linsher twice. The first time was manageable, but the second time, he was caught completely off guard. Before he even saw Linsher make a move, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood and fell unconscious. When he woke up, it was already evening. Lying in a private hospital room, Guay-Su felt as if his internal organs had been shifted out of place. The pain was excruciating. The fact that he could wake up proved he had received treatment. Lying on the hospital bed, staring at the stark white ceiling, Guay-Su's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He wondered if he hadn't clearly explained the danger of the parasite last time, or if Linsher hadn't heard him clearly. Otherwise, how could someone infected with a parasite dare to act so brazenly, completely ignoring the threat of the parasite? A second later, the bloodshot veins in Guay-Su's eyes turned into pure resentment. Although he wasn't a high-ranking figure in the organization, he was still a veteran. Guay-Su, how dare he treat me like this? Linsher, just you wait and see. I will definitely make you pay. So what if you're the war god? Infected by the parasite, my organization has countless ways to torture you. Just as Guay-Su was imagining how he would deal with Linsher once his injuries healed, a loud bang echoed as the hospital room door was kicked open. A group of fully armed guards rushed in. Guay-Su was both terrified and furious, looking at the people pointing weapons at him. What are you doing? A guard asked, Are you Guay-Su? Guay-Su sensed something was wrong and immediately denied it. I'm not. But the guard instantly opened his optical computer device. A portrait appeared on the screen, looking exactly like the Guay-Su lying on the bed. It's him. Arrest him. Two guards quickly rushed forward, dragged Guay-Su out of bed, and hauled him up. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? I'm a resident of the inner city. The lead guard snorted coldly. We're arresting you. They came fast and left fast. By the time Tang Yao received the news, Feng Tian was already one step ahead. Learning from the Security Bureau chief about Linsher's report and finding out that someone dared to threaten the Federation's war god in New District 1, and that it seemed to be someone from Qingming, Feng Tian was furious to the point of exploding. He knew Qingming had people hidden in New District 1, but he never expected them to reach their hands right into the Federation headquarters. This touched Feng Tian's reverse scale. Without hesitation, Feng Tian used a device that could extract truthful confessions through mental trauma, applying it to all Federation personnel, excluding the higher-ups. By the time Tang Yao got the news and wanted to pull his people out or make other preparations, it was already too late. The entire inner city was locked down again. The level of the lockdown was no less than the previous main warehouse theft. That night, New District 1 was destined to be restless. Feng Tian's aggressive actions forced a large number of personnel planted by Qingming out into the open.